Chapter 1. What to do when you board the wrong vehicle. Cold. Shivering, Russell felt an intense, throbbing pain in his head, his entire body overwhelmed with discomfort, prompting him to curl up in a futile attempt to alleviate his torment. A sense of eerie familiarity enveloped him, conjuring memories of a year prior when he had met a person he had romantically engaged with online, only to confront a formidable figure weighing 300 pounds who had effortlessly lifted him and brutally ravaged him against the table. Could it be that he had once again fallen into the clutches of another? No, no. Russell's eyes flew open, and he immediately took in his surroundings cold and damp, devoid of sunlight, save for a blinding white light in the distance. His disbelief was palpable, for he realized with a sinking heart that he seemed to be confined within a cage. For heaven's sake, it is the 21st century. Does anyone still indulge in such perverse and grotesque games of captivity? A sense of foreboding crept into Russell's mind as he struggled to rise, only to find his limbs utterly feeble. He stumbled and fell to the ground. It was then he discovered, to his horror, that he resembled a child, shrunk as if he had been ensconced in a washing machine. Even more alarming, his hands and feet were shackled, and a cold collar encircled his neck. Unable to contain his frustration, Russell muttered, "Insanity. Am I the one who has lost my mind? Or is it this world?" He found himself questioning his existence. Not only was he imprisoned, but he was also bound in chains, and to add insult to injury, he was a male, not some hapless female student. Was it truly necessary? Were they after his kidneys, perhaps? Instinctively, Russell checked to confirm the integrity of his manhood, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, albeit diminished. It remained intact. He meticulously examined himself, and despite the incredulity of the situation, he stumbled upon a shocking and unbelievable revelation. He had traversed dimensions, for this body was not his own. He remembered, in his youth, engaging in fierce battles with the village dogs, brutal encounters that had left a mark on his thigh, despite the fact that the dog had ultimately met its demise in a pot. But upon introspection, he discerned no, this was not his body that he had truly crossed over, even if not a total transmigration. It felt akin to a soul inhabiting another's flesh. Russell felt his scientific understanding of the world, built over 20 years, collapse in an instant, soon replaced by an overwhelming sense of indignation. Others who traversed dimensions were greeted with luxurious vehicles, or at the very least, high-end automobiles. Yet here he was, bereft of even the faintest glimmer of such fortune. He was utterly bewildered as to how this had transpired. All he could recall was finding 100 yuan, elatedly purchasing a feast, indulging in a bit of drink, and then retreating to the restroom to purge himself. Could it be? Did my journey begin in the restroom? Ugh! Russell lay on the cold ground, utterly despondent, unsure how long he had languished in this dark confinement, when shadows began to materialize before him, accompanied by inexplicable memories. He witnessed the birth of a child. He saw the joy radiating from a pair of parents. Immediately following, the child grew up healthy and robust. Yet faced with a speeding car, he trembled in fear, his body transforming as if it were a mere illusion, allowing the vehicle to pass through him, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Utterly drained, he had been struck by the car. Yet, miraculously, he remained unharmed. His parents exhibited no trace of relief. Instead, their eyes reflected sheer terror, echoed by the surrounding onlookers whose words unveiled the source of their fright. Damn mutants! Filthier than black people. Monster! Kill him! Russell's heart grew cold. He sensed the child's bewilderment and anguish, felt the fear that resided within him, innocent yet subjected to such malevolence. He witnessed the child being taken away, confined within a vehicle, ultimately ending up in this laboratory, imprisoned like a beast, subjected to relentless blood draws for research. In the end, that he quietly perished in the darkness. Mutant. I am a mutant. This beginning. Russell finally comprehended everything. He felt the lingering resentment and fury within this body, resentment for the unjust suffering endured, anger at being ruthlessly studied, and then fading away unnoticed. Yet, he could only manage a bitter smile, for he was powerless. This body was far too frail, and its mutant ability exceedingly weak. Russell raised his pale hand, and, as his thoughts guided it, one of his fingers gradually vanished, moving towards transparency. But this was not invisibility, it was negation. His mutant ability resembled the capacity to erase his own presence, to negate those things he did not acknowledge. In terms of developmental potential, it was undeniably formidable. He could eliminate his existence, allowing everyone to overlook him, granting him unfettered freedom within the city. He could negate the mutant abilities of others, dismiss scientific principles, and reject anything he deemed unworthy of existence. an absolute power of negation that if fully realized, he could dismiss any entity, even the existence of the Earth, the entire solar system, or the galaxy itself. Yet, such claims were mere bravado. At present, Russell could only negate one finger, and even when confronted with the life-and-death crisis of the car's impact, he could only momentarily deny his existence, unable to affect anything else. The ability was terrifying, yet utterly impotent. Should he be at Xavier's school, Professor X would undoubtedly be elated, diligently nurturing his potential. Were he within the Brotherhood, Magneto would likely groom him as a successor. But he was neither at Xavier's nor in the Brotherhood. He found himself within a human research facility, where no one would afford him the luxury of time to flourish. For he was a mutant, no longer human. He possessed no right to survive. A sense of despair enveloped Russell. He had traversed realms, yet had boarded the wrong vessel. Just as he was about to relinquish hope, a peculiar sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger. Unprecedented insight. Ding. Your soul has undergone a baptism of time and space, awakening an unparalleled insight within you. Russell felt an overwhelming emptiness in his mind, which soon expanded explosively, reminiscent of the cosmos itself. Faces he had encountered, words spoken, books read, videos watched, and both reputable and disreputable websites he had visited all emerged vividly before him. These memories intertwined like a spider's web, connected through an inexplicable thread. Is this the sensation of extraordinary insight? Russell felt an invigorating clarity, recalling every event from his childhood, every choice made, and every correct answer given. He remembered 3 years ago, passionately arguing with a teammate in an internet CAF, when his allies' absurd positioning led to the loss of a minion in the top lane, resulting in a slight economic disadvantage and ultimately a solitary death that triggered a chain reaction, culminating in their defeat. Truly pathetic. How could one make such a juvenile mistake? Russell paused, then chuckled to himself, realizing that perhaps his teammate never anticipated that missing just one minion would lead to being chastised 3 years later. How absurd. He closed his eyes, deeply sensing the terrifying potential of this newfound insight, as a torrent of brilliant ideas flooded his mind, seemingly endless. You are grasping your mutant abilities, stemming from a mutation in the genes within the human body. This mutation is uncontrollable, leading to various superpowers. Your extraordinary insight has allowed you to comprehend the gene cultivation method. The gene cultivation method is applicable to all mutants with genetic defects. By voraciously consuming energy and replenishing it, one can refine and even evolve their genetic makeup. Through the practice of this method, even the weakest mutant possesses the opportunity to become the strongest, harboring the hope of transcending from human to divine. A glimmer of determination flashed in Russell's eyes as he endeavored to begin practicing the gene cultivation method. With the support of his extraordinary insight, the process felt remarkably effortless and astonishingly swift. A warm current coursed through his body, circulating through his organs, akin to a gentle river nurturing a parched field, breathing life into every corner it touched. However, it was not long before Russell discovered a significant drawback of the cultivation method, specifically the limitation faced by practitioners. After merely a brief session of practice, his stomach grumbled audibly. He was famished. He had completely exhausted the energy he had absorbed. Yet the most daunting aspect was his imprisonment in a dim, damp cell, devoid of any means to replenish his energy. Russell raised his gaze, searching his surroundings. His confinement was indeed dark and dreary, offering no semblance of sustenance, not even a ray of sunlight. If only there were sunlight. He could harness his extraordinary insight to incorporate it into the gene cultivation method, ingesting the sunlight to enhance his body. Perhaps he could become the next superhero. Oh, no. A citizen of the homeland. Russell tugged at the collar around his neck, recalling the stifling sensation that had plagued his former self. And his current state of utter disgrace ignited within him a tempest of rage. He had already become a mutant. There was no turning back for him. He was regarded as an aberration in the eyes of humanity. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Russell fixed his eyes upon the barred door of his cage, listening to the disdainful remarks of the guards outside, a cold smirk curling upon his lips as he awaited the inevitable. He was like a venomous serpent, lurking in the shadows, biding his time. Observing intently, he noted the arrival of a designated individual who brought him sustenance at the same hour each day. More accurately, it was a group of them, previously shrouded in darkness. Russell had not realized that he was ensnared within a series of cages, each housing another mutant. Most of these individuals were adults, lying motionless like corpses within their confines, their breaths barely perceptible. This pervasive stillness had led Russell to believe he was the sole occupant of this prison. The older mutants had suffered grievously. Some had been subjected to experimentation, overdosed with tranquilizers, and ensnared in prolonged slumber. Others, possessing formidable abilities, had been forcibly restrained with suppressants, bound so tightly that they were rendered immobile. There were also those whose bodies had been mangled beyond recognition, their organs grotesquely altered through experimentation, transcending the limits of humanity, utilizing the dim light from the guards' meals. Russell discerned that among the imprisoned mutants, his condition was the most favorable, perhaps due to his youth, or possibly because his powers were the weakest, or perhaps simply because he had been incarcerated more recently. Regardless of the reasons, despite being shackled at the wrists, ankles, and neck, he retained a measure of mobility, far superior to that of his fellow captives. Yet, being confined in such a dungeon, destined for research, was an inevitability. It was only a matter of time before he might meet his demise in a laboratory due to a failed experiment. He had to escape. He needed to flee post-haste. The sense of urgency within Russell surged to its zenith. Each day, he relied on his meager meals to replenish his energy, curling up in a corner to quietly cultivate his abilities while meticulously observing the layout of the cage. The more he scrutinized, the more his heart raced. The scale of this prison and the multitude of mutants it contained hinted at a formidable power lurking behind it all. The captors had clearly mastered the art of apprehending mutants and wielding weaponry capable of suppressing their abilities. They even employed traitorous or controlled mutants among their ranks. At the very least, they possessed heavy artillery. With no other recourse, Russell devoted himself relentlessly to his training, enduring hunger pangs that echoed within him, forcing his body to metabolize its own fat as a means to evolve his mutant abilities. This was the only strategy he could conceive for his escape. In 3 days, his genes underwent a transformation. In 10 days, a second evolution occurred. By the 36th day, his genetic makeup had evolved for the 3rd time. Yet, on the 40th day, although his genes did not further evolve, his days of relative comfort came to an abrupt end. Before long, 2 armed guards approached Russell's cage, glancing at the number above, nodding in acknowledgement. 717, a secondary mutant. This little creature is the one. Russell inwardly cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chapter 3, Mystique Raven. Upon seeing the 2 guards, Russell's spirits plummeted. After a month of observation, he discerned that the laboratory had evidently made significant advancements. The frequency of mutant abductions had noticeably increased, from 1 every 5 or 6 days to 1 every 2 or 3 days. Most alarmingly, those taken never returned. Among the rows of cages, only a scant few dozen remained alive. Russell had always known that his turn would eventually come, but he never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. "Get out here, filthy mongrel," one guard bellowed, his gun clanging against the iron bars, producing a harsh, urgent sound. Russell bowed his head, slowly rising to his feet, the chains on his hands and feet clanking as he moved. In a corner unseen by the guards, his gaze turned icy, and the muscles in his legs tensed, reminiscent of a concealed leopard poised to spring forth, bearing its sharp fangs. He incessantly contemplated how to silently crush the throats of both guards in close proximity, then execute the escape plan he had meticulously devised over the past few days. For this moment, Russell had prepared 30 days in advance. You recalled the combat techniques and the memory of a cat-and-mouse game you once observed. Your extraordinary insight allowing you to grasp the art of choking combat, although confined to a routine of 3 meals a day for sustenance. Russell had nonetheless achieved 3 evolutions of his genetic training method. His mutant abilities had grown stronger, and his physique had become remarkably robust. While he may not rival an adult, he had far surpassed the capabilities of a child, and combined with his mastery of the choking combat technique, eliminating 2 adults at close range would pose no challenge. After all, Russell's appearance was deceptively fragile, pale, seemingly weak, adorned with shackles on his wrists and ankles. Such a child would hardly inspire fear. Even without a weapon, the guards would likely scoff, thinking themselves capable of handling 10 like him. Russell advanced step by step, silently calculating the distance for his assault. Due to the constraints of his shackles, he needed to strike at the most opportune moment. Any unexpected noise could alert other guards in the laboratory, drastically diminishing his chances of escape. This was why he had remained in the shadows for so long. His mutant abilities were still too feeble, rendering him incapable of withstanding a hail of gunfire. It would take many weapons, 3 or 5 submachine guns, and he would find himself reincarnated once more. He continued to draw closer. The 2 guards remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lazily standing there, venting their frustrations about laboring in the perpetual darkness of the underground. The lock of the cage was disengaged, and the door swung open. Just as Russell prepared to launch a fatal strike, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The previously grumbling guard suddenly exhibited a piercing gaze, forcefully restraining the neck of the other guard, pinning him against his shoulder. The suffocating grip around his throat rendered the guard's eyes bloodshot as he struggled in agony, desperately slapping at his assailant's arm to no avail. His mouth opening in a silent plea for help. His eyes, now filled with terror, could not fathom that his companion had turned against him. What could possibly motivate such treachery? In a low growl, the assailant hissed in his ear, "You are the true filth." As the words fell, the guard transformed like a chameleon, his attire shifting into blue scales, his hair turning a striking shade of red. This unique transformation caught Russell's attention, and he immediately recognized her identity, the mutant elder known as Mystique, renowned for her shape-shifting abilities. Not only did Russell recognize her, but even the guard whose throat had been constricted did as well. His eyes widened with sheer terror. He had been cursing mutants since morning, denouncing their ancestors in a manner so vile that even dogs would shake their heads in disapproval, and now he found himself at the mercy of one. The realization filled him with dread. His face contorted in a silent plea, but it was of no consequence. Mystique's expression was one of loathing and contempt. Within this experimental facility that treated mutants as mere subjects, no one was innocent. With a violent motion, she flung the guard to the ground, and the sound of a sickening crack echoed as she twisted his neck with brutal force, leaving him lifeless, akin to a discarded dog. In her fury, she delivered a final kick to his motionless form. Turning her gaze to Russell, her eyes held a scrutinizing glint. She noted his calm demeanor, devoid of fear, which piqued her interest. What? Aren't you afraid? Any ordinary child confronted with her horrific visage would have recoiled in terror, especially after witnessing her merciless act of violence. Even a university student would likely retreat under the covers, too frightened to expose themselves. Why should I be afraid? Russell replied with a smile, genuinely admiring her. You are as beautiful as an angel. What of your supposed ugliness? What of your brutal methods? When faced with execution, if someone were to rescue you from certain death, would you still scorn their appearance? Mystique remained silent, yet a flicker of satisfaction ignited within her. She retrieved a set of keys from her pocket, intending to hand them to Russell, only to find him shaking his head in refusal. Immediately, he shook his hand, causing the chains that bound his wrists and ankles to dissipate into the air as if they were mere illusions, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. After days of rigorous training in genetic enhancement techniques, his mutant abilities had significantly strengthened, no longer confined to the mere span of a fingertip. Mystique couldn't help but express her admiration, exclaiming, "Cool, that's quite an impressive ability." Chapter 4, Bullets Can Curve. Mystique scrutinized Russell thoughtfully, offering her earnest assessment. The world of mutants is vast, with countless abilities manifesting among them. However, all mutants are categorized into 5 distinct tiers. The majority fall within the first and second tiers, either burdened with flawed powers or possessing abilities too feeble to be of any advantage, often rendering them ineffective in combat. Most mutants are classified as Tier 3, where their abilities become increasingly formidable, edging toward the realm of the superhuman. For instance, Wolverine, who has lived for ages and possesses extraordinary regenerative capabilities, would be classified as Tier 3.5, especially with the claws he acquired later on. The number of Tier 4 mutants is exceedingly rare. Over the years, only Magneto and Professor X have ascended to this pinnacle. Regrettably, their ideologies diverge significantly. Had they been united, mutants would not have found themselves subjected to experimentation. A hint of melancholy flickered in Mystique's eyes. As one of the former Big Three, she shared a close bond with both men. Yet she found herself torn between whom to support. She yearned to champion Magneto's vision of establishing a sovereign nation for mutants, elevating their status above that of humanity. But she feared provoking an extreme backlash that could ignite a racial war, given that the majority of mutants lacked combat prowess. Conversely, she contemplated supporting Professor X's dream of peaceful coexistence with humans. Yet memories of humanity's disdain and their treatment of mutants as mere monstrosities, placing them beneath even marginalized groups, filled her with bitterness. Thus, she chose the path of a free spirit, traversing the globe to liberate oppressed mutants. The mutants she sought to rescue were varied in their abilities, yet most were exceedingly weak, often unable to control their powers, and those who could typically exhibited significant flaws. In contrast, Russell, with his capacity for unfettered control and an unremarkable outward appearance, was considered to possess a remarkably advantageous mutant ability. Mystique jingled the keys in her hand and nodded at Russell, signaling, "I will take the left path. You take the right. We must swiftly liberate our imprisoned brethren. I have already neutralized most of the guards above, but we have a maximum of 3 hours before the base outside realizes something is amiss, so we must hurry." This was her customary method, disguising her identity through her shape-shifting abilities to infiltrate enemy lines, systematically eliminating a portion of their ranks, and ultimately rescuing the detained mutants. Although the abilities of mutants vary greatly and their combat prowess may not be particularly formidable, there do exist those with remarkable strength. Even in the absence of inherent combat skills, seizing an opponent's firearm can instantly transform one into a terrifying force of destruction. This is the land of the free, America. Even a 3-year-old can wield a gun. Thus, she picked up the weapon of the unfortunate soul whose neck had been twisted and tossed it to Russell, inquiring whether he knew how to use it. If not, she suggested finding a burly individual to assist him. Of course, Russell had never handled a real firearm. But the moment his hands grasped the weapon, a wave of familiarity washed over him, and images of gunfight videos flooded his mind. You recalled past videos of gun battles and various firearm schematics, your prodigious understanding allowing you to grasp the art of gunplay. A smile crept across Russell's face as he confidently declared, "My bullets can curve." "Oh, is that so? Then do show me later," she replied. Mystique and Russell split their tasks. One used a key to unlock the door confining the other mutants, while the other merely extended a hand, activating his mutant ability, rendering locks and chains transparent, which fell away effortlessly to the ground. Their speed was remarkable. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining dozen or so mutants within the cage had been liberated. Russell scanned the area but did not recognize any familiar faces. Most were individuals with physical mutations, evidently lower-tier mutants. They had been imprisoned for a considerable time, far exceeding Russell's own captivity, and appeared somewhat dazed from prolonged darkness. However, upon seeing the glimmer of hope for escape, their spirits lifted, especially upon catching sight of Mystique. Their once dull eyes sparkled with a newfound light, a testament to the power of belief. Mystique was arguably the first mutant to be publicly acknowledged, continuously promoted by the media for her efforts in rescuing various imprisoned mutants worldwide. Her abilities were exceedingly unusual, allowing her to transform into anyone, be it a loved one or even oneself. This made her both despised and adored by humanity, the ultimate choice for a partner, perfect for role-playing, should she choose to. Certainly, now was not the time for jest. Mystique glanced at everyone and stated bluntly, most of the individuals above have been dealt with, but some remain armed, and reinforcements may arrive at any moment. Therefore, we must evacuate swiftly, stay close to me, and do not stray. Everyone nodded in understanding. Mystique led the way, with Russell following closely behind. However, he did not position himself at the forefront. Instead, he selected a sturdy individual to act as a human shield, for his abilities had yet to be fully developed to withstand the impact of bullets. Should he be struck, it would undoubtedly mean the end. The evacuation route proved to be far smoother than he had anticipated. Perhaps Mystique had eliminated the majority of the guards, and this was certainly no conventional military facility. The remaining guards, sensing the shift in circumstances, had long since fled. After all, for a meager salary of 3,000 to 5,000, who would be foolish enough to risk their life? Thus, Russell followed the others out of the base, his marksmanship ultimately left unutilized, which filled him with a subtle melancholy. My gun. It truly was accurate. It could indeed curve. Chapter 5. The astonishment of Mystique before infiltrating the base. Mystique had already devised an escape route. She led the group from their hidden vantage, swiftly evading the hellish confines of the facility. This base was erected in a desolate expanse, devoid of any signs of habitation nearby. Clearly, it was situated a considerable distance from the city, rendering it an ideal location for such a facility, effectively deterring any meddling from freedom-seeking journalists while preventing the escape of prisoners. After all, in the vast, barren desert, under the blazing sun, even if a prisoner had 2 legs to run, they would scarcely get far, most likely succumbing to hunger, thirst, or the relentless sun. Even if one miraculously survived, they could not evade the insatiable wolves that roamed the wasteland. However, it was precisely this remoteness that delayed the arrival of rescue teams, granting Mystique the crucial time needed to liberate her fellow mutants. Upon their escape, Russell and the others found a transport vehicle, perfectly suited for their needs. With just one vehicle, they could all flee from this desolate place. Before leaving, Russell drew his firearm and fired at the intact cars, puncturing 2 tires with one shot and a fuel tank with another. Amidst the ensuing flames, the last remaining escape vehicles within the base erupted into fiery explosions, effectively extinguishing any thoughts of pursuit from the surviving occupants. Had they failed to communicate with the outside world in time, they might have perished from starvation or suffocation. This was, after all, a facility of high secrecy dedicated to the forbidden experimentation on mutants, and prolonged silence from the outside world was not unusual. As for whether those inside would indeed starve or become trapped, Russell had little concern. Were it not for his still developing mutant abilities, he would have transformed into a fierce Avenger, personally demonstrating to those individuals the wrath of a mutant. He harbored this grudge within, vowing that one day he would repay it 1,000-fold. As the vehicle progressed, distancing itself from the base, the previously silent occupants could no longer contain their exuberance, erupting into cheers, some even shedding tears of joy. They had finally escaped the dark, sunless prison, where prolonged survival had sapped the spirit and vitality from nearly everyone, rendering them gaunt and weary. Witnessing comrades being dragged away to be transformed into monsters, or worse, never to return, weighed heavily on their psyches. The psychological burden was indeed overwhelming. Amidst the jubilant cheers and accolades of the crowd, Mystique could not help but smile. For although she did not possess particularly formidable mutant abilities, she had exerted her utmost effort to rescue her unfortunate kin. I have made arrangements. When the time comes, you shall follow him to the academy, where a remarkable professor awaits, who will graciously take you in and guide you in mastering and developing your mutant powers. Mystique produced a business card, emblazoned with the words Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, though it appeared somewhat worn, a testament to its numerous previous uses. The crowd erupted in astonishment, tears nearly spilling forth from their eyes. Before their capture, they were ordinary humans, each awakening to their genetic potential for various reasons. acquiring a range of abilities. Yet, their powers were not particularly strong, often beyond their control, rendering them not beneficiaries of their mutations, but rather monsters in the eyes of others. They were imprisoned, stripped of their human rights, treated as mere subjects for experimentation. If someone were willing to teach them, they too could one day become superheroes akin to Captain America. Having been branded as monsters and rejected by society, they had lost all hope of returning to a normal life, forced to wander and evade capture. Now, the prospect of being taken in and taught to harness their abilities felt like a divine miracle. While other mutants would readily embrace such a serendipitous opportunity, Russell found himself ensnared in hesitation. Prior to his transmigration, he held the Professor, one of the two principal leaders among mutants, in high esteem. As the Professor advocated for coexistence and peace between humans and mutants, a commendable sentiment, especially considering Russell's former identity as human. However, upon his arrival in this new realm, he had become a mutant himself, even imprisoned within a facility, nearly subjected to surgical experimentation. The plight of mutants was grievous, rife with societal malice. In such an environment, Russell felt compelled to ally with the more militant Magneto rather than the pacifist Professor, for he believed that should he ever fall again into human hands, Magneto would undoubtedly bear the weight of a 1,000-ton bridge to rescue him, ruthlessly avenging him against all those at the facility. The Professor, while perhaps willing to assist, could not act with such lethal resolve. He would not take a life. Just as he wielded the most potent telepathic powers yet refrained from probing into others' minds or forcibly erasing their consciousness, adhering to his principles and the charm of his character. Yet these very qualities also shackled him. Russell turned his gaze toward Mystique, and under the watchful eyes of all the mutants in the vehicle, he uttered words that left them in stunned disbelief. I do not wish to become a pawn at the Academy. I choose to align myself with Magneto. Little one, do not act foolishly. That individual does not harbor fondness for children. Mystique did not agree, but instead, with a demeanor akin to that of soothing a child, she gently patted Russell's head, earnestly advising, at your tender age, you ought to return to school and diligently pursue your studies, rather than trailing behind that Eric fellow in acts of violence and conflict. Russell, initially hesitant, was immediately reminded of the arduous days he endured in high school upon hearing the suggestion of returning to education. Although he would later reminisce about those times, he certainly did not wish to revisit them. I shall seek refuge with Magneto. You lack the requisite strength. He will not accept you. Yes, he will. Russell extended his palm, a faint green luminescence emanating from his palm, an energy distilled from his genetic cultivation technique. The moment this energy orb materialized, the mutants present swallowed hard, their gazes fixated upon the orb like starving souls, driven by an insatiable desire that rendered them nearly uncontrollable. Mystique was profoundly astonished. What was this? An entity capable of facilitating the evolution of mutant genes. What? Chapter 6. The astonishment of the crowd. Such a notion was inconceivable. Amid her overwhelming shock, Mystique forced herself to dismiss this reality, for throughout the extensive existence of mutants, she had never encountered a single instance where one's mutant ability could induce evolution in others. Even as she felt an intense craving for that energy, she remained unwilling to believe it, truly unwilling. Her fear was palpable. She understood all too well the significance of such a power for mutants, one that could potentially alter their subjugated status under humanity. Yet it was precisely because she comprehended this that her fear deepened. What if it were a deception? Let us test it. Russell turned his gaze towards the mutants, who were eagerly anticipating, driven by an insatiable yearning akin to an addict unable to resist their vice. One individual, summoning courage, stepped forward and proposed, "Why not allow me to give it a try?" As he spoke, he extended his palm, which visibly radiated light, akin to a light bulb illuminating the surroundings. This low-level mutant, whose ability was limited to serving as a beacon in the dark, possessed no real offensive capabilities, rendering him among the unluckiest of mutants. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He yearned for the evolution of his powers, thirsting for strength. Russell nodded, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, began to slowly channel the genetic evolution energy into the individual's body. As the energy entered, the person's eyes lit up, and he began to emit a faint glow, as if he had consumed the sun, his body swelling as though on the verge of bursting. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with anticipation, wondering what the outcome would be. As the individual let out a painful groan, the initial excitement of the crowd was doused like cold water. Could it be that it would not work? Mystique's expression mirrored that disappointment. Only Russell remained confident. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson, akin to the awakening of a ray, as he scrutinized the illuminated individual with utmost clarity. He perceived not only the flesh and blood but also the genetic transformations occurring within. Countless tiny luminous points of change danced within the mutant's body, and a detailed humanoid diagram of genetic evolution emerged in his mind, annotated with various pathways of advancement: flicker, flame, healing, laser, dazzling, flight. He comprehended the reason for the mutants' suffering and the stagnation of their abilities. The essence of the mutant energy he provided was too pure, so pure that it incited a fierce competition among the myriad genes within the mutant's body, even awakening dormant genes. However, this was not a fortuitous circumstance. The genetic endowments of mutants, akin to the concept of spiritual roots in cultivation, suggested that while a fusion of several roots could yield a formidable one for ordinary individuals, a singular root and a distinct mutant ability were paramount. Once more, Russell extended his palm, selecting a particularly advantageous ability according to the newly grasped principles of genetic evolution. The energy sphere in his hand altered its frequency and once again infused the mutant's body. This time, there was no pain. Rather, it was a transformative experience. Akin to the soothing warmth of a hot spring, a specific gene within the mutant was catalyzed, becoming exceptionally refined and powerful, ultimately seizing dominance. The mutant abruptly opened his eyes, astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at his hands. What changes? Are you feeling better? Amidst the cacophony of inquiries, the mutant's complexion flushed with excitement as he looked at Russell, his words momentarily failing him. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. A gentle glow emanated from his fists. Not blinding, as countless specks of light cascaded from the luminous sphere, enveloping the other mutants one after another. They felt a comforting warmth, followed by an invigorating shudder that banished the lethargy that had long held them captive, leaving them brimming with vitality. The mutant's voice trembled as he spoke. Previously, my ability was mere luminescence, utterly useless, but now I can sense it. I possess healing capabilities, able to mend not only myself but others as well. This was the specific path of evolution that Russell had meticulously chosen for this mutant among numerous genetic routes. While there were other aggressive evolutionary paths, the mutant's low tier rendered any offensive transformation likely ineffective, devoid of promising prospects. Thus, the path of healing was deemed more advantageous. In an instant, a mere, seemingly inconsequential mutant transformed into an indispensable ally in battle. While many mutants possess the ability to heal themselves, few have the gift to heal others. Should he eventually integrate into society, this remarkable healing ability would undoubtedly make him a coveted guest at premier hospitals, with annual earnings in the millions not merely a dream. Russell couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He gently applauded the mutant, offering him commendations while also celebrating his own insight. In a fleeting thought, he had influenced the future of a mutant who, in turn, had achieved in a moment what would typically require decades of effort from an ordinary person. As his powers continued to evolve, he was destined to become a medical expert who could potentially reshape the world, perhaps even eradicating once incurable diseases such as cancer and AIDS with ease. This is the essence of mutant abilities. It elucidates one of the reasons ordinary people harbor disdain for mutants, as mutants are akin to players who cheat in a game of reality. While ordinary individuals may resent hardcore gamers or those who invest heavily in gaming, their true ire is reserved for those who transcend the rules altogether. The spectacle of the mutants' evolving abilities was witnessed by all, with their fervent gazes fixed upon Russell, brimming with admiration and a hint of fanaticism. No words could encapsulate their astonishment. Mystique observed this scene, her eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless as she stared intently at Russell, eventually articulating what everyone felt. You are the true king of mutants, an eternal deity. Chapter 7, Mystique. Super Evolution. Upon witnessing Russell's capabilities, Mystique was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to articulate the joy swelling within her. The plight of mutants had become increasingly dire. Those on the fringes of society faced rejection and persecution, living in the lowest echelons, hunted and captured for inhumane experimentation in laboratories. The crux of the matter lay in their inherent weaknesses. Their diverse powers rendered them incapable of self-defense. However, with Russell's emergence, a new dawn of hope awaited mutants. To call him a god among mutants would be no exaggeration. Mystique instinctively glanced at Russell's thick, flowing hair, contrasting sharply with her memories of the bald, fearsome apocalypse, revealing no similarities that would have caused her distress. Though Russell bore a resemblance to a former acquaintance, he was not the progeny of that individual. The immense pressure and influence Apocalypse had exerted on the world and on mutants like her was profound. Unbeknownst to Russell, Mystique mistakenly identified him as the illegitimate son of Apocalypse. Had he been aware of Apocalypse's existence, he would likely question his reality and the timeline in which he resided. With a newfound confidence, he gazed at Mystique and asserted, "Just give me time, and I can facilitate the evolution of any mutant's abilities, guiding them in various directions, even elevating their powers to unprecedented heights. I believe the Brotherhood of Mutants would greatly benefit from my presence. Magneto would surely welcome me." To the warmonger Magneto, Russell was nothing short of a divine gift, the very mutant he yearned for and desired above all else. With Russell's presence, the Brotherhood of Mutants would be endowed with an inexhaustible source of power, elevating their strength to unprecedented heights. This would undoubtedly yield a significant impact in their battles against humanity. Even Magneto himself could embrace an enhancement of his abilities. Upon such augmentation, he could shed the moniker of Master of Metal and become the true Magneto, a figure capable of instilling fear in all, one who could manipulate the Earth's magnetic field. Should Magneto become aware of someone like Russell, it would not merely be a matter of invitation to join the Brotherhood. Even if Russell declined, Magneto would personally seize him. You are not mistaken. Eric would indeed take a liking to you. However, Mystique's face betrayed a hint of disappointment as she shook her head, still refusing Russell's plea to join Magneto. But the Brotherhood will not accept you. Why? Russell queried, confusion etched upon his features. Even with his extraordinary intellect, he found himself grappling with this perplexing situation. Such an exceptional individual should be welcomed as a prized guest in any faction, treated as a treasure to be safeguarded. Why would the Brotherhood refuse? It is because the Brotherhood no longer exists. There is no longer a brotherhood of mutants in this world, Mystique lamented, her expression tinged with sorrow. Eric had lost his sanity. He attacked the global summit, attempting to transform the leaders of all nations into mutants, but he failed. He was deemed one of the most terrifying terrorists, imprisoned in a clandestine underground facility under constant military surveillance. Around the room where Eric was confined, there were no exits, no medals. He was perpetually monitored, every move scrutinized. Following his capture, the Brotherhood of Mutants faced relentless assaults from military forces worldwide. Many perished, others scattered, and some fled, leaving the Brotherhood in ruins. Such brief words sent a shiver down Russell's spine. Mystique's simple narration belied the horrific reality they had endured. The most formidable among them had always been the venerable Magneto, capable of manipulating metals with ease. To the military forces before him, he was a child at play. The weapons humanity relied upon became utterly ineffective, and even missiles were mere toys in his hands, soaring wherever he wished. In later stages, he had lifted entire bridges weighing countless tons. A being of such terrifying prowess, once unleashed, would unleash a veritable storm of bloodshed. This was precisely why nations hesitated to strike against mutants. No one wished to provoke Magneto, inviting his wrath. Yet, this time, Magneto had been captured. The mutants lost their shield, and the relentless purges from nations ensued. Faced with modern weaponry, how many mutants could withstand the onslaught? They either fell victim to gunfire or were captured for experimentation. In that moment, Russell comprehended why a seemingly modest facility housed so many cages for the imprisonment of mutants. Abandoned and bereft of Magneto's protection, the mutants stood before humanity as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Indeed, the shapeshifter said earnestly as she gazed intently at Russell, "You must heed my counsel and go to the academy. There, you will find many children like yourself, endowed with mutant abilities. You will forge friendships and receive the protection of Charles. Your future is of utmost importance, truly paramount. The world outside is fraught with peril. Even if mutants manage to escape the base, they lose their legal identities and are forced to live in the shadows. But is life in hiding truly desirable? At any moment, one could lose their life. It is far wiser to go to the academy, where the esteemed Professor Charles, a leader among mutants, ensures absolute safety." The shapeshifter's intentions were solely for Russell's well-being. Her gaze brimmed with hope as she wished for him to survive. The future of the next generation of mutants should not be as dire as that of their predecessors. Russell hesitated momentarily, but ultimately he declined. He recalled the present situation. Magneto had attacked global leaders and was now imprisoned, leaving only the professor to support the mutants. The academy had become the final sanctuary for them. Yet, deep down, he understood that this haven would soon be breached. Stryker, the nemesis of mutants, would likely capture the majority of them, possibly even the professor, leading to Jean's tragic demise. The academy was not secure. After careful consideration, Russell made a bold decision. Before he could mature fully, he required a formidable guardian. This guardian must be none other than the imposing Magneto. Only he possessed such extraordinary power. With determination in his eyes, Russell looked intently at the shapeshifter and proposed, "What if we devise a plan to rescue Magneto?" "Are you jesting? Just the two of us?" The shapeshifter had contemplated saving Magneto, but knew all too well that the once mighty Brotherhood of Mutants had failed numerous times and ultimately surrendered. Not to mention, she was merely a shapeshifter with a group of low-level mutants lacking combat prowess. "You underestimate your mutant ability," Russell exclaimed, extending his hands. The shapeshifter found herself captivated by his gaze. Her mind momentarily clouded as Russell's murmured words echoed in her ears. "Listen, it is calling to you." Through his research on the laws of genetic evolution, Russell discerned the hidden evolutionary pathway within the shapeshifter. His extraordinary insight effortlessly facilitated her route planning and subsequent evolution. Mutant ability mimicry activation in progress. Mimicry. You can replicate any ability of another, with the extent of mimicry depending on your understanding and your own mutant ability level. While mimicking, you will also inherit the memories of the other. If you fail to withdraw from the mimicry state in time, you risk losing yourself, becoming merely a parody of others. Chapter 8. Professor. Oh no. I've become a mere substitute. The shapeshifter's mutant ability was exceptionally potent in its initial form. She could imitate anyone, transcending gender and appearance, even replicating voices with uncanny accuracy. Ordinary individuals would struggle to discern the difference. Eventually, Mystique honed her skills to the extent that she could replicate even a motionless statue. Her abilities became increasingly refined, allowing her to deceive machine scans merely through the modulation of her pupils. From a physiological standpoint, this signified an uncanny resemblance that was indistinguishable in every aspect, not merely in appearance. However, this was not the most formidable aspect of Mystique's powers. Her true strength lay in her ability to harness various mutant powers. Serving as the prototype for the Sentinel robots, Sentinels were engineered in the future to eradicate mutants, capable of adapting their powers according to the abilities of their targets. Although not particularly strong, the sheer number of these abilities made them a nightmare for mutants. Had it not been for Shadowcat transmitting Wolverine's consciousness back in time to reset the future, mutants would have faced extinction. Thus, while Mystique was undeniably powerful, it is crucial to recognize that she was merely a composite material, akin to how the Juggernaut armor could be synthesized from lesser materials to create the Emperor armor. Russell merely selected one of the more promising evolutionary paths from Mystique's vast genetic repertoire, her imitation ability. What he did not anticipate was the overwhelming potency of this mimicry. She could emulate any mutant's powers, albeit constrained by her own power level and understanding, and potentially muddled by an excess of borrowed memories. Without exaggeration, this was undoubtedly among the highest echelons of mutant capabilities. Mystique had achieved a form of super-evolution. Her eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance as she instantaneously transformed into a breathtaking likeness of the recently celebrated star, Marilyn Monroe. A wave of excitement washed over her, and her mind briefly flickered with fragments of the other woman's memories, though they were merely common, widely recognized recollections, devoid of any personal secrets. After all, Mystique was not particularly familiar with the nuances of Marilyn Monroe's life, yet the surge of transformation stirred tumultuous emotions within her. Her mutant ability had indeed undergone a terrifying evolution. "Cool kid, you are truly remarkable," Mystique exclaimed, embracing Russell tightly, her form enveloping him in a way that left him breathless, as if caught in a dream. This is Marilyn Monroe. Not only did she mirror her appearance, but her physique was equally identical, possessing a softness that was intoxicating. Mystique's powers were undeniably astonishing, though Russell felt a pang of reluctance. His youthful form rendered him powerless to act on his desires, leaving him in a state of frustration. He had no intention of becoming a target of disdain, the kind of person whom others would love to vilify. With a serious expression, he extricated himself from her embrace. "I believe you have sensed the magnitude of your abilities. Given your understanding of Magneto, you can fully utilize his powers. Together, we can infiltrate the base and undoubtedly rescue him." The individual she was most familiar with, aside from the professor, was Magneto. After all, they had been comrades from youth to old age, the three founding elders of the original X-Men. Drawing upon her understanding of Magneto, she could transform into him, effortlessly wielding his powers. Even if she could not reach his extraordinary level, merely manipulating a few metal objects would suffice. After all, the guards surrounding Magneto's facility were predominantly armed with metallic weaponry, rather than rubber guns. With sufficient speed, she could rush before Magneto and rescue him before anyone could react. He would then personally command the abundant metal at their disposal, allowing humanity to witness the fury of the master of magnetism. However, Mystique shook her head. "I do not know where Eric is hidden." "What? Did not your Brotherhood of Mutants rescue him several times before? How could you not know where he is held?" It was precisely because they had rescued him multiple times that Eric had been secretly relocated, imprisoned in a place with even higher security and stricter surveillance, classified as a top secret that no one knew the whereabouts of. Although humans lacked mutant abilities, they possessed mechanical prowess. Given time, they could unearth hidden bases, whether buried underground or concealed within urban depths. Without a clear direction, searching for such places was nearly an insurmountable task. Russell was exasperated. He had not anticipated that his elaborate plans would repeatedly come to naught. He sought refuge with the Brotherhood of Mutants, only to find it dissolved, and Old Man Magneto captured. He desired to rescue Magneto, but found himself devoid of any means to do so. After finally awakening Mystique's evolutionary powers, he could not locate where Magneto was held. Strength without a purpose was utterly futile. It was truly a dire predicament. Russell even began to question his existence, pondering whether his status as an interdimensional stowaway had cursed him with poor fortune, rendering him a target. He contemplated seeking out a mutant named Domino, a third-tier mutant, to learn her ability to enhance luck, hoping to shed his misfortune and transform into a fortunate being. Such an ability would allow one to win the lottery effortlessly. If he were to draw cards, he would surely receive nothing but grand prizes, each of 5-star rarity. Even the players of Genshin Impact would shed tears of envy, for this was the power they all yearned for. but I have a way to locate him. Mystique revealed a confident smile. In this world, seeking another mutant amidst the vast sea of humanity seemed an impossible task. Lower-tier mutants differed from humans, yet higher-tier mutants were nearly indistinguishable. Unless they exposed their abilities in public, if one wished to remain hidden, they could not be discovered at all, let alone someone like Magneto, imprisoned in a clandestine base. To find his location was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an endeavor as impossible as threading a line through the eye of the needle at the depths of the sea. Yet Mystique was aware of an individual who could effortlessly pinpoint the location of any mutant among the 7 billion people on the planet. That individual was none other than the Professor. Beast had once fashioned a mindwave amplifier for him during the first battle, and after years of refinement and enhancement, the device had become remarkably powerful, enabling the Professor to locate Magneto amidst the vast sea of humanity. How could he possibly assist you? After all, Magneto was the very person he had imprisoned. Russell expressed his skepticism, questioning how someone of the Professor's stature could ever consider releasing Magneto. Considering that individuals like Magneto were never at ease unless they were stirring up trouble, Mystique merely smiled slightly. In the next moment, her form transformed into that of a bald man seated in a wheelchair, the Professor himself. Russell instantly comprehended the implications and felt a flicker of anticipation. What expression would the Professor wear upon encountering a duplicate of himself, one endowed with telepathic abilities? Professor, this is bad. I've become a decoy. Chapter 9. The Professor's shock. Russell could hardly contain his admiration for Mystique's audacious plan to disguise herself as the Professor and infiltrate the Academy. Utilizing the mindwave amplifier to locate Magneto's prison, he deemed her maneuver the greatest stratagem in history and was willing to bow in reverence. It was unlikely anyone at the Academy could fathom that someone would dare impersonate Charles right under his nose. After all, Charles was the world's most powerful telepath, his mental prowess reaching unparalleled heights. To masquerade as him was nothing short of exhilarating. Russell felt a sense of reluctance yet acknowledged that he had no superior alternatives. The news of their escape from the base was beyond containment. Within a week to a month, they would undoubtedly be pursued. In this brief window, they needed to evolve rapidly, unafraid of firearms or even missiles. Russell believed he could not accomplish this unless he chose to bow down and align himself with the X-Men, accepting the Professor's protection. However, joining the Academy was not an option for Russell. Like Magneto before him, when their beliefs aligned, they were inseparable comrades. Yet once their ideologies diverged, it was the X-Men who would be the first to thwart him. Moreover, Russell had no means to shield his thoughts from the Professor, a man capable of probing into the minds of others, and to say he felt untroubled in his presence would be a falsehood, even knowing the Professor was benevolent. After some contemplation, he ultimately hesitated but found himself agreeing with Mystique's notion, albeit with utmost preparation. "Give me a day," Russell stated earnestly. "I require a day to devise a plan to lure the Professor out. As long as he is not within the Academy, we can act. If the mountain will not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Since I fear the Professor, I shall make him leave the Academy." Mystique shook her head, asserting that it was an impossible feat. "You do not understand Charles. He holds that group of mutant children in the highest regard, genuinely dedicated to their protection. Unless compelled by a matter of great importance, he would never abandon the school." Charles had always been a recluse, and since he had taken to his wheelchair, his seclusion had only deepened. Each day, he vigilantly monitored the entire Academy with his telepathic abilities, safeguarding against any external threats while simultaneously providing psychological guidance to the mutant students. After all, these young individuals possessed extraordinary powers, and with such abilities often came an inflated sense of self-worth. Just as wealth and power can corrupt even the most virtuous, so too can extraordinary abilities lead to moral decline. Conflicts and fights were commonplace, especially among teenagers who, in their youthful fervor, often operated outside the bounds of law and reason. Thus, aside from significant meetings and the reception of exceptionally promising mutants, the Professor rarely left the Academy. Mystique, who understood the Professor intimately, doubted her own capabilities. What could a mere child accomplish? Yet Russell remained unwaveringly confident. "He will come." Mystique regarded him with curiosity, sensing a kind of unwavering confidence in Russell that was reminiscent of Magneto's, a quality that inspired immediate trust and belief. Perhaps he truly could succeed. Mystique and Russell chose to venture to the Academy, leaving behind the group of mutants who had escaped the base, as they could not accompany them. Even if they wished to join the Academy, they would have to wait. This precaution was taken to prevent any potential leaks. Remaining cautious was paramount. The other mutants were arranged by Mystique at different safe havens, where they would await their return in silence. Among them, a mutant with newly evolved light-based powers volunteered to accompany them, not to enter the Academy but to serve as their driver, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. He could offer assistance, for he possessed healing abilities, unlike his previous capacity to merely emit light. He wished to safeguard Russell and Mystique. As one had saved his life while the other had transformed it, both were of immense significance to him. To commemorate this new beginning, He had even adopted a new nickname, Light Spot. Faced with this quirky yet fitting moniker, Russell could only express his good wishes and agree to his companionship. For he indeed required both a driver and a caretaker, though he had calculated the odds of success for this venture to be an impressive 98%. Rounding up led to a survival rate of 0, terrifying. Soon, the trio set off towards the academy in their vehicle. It was borrowed casually from Mystique during her journey. She merely transformed into a stunningly voluptuous super beauty. With a mere wave of her hand, an abundance of vehicles came forth. The sparkling car, driven by Mystique alongside Russell, sped towards the academy. Meanwhile, the owner of the vehicle, a rather rotund man, could be heard frantically shouting from the back, "Oh no, I haven't even gotten in the car yet." Thus, one must acknowledge that gazing upon beauty comes at a price. However, the journey was not devoid of obstacles. They encountered police officers who halted their vehicle, seeking tips, as is their customary tradition. After all, this represents a lucrative source of untaxed income. Yet, with Mystique present, such inconveniences were swiftly resolved. She transformed into the likeness of their chief, donned in uniform, and merely cast a glance at the officers. Instantly, the young policemen stood rigidly at attention, their ingratiating expressions betraying their fear, and they were promptly allowed to pass. After all, today's traffic stop could lead to tomorrow's assignment guarding the reservoir. They understood the ways of the world. As Russell and his companions proceeded towards the academy, within its confines, Hank McCoy, the Beast, panted heavily, his steps both rapid and burdened. He forcefully pushed open the classroom door, fixating intently on the professor who was lecturing. The students within were momentarily taken aback, but upon receiving a discreet nod from the professor, they jubilantly departed, their gazes towards Hank filled with gratitude. Having escaped yet another class. To them, Hank resembled a legendary figure akin to a gym teacher. The students departed cheerfully, yet the professor remained, sensing the palpable urgency radiating from Hank, as if something monumental had transpired. "What's the matter? Look at this manuscript. It's a research report shared by a premier institute concerning genetic studies. I believe you must see this." The professor took the document, glancing over it briefly. The mere sight of the title transformed his previously placid demeanor into one of profound shock and excitement. The research delved into various evolutionary pathways of genes and directed evolution. Evolutionary genes? Directed evolution? The professor's mind went blank, leaving him speechless, muttering in disbelief. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Is the wheel of fate for mutants finally set to turn? Chapter 10. A bewildered Wolverine. What an astonishing article. This is wisdom that transcends time. When the professor laid eyes on the manuscript provided by Hank, he found it nearly unbelievable. After all, the status of mutants in contemporary society, to put it bluntly, is even lower than that of African Americans. At least the latter possess the right to breathe, while mutants face a unified rejection. Almost all research and medical institutions neglect mutants due to their insignificantly small numbers and the meager benefits associated with them, ensuring that no one invests their efforts in addressing mutant concerns. As a professor of genetics, his knowledge is undoubtedly profound. He gazes intently, scrutinizing each word of the paper, which, while not particularly esoteric, is remarkably innovative. Someone has indeed ventured to construct a feasible method for the evolution of mutant genes, initially analyzing the various possibilities of mutant gene evolution through data, followed by employing special techniques to direct the evolution of these genes. This could enhance the mutant's abilities or even develop entirely new mutant powers. For any mutant, this is unequivocally promising news, signifying a second chance to transform their lives. The strength of mutants is poised for a tremendous surge. The professor was instantly exhilarated. "Hank, did you see this? Have you read the article?" "I have." Beast Hank took a deep breath. Although he possessed a beastly exterior, his intellect was undeniably sharp, placing him among the brightest minds in the world. Within the academy, he had independently invented various training machines, the Warpath supersonic fighter jets, and combat suits, along with an array of high-tech devices. He had even researched a cure for his own gene, suppressing his abilities to revert to an ordinary human. His brilliance was extraordinary. Yet, even such a clever individual found himself unable to quell the tumult within when he read this paper. The proposed method for evolving mutant abilities was utterly fantastical, almost inconceivable. And it seemed to have succeeded. "I believe we should hasten to locate him and collaboratively develop this technology. It may represent the hope for our mutants' resurgence." Beast Hank felt a tinge of relief that Magneto had been apprehended. Otherwise, had he discovered this technology, he would likely have stormed the laboratory that very day, plundering the breakthrough. At that point, a significantly empowered Magneto would undoubtedly become a nightmare for their entire academy. "Old friend, it appears we must take matters into our own hands. This concerns the future of all our children," the professor asserted earnestly. "Bring the Warpath along as well. Let Logan remain behind to guard the academy. We cannot afford any unforeseen incidents." "I concur. The fates have finally turned their gaze upon mutants. With this astonishing and groundbreaking report, the professor could not remain seated. He personally led Hank and Warpath aboard the supersonic fighter jet. Departing the academy towards the address left in the email, a research facility situated 1,000 miles away, the jet roared away, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The sound of its engines particularly resounding. Meanwhile, not far from the academy, in a car, Mystique sat momentarily stunned. She watched the departing supersonic jet. Incredulous as she turned to Russell. "What have you done? You actually succeeded." A mere 8 or 9-year-old child has managed to effortlessly prompt the professor, who typically remains within the confines of the academy, to leave. And judging by the commotion, it seems the entire warpath has been mobilized. It is truly unfathomable. Almost beyond imagination. I merely penned an essay concerning the development of mutant abilities, and the professor, an expert in genetics focusing on mutant genes, would undoubtedly pay special attention to it. Russell casually remarked, as if it were an effortless task, akin to merely sprinkling water. However, Mystique is no fool. On the contrary, her intellect is quite profound, for she was raised alongside the professor and has pursued higher education. She is acutely aware that Charles's urgent request for this paper is anything but trivial. Russell's prodigious talent is astonishing. If mutant abilities are innate and partially dependent on fortune, then Russell's current performance is a testament to his natural gifts. At the tender age of 7 or 8, he crafted an essay that captivated a genetics professor like Charles. What an extraordinary accomplishment. At that age, I was merely engaged in a battle of wits with stray cats on the street. Beside me, Light's eyes sparkled with admiration. As someone who has toiled in society for several years, he struggles to comprehend the vast chasm that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Indeed, it is a divide greater than that between dogs and humans. Particularly regarding the issue of genetic evolution, Light has the most authority to speak, as he is a beneficiary of this technology, transforming from a mere luminescent mutant into a caregiver capable of healing others, albeit lacking in combat prowess. His future prospects are bound to soar. Mutants are no longer relegated to obscurity. They will soon find themselves in high demand at prestigious hospitals. Unable to contain his curiosity, Light inquired, "Boss, will this technology continue to be developed?" "Certainly," Russell nodded. "This is merely my preliminary concept. As the technology matures, I could even replicate the abilities of other mutants, elevating all mutants to the stature of Magneto and the Professor." "What? Replicate mutant genes and transplant them into everyone?" Both Light and Mystique were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances at this groundbreaking proclamation. With a Magneto and a Professor, mutants would gain the confidence to contend with humanity. If all mutants were to reach Magneto's level, would they no longer face discrimination? Would mutants rise to prominence? Russell brimmed with confidence. Yet, after their initial astonishment, the two fell into a contemplative silence, for they sensed that such an extraordinary occurrence seemed implausible. However, they refrained from voicing their doubts, clinging to a flicker of hope. A sliver of fortune. What if? What if Russell truly succeeded? Then, the future for mutants might indeed be splendid. They would not have to live like rats, as their generation does. Yet, this notion remains distant. They must first attend to an urgent matter, infiltrating the academy to utilize a brainwave amplifier to locate the imprisoned Magneto. Mystique transformed into the Professor's likeness, Light remained in the vehicle, and Russell pushed Mystique towards the academy. They had just arrived at the entrance. They encountered a formidable obstacle. Within the confines of the security booth, a bearded giant, intoxicated and bleary-eyed, lifted his head from the ground, gazing at Mystique and Russell with a look of bewilderment. Just moments ago, the professor had departed. How could he have returned so swiftly? Wolverine fell into deep contemplation, arriving at an astute conclusion. I have indulged in counterfeit liquor once more. Chapter 11. Epiphany. A new ability. The moment Russell laid eyes on Wolverine, he felt an acute tension, for within the entire academy, only Wolverine Logan possessed the highest vigilance, making him the most likely to detect their peculiarities. This was solely due to Wolverine's extensive lifespan and vast experiences, coupled with his primal instincts. Thus, as Russell pushed Mystique towards the Academy's entrance, Logan, who had been inebriated and slumbering, abruptly sat upright, fixating his gaze upon them with a look of confusion. He distinctly remembered the professor departing in a supersonic aircraft. How could he return so promptly? He initially presumed he had once again fallen prey to spurious spirits, causing his vision to blur. However, as he sniffed the air, the fog in his eyes transformed into alertness, his gaze turning slightly aggressive as he regarded Mystique. He detected a familiar scent, though he could not recall its origin. Under Logan's scrutiny, Russell felt an overwhelming anxiety. His grip on the wheelchair's handles tightened, ready to unleash his mutant abilities at any moment. Denial. The ability to negate his own existence, a power derived from the third stage of his genetic evolution, which diminished his presence and reduced potential harm. He was prepared to retreat. Although Wolverine was merely a third-tier mutant, he possessed formidable regenerative capabilities and razor-sharp adamantium claws, backed by the Academy itself. While the Sentinels had departed, the remaining mutants still retained their combat prowess. The two of them stood no chance against him, yet Mystique remained utterly unfazed. Calmly glancing at Logan and chiding, "You, once again indulging in drink. I just admonished you to safeguard the academy diligently. I am merely a temporary guest here. Drinking is my prerogative." Logan snorted, "Let me tell you, this is the last time. I have no interest in protecting these little brats. You had better fulfill your promise and help me recover my past memories." He had come to the academy solely because of his amnesia, feeling as though he had lost someone profoundly significant. Thus, he sought the assistance of the telepathic professor, who had been uncooperative in aiding him to regain his lost memories. Leaving Wolverine disheartened, he spent his days drowning his sorrows in vodka, while passing the tedious hours devoid of combat. "Very well, I shall do so," Mystique replied, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Open the door for me, and I will assist you by tomorrow." Agreed. Under Russell's gaze, Wolverine Logan engaged in a brief conversation with Mystique, effortlessly dispelling his doubts without even inquiring about Russell's identity, and directly pushed open the grand doors of the school. He dared not linger. Propelling the wheelchair forward into the opulent interior, the academy was exceptionally luxurious, resembling a lavish castle steeped in affluence. Indeed, it was Charles's own estate. He was a genuine heir to immense wealth. Yet, Russell refrained from appreciating the beauty surrounding him, keeping his head lowered as he pushed the wheelchair, fearful that Wolverine Logan might discern something amiss. It was only after some time that he realized Logan's earlier demeanor had been quite peculiar. "Did you just utilize your abilities?" Russell remarked with unwavering certainty, astonished that your mutant power to mimic the professor had reached such depths that even Wolverine had been deceived. "The professor is formidable. His mental prowess can forcibly control anyone, even exercising mind suggestion and memory replication. If he were to take action personally, controlling a Wolverine would be a trivial matter. However, it was Mystique who had employed her mutant ability to mimic the professor. Her skill is imitation, not replication. Yet, she managed to deceive Wolverine. Wolverine is not a weakling. He has endured numerous life and death battles and has suffered greatly, yet he was still misled." This revelation left Russell astounded. Previously, it had all been speculation. But this was the first time Russell had directly witnessed the immense strength of Mystique's evolved abilities. Mystique's eyes were filled with nostalgia and longing. "No one understands him better than I do. Once, during her time of wandering, it was Charles who took her in. They had lived together, the closest of companions, their hearts in perfect harmony, only to eventually part ways due to differing beliefs and ideas, becoming adversaries." Mystique fell into silence. She unleashed her mental powers, precisely locating the new position of the cerebral wave amplifier. As they proceeded, to avoid any complications arising from their identities being discovered, she maintained her mental influence, subtly prompting those around to subconsciously disregard their presence. Thus, Mystique and Russell traversed the vast academy without attracting any attention from the mutant students. They made their way directly to the cerebral wave amplification chamber, where Beast Hank had installed a lock to prevent intruders, including a retinal scanner designed specifically for Mystique. Hank had upgraded this security measure following an earlier incident when Mystique had infiltrated the academy, causing a ruckus that nearly led to Magneto's success in his plans. The machine capable of transforming ordinary humans into mutants was terrifying. While it had its effects, the consequences were dire, leading to the genetic collapse and death of the transformed mutants. If it were to be directed at the leaders of various nations, resulting in their demise, the repercussions would be catastrophic. After that lesson, Hank diligently upgraded the protective systems within the academy, with the amplifier being of utmost importance. Yet, he still underestimated Mystique's abilities. The pupil recognition device he painstakingly set up was effortlessly bypassed by her with a mere blink. With a sudden clatter, Russell spotted the brainwave amplifier in the center of the room. He hurriedly urged Mystique forward, who was evidently more familiar with the helmet than he was. After some adjustments, she placed it directly upon her head. As the lights in the room dimmed instantaneously, countless luminous points emerged on the screens adorning the walls. White indicated ordinary humans, while red signified mutants. Russell stared in awe at the spectacle, observing the shifting glow of Mystique's helmet as the red dots on the wall flickered one after another. A realization dawned upon him. Ding! You are watching Mystique utilize the brainwave amplifier to locate mutants. You discover that mutants possess unique frequencies. Your insight deepens, and you have grasped the art of genetic sensing. Genetic sensing. You can sense mutants within a certain range, identifying their locations and levels. Chapter 12. Jean's astonishment. I have located Eric. Enhanced by the brainwave amplifier, Mystique swiftly filtered through the vast sea of humanity, pinpointing the essence of Magneto with remarkable precision. Finding him was a simple task. All she needed to do was seek out isolated mutants. Given humanity's wariness of Magneto, he would undoubtedly be confined alone, imprisoned underground, far from any mutants. This characteristic made her search effortless. She spotted him. Magneto lay within a glass chamber, eyes closed. Trapped in a cage, unable to touch anything, particularly anything metallic, and thus he could only pass the time in boredom. Mystique noted down his address while also observing the positions of the guards. In the face of her immense mental prowess, their concealed locations were utterly transparent, all etched into her memory. There were 33 guards visible, with 12 hidden in the shadows. It was uncertain whether they were on shifts, if they were. A nighttime rescue would yield a higher success rate. However, it mattered little. With a surge of determination, her face radiated confidence. She would take action, no longer the defenseless Mystique. Her mutant abilities had undergone evolution. Ordinary guards posed no threat to her now. Russell couldn't help but exhale in relief. After such a prolonged period of planning, he had finally reaped the fruits of his labor. If he could rescue Magneto, he would at least obtain a protective shield, granting him several years of developmental time. Though he might not evolve into a supreme intellect or a golden or bronze powerhouse, he could at least transform into a low-tier version of his homeland's champion. This was the foundation of his confidence, rooted in his extraordinary insight. It was time to leave swiftly. Russell spoke in a low voice, expressing a lack of joy despite the completion of their objective, for he was still entrenched within the enemy's stronghold, perpetually at risk of being discovered. I just examined the wiring in this room and noted the presence of surveillance equipment. Utilizing the cerebral wave amplifier would surely reveal our position, necessitating an expedited retreat. Mystique nodded in agreement, then directly removed the amplifier from her head, her gaze tinged with reluctance, for only those with formidable mental prowess could comprehend the instrument's immense potential. If the professor were a top-tier level 4 mutant, then with the aid of this cerebral wave amplifier, he would ascend to a level 5 mutant. In a mere thought, he could obliterate humanity, commandeer the consciousness of all individuals, and launch every nuclear warhead into the cosmos, orchestrating a celestial display. Yet, Mystique could only observe. This device was far too cumbersome to transport. And its true utility lay not in the helmet but in the entirety of the room, unless she could somehow carry the entire chamber away. Upon the professor's return to find the room stripped bare, he would surely be filled with a tempest of frustration, questioning whether this thief had once been part of a demolition crew. She set the amplifier down and then rose from her wheelchair. For this retreat, she resolved not to exit through the front door, but rather to take the back exit, adopting a different guise. However, before she could alter her appearance, the door of the cerebral wave amplifier swung open with a swift motion. Russell instinctively glanced over, only to find a tall woman clad in a sleek uniform standing at the threshold, her legs captivatingly sculpted, her voice resonantly elongated. Upon seeing her face, his heart sank. A silent alarm ringing in his mind, trouble had arrived. For the newcomer was none other than the most formidable presence within the Academy, the most powerful mutant, and the sole level 5 mutant in the world, Jean Grey. She was the only mutant to possess true level 5 capabilities, rather than mere potential. Her displays of power capable of cataclysmic destruction, effortlessly reducing opponents to dust. Additionally, she was the first to have directly eliminated the level 4 mutants, Professor and Apocalypse. Of course, Wolverine's victory over Jean did not count. It was evident that Russell was not alone in recognizing Jean's terror. Mystique, standing nearby, instinctively clenched her hands and lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jean's eyes. The mere sight of her conjured memories of the devastation Jean had wrought upon Apocalypse, a terrifying image that lingered in her mind. At that moment, Jean cradled a book in her right arm, oblivious to the tension between the two, instead lamenting, "Professor, Logan has truly gone too far. He was supposed to be on gate duty, yet he drank so excessively. Katie has been led astray by those rascals for at least 3 hours, and I cannot locate that troublesome group. Since you are here, Professor, could you please summon Katie and her miscreant friends back?" Jean's arrival was evidently unexpected. She had been in pursuit of the truants led by Katie, taking the opportunity to critique the slumbering gatekeeper Logan, who lay in a stupor, utterly unaware that students had escaped to skip class. However, she quickly sensed that something was amiss. A look of perplexity clouded her eyes as she observed the professor, who had risen to his feet. Alongside the unfamiliar figure of Russell, it dawned on her that there was indeed something peculiar. Instinctively, Jean inquired, "Professor, has Hank healed your leg?" The professor, who had been confined to a wheelchair, astonishingly stood upright, which explained the odd feeling she had sensed. Russell's heart raced in his throat as he cast a glance at Mystique, silently urging her not to falter at such a critical moment, for it could prove fatal. Fortunately, Mystique, seasoned by numerous trials, maintained her composure and nodded seriously. "Indeed, Hank has healed my leg, though it is still in the recovery phase. He advised me to move around a bit, given that my bones had been dormant for far too long." As she spoke, she wiggled her leg and began to dance a tango, her enchanting movements eliciting an involuntary laugh from Jean, who helplessly shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it is indeed a reason to celebrate. Oh, by the way, I will seek out Katie and the others. You should return to your teaching duties." "Very well. Once I find that mischievous lot, I shall give them a proper reprimand. How dare they skip my class? Jean harbored no doubts as she hurried away with her books in hand. Just as she departed, Russell exhaled a sigh of relief, fervently patting his chest. The tension of the moment had been overwhelming, far more so than any examination he had ever faced. His heart felt as though it might leap from his chest. Run! Startled by Jean's fright, Mystique dared not linger and dashed away even faster than Russell. However, she overlooked one crucial detail. She had forgotten to alter her appearance. Thus, within the academy, an absurd scene unfolded. A professor, once confined to a wheelchair, was now sprinting through the halls. The students gazed on in bewilderment, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Why does it feel so flamboyant? Almost feminine. Chapter 13. Women have those odd days meanwhile, as the students excitedly discussed the professor's flamboyant running style. Jean found herself engulfed in silence. Her eyes widened, and her expression gradually lost its composure, as if she were suppressing a torrent of uncontrollable emotions. With a furrowed brow, she asked, "Are you certain it was Hank who took the professor away, and that he left with Scott and the others?" "Yes, Miss Gray," the students replied. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, they immediately lowered their heads, swallowing nervously, shrinking back in their seats. Although Jean possessed an admirable physique, her temper was notoriously fierce. Their academy boasted a combat simulator capable of virtually reenacting past battles, including Jean's own, whose cataclysmic scenes left every student trembling. As they looked at the scowling Jean, an overwhelming sense of dread filled the room. It felt as though the tyrant had returned. Indeed, in the next moment, an immense aura spread throughout the entire floor, causing the very walls of the teaching building to tremble, as if a terrifying phoenix's cry echoed through the skies. For miles around, both humans and animals quaked in fear. Jean had unleashed her wrath. She recalled the professor who had walked in the brainwave amplifier room moments ago. That man was unmistakably a fraud. She had been deceived. She fell prey to a rather base and clumsy charlatan who had clearly exposed his own flaws. It felt akin to laboriously saving for a decade, only to receive a phone call from someone claiming to be Qin Shi Huang, asking for sponsorship to resurrect him so he could reclaim his empire, promising to elevate you to royalty thereafter. Such a pathetic lie, and yet she had believed it, had sent money, and even rallied her relatives and friends to contribute. This left Jean in a state of sheer frustration. The overwhelming surge of psychic energy radiated throughout the academy as she sought to uncover the audacious scammer. Yet, she found nothing. Mystique and Russell had already fled. All Jean could do was fume. The tumultuous energy wave stirred Wolverine from his deep slumber. "Groggy," he muttered. "Whose dog is barking so loudly?" Turning over, he resumed his peaceful sleep. Having ascertained there was no danger, his bottle of liquor was his witness. However, Wolverine's blissful dreams were short-lived, as he was soon roused again by the arrival of the supersonic aircraft. The deceived professor had returned. The moment he stepped back onto campus, he employed his telepathic abilities to gauge the state of everyone around him, discovering that all were present and in good health, which alleviated his concerns. Yet, a perplexed expression crossed his face. "Jean, what troubles you? Why do you seem so irritable?" Jean's psychic energy swirled restlessly, more vibrant than during any battle. She quickly replied, "Professor, your singing and dancing are quite commendable, but perhaps refrain from dancing next time." The professor, bewildered by Jean's inexplicable ire and cryptic words, glanced at his immobile legs. Indeed, he could dance, but that was decades ago. What was Jean implying? Women do have their moments of irritability. The professor maintained a calm demeanor, as he was guided to his office by Hank while discussing and analyzing the situation. "Hank, someone deliberately sent us that paper under the guise of the Research Institute, luring us in without a meeting. Is this merely a ruse, or do you think they intend to distract us?" Hank found the situation equally perplexing, uncertain of the motives behind such antics, sensing it was akin to a joke at their expense. However, they had reviewed the paper, and the future prospects it presented were immense. There was indeed substance to it, if the procedures outlined in that paper were followed. The potential for researching gene evolution and directed cultivation seemed plausible. "I believe this isn't a jest. If it were, I would hope for more such pranks. The more, the better. With a few more occurrences, mutants might just have the chance to ascend to godhood." The professor wholeheartedly agreed and wished to discuss the detailed follow-up of the paper on gene evolution with Hank. However, unexpectedly, a student approached with a grin, exclaiming, "Professor, your running posture is quite enchanting. You run beautifully." The professor? Hank? The X-Men team? The expressions of those present were peculiar. It was astonishing that someone would comment on the running style of a professor in a wheelchair. Hank had already begun to contemplate adding a regulation prohibiting such remarks in the presence of the professor, with the consequence of being cradled by Logan for a night if the rule was violated. The professor, possessing a gentle temperament, felt no anger. Instead, he responded with warmth, stating, "Mocking others' shortcomings is not a commendable habit. One must learn to accept and encourage. The student looked taken aback. What are you saying? I witnessed you running with your posteriors sticking out, twisting side to side. Is there some hidden quirk you wish to keep secret? Realization dawned on the student, who exchanged an understanding glance with the professor before retreating. However, after the professor's group had walked a short distance, they encountered another student, also with a curious expression. Professor, when did your legs get better? You should take it easy. Your running is rather ungraceful, akin to a woman. The professor, Hank, is there a problem? Storm interjected. I can't shake the feeling that they aren't intentionally mocking you. Professor, what do you think? Indeed, it was not. The professor could sense the goodwill in the student's intentions rather than mockery. Yet, this situation persisted. He inquired further, prompting the student to produce a video recorded on a camera, presenting it before the professor, Hank, and the X-Men team. The footage revealed Mystique, disguised as the professor, exhibiting an undeniably flamboyant running style, and eyesore. The men fell silent, while the women wept. The professor watched, inhaling deeply before calmly stating to Hank, the school prohibits the use of cameras, confiscated. What? When was such a regulation enacted? I just added it. No. After erasing his own embarrassing footage, Hank began to search through the Academy's recordings, quickly locating footage of Mystique and Russell entering through the main gate, as well as their encounter with Jean and subsequent escape. Damn it. Raven is back. What does she want this time? Is Magneto involved? Her appearances never bring good news. Hank slammed the table, feeling overwhelmed by the troubles Raven had brought. Each appearance heralded significant chaos, and he was growing weary of the disruptions to his previously peaceful life. However, the professor countered Hank's sentiment, asserting no. Her arrival is not bad news. It is, in fact, splendid news. He watched the surveillance footage showing Mystique entering the academy, with numerous students seemingly oblivious to her presence, as if they saw nothing at all. This ability, clearly a manifestation of telepathic power. How could Mystique possibly possess such mental prowess? The professor recalled the suddenly emerging paper, a gentle smile gracing his face. Hank, the gears of mutant destiny have begun to turn. Chapter 14. The Professor, I possess a second superpower. This time, Raven's arrival was not entirely bad news. On the contrary, I perceived a glimmer of hope for mutants. The professor wore a smile. Hank, standing beside him, seemed to grasp the implications, as he too thought of the paper he had encountered concerning genetic evolution. Both were acutely aware of the significance. However, the team of sentinels behind them found themselves bewildered. To them, Mystique's appearance heralded that something momentous was about to unfold, especially as she had infiltrated the academy, breaching the room housing the cerebral wave amplifiers. Clearly, something was amiss. Storm could not restrain her curiosity. Professor, have you discovered something? Examine the footage closely. Hank pointed to the surveillance video displaying Mystique and Russell swaggering into the academy. He analyzed for the Sentinel team. Do you see? This is the anomaly. Charles is greatly revered by the students within the academy. As he walks through the halls, not a single individual approaches him, not even a glance. Does that not strike you as peculiar? Humans cannot entirely control their actions. Often, muscle memory and reflexes dictate our responses. When an insect suddenly flies towards your eyes, you instinctively shut them or turn your head to evade it. When someone walks before you, your peripheral vision subconsciously acknowledges their presence. Yet, within the academy, amidst numerous students, not one person acknowledged the professor and Russell's presence, as though they were mere phantoms. This is the power of the mind, Cyclops asserted emphatically when Jean fought alongside us. She frequently employed this power to obscure our perceptions, rendering her undetectable. Mental prowess is indeed capricious. Even when the adversary stands right before you, your mind deliberately overlooks them, deceived by the powers of the psyche. With Cyclops' revelation, the entire Sentinel team began to comprehend the underlying issue. They distinctly remembered that Mystique lacked psychic abilities. Colossus could not help but scratch his scalp, feeling somewhat perplexed by the deduction process. So, she is not Mystique? But who else could transform into another's likeness and pass the ocular identification here? Yet, how could Mystique wield another's mutant abilities? That is utterly inconceivable. Professor, you are most familiar with Mystique. How do you believe she acquired your power? After their deliberation, the Sentinel team found themselves even more perplexed. After all, the majority of mutants possessed but a single ability, with only a few exhibiting two, and those abilities were typically innate. Yet, a being of Mystique's age had seemingly developed a second power? This was as absurd as the elderly neighbor, Mrs. Wong, giving birth to her third child at the age of 90. It was exceedingly outrageous. The professor smiled, passing around the remarkable article on genetic evolution that Hank had previously printed. The crowd gathered around, and after merely a glance, astonishment, incredulity, and disbelief etched across their faces. They had been mutants for decades, with profound knowledge of mutant genetics, particularly as the professor and Hank were esteemed experts in the field, standing at the pinnacle of genetic research globally. Yet, someone had presented such astonishing research data, capable of propelling genetic evolution far beyond their era. This prompted Cyclops to dismiss it outright. No, it was impossible. This was undoubtedly a fabrication, academic fraud. He might as well have been an elderly farmer, having toiled for 70 or 80 years to cultivate fertile land with a yield of 300 pounds per acre, only to be informed that a casual individual could effortlessly achieve a yield exceeding 1,000 pounds per acre. It was simply unfathomable. Even more absurd was the notion of an uneducated villager sharing intricate details about nuclear fusion, or a nation divulging core data on room temperature superconductors. The incredulity was beyond measure. Cyclops could not accept it. Yet, observing the expressions of the professor and Hank, and recalling their discussions regarding Mystique, a mature mutant who had developed an additional mutant ability, he was suddenly filled with a ridiculous sense of absurdity. Truly, it was real. It was utterly astounding. Not only Cyclops, but Storm and Colossus also wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Even Jean, leaning against the door, turned her head in disbelief at this revelation. As mutants, the prospect of adult mutants acquiring a second mutant ability was beyond description. It was akin to defying fate itself. Countless mutants possessed abilities that were simply too weak. Even the more powerful mutants yearned for additional abilities. If developed proficiently, the combination of two mutant abilities could exponentially enhance combat prowess. However, uncertainty loomed over whether this method of granting mutants a second ability posed any risks. Cyclops doused the excitement with cold water. Perhaps we were merely witnessing the fortunate survivors of success. This method might not be flawless and could harbor numerous dangers. This approach might predominantly apply to underage mutants at the Academy, and should any risks arise, it could potentially be more perilous than one might imagine. Scott. The professor's eyes sparkled with brilliance, oblivious to the moment he had taken his seat at the cerebral wave amplifier. An ominous mental force loomed over the globe. I had located Raven-S whereabouts, along with the sender of that paper, a remarkably young mutant. I perceived the unique aura enveloping him, an infinite potential rivaling that of Jean and Iceman. No wonder his thoughts were so unrestrained, for his inspiration stemmed from himself. Mystique had not merely developed a second mutant ability, rather, her power had evolved. It was not just her alone. I sensed that she was accompanied by another whose abilities had also undergone a transformation. They sought to rescue Magneto. That child must not fall into Magneto's hands. Magneto would lead him into perilous situations. He cannot perish, for he is the hope of all mutants. Bring him back to the Academy. Everyone was filled with trepidation. A mutant capable of evolving the powers of others was truly unprecedented. Hank furrowed his brow. Charles, this may prove difficult. The individual is evidently close to Raven, and he may not wish to join us. It matters not. I shall employ my extraordinary abilities. You intend to manipulate his thoughts with your telepathy? That would contravene your principles. No, the professor replied, revealing a confident smile. I shall utilize my other mutant ability. Everyone was puzzled. Professor, apart from telepathy, what other mutant power do you possess? I have wealth. Everyone gasped. Chapter 15. I wish to provide for your future. Indeed, wealth is a formidable superpower. The professor brimmed with confidence, for he believed that for a genius devoted to research, nothing could be more alluring than ample funding, unwavering support for his leadership, and access to the most advanced experimental equipment. Whatever Russell desired, the professor could provide. Even his modest estate spanning 10,000 acres could be gifted to Russell. Such were his thoughts, and such was his declaration. Utilizing the cerebral wave amplifier, the professor pinpointed Mystique's location and, under the guise of a passerby, promised Russell a staggering $1 billion in research funding, along with the world's foremost research apparatus. To support him in the exploration and practical application of the paper he authored on genetic evolution. $1 billion. And in U.S. dollars, no less. That is an immense sum. Maseratis, Ferraris, Bugattis, one could acquire hundreds of these top-tier luxury vehicles to languish in a garage, gathering dust. That is the opulence of wealth. Russell nearly succumbed to the professor's extraordinary capabilities, even musing whether it was feasible to call the professor father in that moment. Mystique, however, wore a scowl. Internally, she lamented her miscalculation. She had not anticipated the professor's swift return, nor his rapid discovery of her concealed identity, and how he would adeptly use the cerebral wave amplifier to trace her whereabouts, ultimately leading him to Russell. She cursed silently. Charles, you shameless old man. To think you would resort to that wicked, filthy money to entice my little Hakimi. Dream on, Charles. Mystique scoffed, fully aware that the professor's intentions were for Russell. Yet, what of it? The moment Russell fell under the professor's influence, yet another docile wolf would emerge among the mutants, rather than a ferocious tiger. The professor's kindness was his flaw. What mutants truly required was a resolute leader. Only a strong and formidable figure could alter their fate. She had already resolved to rescue Magneto. In her heart, she was utterly convinced that he would nurture Russell, shaping him into the next formidable leader of their kind. Transforming her appearance, Mystique took on the guise of the professor. The pedestrian under the professor's control sensed her intentions, his tone shifting to an urgent yet gentle plea. Please wait for me. I shall be with you shortly. Child, do not chase after power too fervently. Oppression and hatred cannot resolve conflict. The doors of the academy will always be open to you. Yet, the pedestrian's words were abruptly interrupted. Mystique pointed her finger to her own temple, mimicking the professor's mental prowess, forcibly extracting him from the pedestrian's consciousness. Although her power paled in comparison to the professor's, she had the advantage of proximity. The professor relied on a cerebral wave amplifier for long-distance communication, capable of controlling ordinary minds, but against a telepath, he was at a disadvantage. Unable to withstand her forceful ejection, the pedestrian appeared bewildered, as if he had forgotten something vital, and then shook his head and departed. Mystique huffed indignantly, her irritation mounting as she turned to see Russell deep in thought, his small eyes darting about, clearly pondering something. She reached out her small finger, expertly pinching Russell's ear and twisting it. Ouch! What are you doing? You ungrateful little brat. The moment you heard Charles would grant you $1 billion, you began to waver. Planning to abandon me. I saved your life, you know? That's $1 billion. Russell retorted. Besides, even if you hadn't rescued me, I would have found a way to escape. It would just be a bit troublesome. Humph. Mystique chose not to argue. After spending 2 days with Russell, she had sensed his intelligence, coupled with his remarkable mutant abilities. The base could not confine him. He merely needed to apply a bit more thought and strategy. Realizing her current approach was futile, Mystique swiftly altered her strategy, transforming into the most alluring and stunning movie star imaginable. She leaned closer, one hand pressing against the back of Russell's head, as if intent on smothering him in her overwhelming allure. Her voice dripped with seduction. Darling, can you truly bear to forsake your sister? Her movements were enticing, her figure striking, her tone reminiscent of a playful kitten, undeniably captivating. Any man would be entranced. However, Russell was merely a boy, showing no reaction, his face etched with disdain. Ugh, Mystique, you old hag, stop acting like a seductress. That's $1 billion we're talking about. $1 billion that could last a lifetime. Do you really think you can compete with that? Originally, you did not prefer those of advanced age, but younger ones are also acceptable. As soon as the words fell, the formidable figure of Justice vanished, replaced by a petite and endearing young girl. With tear-filled, wide-set eyes, she gazed earnestly at Russell, her face radiating a sense of grievance. Brother, do you not love me anymore? Russell replied, if before you stood a tiny, adorable girl who could act as she pleased without fear of repercussion, would you find joy in that? Of course not, for I still desire $10 billion. Humph, you little brat. The shapeshifter reverted to her original form, her lips curling in disdain. Only someone like you, devoid of any hair, would settle for such paltry sums. That is not merely a trifle, it is $10 billion. And in U.S. dollars. Russell reiterated. This only heightened the shapeshifter's mocking smirk. As she drove, adopting a serious demeanor, she stated, join me in rescuing Magneto. Once he is freed, whatever sum you desire will be yours. Are you certain? Doubt clouded Russell's eyes. Magneto had been imprisoned for so long. Surely, his wealth had been confiscated by now. Indeed, Magneto was penniless, but fortune favored him. He often encountered aircraft that fortuitously fell from the sky, ships that inadvertently capsized on the ocean's surface, and submarines that accidentally touched the ocean floor. Such treasures seemed rather valuable. The shapeshifter's expression remained unperturbed. Alas, those capitalists are truly despicable, always cutting corners on these matters, leading to a heightened risk of mishaps. Trouble seems to arise with alarming frequency. Those vile capitalists indeed. Russell's mind was awash with incredulity. Are you certain this is mere happenstance? Goodness. Rogue. No wonder Magneto is the world's most wanted criminal, the foremost terrorist. Just look at the misdeeds you engage in. Even bank robbers would weep. Ah, by the way, how much does an airplane cost? How much for a ship? What is the value of a nuclear submarine? As Russell pondered these figures, a sly smile crept upon his face. Mother, if you do not mind, I wish to provide for your retirement. Chapter 16. The neighbor, Old Wong Charles. We must act swiftly. Although Charles has realized we have infiltrated the academy, they remain unaware of our intentions. Should they discover we aim to rescue Magneto, they will undoubtedly attempt to thwart us. The shapeshifter's gaze turned towards Russell, filled with astonishment. Her intrusion into the academy was a trivial matter. What genuinely elicited Charles's reaction was this remarkable young lad before her. His talent was truly formidable. At such a tender age, he had already penned a groundbreaking thesis on genetic evolution that could influence the trajectory of mutants. His intellect surpassed that of the average individual by leaps and bounds. It is worth noting that some mutants, due to their abilities, experience enhanced brain development, becoming exceptionally knowledgeable. For instance, there is the professor, endowed with telepathic powers, and Jean, who possesses similar gifts. For instance, Hank, possessing a physique akin to that of a beast. yet endowed with a mind that transcends that of any creature. These individuals are indeed exceptional. However, their intellect and erudition pale in comparison to that of Russell. Particularly noteworthy is his ability to enhance the powers of other mutants, which immediately evokes memories of a certain man, Apocalypse, as a benefactor of power evolution. Mystique is acutely aware of the implications of such an ability. Her prior mutant power merely allowed her to imitate, and to put it bluntly, her combat prowess was a mere 5. However, following the evolution of her abilities, which enables her to replicate the powers of others, her combat capacity has skyrocketed to an astounding 500, and with the further unlocking of her abilities, it could even reach 5,000. This is not merely a monumental shift. Little one, you have no idea how many hearts you will captivate in the future, Mystique murmured, already sensing the trajectory of Russell's destiny. This awareness intensified her urgency. She must rescue Magneto swiftly. She could not allow the professor to take Russell away. This young boy must become the eagle of mutants, not a timid rabbit seeking collaboration with humans. Without hesitation, Mystique altered the vehicle's course, choosing to head towards the detention facility to liberate Magneto. Initially, she had no intention of doing so, as the base was heavily guarded with real firearms, an array of heavy weaponry, and even missiles. Any misstep could lead to rapid retribution. The risk was considerable. Thus, she had planned to leave Russell at a temporary base, where the likes of Light and other mutants could safeguard him. However, the professor's watchful gaze instilled a sense of peril within Mystique. She was unwilling to toil for her gains only to have Charles, the neighbor, pilfer her home. That would be far more distressing than betrayal. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing ahead with exhilarating speed, engaging in a thrill akin to a high-octane escapade. Meanwhile, the professor was sharing his findings with the group. When Hank and the X-Men learned of Russell's existence, age, and his extraordinary mutant abilities, they were engulfed in profound astonishment. Cyclops could not help but question the veracity of the situation. Not only was there no fabrication in the experiments, but the data was authentic. And it was indeed an 8-year-old child conducting the experiments? The notion was unfathomable, igniting a tempest of thoughts within him. Imagine a villager, uneducated, imparting the technology of nuclear fusion, yet it was genuine. It felt utterly absurd, a glimpse into an unreal world. Is he truly only 8 years old? That is simply terrifying. I recall the professor mentioning that age is a determinant of the strength of mutant abilities. If a child of such tender years can facilitate Mystique's power evolution, what might happen if he were to grow older? Magneto, Logan, and Iceman engaged in analysis, yet the more they deliberated, the more they felt a chill of dread. The very essence of Magneto's powers was already formidable. Each appearance is as terrifying as the end of the world, should his abilities undergo further evolution. An image involuntarily surfaces in the minds of the onlookers. Magneto, uninterested in dialogue, casually hurls 100,000 tons of building debris your way. Besides this, Iceman cannot help but glance at the man standing at the doorway, Logan, the Wolverine. Originally, Logan found it challenging to retaliate against Magneto, and facing the evolved version, he would likely stand no chance at all. In this instance, Logan suffers a significant setback. Logan, feeling frustrated, shakes his head in disbelief. Are the youngsters of this new era truly this formidable? Have they no intention of treating me, an ancient relic of the past, as a fellow being? He harbors a sense of regret. If only he had not dozed off when Mystique and Russell entered the academy. Perhaps his keen senses would have detected the peculiar energy emanating from Russell. Alas, in his vexation, Logan extends his right hand, and with a swift motion, a gleaming silver adamantium claw emerges, shattering a nearby bottle into fragments, venting his frustration over the counterfeit liquor. He swears never to indulge in the $2 vodka imported from the East again. What a dreadful experience. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd and Logan's discontent, Jean expresses her bewilderment. I have met him before, yet I sensed nothing unusual about him. Can he truly enhance others' mutant abilities? Upon uttering this, the room falls into a heavy silence, all eyes fixated on Jean. You, a level 5 mutant, wish to evolve? Are you not concerned for our welfare? Coughing softly, Hank interjects, perhaps the little one is simply too young. Jean, do not rush. When he grows older, it might be your turn. You could attempt to. He ponders briefly and finally conjures a fitting term. You could try to cultivate. Hank feels satisfied with his word choice, yet he is met with collective eye rolls. Embarrassed, he clears his throat and lowers his gaze to manipulate the cerebral wave amplifier, attempting to shift the topic. Raven is unaware that I have upgraded the amplifier's technology, adding a recording feature to document any user data. Let me see what she has been up to. This address seems familiar. Oh no. Hank's expression darkens as he looks up. The professor appears to be prepared, explaining, Raven, I understand her perspective. She has witnessed too many tragic mutants. She does not wish to align with humanity. She believes in mutant supremacy, which is also why we once parted ways, even becoming adversaries. Now, she harbors new hope. She will not allow that child to join us. yet she does not wish for the child to fall into human hands. Therefore, Raven will seek a powerful ally to protect and educate him. There is only one such person. The professor and Hank exchange knowing glances, simultaneously voicing a name that sends a chill through the hearts of everyone in the room. Magneto. Chapter 17. Magneto. Ha ha ha. The professor and Hank had fully discerned Mystique's intentions, yet they were ultimately a step too late. For Mystique had already brought Russell to the facility where Magneto was imprisoned. This underground base, constructed entirely from shape-shifting materials, contained no metal whatsoever. The external defenses were heavily fortified, designed specifically to thwart any attempts by the Brotherhood of Mutants to rescue Magneto. However, today, this heavily guarded subterranean stronghold welcomed an intruder. Russell guided Mystique forward, and the guards stationed at the outer perimeter seemed oblivious to their presence, allowing them to advance unimpeded. Step by step, when they reached the main gate, it was time for Russell to showcase his abilities. He placed his hand upon it, and the once tightly interlocked lock mechanism became ethereal, as if it had ceased to exist, allowing the door to be effortlessly pushed open. Are you excited? Mystique suddenly posed a question. For someone of your generation of mutants, it seems you have never encountered Eric. Are you familiar with him? Russell pondered for a moment. In terms of understanding Magneto, he could claim to be the most knowledgeable person in the world regarding him. Yet, when it came to actual documentation, he realized he had never seen any records related to Magneto. After all, Magneto's actions were exceedingly radical. He sought to alter the genetic makeup of the leaders of major nations, intending to change their races. If successful, it would undoubtedly be the largest act of terrorism in history. Even if it failed, it would still rank as the most significant terrorist attack ever. He countered with a question. What are you implying? Is the legendary Magneto an exceedingly cruel tyrant? If you are human, he is a tyrant. If you are a mutant, he is the greatest of leaders. Mystique seemed to recall something, perhaps reminiscing about the past. She took a deep breath, then raised her hand, prompting the guard at the entrance to stand up and personally open the final door. As that door swung open, Magneto, confined within his glass prison, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Dressed in a white prison uniform, his hands resting peacefully on his abdomen, he appeared remarkably calm. Having spent so long in this dark confinement, his mental state remained surprisingly stable, an astonishing feat upon recognizing the professor. Magneto's expression remained unchanged, for since his imprisonment, the professor, an old friend, had frequently visited him, often engaging in games of glass chess. He assumed today would be no different. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The professor placed his finger to his forehead, and the nearby guard immediately pressed a button, causing a glass corridor to slowly extend towards Magneto's glass cell. What are you doing, Charles? Magneto rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently upon the professor seated in the wheelchair, an expression of amusement dancing in his eyes. It appeared that remarkable events had recently transpired outside, and he distinctly recalled the professor's aversion to coercively directing others in such matters. The professor was the most formidable telepath in existence, yet he seldom employed his powers to manipulate others. Indeed, Mystique replied, which took Russell by surprise. He had anticipated that she would directly acknowledge her identity and promptly rescue Magneto, but instead, she appeared to be playing a riddle, seemingly toying with him. Russell pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to remain silent and observe, recognizing his position as an inferior. The enmity between these two was theirs alone. With a triumphant smile, Mystique addressed Eric. Do you recall that machine you left behind? The one you envisioned to transform humanity into mutants? Of course. Magneto seemed to sense something amiss, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You wish for me to divulge how that machine was conceived? Even though it ultimately failed, it remains a source of pride for me, as it represented a monumental leap towards transforming humanity into mutants, albeit briefly. No, Mystique replied with a gleam of satisfaction. I have come to inform you of my success. I have modified your failed machine, and I accomplished what you could not. Magneto's expression darkened. The notion of his friend's triumph weighed heavier upon him than his own failure. Russell could distinctly perceive the gritted teeth of Magneto, causing a chill to creep down his spine. Mystique, dear sister, do you fully grasp the peril you are courting? We are both doomed. In the next moment, he witnessed Magneto's face returning to calm, only to see his hand extend, causing a flurry of coins to erupt from Russell's pockets. The coins spun rapidly in midair, creating visible phantoms, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound that echoed through the atmosphere, a sound of explosive velocity. What was most perilous was that these coins, like serpents, coiled around Mystique and Russell's necks, and they harbored no doubt about the lethal sharpness of the spinning coins. At such speeds, even a thin sheet of paper could effortlessly slice through steel, and a delicate stream of water could carve through even the hardest diamond. These coins, spinning at an extreme velocity, needed only to graze their bodies to claim their lives. The once smiling Mystique found her grin extinguished, her expression turned grave. She was not the true professor and could not exert control over Magneto. Even the genuine professor, were he present, which struggled to restrain Magneto before he reacted to the perilous coins encircling them. "We're finished." Mystique shot Russell a resentful glance. "You traitor. Why did you carry those coins?" Russell could only respond with an awkward smile. After all, their primary objective was to rescue Magneto, which is why they had a handful of coins on hand, intended to serve as their weapons during the mission. Little did they anticipate Mystique's sudden act of mischief aimed at Magneto. Consequently, the coins originally meant for his liberation transformed into harbingers of doom for the two of them. Their smiles faded, shifting instead to Magneto's face, who beamed with delight. With a mere flick of his finger, several coins began to spin before him, shattering the reinforced, bulletproof glass prison that had confined him for an indeterminate number of days. He stepped forth from his captivity, advancing slowly toward Mystique. With arms crossed and a condescending gaze, he looked down upon both her and Russell, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Charles, you were just laughing so heartily. Come now, keep laughing. Let us hear another one." Chapter 18. The King of Crashes observing the mocking glint in Magneto's eyes. Mystique could only sigh, transforming her appearance back to her original form, her blue skin complemented by her distinctive red hair. Magneto paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet it made sense to him. From the outset, he had sensed something was amiss with his dear friend, the Professor. His first instinct had been to suspect Mystique. However, it was her use of psychic abilities that had left Magneto in a state of confusion, as she was incapable of wielding the powers of others. Before Magneto could voice his inquiry, a nearby guard, released from mental control, was struck by the sudden appearance of Mystique and Russell, as well as the emerging Magneto. His expression transformed dramatically, and without hesitation, he pressed a button and reached for a transparent plastic gun holstered at his waist. Clearly, he was well trained, with an exceptionally swift reaction time. Yet, this would prove to be his undoing. Before Magneto could act, Mystique morphed once again, this time not into the Professor, but into Magneto himself. The two Magnetos stood face to face, eerily identical. Even Magneto's wife would likely be bewildered, unable to distinguish between them unless she engaged with their respective powers. Seeing Mystique in disguise, Magneto's eyes widened slightly, intrigued by her every movement, as if struck by an idea. Indeed, the next moment, Mystique raised her right arm, aiming at the guard who was reaching for his weapon. The coins that had been swirling around her suddenly flew forth like arrows from the bow of death. They pierced through the guard's body, blood gushing forth from his back. He was utterly oblivious to what had transpired, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed, meeting his demise. Immediately thereafter, Mystique twirled her fingers, and one of the coins spun gracefully in midair, returning to her palm like a swallow's returning to its nest, before gently settling down. The coin's surface was smooth and unadorned, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern that it was a lethal weapon capable of taking a life with ease. Even if Conan were present, it would remain an unsolved mystery after 1,000 episodes. Raven, I never anticipated the extent of your mutant abilities. Although Magneto had long suspected, witnessing it firsthand still stirred something profound within him. Had he not seen it for himself, he might have dismissed it as mere fabrication, a falsehood concocted by others. To speak candidly, if someone had informed him that Mystique could not only assume the appearance of others but also wield their mutant powers, Magneto would have scoffed disdainfully and categorically rejected such claims as mere nonsense. Don't think that just because I am imprisoned, I will be inundated with false information. I am not some fool. Mystique reverted to her original form, placing her hand upon Russell's shoulder, her expression grave as she spoke. This little one is the reason I ventured forth to rescue you, and without his assistance, I could not have succeeded. The once mighty Brotherhood of Mutants had failed countless times to rescue Magneto, underscoring the monumental difficulty of such endeavors. Eric, you could hardly guess the nature of this young one's powers. He possesses the ability to evolve the abilities of other mutants, an evolution that transcends levels. Magneto was instantly taken aback, disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Russell. As a former leader of mutants, he understood all too well what this power signified for their kind. Yet, he could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, like Apocalypse? Perhaps in terms of potential, he could be even more formidable. Apocalypse could unlock latent abilities within mutants, but Russell, in addition to aiding others in evolving their powers, possessed an exceptionally intelligent mind. And he was still young, an undeniable advantage. For an emperor, a wise and powerful young prince was far from an unwelcome prospect. Rather, he was a beacon of hope. A gentle smile graced Magneto's lips as he placed his hand upon Russell's head, his touch tender, as if he were caressing his own child. He envisioned a luminous future. Yet, in an instant, his gaze hardened. Raven, how many are aware of this matter? I rescued him from a human facility, apart from a few mutants. The humans there might possess his file. By the way, to locate you, I had to infiltrate the academy. Despite my caution, Charles still managed to uncover my presence. Mystique remarked deliberately, Charles is quite the affluent individual, willing to invest billions to assist young Russell in experimental research and the development of his abilities. Eric, you seem quite impoverished. Perhaps we should send him to the academy, so he may enjoy the life of a wealthy heir. Her teasing elicited no response from the aloof Magneto, whose expression turned icy as he regarded Russell with a hint of pity. He was haunted by Mystique's revelation that Russell had been rescued from a human experimentation facility, a reminder of his own harrowing childhood within the Nazi base. Due to his mutant abilities, the tragic death of his mother occurred at that base, where he undoubtedly endured great suffering. Faced with Magneto, Russell attempted to feign strength. Yet memories of the 40 days spent in a dark, oppressive cell flooded back, treated like livestock, subjected to experimentation, and the suffocating despair he felt before his demise. To claim he was strong would be a falsehood. He unabashedly expressed his inner rage. I have not lived well. I have suffered greatly. Child, this too shall pass. Magneto reassured him. I shall aid you in vanquishing them, cleansing your past anguish with their blood. No one shall reign over us mutants, trampling upon our existence. We are the true deities of this world. As he spoke, Magneto spread his arms wide. Russell felt the ground tremble beneath him. The ceiling fracturing as the very location they occupied began to ascend. He was leaving the underground base, the massive foundation lifting them into the air. Peering down, he beheld the chaotic scene of the vast facility below, where the guards, previously ensnared by Mystique's psychic manipulation, had awakened. Hundreds emerged from every corner, armed and ready. This elite force, if coordinated properly, could withstand an ancient army of thousands. With merely a glance, Magneto caused the entire structure to disintegrate, collapsing rapidly towards the earth. As the elite squad was inexorably drawn into the rubble, as if devoured by an invisible maw. In mere moments, a once mighty military base was reduced to a tomb. Russell's heart surged with exhilaration. This was the power of the venerable Magneto. This was the might of mutants. Suddenly, Magneto appeared contemplative, then turned, extending his right hand towards the blue sky and white clouds, clenching it momentarily before making a dismissive gesture, as if discarding refuse. Russell gazed intently, but saw nothing. Magneto smirked, offering an explanation. Those fellows at the academy remain as careless as ever. Their piloting skills leave much to be desired. Look, they've crashed again. Russell replied with a chuckle. Do you think I believe that? Chapter 19. The path of national cultivation. Just as every realm possesses its distinct anomalies, the Marvel Universe has its own infamous Crash King. They do not battle beasts. Rather, they belong to the S.W.O.R.D. team, piloting supersonic aircraft. These jets boast unparalleled performance, yet they invariably encounter mishaps, carelessly plummeting from the sky. Russell comprehended that it was the S.W.O.R.D. team dispatched by the professor to retrieve him, hoping to welcome him into the academy. It was likely that the professor himself had come, should he choose to return. As the professor had said, the doors of the academy would always be open to him. Yet, Russell did not turn back, for Mystique had saved his life. And Magneto was willing to assist him in his quest for vengeance. Those two conditions were all that mattered. Russell felt that even if the future was fraught with various storms and tribulations, devoid of the comfort and safety of the academy, it mattered little. He embraced a mindset centered around gratitude, dismissing the notion of a romantic obsession. Magneto, however, was reluctant to encounter the professor, as he harbored a profound apprehension of the professor's formidable psychic powers. His helmet, which could shield him from such psychic abilities, had mysteriously vanished during his capture. To reclaim his former prowess, he needed to forge another helmet. Otherwise, the professor would teach him a lesson in humility. Magneto swiftly departed with Mystique and Russell aboard the base's aircraft. They soared at great speed, collecting light and other mutants along the way, without pausing. Destined for a more distant stronghold, the former haven of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Once a vibrant sanctuary, it had succumbed to the relentless onslaught of mercenaries from various nations. Now reduced to desolation and abandonment. As Magneto surveyed the ruins, his expression remained remarkably composed. He turned to Mystique, inquiring about the whereabouts of their comrades. Some fled. Others were captured, and some met their demise, Mystique replied. She had previously communicated with the remnants of the Brotherhood, but gradually lost contact. This was due to the emergence of a mysterious mutant force pursuing them, relentlessly hunting and besieging their ranks. They seemed to possess psychic abilities as well, leaving them with no secrets to safeguard, forcing a desperate retreat. Mystique shook her head, visibly shaken, clearly having suffered under the grip of this enigmatic power. In contrast, Russell narrowed his eyes at the mention of this mysterious adversary, instantly recalling a certain menace, Stryker. This individual, devoid of any mutant abilities, was notably ruthless, cruelly manipulating his own son, Jason, extracting his brain's secretions to control other mutants. Wolverine had been toyed with, willingly undergoing the transformation with adamantium, nearly becoming a weapon in Stryker's arsenal. The loquacious and unruly Deadpool had also been silenced by Stryker. He had launched an assault on the Academy, reducing it to rubble. Ultimately, he controlled Jason, compelling him to cast illusions that nearly led the professor to annihilate all mutants using a brainwave amplifier. Such a man could not be underestimated. Russell's suspicions were well-founded, as he vividly recalled that Magneto's former lieutenant, Sabretooth, was now under Stryker's command. If Stryker was not the mysterious force, who could possibly believe it? Yet, Magneto remained unaware of these connections. He merely stated, "You will seek out the locations of the facilities imprisoning mutants. I shall ensure they pay a bloody price." As he spoke, he clenched his fist towards the ruins. The ground trembled, countless fragments swirling in the air, as the once thriving base rose once more. Undergoing demolition and reconstruction, Magneto's forte. He was, indeed, experienced. Thus, Russell found himself with his first home in this alternate world. Moreover, it is an exceedingly luxurious estate, albeit somewhat desolate. Tossing and turning in bed, no matter how much I rolled, I could not tumble off. Who among the family understands this? The eldest sibling worked tirelessly, directly leading me to ascend from a vocational degree to a bachelor's, ultimately becoming a millionaire. Russell indulged in the pleasures brought forth by the nefarious capitalistic wealth for several days, and indeed, as Mystique remarked, Magneto lacks not for riches. It could even be said that many willingly offer him their money. He simply stands there, requiring no effort. His mere name invokes trepidation, drawing followers who eagerly pledge their allegiance. At least Russell observed that the number of mutants within the base was steadily increasing, apart from a portion rescued by Magneto. The remainder had come seeking refuge upon hearing his name. After all, in this society, mutants occupy a woefully low status. After 2 days of enjoyment, Russell commenced his practice of gene evolution, voraciously consuming food to enhance his genetic makeup. His mutant abilities grew remarkably potent, advancing at an astonishing rate compared to other mutants. Yet, Russell still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He perceived the pace as too slow, particularly after witnessing the cataclysmic power wielded by Magneto with merely a gesture. The diversity of mutant abilities is indeed peculiar, generally categorized into warrior types and mage types. Warrior types necessitate physical strength, while mage types require formidable mental prowess and robust mutant genes. My mutant ability has already embraced the gene evolution method, with methodical training. It is only a matter of time before I evolve to a significantly powerful state. However, the passage of time is excruciatingly slow. Take Iceman Bobby, also an Omega-level mutant. His future gleams with promise. Should he fully develop his abilities, he could even freeze space and time. Yet, he ultimately failed to achieve this, meeting his demise at the hands of a Sentinel. Not only him, but even the future Magneto and Professor were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Sentinels. For they had aged. Their genes were powerful, yet they remained mere mortals, not transcending into true paragons of power. If the physical form were to be honed to perfection, it would extend one's lifespan, yet this requires an immense amount of energy. After 4 months of practicing gene evolution, I could manage only a superficial enhancement of my genes 3 times. The limited food supply within the confines proved inadequate, affirming that the energy from sustenance was insufficient. Where then could one find boundless, immeasurable energy? As Russell's mind raced, a sudden epiphany struck. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens. There, in the sky, the blazing sun radiated its brilliance, illuminating the entire expanse, rendering it impossible for anyone to truly gaze upon it. It was domineering. Its energy was inexhaustible. Even possessing but a billionth of its power would suffice to elevate one to the status of a deity on Earth. As you gaze upon the sun, you reflect on its boundless energy, evoking thoughts of the solar progeny, Superman. With your extraordinary insight, you grasp the essence of the solar breathing technique. This method allows ordinary individuals to absorb solar energy through a unique breathing frequency, thereby augmenting their physical prowess, granting them superhuman strength, extraordinary stamina, enhanced vision, and acute hearing. Being the architect of this breathing technique, you swiftly comprehend its intricacies. With relentless practice, one could effortlessly attain a strength of several tons, possessing the ability to demolish a building with a mere gesture. Yet, a profound sense of disappointment envelopes you. You christen the solar breathing technique as the patriotic cultivation method. Chapter 20. Flesh and blood are fleeting. Ascension through machinery. Russell finds himself unsatisfied. Although the solar breathing technique he has devised can channel the sun's energy, eventually transforming ordinary people into beings of terrifying strength, it pales in comparison to his vision of soaring through the heavens, traversing the cosmos, where even the act of breathing conjures tempests capable of shifting continents, or even the earth itself. This hardly qualifies as superhuman. At best, it merely elevates one to the status of the patriotic cultivator. Are patriotic cultivators formidable? Indeed. In the eyes of ordinary folk, they are akin to nightmares, wielding unbridled power, capable of wreaking havoc with impunity. Yet, if placed within the realm of mutants, one would hardly dare to call them patriotic. Instead, they would merely be junior patriotic. For Magneto would impart lessons on humility. In the presence of Magneto, who can manipulate colossal structures with ease, the patriotic cultivator is not much different from an ordinary person, merely leaping a bit farther or flying. Although Russell feels a deep sense of discontent, he is powerless to alter his circumstances. Perhaps, as Mystique suggested, his youth restricts him from devising a cultivation technique more potent than the patriotic cultivation method. Each attempt at extrapolation leaves him mentally drained, his mind a blank slate. Blood trickling from his nose. He has reached his limits. Russell must resign himself to diligent practice, spending sunlit days lying on rooftops, absorbing sunlight while earnestly refining the patriotic cultivation method to strengthen his body and enhance his power. By night, he indulges in copious feasts, drawing energy from his food to fuel his genetic cultivation method, intensifying his mutant abilities. He becomes increasingly enamored with the exhilarating sensation of power enhancement, akin to progressing in a game, where he can distinctly perceive his growing abilities and the trajectory of his evolution. This immediate feedback from his efforts is utterly captivating. Russell transforms into the most fervent overachiever within the Brotherhood of Mutants, though others remain oblivious, only perceiving the explosive growth of his power, which leaves them in awe. His prowess swiftly outstrips theirs. Before long, the entire Brotherhood is aware of Russell's burgeoning reputation, convinced he is likely an Omega-level mutant. Though the nature of his abilities remains a mystery, Mystique, along with the likes of Blink and the original batch of mutants, had been silenced by Magneto. Until Russell acquired the ability to protect himself, no one was permitted to divulge the nature of his mutant powers. Thus, Russell's abilities remained shrouded in mystery, rendering him an enigma and an unapproachable figure within the Brotherhood of Mutants. He initially believed that this tranquil existence would endure for a while. Yet it became abundantly clear that this notion was merely a figment of his imagination. There will always be those who seek to stir unrest. This time, however, it was not Magneto, but rather Stryker. Russell caught sight of the news on television, a sensational headline that read, "President assassinated." The previous president had met a similarly grim fate, and now the current one narrowly escaped the same destiny, sustaining injuries that resembled the blossoming of a peach blossom on his neck. He had been targeted by a mutant assassin. A mutant capable of teleportation evaded all security measures before appearing directly before the president, nearly claiming his life. This revelation was both real and explosive, sending shockwaves throughout the media as outlets clamored to report and share this astonishing news. Initially, Russell had intended merely to be an observer, knowing full well that Stryker was behind the incident, aiming to incite a war between humans and mutants, using the assassination as a pretext to launch an assault on the Academy. However, he soon realized that this unfolding drama had ensnared him as well. Reports from journalists indicated that the mastermind behind the assassination was none other than the infamous terrorist Magneto, who had recently escaped from prison. Magneto was purportedly seeking revenge against humanity for its transgressions against mutants. The president had vowed to represent humanity in this struggle, declaring that he would never yield to any terrorist, and had resolved to wage war against Magneto. Thus, the conflict between humanity and Magneto had commenced. Russell's mind buzzed as he absorbed this news. He could scarcely believe that just days ago, everything had seemed fine, only for Magneto to be suddenly implicated as the orchestrator of the assassination, with the Brotherhood of Mutants now becoming the target of retribution. He had transitioned from a passive observer to a focal point of scrutiny. Not only Russell, but also the members of the Brotherhood around him, fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that humanity would declare war on Magneto, an actual, unequivocal war. A wave of anxiety and fear washed over Russell, for he had been raised in an era of peace, harboring an inexplicable dread of warfare. Were he to possess Magneto's formidable powers, he would undoubtedly feel fearless. Yet, he did not. Retreating to his room, he wrestled with his thoughts. As a mutant of limited power, he found himself utterly powerless to prevent this impending war. Was he to confront the president and declare, "You fool, you've been deceived, your own men were responsible for the assassination"? Even if he could persuade the president, according to Russell's understanding of Magneto, he would never retreat. In fact, he had long anticipated such an opportunity. Russell felt the storm approaching. He pondered various methods to rapidly enhance his strength. No longer could he afford to proceed methodically. He must, within a remarkably short time frame, attain formidable power. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Deep in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of a magazine resting beside his bed. The cover displayed a familiar face, flanked by two stunning beauties, each one captivating in stature. The headline was striking. Playboy's Tony Stark successfully seduces the cover girl of issue 7. Tony Stark, playboy, billionaire, super genius, inventor. The future Iron Man, the prospective savior, flooded Russell's mind with a cascade of associations. Suddenly, his brain resonated like a cosmic explosion, igniting a marvelous idea. Flesh and blood are fleeting. Mechanical ascendance awaits. In that moment, an endless stream of inspiration erupted in Russell's mind, manifesting a series of extraordinary thoughts. At last, he comprehended. Russell murmured excitedly to himself, "By the heavens, I have succeeded." Ding. You recall the scene of Mystique utilizing a brainwave amplifier, and you have grasped the technique for amplifying mutant gene abilities. You reflect on the technologies related to Tony's Mark armor and experience an epiphany. You remember the solar breathing technique you have devised. You recall Mystique's ability for free transformation. You think of the future Sentinel. You attempt to merge the solar breathing technique, Mark armor technology, and the amplification of mutant gene abilities. Your extraordinary insight leads you to the discovery of a new technology, which you name the armor of the primary mutant. The armor of the primary mutant, a suit crafted from mutant genes, perfectly conforming to the body of a mutant, enhancing their abilities, and allowing the integration of gene modules from lower-level mutants to utilize their powers. Chapter 21. Magneto, I have a plan, perhaps due to the pressure of impending peril. Russell's revelation brought him profound satisfaction. Just as he had begun, as a low-level mutant lacking in combat prowess, he had captured the attention of Magneto and the Professor. This was because he could facilitate the evolutionary enhancement of other mutants' abilities, akin to a rebirth, granting them entirely new powers. For mutants, this represented a transformation, a reconstruction of life. To put it in simpler terms, it is as if the King of Hell has ties to your family. When you feel dissatisfied with your current life, he can wield his great power to reverse your fate, providing you with an extraordinary beginning. That is the sensation. In this moment, Russell transcended his former self. Not only could he evolve his own genes and secure a bright future, but he could also select the genes of other mutants to integrate into his own being. Although he can currently only load the genetic templates of lower-tier mutants, he envisions a future where Sentinels can annihilate mutants. Their powers, however, do not stem from the most formidable mutations, but rather consist of several lesser abilities. Russell has already surpassed humanity by 2 decades, creating Sentinels designed specifically for mutants. Suddenly, an odd thought struck him. What if one day, a throng of people appeared before him, glaring fiercely and bellowing, "We shall save the future, extinguishing you, this demon, in its cradle." A human version of Reboot the Future. Russell could not suppress a laugh. Though this notion seemed extravagant, in the context of a Marvel universe with shifting timelines, it did not seem entirely implausible. He felt little anxiety. Should there come a day when those from the future could traverse time to end his life, it would merely signify that the future him was truly lacking. After mentally simulating all the technologies of the lower-tier mutant armor, Russell sought out Magneto. This is one of the reasons why almost everyone in the Brotherhood of Mutants considers him an unformed Omega-level mutant. Among all mutants, even Mystique, only Russell can meet Magneto at any time and receive his most gentle treatment. Were it not for Magneto's seasoned subordinates, who knew he was consumed by revenge due to the tragic loss of his wife and daughter and had not found romantic interest for a long time, they might have genuinely suspected that Russell was Magneto's illegitimate son. Even now, late at night, when Russell approached Magneto, the latter displayed no anger. Instead, his tone was exceptionally gentle. "Little Russell, what troubles you? I heard a government declaration on television this afternoon. The president is declaring war on the Brotherhood of Mutants because of an assassination." Russell spoke with certainty. "From what I know of you, such a mundane stunt as assassinating a president could not possibly be your doing. Why would you admit to it? Magneto has an illustrious record regarding presidential assassinations. After all, his last imprisonment was due to his ambition to transform the presidents of all major nations into mutants, which, in the eyes of the world, was undoubtedly an act of terrorism. However, only mutants understand Magneto's true intentions. He desires not merely the death of a president, but the recognition of mutants by humanity, to forge a realm of their own. The assassination of a president is a base tactic far beneath his style. Yet, he acknowledged it. Magneto did not elaborate, but merely stated, "Why should I confess? I believe you understand quite well. You are a clever little fellow, otherwise Charles would not pay you such close attention." Russell nodded. This was a noxious accusation. Who committed the act was inconsequential. What truly mattered was to whom this blame was ascribed. Establishing adversaries and diverting conflicts represent the fundamental strategies employed by politicians, regardless of whether Magneto is culpable. If the president asserts that he is, then he is deemed responsible. Those who unjustly accuse you are invariably aware of your profound injustice. Magneto is cognizant of this truth. No matter how he attempts to justify himself, he and his Brotherhood of Mutants will inevitably bear the burden of this blame. Rather than seeking evidence to vindicate himself, he opts for a more direct approach, action. With a fierce resolve, Magneto extended his hand, and a bank card materialized in his palm, subsequently soaring towards Russell. He spoke with an unruffled demeanor. "This represents the assets of the Brotherhood of Mutants that I have meticulously organized over the past few days, valued at approximately $6 billion. I have instructed Mystique to cleanse these funds. You may use them without concern. Tomorrow, I shall have Mystique escort you to a secure location, where you can thrive." Magneto appeared to have aged, or perhaps his time in prison had subtly transformed his disposition. He remained formidable and assertive, but no longer exhibited the reckless abandon of his past. He chose to provide the mutants with an avenue of retreat. "Child, even if I perish, as long as you endure, the brotherhood of mutants shall persist, and hope shall remain for our kind. In times of peril, Mystique will ensure your safety. She possesses the capability to safeguard you until you mature. However, remember my counsel. Under no circumstances should you seek Charles or join the Academy. Magneto, even in such a solemn moment of entrusting his legacy, refused to acknowledge the professor's ideology. He inherently rejected the notion of negotiating peace with humanity through dialogue, believing instead that true peace and equality are forged through strength and that dignity must be defended by force. In this moment, Magneto resembled an elder imparting wisdom, revealing to Russell various hidden contingencies of the Brotherhood, repeatedly cautioning him about the treachery of society and the need for skepticism towards others. As the prospective ruler of mutants, one must possess a heart of ice. Russell found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed Magneto genuinely regarded him as a child, an inept individual, even advising him not to trust women, particularly beautiful ones. Women are deceitful, and beautiful women are even more so. Out of 10 beautiful women, 9 are wicked. And the 10th is the worst of all. Even if you encounter one who seems gentle and worthy of lifelong devotion, keep your distance. For you are a mutant. You are no longer human. This was Magneto's deepest anguish. He had once retreated to a secluded life, cherishing a gentle wife and a brilliant daughter, only to have his family shattered due to his identity as a mutant. If only he were not a mutant. Russell's heart was heavy with reflection, but alas, he was not a mere incompetent. He was akin to Zhuge Liang, poised to prop up a crumbling edifice. Magneto, I have a plan that will allow humanity to experience the anguish brought forth by the Sentinel. The Spicy Tianson. Chapter 22, The Astonishment of Magneto. Some have mocked the old Magneto as a mediocre student. This ridicule stems from their belief that as a sovereign of magnetic fields, he could harness the power of electricity from magnetism itself, or even manipulate the magnetic fields to unleash a more terrifying destructive force. Yet, Magneto's demonstrations have consistently remained limited to the control of iron, whether lifting cars or sending various metallic objects flying. Thus, he earned the moniker of the Iron King. In truth, Magneto's intellectual prowess is far from negligible. After all, he is of Jewish descent. He constructed a machine capable of transforming human genes into those of mutants. And though he ultimately failed, resulting in the tragic demise of those whose genes collapsed, this nonetheless attests to his considerable knowledge, particularly after years of mastering the manipulation of iron. His achievements in mechanics are unparalleled. As Magneto listened to Russell's descriptions of the low-level mutant armor, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes, revealing a profound astonishment that lingered within him. The low-level mutant armor could amplify a mutant's inherent abilities and even harness the powers of other mutants. While it only pertained to low-level mutants, the implications were nothing short of sensational. Suddenly, Magneto recalled Mystique's words on that fateful day, when she remarked that young Russell possessed extraordinary wisdom, a brilliance that transcended the ages, destined to surpass all others. He had thought that day was far off, yet it had arrived sooner than anticipated. You are truly a genius. You have left me in disbelief and astonishment. Magneto lavishly bestowed his praise, reflecting that his decision to refuse Charles and retain you within the Brotherhood of Mutants was indeed a remarkably wise choice. Russell humbly downplayed the compliment, stating, "This is merely my notion. Its success is not guaranteed. Then let us give it a try." Magneto, a man of decisive action, wasted no time. Under his command, the Brotherhood of Mutants became a well-oiled machine, requiring no lengthy meetings or approvals. A single word from him set everything in motion as they began to seek the materials necessary for the low-level mutant armor. The forging of a suit of armor is often an arduous endeavor, requiring the construction of various machines, adjustments to parameters, intricate blueprints, processing of components, and precise assembly, all demanding absolute accuracy. Additionally, the extraction and refinement of the armor's metallic materials are vital. Typically, crafting a complete suit would take no less than 3 months. Fortunately, Russell's faction was blessed with Magneto, a veritable master of metalworking. With a mere gesture, any material before him would warp and transform into the desired form. Within a single day, under the watchful gaze of all Brotherhood members, the first low-level mutant armor came into existence. The mechanical beauty of the armor, with its streamlined physique, is extraordinarily smooth and delicate, exuding an aura of formidable power. Magneto turned to glance at Russell, who nodded in affirmation, confirming that the armor before them was indeed what he sought to create. Thus, Magneto shifted his gaze to the assembly and began to introduce this suit of armor designed for lower-tier mutants to the Brotherhood. His eagerness was palpable as he proclaimed the moment that would alter the fate of mutants had arrived. Brothers and sisters of the mutant community, as reported in the news, humanity has chosen to wage war against our Brotherhood. They are probing our location, and it will not be long before the conflict commences. I understand that some of you may feel fear, while others may hesitate, but that is inconsequential. I merely wish for you to remember that you are mutants. You are not wretched beings to be trampled upon. As you live, remember that there once existed true warriors who fought for you. Mutants shall never bow to humanity. Magneto levitated the lower-tier mutant armor before him, showcasing it to the crowd, a suit capable of determining the fate of mutants, crafted by the small figure at his side. You may be curious about who he is and what his abilities entail. Allow me to enlighten you. He is an Omega-level mutant, endowed with the power to evolve the mutant abilities of others. At this revelation, the atmosphere was instantly charged with astonishment. The prospect of enhancing another's mutant abilities? Almost everyone could not help but gaze at Russell with fervent admiration, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure or a rare beauty. Russell felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet he inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure before the throng. He reminded himself that these were his subordinates, his future comrades in battle. There was no need for anxiety. He was also taken aback by Magneto's decision to no longer conceal him, but rather to elevate him to a prominent position. Russell mused in silence. Recognizing Magneto as an exceptional leader, his ability to seize the moment was remarkable. There is no better time than on the battlefield to win the hearts of the people. Under Magneto's watchful gaze, his voice rose in fervor, declaring Russell as the beacon sent by the divine to guide them. His wisdom transcends that of mortals. He is destined for greatness, the king who will lead mutants to resurgence, the true god of mutants. Perhaps you may not believe this now, but soon enough, you will come to believe and to follow him, for his wisdom shines as brilliantly as the sun, radiant and captivating. Magneto gestured towards the lower-tier mutant armor. A creation of his own. Once donned, it amplifies one's mutant abilities, bestowing even greater combat strength. Amplifying mutant abilities? The crowd erupted in astonishment, fixating their gaze on Russell's youthful visage, their hearts brimming with disbelief. For in their long-held beliefs, had it not been ingrained that a mutant's future is predetermined at birth? Has technology truly advanced to this extent? They engaged in animated discussions amidst the lively clamor. Soon, someone stepped forward, driven by the eager gazes of the crowd, to attempt donning the inferior mutant armor. Magneto did not intervene, for words pale in comparison to the starkness of reality. Its impact is far more formidable and convincing. Mystique leaned close to Russell, whispering, "This is Coons. His mutant ability allows his arms to transform into sharp blades, though they are not entirely lethal. He is rather unfortunate as a mutant. His arms can morph into knives, possessing considerable destructive capability. Yet tragically, he was born in modern times. Had he lived in ancient days, he would have been a formidable warrior on the battlefield. However, in the contemporary era, especially in the land of freedom, America, only one form of martial art is revered, American Aikido. Each time Coons transforms his arms into sharp blades, before he can approach his foe, he finds himself targeted by the ominous barrel of a gun aimed at his forehead. His strength, speed, and defensive capabilities are on par with an ordinary person. This combination is indeed a tragedy. To put it bluntly, his combat prowess barely registers a 5. In Mystique's view, even if the opponent donned the mutant armor, a qualitative enhancement would be difficult to achieve. After all, what difference does it make to amplify such a mutant ability tenfold? The consensus is that it pales in comparison to American Aikido. Yet Russell merely smiled, choosing silence. If it were merely a simple augmentation, it would be an underestimation of his mutant armor. He murmured to himself, "I never claimed it could only enhance overt genes." His pupils gleamed with a radiant light, akin to rays, as he scanned Coons, clad in the inferior mutant armor, from head to toe. The armor shifted in form, and Coons felt a tremor coursing through him. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he sensed a different kind of power, strength, speed, responsiveness. Under the astounded gazes of the crowd, Coons, enveloped in that armor, transformed into a colossal mantis radiating a chilling luminescence. Its cold, piercing gaze, its glistening, blade-like arms, and its robust, powerful legs moved stealthily into the darkness, blending seamlessly with the environment, traversing silently like a ghostly assassin. All the mutants could not help but gasp in awe. Merely gazing upon its exterior instilled in them a palpable sense of impending doom. They were utterly speechless, their minds consumed by a singular thought. The deity of mutants has descended. Chapter 23. The terrifying dancer of the blade. Humans inherently possess a fear of the colossal. Whether confronted with towering figures or gigantic insects, an inexplicable tension surges within. Yet, when Coons donned the inferior mutant armor invented by Russell and transformed into the luminescent mantis, his stature became remarkably imposing. The compound eyes evoked a chilling sensation among all the mutants present. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening was, under their gaze, the colossal man is seamlessly blended into the surrounding environment, appearing almost transparent. They blinked in disbelief, sensing that in the brief moment of their eye closure, the immense creature had vanished, as if it possessed the ability to become invisible before their very eyes. They could not see it. They could not locate it. In an instant, every mutant present felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively drawing closer to one another, as if seeking solace in the warmth of their companions. There is a saying that encapsulates this perfectly. When you encounter a snake, fear grips you. When that snake suddenly disappears, your fear intensifies. And when you discover that the snake has vanished only to find it coiled at your feet, terror reaches its zenith. Mystique was equally startled, her expression a mask of disbelief, for even she, a seasoned warrior, was unable to detect the elusive coons. It seemed she had lost her sense of danger entirely. This realization dawned upon her. She could be effortlessly dispatched, like a lamb having its throat slit. After all, coons possess the mutant ability to sharpen his hands into deadly blades. A gleaming knife is not terrifying. A blade that can become invisible and silently poised at your throat is truly chilling. How did you achieve this? Mystique could not help but murmur, her astonishment overwhelming her imagination. With eyes filled with shock, she turned to Russell and exclaimed, "You are truly a genius, a remarkable talent transcending the ages." "Let us keep it understated," Russell replied, his gaze fixed on Coons, who was crouched in the corner, skillfully concealed yet unable to evade the perception of someone like him. Endowed with mutant awareness, he was quite astonished himself. He had never anticipated that a mutant could so perfectly embody the armor of a lower-tier mutant. It was a serendipitous twist of fate. The same armor, if donned by a mere light point, would merely enhance his healing abilities, allowing him to heal 50 or 60 individuals instead of 10, yet it would not result in any fundamental transformation. Coon's extraordinary prowess was solely attributed to his impressive mutant genetic potential, which had remained dormant due to a lack of training. Hence, he appeared particularly feeble. In essence, his talent was already considerable. The armor of a lower-tier mutant merely catalyzed that potential. Russell committed Coons to memory, categorizing his mutant ability as a gene module for the future armor of lower-tier mutants. After all, Coon's mutant capability was exceptionally suited for combat. The mantis boasted astonishing reflexes, formidable leaping ability, and a keen sense of danger. Should he continue to develop, an ordinary mutant could evolve into a being as formidable as Deadpool without the benefit of superpowers. Of course, faced with a hail of bullets, one would only need a pair of resilient blades to deflect every projectile, suffering no harm whatsoever. Such reflexes are undeniably terrifying. Any novice on the battlefield can instantaneously transform into an invincible warrior, effortlessly evading any bullet. He turned his gaze towards Magneto and whispered a few words, eager to ascertain the limits of Cohen's mutant abilities. Magneto extended his palm, and a dozen small iron spheres began to whirl within it, before swiftly hurtling towards Cohen's hiding place. The projectiles were propelled with astonishing velocity, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, rivaling that of bullets discharged from a firearm. Cohen, who had been concealed in the corner, suddenly revealed his imposing figure, moving with the agility of a feline. He executed a series of extreme sways, as if performing acrobatics, narrowly avoiding the iron spheres that whizzed past him. Remarkably, he sustained no injuries. This remarkable reaction speed left even Cohen himself in a state of bewilderment. He glanced at his own palm, and at the moment Magneto unleashed his attack, his brain informed him that, after nearly 30 years of life experience, he was surely doomed. Yet, his body contradicted this, indicating that all was well. He felt like an observer in his own life, as his heartbeat slowed to an extreme, and his mind raced to process the situation. His eyes distinctly tracked each iron sphere, which, to the ordinary onlooker, would appear to be moving at an incredible speed. However, to him, their trajectories unfolded with astonishing clarity, as if time had come to a standstill. Cohen's body instinctively trembled, allowing him to effortlessly evade the incoming projectiles. In mere seconds, he exhibited such rapid reflexes. Only after dodging the iron spheres did he experience the surge of tension within him. The secretion of hormones arrived tardily, and he felt the absurdity of the world enveloping him, leading to the collapse of his long-held worldview. Had he truly escaped? My goodness! Cohen's strength was rather weak. How had he managed this? Oh, divine providence! The mutants nearby could not help but exclaim in astonishment, for they were well acquainted with Cohen. Like many of them, he had always been at the bottom tier of power, yet now he had escalated to such an extraordinary level. The cause of this transformation was none other than the armor he donned. Their gazes ignited with fervor. How could they not feel such excitement? It was akin to a classmate, previously achieving only 200 or 300 points in exams, suddenly consuming a miraculous potion and visibly transforming into a genius, scoring 600 on the next test. If you were aware of such a transformation, how could you not feel a rush of fervor? You might even feel compelled to kneel and call him a foster father. Magneto smiled with satisfaction, extending his palm once more to increase the challenge for Cohen. Hundreds of iron spheres, propelled at even greater speeds and from unimaginable angles, began to orbit and shoot towards him. The velocity was exponentially faster than before. Under this terrifying and exhilarating threat, Kearns truly embodied the dancer on the edge of a blade, performing a frenetic solo atop the razor's edge, evading every onslaught with grace. Everywhere he traversed, be it vehicles or edifices, was effortlessly reduced to mere fragments, dissolving into clouds of dust. Yet, astonishingly, he remained unscathed. It was as if he strolled through the rain, leisurely wielding his twin blades, effortlessly cleaving the oncoming iron sphere in twain, the severed edges of the sphere remarkably smooth. Nearly identical in size. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Almost every mutant present harbored the same fleeting thought: a monster. Truly, he was akin to a creature of nightmare. Chapter 24. A lesson for the Academy. The enhancement ability of the low-grade mutant armor was utterly fearsome. A mere experiment incited the approval of all mutants present, transforming their initial skepticism into reverence for Russell, as Magneto had foretold. Magneto himself was immensely pleased. This low-grade mutant armor could elevate a combat-inept mutant to such extraordinary heights. It was nothing short of preposterous. To speak candidly, Kearns now ranked among the elite of the mutant brotherhood, second only to Mystique, whose powers had evolved. This was a revolutionary invention, an invention that could determine the fate of mutants. He spared no praise for the creation. Nearly every mutant present nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Russell, their admiration intensifying. At such a young age, such an impressive innovation compelled them to acknowledge a stark truth. Sometimes, the chasm between individuals dwarfs the divide between man and dog. This was merely an enhancement function of the mutant armor. In addition, the armor possessed three other remarkably practical functions. In the face of their adoring gazes, Russell felt an inexplicable calm wash over him. He continued to elucidate the fruits of his creative burst, his pride evident. The first practical function of the mutant armor was its formidable defensive capabilities. It was composed of a novel alloy, exceptionally resilient, capable of mitigating damage and impact, and boasted self-repairing properties. When donned, the mutant armor rendered one nearly impervious to minor weaponry and against missiles and rockets. As long as one was not subjected to continuous assault, death was a distant concern. Upon hearing this, the mutants were left astounded. Such formidable defense? Did this not imply they could charge into battle amidst a hail of gunfire? Goodness! Such terrifying resilience could rival that of a Tier 3 mutant. How fearsome! Did this not suggest the emergence of an artificial Tier 3 mutant? The rise of the mutants. As they listened to the accolades bestowed upon him, Russell absent-mindedly attempted to adjust his non-existent glasses, only to find himself lightly pushing up his nose instead, yet maintaining an air of sophistication. This alloy was a serendipitous discovery, its true creation attributed to Magneto's prowess. In this world, no one possesses a deeper understanding of metals than Magneto. He is indeed the sovereign of metal. Such blatant boasting elicited knowing smiles from the assembled mutants. This young lad certainly knows how to play the game of social intricacies. Magneto merely chuckled, feeling a sense of quiet pride, for Russell was his personally acknowledged successor, poised to lead the next generation of the Brotherhood of Mutants. The more exceptional Russell proved to be, the more it validated Magneto's discerning vision. With a grand flourish, he declared, "Grant me 7 days, and I shall harness my metallic abilities to forge the armor of mutants. Every brother and sister here shall possess their own unique armor." This proclamation ignited a fervent cheer among the gathered mutants. This is precisely why they were drawn to Magneto, not solely for his formidable power, but also for his commanding charisma. A mere disagreement would lead to generous rewards. They would never be shortchanged, allowing even the lesser mutants to partake in the spoils. This is the hallmark of an exceptional leader. As the jubilant cheers resonated, Russell refrained from elaborating on the remaining 2 practical functions of the mutant armor, recognizing that their hearts were already brimming with joy. Furthermore, with Magneto's control, it would not be long before every member of the Brotherhood would possess their own basic mutant armor, and they would soon experience its functionalities firsthand, rendering further explanation unnecessary. Once the crowd dispersed, Magneto gazed at Russell with a smile, then inquired with curiosity, "I sense that the material of the helmet in the mutant armor is akin to that of my own. Does this armor possess the capability to shield against psychic powers?" "Indeed," Russell affirmed with a nod, revealing this as the armor's second practical function. "The Academy's philosophy diverges from that of our Brotherhood. Although humanity has declared war upon us, they may not necessarily engage in combat. However, I foresee a confrontation in our future. So I took precautions and specifically integrated this feature into the armor." He added with significance, "The professor would never employ psychic powers to invade others' privacy. It is merely a matter of choice. Much like the mischievous eagle, he refrains from attacking others, yet he possesses the capability to do so at any moment. The professor operates similarly. He does not desire to manipulate others' consciousness, yet whenever Magneto prepares for action, he is invariably restrained by the professor's forceful control. This is precisely why Magneto consistently dons the anti-psychic control helmet, never removing it. To entrust one's life and freedom to another is undoubtedly an act of folly." Magneto smiled with deep satisfaction. He extended his palm, and the materials piled before him began to tremble, countless components interlocking to form an exquisite mechanical masterpiece. It was yet another suit of mutant armor, albeit significantly smaller than Kunz's. However, the intricate patterns and metallic sheen of this armor far surpassed the former in brilliance and complexity. Crafted meticulously by Magneto for Russell. Even though they were made from identical materials by the same artisan, the disparity was palpably evident to the naked eye. Russell did not decline the offer, after all. He was uncertain when war would erupt. With this armor, his chances of survival soared exponentially. As long as he remained by Magneto's side, his demise would be a formidable challenge, unless Magneto were to fall in battle. I recall you once mentioned during the design phase that this mutant armor could accommodate the gene modules of other lower-tier mutants, allowing the user to harness their abilities. I have dispatched individuals to collect gene samples from the Brotherhood of Mutants. There are samples that enhance strength, enabling the user to wield power on the order of several tons. Others grant the ability to fly, some can morph into various forms, while others emit sound waves or electromagnetic frequencies. Yet, I have selected the most suitable option for you. The mutant genes possess a fantastical nature, far surpassing those of animals in potential. There is no need to consider the rejection between animal and human genes or the various concerns regarding the human body's capacity to endure animal genes. They can be utilized effortlessly. Magneto's confidence astonished Russell, his eyes glinting with intrigue. What kind of mutant ability have you chosen for me? It wouldn't be your magnetic manipulation, would it? A lower-tier mutant's armor cannot accommodate a level 4 mutant gene. No, it belongs to an old friend of mine. One who has thrived for centuries. Centuries? Russell's mind immediately conjured the image of a certain unfortunate soul who was a bane to Magneto, Wolverine, Logan, with his formidable self-healing abilities. This mutant capability was indeed well-suited for Russell. Exceptional regeneration and extraordinary longevity. If given a choice, it would undoubtedly be the optimal selection. However, Russell recalled that the Brotherhood of Mutants lacked any genetic data on him, including blood. Yet, a bold idea flickered through his mind. Magneto was a daring individual. If they had none, it was likely they would resort to theft. You cannot be suggesting. I merely intend to give those sheep at the Academy a lesson. Ah, it is truly you, the infamous terrorist Magneto. Chapter 25, Great Strength Yields Miraculous Results Initially. Russell believed Magneto's plan to forcefully infiltrate the Academy to obtain a blood sample from the unfortunate Logan was a reckless decision. After all, a confrontation with humanity loomed near. And now he was provoking another faction of mutants with considerable combat prowess, the Academy. This hardly seemed wise. However, upon further reflection, he wondered, what concern was it of his? If successful, all lower-tier mutants' armors would be imbued with Wolverine's genes, endowing nearly every mutant with extraordinary regenerative abilities. The significance of such power is self-evident, is it not? A tank with formidable melee prowess and a full set of enhancements is already a considerable challenge, imagine that. Coupled with a fountain of healing on their back, one glance from the opponent could unleash a torrent of curses upon your ancestors. The situation would be dire indeed. However, even in the event of failure, the repercussions would be minimal. After all, Magneto and Professor X are renowned for their love-hate relationship. Their confrontations are always measured. Decades of rivalry have fostered an unspoken understanding. Lethal force is only employed when absolutely necessary. Russell pondered this and felt it was a splendid opportunity. Perhaps this task should be entrusted to him. He felt an undeniable urge rising within him. Having practiced the gene evolution method and the ancestral cultivation technique for over 10 days, and with ample nourishment, his mutant abilities had evolved once more. Not only could he utilize these powers on himself, but he could also manifest them without physical contact. He had developed the ability to create an absolute domain within a 3-meter radius around his body. This realm was his own inviolable territory. Although his physical strength had not yet reached its zenith, it had ascended to an inhuman level, at least 1.25 Captain America's. The rapid expansion of his strength stirred a restless excitement within Russell. It felt as though the skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. Magneto immediately sensed Russell's burgeoning enthusiasm, but did not intervene. Instead, he nodded in agreement. After all, he too had been young once. The aspirations of youth are often so simple: women, combat, and seeking the limelight. Magneto readily acquiesced, declaring that they would initiate their plan in 3 days. He would send Mystique to infiltrate the Academy, to seek out the list of students. Charles must have recruited many gifted individuals over the years. These were born warriors, not meant to languish as mere students in the Academy. Upon their retreat, he would ensure Russell faced a worthy opponent. He must not disappoint. A future king cannot lack in strength. If there is one thing young people revel in, it is women, combat, and the pursuit of glory. Conversely, what Magneto relished most was playing the role of the orchestrator, undermining Professor X's foundation. Many of his mutant followers had once been loyal to the professor, only to be lured away by Magneto's machinations, and astonishingly, he succeeded each time. Perhaps, as he claimed, mutants are indeed born warriors. They do not relish the monotony of academia. After all, not many individuals enjoy the daily grind of school, do they? Youth may be cherished in memory, but it cannot be relived. Russell nodded. a flicker of anticipation igniting within him for the battle that awaited in 3 days. Thus, he began to craft his own enhancement, a true low-tier mutant armor, unlike the kind Cohen had created. He donned merely the most rudimentary armor of the lower-tier mutant, rather than the complete version envisioned in Russell's design. The true, comprehensive lower-tier mutant armor should resemble that of a sentinel, capable of seamlessly switching between various mutant abilities. With such an abundance of mutant powers, which one should I select? The Brotherhood of Mutants already boasts over 100 members, signifying the existence of over 100 distinct abilities. Eliminating those with redundant functions, there are still no fewer than 60 unique powers. If it were feasible, Russell would eagerly integrate all these genetic modules into the armor, but such a notion is evidently far-fetched. Firstly, the lower-tier mutant armor cannot accommodate an excessive number of genetic modules. It is merely the most rudimentary version, akin to Tony's Mark I, which can only emit flames and deflect a few bullets, rendering it exceedingly simplistic in function. Secondly, the incessant switching of genetic modules would lead to a significant depletion of the mutant's stamina, making it ill-suited for prolonged combat. Frequent changes may also result in temporary lapses in ability, leaving one vulnerable to enemy attacks on the battlefield, which could culminate in fatal consequences. Thirdly, humans possess limits. Multitasking between 2 or even 3 tasks is already commendable, but utilizing a dozen mutant abilities simultaneously? Such an idea is utterly ludicrous. It's akin to engaging in conversation with several women online at once. Are you certain you won't implode? Russell resolved to select 3 or 4 abilities. The first choice is Cohen's mutant power, which is likely related to the mantis, granting exceptionally swift reflexes and a keen perception of danger, making it highly suitable for combat. The second is Wolverine's extraordinary regenerative capability. Even if injured on the battlefield, as long as one can seek refuge in a corner or feign death while switching modules, recovery to full vitality would take no more than a few seconds, remarkably practical. With 2 powers eliminated, Russell was left with merely 2 choices for the permanent abilities of his armor. The remainder would be cataloged for future reference. Faced with such a plethora of mutant abilities, which should he choose? Russell found himself in a delightful quandary, scrutinizing the options. He initially gravitated towards genetic traits derived from animals, as these invariably enhanced the physical prowess of mutants. Could this mutant generate electricity like an electric eel? Intriguing. Is this a flea? Its jumping ability is several times that of an ordinary human. This one looks familiar, resembling a butterfly, capable of emitting powder akin to fireflies to bewilder others. This ability can even reflect damage. Is this power sourced from a bear? After much contemplation, Russell ultimately selected the 2 most fundamental and suitable abilities from the 60-plus options, strength and spatial awareness. While they may seem inconsequential at first glance, their utility is immense. After all, great strength can yield miraculous outcomes. All right, that was a jest. He has chosen these 2 simple yet potent mutant abilities. Russell primarily contemplated one significant matter. He was not the sole user of the mutant armor. He had to consider the entire Brotherhood of Mutants, especially with an imminent great battle on the horizon. Those flamboyant mutant abilities had a higher threshold for mastery, requiring extensive practice. Much like the electric eel's discharge, there was always a chance that the current might not reach the opponent, but instead backfire onto oneself or even affect allies. Strength and perception, however, were fundamentally basic skills, remarkably easy to grasp, and their combination was nothing short of perfect. The raw, unrefined might paired with an all-encompassing, unobstructed perception, rivaling the terrifying reflexes akin to bullet time, alongside the formidable self-healing capabilities. Moreover, the armor boasted inherent physical and psychic defenses. Even a mutant devoid of lethal capabilities, once clad in this armor, could effortlessly become a nightmare for every adversary on the battlefield. Russell couldn't help but marvel. How could one possibly lose with such power? Strike. This time, I shall make you regret it. Chapter 26. Comprehension. The 6 Styles of the Navy. Russell was exceedingly pleased with the 2 mutant genes he had selected. He began crafting the genetic modules, integrating these 2 mutant abilities alongside Cohen's remarkably swift reflexes into the lower-tier mutant armor. To the naked eye, the armor appeared unchanged. However, this was unsurprising, for in Russell's design, to prevent the mutant armor from falling into human hands and being used as a weapon against mutants, he had deliberately incorporated an authentication mechanism. Only those possessing mutant genes could activate the armor. To an ordinary individual, it would merely be an unremarkable hunk of metal. Taking a deep breath, Russell placed his palm upon the armor's visage, activating his mutant ability to complete the initial authentication. The armor instantaneously recorded this, seamlessly attaching itself to Russell's body like flowing water. Boom. As the armor enveloped him, an invisible wave emanated from it, akin to the divine touch, allowing Russell to feel the immense potential hidden within him being unleashed. What once resembled a gentle stream now surged forth like a torrential flood. This was the mutant gene amplification technique he had discerned from the brainwave amplifier, coupled with his self-developed gene evolution methodology to stimulate the genes. The amalgamation of these two techniques resulted in an overwhelming power. Even Russell, who frequently practiced gene cultivation to evolve his own genes, sensed profound changes within himself, albeit less pronounced than those experienced by other mutants. After all, he was an old hand at this. For the other mutants, experiencing such exhilaration for the first time was natural, and their reactions were understandably more intense. What intrigued Russell further was another feature. The mutant armor possessed a self-regulating function, altering its form to better suit the abilities of the mutant wearing it, thereby maximizing their potential. Take Cohen, for instance. His armor took the shape of a mantis, with compound eyes providing an extraordinary level of visual acuity. With powerful hind legs, he possesses extraordinary leaping ability and speed. His formidable arms resemble the scythe of death. Russell, meanwhile, senses the gradual transformation of the armor encasing his body, although its evolution appears sluggish, seemingly lacking an appropriate form. After all, his ability is one of negation. An elusive power. As Russell directs his thoughts, his armor begins to reshape, his physique elongates, his head becomes more rounded, his limbs grow robust, and his abdomen is filled with a palpable muscular strength, visibly exuding a terrifying potential for explosive power. Yet, he feels an odd sensation as if something is amiss. It soon dawns on him. The armor fluidly extends backward, swiftly forming a billowing crimson robe. If a time traveler were to witness Russell in this armor, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for it resembles the mecha known as Digga. How splendid! In a previous life, it would have undoubtedly garnered him countless admirers. Satisfied, Russell patted his chest, resembling an infatuated individual as he traced the layers of his muscular abdomen, overwhelmed by a wave of admiration. This punch. It could truly fell a bull. His punch. It looks remarkably impressive. Just the exterior of this armor fills him with contentment. Yet he underestimates the brilliance of his inspired creation and the true prowess of this armor. Without invoking the cultivation techniques of his homeland, he can still sense the surrounding energy surging towards him ceaselessly, its velocity magnitudes greater than during his sunbathing days. Could it be? A glimmer of joy sparkles in Russell's eyes as he stomps his foot firmly upon the ground, propelling himself skyward like a rocket. Landing atop the base building that had served as his solar absorption sanctuary, he spreads his arms wide, welcoming the sun's rays to envelop him. He effortlessly resumes the cultivation technique of his homeland. Indeed, as he had predicted, the armor acts like a sponge, voraciously absorbing the surrounding sunlight, continuously funneling it into Russell's body. In an instant, he feels his body temperature surge, as if he were ensconced in a furnace. A dreadful wave of heat coursing through him, relentlessly evaporating. Everywhere it touches, whether muscle or bone, undergoes a qualitative transformation, akin to parched fields ravenously consuming the torrent of energy. With each breath, Russell perceives his physical attributes visibly enhancing, encompassing his organs, bone density, and neural responses. He is genuinely evolving towards a superhuman state. His elation intensifies. This unexpectedly forged armor possesses the remarkable ability to assist in his cultivation. This signifies that, before long, he shall master the cultivation techniques of his homeland to their zenith, transcending into a true superhuman. With every movement, he will wield immense strength. Perhaps by that time, he may even dare to explore the next level of his abilities. As long as he continues to cultivate his abilities, he shall one day become a true superhuman. However, that day still seems distant. Russell continued to familiarize himself with the functions of the armor, though he felt a tinge of disappointment at the lack of any astonishing features. Yet, this was to be expected. Having even one function was already remarkable, considering this was merely a low-grade mutant armor. If it had been perfect from the outset, what need would there be for scientific research and inventions? Russell attempted to utilize the genetic module, just as he had previously surmised. There was a slight pause in the switching process, though it was brief, allowing for fluidity during combat. Upon switching to strength, he transformed into a formidable beast, resembling an ancient giant elephant, with an overwhelming power that enabled him to effortlessly lift boulders weighing several tons. When he switched to reflexes, he became as agile as a bird in flight or a fish in water, his movements exceptionally smooth, allowing him to easily evade any form of attack. He persistently experimented with switching mutant abilities, attempting to multitask while mastering both powers. In the midst of his trials, he felt himself entering a state of transcendence, his body becoming increasingly agile and strange. Remarkably, he quietly activated his mutant ability, denial. Russell found himself defying the principles of physics, as if he were treading upon a solid surface, liberated from the constraints of gravity, akin to Newton's audacious brother, hovering in midair. A realization dawned upon him. Ding! You are wielding the low-grade mutant armor, having grasped the essence of ultimate reflexes and formidable strength. The wind howls beside you, everything around you freezes, and you have unraveled the mysteries of your mutant abilities. accomplishing the improbable. You recall the popular anime One Piece and its Marine 6 techniques. Discovering your own method of armor manipulation. Armor manipulation technique. You can control the armor with greater perfection, your steps quick and precise, unleashing astonishing speed. You can break free from the grip of gravity, walking freely in the sky, and even achieve short-distance flight. Your attack power becomes sharper, your strength more concentrated, and your explosive force significantly heightened. Techniques akin to shaving, moonwalk, finger gun, and paper drawing body technique. Enlightenment. Chapter 27. The terror of the Marine 6 techniques. The more he trained, the greater the rewards. As Russell fought while manipulating the armor, various techniques swirled in his mind, even leading to some development of his own mutant abilities. He took several steps forward, although there was nothing beneath his feet. It felt as if he were firmly planted on solid ground. This was the application of his newly understood mutant ability. He merely needed to deny the reality of the emptiness beneath him. This required far less stamina and mental energy than denying the effects of gravity. His energy expenditure allowed him to walk freely in the air, enabling continuous flight. Russell could even perform feats akin to those of the audacious brother, such as spiraling upward from left foot to right foot. For him, this was merely the beginning. It is an utterly practical little technique. In addition to this divine trick, Russell has also discovered another remarkably useful variant ability application, which involves concentrating power in his fingers to directly negate his opponent's defenses, such as armor or the formidable exterior of scales. He channels terrifying offensive power entirely within his fingertips, thoroughly embedding it within the opponent's body, directly assaulting their vulnerable interior. This is the technique known as the finger spear. However, this maneuver demands an immense expenditure of energy. The stronger the opponent's defenses, the greater the energy required. Furthermore, it necessitates precision. If the alignment between the fingers and the application of the mutant ability is not exact, one might fail to strike the opponent or, worse yet, injure oneself. After mastering a few self-developed martial techniques, Russell felt an increasing urge within him. He cast his gaze towards the mutant training base, a gathering place for nearly all mutants, where Magneto has established the most comprehensive training facilities. Though not as advanced as the Academy's virtual combat rooms, which can simulate various scenarios, it is still quite impressive. Especially since the Brotherhood of Mutants boasts members adept in computer technology. He possesses this mutant ability by birthright. Magneto previously intended for Russell to abscond with the hundreds of billions that had been laundered, cleaned without intermediaries, commissions, underhanded dealings, or tax authorities, focusing solely on a swift and clean operation. The current mutant training base is bustling with activity, largely due to the commotion caused by Russell's invention of the mutant armor. Particularly as its availability remains scarce, it has been prioritized for the more powerful mutants, leading those who have yet to obtain it to gaze enviously at their battles, witnessing their transformations as if reborn. From a distance, Russell observed two colossal figures engaged in an intense spar at the training base. One was the Mantis of Khans, and the other a newly armored mutant, a massive rhinoceros. The genetic power module within Russell originates from this enormous rhinoceros, whose strength is formidable and, enhanced by the armor's abilities, becomes even more terrifying. Each time the beast's hoof strikes the ground, a thunderous resonance reverberates, akin to an earthquake. Its immense form sways before you like a mountain, with gigantic hands larger than cars, appearing overwhelmingly massive and heavy. No one doubts the lethal potential of that colossal hand. A single slap would certainly bring about cataclysmic devastation. Khans and the rhinoceros were locked in a fierce confrontation, unable to determine superiority in that moment. One was swift, with reflexes honed to perfection, his arm slicing through the air with a howling wind as he struck at his opponent, yet often failing to land a blow, for the rhinoceros did not flinch, relying instead on its rugged hide and sheer brute force. The impact of hundreds of tons of force, even with the armor's protection, was formidable. Khans found himself utterly powerless, unwilling to confront directly, for a single strike would be swiftly followed by the powerful stomp of the rhinoceros's formidable feet. Yet, he was remarkably agile. The rhinoceros man had toppled countless walls, yet had not laid a finger on Khorne's hair. Thus, they remained locked in this stalemate. Both possessed fiery tempers, neither yielding to the other, engaged in a fervent clash. Evidently, their spirits were high. Russell approached the gathering with arms crossed and feet seemingly treading on air. His exaggeratedly robust physique left the mutants present in a state of astonishment. They hardly recognized this new incarnation of Russell. What a stark contrast. Imagine a brawny figure capable of grappling with the Hulk, yet concealed beneath that armor was merely an 8-year-old child. You're only 8. Khorne and the rhinoceros man halted in unison, gazing at the unfamiliar mutant hovering above them. They perceived Russell eagerly cracking his knuckles, although his eyes and expressions were obscured. The air was thick with mutual provocation. Before they could utter a word, they heard the calm declaration, "Let us take them on together." After all, whether it's 1 or 2, it's merely a matter of 3 punches and 2 kicks. There's little difference. Such audacity. This was the immediate thought that crossed Khorne and the rhinoceros man's minds. Not just them, but the onlooking mutants in the distance could not suppress their astonishment, mouths agape, hands clutching their heads, faces painted with incredulity. Who was this audacious individual? Korn was one thing, but to challenge the Rhinoceros Man? He was the foremost powerhouse in the mutant brotherhood, second only to Magneto. Only the former Sabretooth, with his cunning regenerative abilities, could hold him at bay. And Korn, fortified by his armor, had undergone a qualitative transformation in strength. His combat prowess was formidable. Challenging one was already pushing the limits. How could anyone dare to challenge two? Such recklessness. It was akin to courting death. Yet, what unfolded next was even more shocking. The mutant, whom they deemed exceedingly arrogant, possessed a terrifying power that resonated with the thrill of battle. Russell descended from the heavens, his feet striking the ground, executing a series of rapid blows with the speed of a released arrow. Korn reacted swiftly, his body instinctively evading, as Russell charged directly towards him. He twisted and leaped across the ruins with astonishing agility. However, what struck him with greater terror was how Russell, like a wraith, entwined himself around him, seemingly defying the laws of gravity, executing a flawless 360-degree maneuver midair. How could this be possible? Korn's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how quickly he dodged, he still required the ground to regain his footing, while his opponent needed none at all. As he soared to the sky once more to evade, a powerful fist struck his abdomen, unleashing a terrifying force that sent him flying into the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater. As he soared through the air, he executed a somersault, leveraging the void beneath him. The crimson arm, bulging with muscle, delivered a thunderous blow, accompanied by a sonic boom, upon the head of the ferocious Rhino Man. This was a pinnacle clash of strength, devoid of any technique. The astonished mutants watched in disbelief, their mouths agape, as the Rhino Man staggered and then collapsed with a resounding thud. The Rhino Man had been defeated. How could this be possible? Chapter 28. The astonishment of Wolverine. The intense visual impact was forever etched in their minds, particularly the stark contrast between Russell, clad in armor, and the Rhino Man's mountainous physique. No one could have anticipated that Russell would vanquish the Rhino Man. The disparity was akin to witnessing a household cat flex its limbs and then effortlessly topple a full-grown elephant before casting a disdainful glance. The shock among the mutants was unparalleled, leaving their minds buzzing. The training facility was enveloped in the lingering echoes of the previous monumental clash. All the mutants fell into silence, fixated on the extraordinary display of power, their minds racing with speculation about his identity. Meanwhile, Russell stared at his own fist, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his recent display of strength. His power had always been formidable, but augmented by the prowess of the armor and the enhancements of his mutant genes, it had multiplied exponentially. He had unleashed a staggering impact of hundreds of tons. Such exaggerated figures were astounding. To put it frankly, he had become akin to a superhuman. Apart from his inability to unleash thermal vision and perform the crescent moon strike, he was nearly a replica of a superhuman, possessing the capital to act with impunity. In that moment, Russell felt a profound sense of relief. On the 56th day since his arrival in the Marvel Universe and the 11th day since escaping the confines of the base, he finally possessed sufficient power for self-preservation. He could finally exhale with ease. His thoughts brimmed with anticipation. After all, this was merely the power of a low-level mutant armor. Once his abilities evolved further, he could aspire to harness the armor of mid-level mutants and potentially integrate genes of level 4 and above. The prospect of acquiring numerous level 4 mutant abilities was beyond his imagination. He eagerly awaited the day when he would be truly formidable. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, he left the training facility and returned to his secluded space to continue his rigorous training, visibly enhancing his capabilities. Soon after, Mystique, who had been sent to gather intelligence from the Academy, returned with news that Magneto had decided to visit the Academy to borrow something from the Professor, Wolverine. In these 3 days, Magneto has once again forged 8 suits of mutant armor. This endeavor is not a simple task. The intricate components demand meticulous precision and consume an immense amount of mental fortitude, undoubtedly a considerable burden for someone of his age. Furthermore, it requires Russell to infuse the armor with the energy of genetic training techniques, which is crucial for unlocking the evolution of mutant abilities. Thus, it took 3 days to create 8 suits, yet this pace is remarkably swift, effectively augmenting the Brotherhood of Mutants with 6 elite fighters, a substantial return on investment. Magneto and Mystique each donned a suit as well. Although these were lesser armors, providing minimal enhancement for them, they nonetheless offered a degree of physical and psychic protection. Additionally, the armor possessed a significant advantage. With a gentle lift of his hand, Magneto propelled himself and his companions into the sky like shooting stars, weaving through the clouds and reveling in the joy of flight. In just over 10 minutes, they descended upon the Academy. This time, the Sentinel Wolverine had abstained from alcohol, having learned his lesson after a previous encounter where he drunkenly passed out due to counterfeit liquor. leading to a series of significant events involving Mystique and Russell using a brainwave amplifier to rescue Magneto. He had vowed to remain vigilant, determined not to let alcohol hinder his duty again. Therefore, when Magneto and his entourage descended, Wolverine immediately spotted them and sounded the alarm. He extended his hand, from which sharp adamantium claws erupted, gleaming with metallic luster. A smirk curled at the corner of his lips after his previous embarrassment. He was eager to reclaim his honor by inflicting pain upon the invaders. Did they think Wolverine would not assert his dominance? Charging forward with his claws bared, he soon regretted his impulsiveness, wishing instead that he had succumbed to intoxication. This was due to the sight of Magneto extending his hand, adopting a familiar pose reminiscent of a nightmare, sending a torrent of frustration coursing through Wolverine's mind. He recognized the identity of his natural nemesis, Magneto. True to form, Wolverine felt his body become utterly unresponsive, lifted from the ground only to crash heavily back down, his face scraping along the earth until he finally came to a halt at Magneto's feet. He heard Magneto's voice, "Little Russell, behold. This is the gift I have prepared for you, Wolverine, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities, known as Logan. Do you see?" Once he had the instincts of a beast. But the comforts of life here have led to his regression, reducing him to a mindless brute who charges forward heedlessly. Huh. In response to Magneto's derision, Logan could not suppress his inner curses. "Oh, how noble and grand you are, treating me as a mere gift for someone else. What is next? Are you going to try to slice me up?" He lay on the ground, utterly immobilized. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his lower back, as if someone had plunged a needle into his kidney, drawing his blood with fervor. What a remarkable ability! Wolverine, Logan, heard a voice unfamiliar to him, one that sounded youthful and innocent. He struggled against his restraints, twisting his head away from Magneto's control, and caught sight of Russell, who was half-crouched before him. Recognition dawned upon him. This was the young mutant who had previously infiltrated the Academy alongside Mystique. Anger surged within Logan. "So, you returned after your last visit? Despicable!" He fought desperately, yet he could not break free from Magneto's grasp. Confusion clouded his mind. What was happening? Why had Magneto brought someone to the Academy? Hadn't humanity declared war on the Brotherhood of Mutants? What was this individual doing drawing his blood? Did he truly believe that by extracting his blood, he could acquire his mutant abilities? It was utterly ludicrous. Logan watched as Russell collected his blood, observing it drip into the palm of his hand, forming an odd pattern upon the surface of his armor. Almost instantaneously, he witnessed Russell rotate his hand, and with a swift motion, 3 sharp bone claws sprang forth from the back of his hand. In a flash, those bone claws were enveloped in armor, transforming into deadly metallic talons. Logan's pupils dilated in astonishment. Even more astonishing was the sight of Russell retracting the claws. The armor did not immediately adhere to him, and Logan beheld the tattered skin mend itself in an instant. This contraction of claws, this grotesque level of self-healing ability, was unmistakably his own mutant power. He let out a hoarse cry of denial. "No, this is impossible." Chapter 29, Ruthless Domination. Logan, who believed himself to have lived long enough, felt his heart as cold as that of a butcher who had spent a decade slaughtering fish. Yet, witnessing Russell's display of extraordinary regeneration and bone claws left him incredulous. He hissed softly, "This cannot be. It is unfathomable." He had discovered that someone could wield another's mutant abilities. It was nothing short of magical. "Logan, it seems Charles has protected you too well. You've not only lost your beastly instincts but have also become as foolish as one," Magneto remarked, extending his hand to lift Logan from the ground, placing him firmly in his grip. His face bore a mix of disdain and a hint of regret. "I once believed you to be the most competent warrior among mutants, but it appears you have ultimately transformed into a docile lamb." As he spoke, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the building. Magneto recognized it instantly. It was none other than his old friend, Charles's formidable aide, now the leader of the X-Men, Cyclops. His eyes could connect to other dimensions, using them as conduits to unleash energy from alternate worlds, possessing immense destructive power. Magneto not only knew him, he is also acquainted with his brother, Shockwave. He is one of the mutants who has fought alongside them for quite some time. As the formidable laser beams approached, Magneto remained unmoved, and Russell too held his ground, shifting his gaze towards the remaining members who accompanied them today, all elite members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Their inherent strength was already commendable, and with the enhancement of mutant armor, their abilities had undergone evolution. Russell was eager to witness the nature of their evolved mutant powers and their combat prowess. Thus, he tilted his head slightly and gestured with his right hand, signaling an offensive move. Instantly, the mutants beside him sprang into action, with Rhino reacting swiftly this time. His body surged in size, his formidable frame resembling a wall, blocking the path of the others. The laser beams capable of melting steel struck against his massive form, emitting a fierce, sizzling sound, yet they could not penetrate, leaving no trace whatsoever. Laser Eye was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, a ghostly figure appeared silently before him. The chilling twin blades, illuminated by the light, gleamed ominously, instilling a sense of dread. It was Cones. He had concealed his form, blending seamlessly with the grass, sprinting at an astounding speed without raising any alarm. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before Laser Eye. What expression would a mage wear when confronted by an unexpected assassin? Laser Eye's face turned ashen, and he abruptly shook his head, attempting to redirect his energy, but it was already too late. The chilling twin blades were already arcing towards his neck, the sound of rushing wind rendering his mind blank. Was this the end? Yet, the blades never descended. Cones was suddenly frozen in place by an inexplicable frost. His body immobilized as if he were an ice sculpture. Laser Eye exhaled in relief, his crimson gaze intensifying as he unleashed a powerful blast upon Cones, sending him hurtling away. Before Cones could hit the ground, the clear sky was abruptly shrouded in ominous clouds. The clouds clashed, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Cones with overwhelming might. His essence lingered, yet it was waning. A truly dismal fate. Russell shook his head, acknowledging that the X-Men displayed commendable teamwork in the face of peril, evidently having undergone extensive training. However, this was not the reason for Cones' swift defeat. The primary issue lay in Cones' overconfidence. As a speedster with exceptional reflexes, he had allowed himself to be ensnared by Iceman's frost, restricting his movements. This was akin to a sprint champion opting to determine victory through a card game. He glanced at the luminescent figure, who nodded, extending a hand. As a silvery radiance enveloped Cones' form, visibly healing his wounds. He promptly rose from the ground, his face bearing a look of shame. Evidently, he too recognized his folly. He lowered his head, his figure once again vanishing from sight, disappearing before the crowd. He lurked in the shadows, biding his time for a lethal opportunity. Meanwhile, the elite forces of the Academy had converged, positioning themselves directly opposite Russell and Magneto, their gazes vigilant as they scrutinized the unfamiliar armored team. As a former ally of Magneto, Beast Hank intoned gravely, "Eric, what are you plotting? Humanity has declared war on you, and you still seek to provoke the Academy? I merely came to pay a visit to an old friend. Where's Charles?" Magneto replied with a smile, appearing genuinely like a long-lost companion. "I've heard you've recruited some promising talents over the years. It would be a shame for them to study here. Why not lend them to me?" He casually mentioned several names, all of which were meticulously gathered by Mystique Raven during her infiltration of the Academy, representing some of the most accomplished and promising mutants within. "How dare you?" Beast Hank seethed, infuriated by Magneto's brazen intrusion into the Academy, attempting to poach its students as if he held no regard for them at all. He roared, "Eric, I suggest you return to your prison and retire quietly." Not wanting to engage further, he transformed into his fierce beast form and charged towards Magneto and his entourage. The team of Sentinels followed closely behind, a mix of tension and exhilaration coursing through them. After all, they were facing the infamous Magneto, a formidable adversary known for his ruthless tactics. Could they remain unperturbed? Yet, excitement bubbled within them, as they had long heard tales of battles between the Sentinels and Magneto. As two factions of mutants, the Brotherhood and the Academy, had clashed frequently. The Sentinels had faced Magneto multiple times. In the simulation rooms, they had often challenged him, honing their skills against his formidable prowess. Albeit with one notable difference, Magneto did not possess a health bar. At that moment, they were so engrossed in their anticipation that they failed to notice Wolverine Logan's pained, tightly shut eyes, nor the mocking gaze of Russell. The battle was imminent. Erupting with fervor as energy beams flew haphazardly and the sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed relentlessly, to the astonishment of the young mutants from the Academy. Their revered champions, the seemingly invincible Sentinel team, were not only unsuccessful in vanquishing their foes, but were effortlessly captured within mere minutes. They could hardly believe their eyes, feeling dazed and incredulous. How could it be that they were subdued by mere subordinates of the mighty Magneto without him lifting a finger? Chapter 30. The despair of the Sentinels. How could this be? The Sentinel team and Beast Hank had initially been brimming with confidence, for they were not unfamiliar with engaging Magneto's mutant squad. The last encounter, Magneto caused a disturbance at a multinational conference, even attacking the Statue of Liberty, nearly severing the goddess's head. He almost succeeded in transforming all the leaders into mutants, a terrifying incident. It was the X-Men who thwarted Magneto, personally delivering him to prison. At that time, Magneto commanded a formidable army. Yet now, having been released for less than half a month, how could he possibly recruit such powerful subordinates? Thus, they were brimming with confidence. However, when they clashed with Magneto's armored henchmen, they were met with heavy fists, terrifying reflexes, and astounding agility. Each punch landed upon them, thoroughly teaching them a lesson. It was a situation of overwhelming dominance. They stood in disbelief, utterly powerless as they were seized by the scruff of their necks and tossed before Magneto like refuse. They had been captured. Although they bore no restraints to inhibit their mutant abilities, they wisely chose not to move. For before them stood the more fearsome Magneto. They lay there obediently, exchanging glances filled with unspoken questions, each perceiving the confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Where had Magneto found such twisted subordinates? Were elite-level mutants no longer valuable? Their extraordinary strength was innate, further honed through rigorous training. How could they be so commonplace in Magneto's ranks? Their questions remained an unsolved mystery. Magneto, unwilling to enlighten them, casually tossed Wolverine among them, crossing his arms as the ground trembled. Thick steel rods soared from afar, piercing above their heads, one after another embedding into the ground. In an instant, a massive cage was formed, imprisoning the squad within. Although this served little purpose, for their mutant abilities would allow for effortless escape. They dared not attempt it. The cage became a profound humiliation. They felt like monkeys, observed by the Brotherhood of Mutants, by their own students. An overwhelming sense of indignation washing over them. Magneto floated nearby, gazing with satisfaction at his creation, seemingly delighted. So, you two have your day as monkeys. The spectacle of your antics saves me a ticket. Russell, watching from the sidelines, struggled to stifle a laugh. He realized that Magneto's cunning was not much less than a horse's. He had deliberately constructed a cage, treating the X-Men as though they were mere monkeys. Exacting revenge for their prior disruption of his plans, which had led to his own imprisonment among humans, to be gawked at like an animal. Now, the tables had turned. Magneto snorted disdainfully, but he did not forget his other purpose for being there. With a mere thought, he propelled himself towards the group of students. Russell sauntered leisurely behind, each of his steps seemingly suspended in midair, akin to a stroll in the rain, although there was nothing beneath his feet. It felt as though he walked upon solid ground. This enchanting spectacle instantly captivated the attention of those present. So elegant, utterly exquisite. Even Newton would exclaim in admiration. The imprisoned Cyclops was intensely perplexed, his gaze filled with a peculiar recognition, for he discerned Russell as the very lad who had previously infiltrated the academy with Mystique. Yet, he distinctly remembered that the nature of Russell's power was exceedingly unique, possessing the ability to enhance others' mutant capabilities. How could this manifestation appear so peculiar? Unable to contain his curiosity, Cyclops turned to Beast Hank, a well-versed scholar with a wealth of knowledge, hoping for some insight. However, Hank found himself equally baffled. Deep in contemplation, he too struggled to fathom how Russell's extraordinary power of evolution could lead to such an ethereal display of walking in the air. Moreover, Hank was troubled by another matter. As he surveyed the circle of armored sentinels surrounding them, his expression darkened with discontent. How infuriating it was. Where had Magneto found such formidable individuals, endowed with immense strength and rapid reflexes, each possessing remarkably potent mutant abilities? Had Magneto truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune? His heart simmered with resentment. After all, the academy he had co-founded with Charles was unparalleled in its research on mutants and the development of their abilities, boasting the most advanced and comprehensive studies in the world. Furthermore, their institution housed the largest student body. Having recruited nearly all young mutants during Magneto's incarceration and the disbandment of the Brotherhood through their brainwave amplifiers, the school teemed with thousands of students. Yet, in terms of true combat prowess, only the X-Men and a handful of reserve members possessed such strength, merely a few dozen individuals. This stark reality underscored the difficulty of assembling a cadre of powerful mutant subordinates. Yet, astonishingly, Magneto had achieved precisely that. This left the astute Hank utterly confounded. It was not until Wolverine Logan uttered a single remark that the mystery unraveled, shocking the entire X-Men team. That little fellow possesses mutant abilities, he stated. Still dazed and incredulous, I overheard their conversation. This is a new type of mutant weapon he has developed. His eyes reflected disbelief. I witnessed him extract my blood and drip it into the palm of that armor, and in an instant, he acquired my mutant powers, self-healing, and my bone claws. All of these armors are his creations, each endowed with identical abilities, immense strength, terrifying reflexes, and the capacity for evolution. This revelation suggested that the seasoned Wolverine was far from inept, and indeed, he had not indulged in false spirits. His intellect remained sharp. Coupled with his recent eavesdropping on Russell's conversation with Wolverine and Mystique, alongside his own first-hand experience, clarity began to dawn upon him. He arrived at a conclusion that left him both astounded and deeply unsettled. This young lad had mastered the art of replicating the abilities of other mutants, and could even bestow this power upon others. This revelation struck like thunder, leaving Hank and the entire X-Men team in a state of shock. The capacity to duplicate another's abilities and extend that gift to others was nothing short of terrifying. They felt a profound dread as they gazed intently at Russell, who hovered in midair, their minds enveloped in an enduring astonishment. This little boy was merely 8 years old. 8. His future, good heavens. Chapter 31. Enlightenment. Observation hockey? Astonishment. Disbelief. These emotions spread like wildfire in the hearts of Beast Hank and the X-Men team. Their initial response was one of impossibility. Yet, Hank fell into silence. his gaze fixed on Russell's figure, letting out a deep sigh. Charles, this time, I was wrong. He recalled the moment he discovered the paper Russell had sent to the academy, acknowledging that he was the first to recognize Russell's extraordinary talent. As a fellow genius with a superbrain, Hank understood all too well how crucial a sharp mind is for a prodigy. However, at that time, he had underestimated Russell, dismissing him due to his tender age. Thus, when Charles planned to negotiate with Magneto, Hank had expressed his refusal, believing Russell was not worth such perilous efforts to rescue from Magneto's grasp. Reflecting on his past decision now filled him with regret. If he had been more resolute then, it would have been entirely feasible to retrieve Russell from Magneto. After all, at that moment, Magneto had just emerged from prison, accompanied only by Mystique and lacking his mental shielding helmet. It was the perfect opportunity. If everyone had acted together, they could have undoubtedly brought Russell back. But he did not. Hank surveyed the cold, armored squad around him, and the thought of their formidable combat prowess under their armor made him unable to suppress his regret. Striking the ground in frustration. How foolish I was. Why did I allow myself to be so naive? Not only had he let slip this armor capable of amplifying mutant abilities, but he had also unwittingly released a super genius. He was filled with remorse. Meanwhile, Russell remained oblivious to the despair his existence had wrought upon others. He was engrossed in Magneto's impassioned speech. Magneto, with his undeniable charisma, sought to entice the young, still growing mutants with his words, laden with seduction. With his illustrious accomplishments, standing alongside the professor as one of the most renowned and powerful mutants, his aura was dazzling. To a group of children, Magneto was incredibly captivating. Not just them. Even Russell, standing nearby, felt a surge of excitement, a yearning to align himself with Magneto. Oh, he had already done so. He cast a glance at the mutants, many of whom bore familiar visages, and among them were several possessing formidable abilities. For instance, Sunspot, who could transmute into a molten form, radiating intense flames, effortlessly dispatched several sentinels in the dystopian realm of the future, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. Then there was Domino, a mutant of exceptional caliber, capable of manipulating luck within her line of sight, transforming improbable events into certainties while rendering likely occurrences improbable. Her abilities mirrored Russell's own. He could negate unwanted elements within a certain radius, such as harm or attacks, while Domino could alter the probability of events within her vicinity, diminishing her chances of suffering injury. Her formidable skills promised a bright future, particularly in the realm of probability, that enigmatic force. Russell made a mental note to recruit her, recalling her unfortunate fate after the Strikers' assault on the Academy, leading to her capture and subsequent transformation into a weapon for their adversaries. In addition to Sunspot and Domino, Russell also observed Firestar, whose ability, though limited to the manipulation of flames rather than their creation, rendered him a formidable combatant. His shortcomings were trivial in Russell's eyes. With the addition of a gene module capable of generating fire within his mutant armor, he would certainly rank as a peak-level mutant. Russell also noted the elusive Rogue, the mischievous one capable of absorbing others' mutant abilities. Her potential for power development was exceedingly promising. Russell discerned the evolutionary trajectory of her mutant genes with sufficient energy for evolution. She could ascend to a level surpassing Mystique. Unlike Mystique, who required extensive knowledge and mastery of her target's abilities to mimic them, Rogue could forcibly seize others' powers. Should her abilities evolve, she could become an omnipotent force, perhaps even a counterbalance to the Sentinels in the future. Although her early demise and insufficient power development had previously thwarted her potential to save mutant kind. As Russell pondered these matters, he suddenly sensed a colossal energy approaching them. One he recognized all too well, volatile and fierce. It was none other than the Phoenix, the true embodiment of power within the Academy, Jean. Someone was coming, immensely powerful. No. Two individuals, one above, one below. Russell, having previously witnessed Mystique employing a psionic amplifier to locate Magneto, had gained profound insights into the mutant detection techniques. He can effortlessly locate any mutant in his vicinity. Those endowed with mutant genes are unable to conceal themselves from him, with the exception of Jean. She is not a mutant, yet the energy she emanates is strikingly conspicuous. What Russell discovered was yet another little mouse. Magneto noticed it as well. To be precise, he saw it. The very earth trembled, and countless objects within the Academy soared into the air. Stones, statues, trees, vehicles, and a myriad of other items. These entities intertwined, resembling a sinuous dragon as they hurled towards Magneto and his allies. Leave this to me. You handle that one. Magneto confidently extended his palm, grasping the air above. The colossal dragon swirling in the sky instantaneously disintegrated, transforming its form and hurtling towards Jean. He was not the Iron King, but Magneto. The suppressed Jean was no match for him. Russell, however, directed his gaze downward, his figure darting like lightning as he forcefully stomped the ground. A resounding boom echoed. The earth trembled beneath him as he created a profound pit with his strike. The terrifying force extended downward. He sensed it. The mutant concealed underground seemed to have anticipated his movements, altering its trajectory in advance. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. He continued to stomp down hard once more. Empty. Another stomp. Still empty. Yet another stomp. Still nothing. Russell began to grasp the situation. He stood still, enlightened. You pose a significant and terrifying threat to Phantom Cat. In the face of life and death, Phantom Cat unleashed her formidable mutant abilities, becoming atomic and allowing her consciousness to traverse the future, foreseeing forthcoming events and continuously altering her path to evade attacks. You sensed your opponent's movements, observing their actions and falling into deep contemplation. Your innate understanding is extraordinary. And you have comprehended. You have named this ability Observation Hockey, Future Sight. Chapter 32, The Silent Phantom Cat. Phantom Cat, Katie, is a mutant of considerable caliber. Although her mutant abilities are only at level 3, lacking in combat prowess, her potential is undeniably formidable. She can atomize her body, traverse any barriers, disregard physical assaults, and even allow her consciousness to traverse time. In a future dominated by Sentinels, it was she who transported Wolverine's consciousness to the past, enabling him to alter history and save the future timeline. However, her classification as a level 3 mutant stems from the inherent flaws in her abilities, which prevent her from fully realizing her potential. While she may be atomic during her underground traversals, she remains subject to physiological needs. She requires air. She aspires to silently infiltrate the encirclement of the mutant brotherhood, akin to a trained operative, to rescue the surrounded squad of battle police with a single breath. After all, this squad of battle police had merely sustained some injuries and had not been shackled with the constraints that suppressed their mutant abilities. As long as they could escape a certain range, they could still regain their combat prowess, unlike their current predicament, trapped in a cage and continuously exposed to the onslaught of the Brotherhood of Mutants. At the slightest movement, they would be met with an overwhelming barrage of fire. She had devised a clever plan and executed it with utmost stealth, managing to elude detection. Success was within her grasp. However, Russell intervened. With each step he took, a surge of force reverberated through the ground, striking Phantom Cat Kitty at the very moment she sought to catch her breath. The terrifying power compelled her to alter her course underground, with Russell's relentless assault ever close behind. The acute shortage of oxygen, coupled with the fearsome attacks, sent her heart racing to its limits. Her mind went blank, and her eyes glimpsed fragmented images that aided her in narrowly evading yet another of Russell's strikes. A premonition washed over her. Now would be a safe moment to surface for air. Following the visions in her mind, she emerged at a specific spot, greedily inhaling the air. Yet, in a moment of horror, she found a hand resting upon her. She felt like a rabbit colliding with a barrier, obediently offering her neck to the palm of another. The immense grip around her throat was suffocating. The pain induced an instinctive shake of her head. In a desperate bid, she activated her ability, attempting to phase her body into an atomic state to escape the grasp. But it bore no fruit. To her terror, she realized her body was unresponsive. It was as if she had lost her mutant powers and reverted to a mere human. With a firm tug, the hand effortlessly lifted her from beneath the ground. The captor was none other than Russell. His eyes glowed with a faint white light, a manifestation of the precognitive ability he had gleaned from observing Phantom Cat's movements, a skill of remarkable insight. With casual ease, he employed this power to great effect. In high spirits, Russell couldn't resist teasing her. "Little kitty, next time, don't be so mischievous." He then swung his arm, casting her into a cage constructed by Magneto. Before Phantom Cat could even react, she saw Russell point at her, and a beam of light shot from his fingertip, coiling around her neck to form a dreadful halo. Terrified, she reached for her neck, only to find the halo eluded her touch, as if it were a mere projection of an invisible ornament. Confusion enveloped her. But the next moment, her fear escalated to a peak. Phantom Cat realized the nature of the halo's power, and a scream escaped her lips as she frantically clutched her head, shaking it wildly. "Impossible. What is this ability? No, you can't restrict my mutant powers." The members of the X-Men team, confined within their cage, were struck by disbelief as they gazed at Shadowcat, their minds racing with tumultuous thoughts, leaving them in a state of numbness. The day had been fraught with overwhelming shocks. First, Magneto and his forces launched an assault on the Academy. Then, they discovered Wolverine. Logan had been effortlessly captured. Shortly thereafter, they were confronted with the terrifying surge in the Brotherhood of Mutants' power. The revelation of Russell's extraordinary intellect followed. Each piece of information capable of leaving them astounded for days. The ability to restrict others' mutant powers was indeed astonishing, yet they had grown somewhat desensitized to such revelations, feeling it was hardly remarkable. Thus, an awkward scene unfolded within the confines of their prison. Shadowcat shared this alarming news with her comrades, expressing the dread of a mutant capable of limiting others' abilities, a truly fearsome existence. She screamed in terror, yearning for some reaction from her companions. Yet, to her disbelief, Wolverine, Beast Hank, and the rest of the X-Men sat there, their expressions blank, as if they had grown accustomed to such horrors. Shadowcat, bewildered, waved her hands in exasperation, questioning. Aren't you afraid? He can restrict my mutant abilities, and yours as well. She found herself doubting the sanity of her comrades, wondering if their minds had been compromised by the enemy. Their mutant powers were akin to a hard-earned gaming account, only to be thwarted by an opponent capable of arbitrarily disabling them. Even if only temporarily, such an advantage would undeniably disrupt the balance of the game. Why was there no reaction? Beast Hank pointed to Russell and remarked nonchalantly, he's a super genius with a brain more formidable than mine. Shadowcat interjected. Cyclops, he possesses a terrifying mutant ability that can enhance the powers of others. It was with his assistance that Mystique managed to impersonate the professor, even fooling Jean. Shadowcat continued, Colossus. Oh, and have you noticed those metallic contraptions nearby? They were invented by this fellow. Once donned, the armor grants immense power, and I can barely withstand their blows. Their fists are painfully hard. Shadowcat added, Wolverine Logan, I must share another unfortunate tidbit. This guy is a complete pervert. He seems to have developed a technique to replicate other mutants' abilities. I witnessed him draw a vial of my blood, acquiring my healing factor and bone claws. Shadowcat remarked. Storm, while I cannot enumerate all of his terrifying traits, I do know one thing. Magneto is also equipped with this armor, and Mystique stands behind, merely observing us without intervening. Shadowcat concluded, Iceman, I believe you should focus on another concern. It appears they are equipped with a psychic shielding device. Otherwise, wouldn't you have noticed that the professor has been absent all along? Phantom Cat. She felt a buzzing in her head. Unable to fathom how such traits could coexist in a single individual, a person so grotesquely abnormal. She was utterly bewildered. What are we even fighting for? With a creature so deviant, we might as well surrender. In response to her lament, Beast Hank, Wolverine Logan, and the X-Men team exchanged glances, and then, in unison, they exclaimed, What do you think we are doing? Phantom Cat, Chapter 33 Professor, truly delightful. A perversion. A monstrous entity. Not even human. Russell sat outside the cage, listening to the monikers they had bestowed upon him, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Though their voices were hushed, to Russell, now transformed beyond humanity, their whispers resonated as loud proclamations. Nevertheless, a flicker of pride swelled within him. After all, these terms were intended as compliments, albeit not in the most flattering manner. He cleared his throat to attract their attention. Stay put inside. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Soon, the big shot will arrive, and we, the mere minnows, should observe quietly from the sidelines. As he spoke, Russell extended his palm, a pale light emanating forth, cascading along the steel bars of the cage constructed by Magneto. And in an instant, the cage transformed to a silvery hue. What is this? The imprisoned Beast Hank, Wolverine, and the X-Men looked on in confusion, soon realizing the nature of the phenomenon. What has happened to our mutant abilities? Beast Hank's fur receded, restoring his original appearance, now bespectacled and seemingly refined. Wolverine extended his right hand, and adamantium surged forth, only to retract moments later, his skin visibly healing. Yet, compared to his prior regenerative capabilities, it was evidently much slower. Wolverine pondered, our mutant abilities have not vanished. Rather, they are suppressed. Is this your doing? He gazed curiously at Russell. This is our second encounter, isn't it? Though I am unaware of your name, your face is somewhat familiar. Might you share the nature of your mutant ability? Russell rolled his eyes in exasperation. Seated cross-legged outside the cage, he revealed, This is my mutant ability. After days of practicing genetic cultivation techniques, my power has evolved once more, allowing me to form collars that can bind anyone's abilities. It can also create a cage. Within this domain, all mutant powers shall be diminished, because I shall not permit it. As his mutant ability continued to evolve, not only were all mutant powers forbidden in his vicinity, but all forms of superpowers and harm were also disallowed. Everything would fall under his veto. In his presence, even deities were rendered impotent. Russell utilized his abilities to confine the Phantom Cats, simultaneously weakening them to prevent any potential disruption. When faced with Logan's inquiry, he pondered seriously before offering a remarkably reasonable explanation. My mutant ability lies in possessing a brilliant mind. He was indeed not engaging in self-aggrandizement. The original host shared the same mutant power, which ultimately led to his capture and subsequent experimentation, resulting in a dire fate. However, upon his transmigration, it was not the development of his abilities that served him, but rather his extraordinary insight and that astute intellect. Hence, his mutant power could be succinctly described as a clever mind. Yet, it was evident that no one believed such claims. They merely rolled their eyes, accompanied by derisive laughter. Before settling into meditation, their attention diverted to the battle between Magneto and Jean. Nonetheless, in their hearts, the outcome of the confrontation was already predetermined. There was absolutely no chance for Jean to triumph over Magneto, at least not without succumbing to her rage, which would grant her such combat prowess. As anticipated, Magneto With a mere flick of his wrist, manipulated an endless torrent of metal, directing it toward Jean as if it were a rainstorm. He was toying with her. Initially the aggressor, Jean now found herself in an increasingly precarious position, exerting her telekinetic powers to defend against the incessantly assaulting metallic objects, struggling to maintain her focus. The disparity between them was immense, akin to the difference between a child and an adult. Magneto's words dripped with seduction. Child, you are a born warrior. Observe and feel the hidden power within you, the formidable strength that embodies your true essence. He recalled Apocalypse, the terrifying phoenix. Her unleashed power was truly fearsome, capable of annihilating worlds. Charles is confining you. You deserve a brighter future. You should ascend to become the deity of our kind, a god among mortals. His gaze was filled with anticipation, even surpassing that of Russell. For Jean was unlike any other mutant. She was a genuine level 5 mutant. She did not need to develop her abilities. She merely needed to unleash them, while others spent their lives striving to unlock their potential. Honing their powers to become ever more formidable, Jean devoted her existence to mastering control over her abilities. Suppressing her power to prevent a catastrophic outburst, her strength was simply too overwhelming. Magneto, aware of her terrifying capabilities, did not employ overwhelming force against her. Instead, he merely indulged in verbal temptation, bored, engaging in a game. He awaited someone, the professor. Before long, Magneto withdrew his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, a smug expression gracing his features as he observed the professor gliding toward him in his wheelchair. With a flourish, he opened his arms wide, presenting the current situation to the professor, revealing the captured individuals. Charles, you have utterly disappointed me. Is this the academy you claim can protect mutants? Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. I observed them, more docile than sheep, devoid of any spirit or resistance. The professor's gaze held a sense of helplessness as he glanced at the individuals huddled within their cage, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He felt defeated. Magneto, despite his advanced age, could easily be a grandfather, yet he still behaved like a petulant child, seeking to provoke and boast before him. He was astonished at how Magneto could effortlessly achieve victory so decisively. Let us converse. What do you wish to accomplish? The professor conceded. The Academy's tactical unit had been utterly decimated, and Jean was unable to stand alone against the onslaught. The remaining mutant students were powerless to resist, as Magneto's followers were equipped with mental shielding devices, rendering the professor unable to exert control over them. He was instantly overwhelmed by fatigue. Had he merely taken a brief afternoon nap, only to awaken to find his vast academy besieged? For the first time, he truly felt the Academy's lack of combat capability. He had so few capable leaders at his disposal. He chose to compromise, to discuss terms with Magneto. As Russell once articulated, these two had been adversarial allies for decades. And even amidst overwhelming advantage, neither would strike a lethal blow to the other. They both harbored a fundamental understanding. They were mutants. They fought for their beliefs, not for the purpose of mutual destruction. Humanity had declared war on the Brotherhood of Mutants, and I require the Academy's assistance for the Brotherhood. The professor shook his head, outright rejecting the notion. Absolutely not. I will not drag these children into war. Magneto, undeterred, pressed on with his demands. Someone has attempted to assassinate the president, and they have placed the blame squarely on me, though I am not the instigator. I need your assistance in identifying the true perpetrator. I intend to eliminate him. No one shall manipulate Magneto. That is even more impossible. The professor vehemently denied. I cannot violate my principles by prying into the secrets of others' hearts. I need you to confront those politicians and the president. After the Brotherhood engages in battle with the military, regardless of victory or defeat, I require them to withdraw their forces. I need your mental intimidation. Magneto was no fool. He understood that with over 100 mutants, the Brotherhood could hardly contend against the million-strong tide of humanity. No matter how formidable their powers, they had their limits and required rest. Hence, he opted to unleash the true weapon of the mutants, an entity capable of obliterating all ordinary humans, the professor of nuclear deterrence. The professor shook his head vigorously, nearly to the point of exhaustion. He was unwilling to invade the secrets of others' hearts, let alone threaten the lives of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, to intimidate politicians. This was utterly contrary to his character. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Charles, would rather perish than acquiesce to your demands or engage in such actions. I shall share with you a set of armor designed for mutants. A remarkable outcome of the latest research by that little fellow. This armor amplifies the mutant abilities of its wearer, allowing them to harness the powers of other mutants simply by donning it. You can imagine the implications of this. You have witnessed the complete annihilation of your X-Men team. The professor fell into silence, becoming somewhat hesitant. In truth, the three conditions you mentioned earlier are still open for discussion. He recalled his previous words, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Yet, he could not help but think, oh, how enticing. Chapter 34. The Beast. The folly of mortals. The law of temptation. This is a rule-level ability applicable to beings across all realms. The professor was not exempt from this law, despite his earlier vows to uphold his principles. He found himself quickly wavering. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. The students, witnessing such a stark contrast in their professor, could not suppress their astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, questioning whether this was truly the professor they had known. Mystique. It had to be Mystique's doing. At that moment, even Mystique herself began to doubt. Nervously touching her own face and pinching herself, the pain revealing a startling truth. Oh no, the bald man before her was real. He was not an illusion. Mystique continued to regard the professor with a scrutinizing gaze, observing him engaged in lively conversation with Magneto, negotiating terms of collaboration. This surreal sight left her utterly bewildered. After decades of rivalry, they were truly standing side by side, genuinely discussing partnership. Mystique rubbed her temples in disbelief and approached Russell with an exaggerated tone, exclaiming, "Dear little Russell, did you see? That bushy-browed Charles has changed. He has turned rogue. My goodness, oh my God." Her voice dripped with a sarcastic European tone, prompting Russell to roll his eyes and retort with dry wit. "Have you grown so accustomed to your recent good fortune that you've forgotten the formidable nature of the low-tier mutant armor?" Perhaps Mystique genuinely had forgotten. Her mutant abilities had once been quite limited, merely allowing her to mimic the appearance of others. Her combat prowess relied solely on ambush tactics, if her opponent was vigilant. Engaging in a direct confrontation, whether one-on-one or two-on-one, she might still hold her ground. Yet, should the adversary resort to unorthodox American martial arts, Mystique could only bow her head in defeat. After all, there is a saying, American martial arts are swift beyond 7 paces and precise within 7. However, ever since Russell guided the evolution of her mutant genes, Mystique underwent a complete transformation. While she may not have reached the pinnacle of mutant prowess, she had certainly ascended beyond the ranks of low-tier mutants. The enhancements provided by the low-tier mutant armor were no longer as pronounced for her. Nevertheless, for the professor, this armor was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. A group of ordinary mutants, upon donning this armor, can effortlessly overpower a squad of trained sentinels who have undergone years of rigorous preparation. Such audacity in wielding power is unparalleled. How many low-tier mutants exist within the Academy? How many possess flawed abilities? The number reaches into the thousands, almost all of them. Once hope arises, granting these young mutants the chance for transformation and the ability to seize their own destinies, the professor is certain to relent. Even if Magneto were to sacrifice himself, the professor would acquiesce. His thoughts and actions may seem fantastical to ordinary individuals. Yet, who is he but the professor? A being endowed with formidable psychic abilities, yet never engaging in malevolent deeds. His presence is indeed formidable. If one possessed the capacity to extinguish lives at will, to hypnotize anyone, to alter the consciousness of others, what sort of person might they become? A demon who indulges in chaos, ushering forth a grotesque reality, or a guardian embodying perfection, justice, and peace? Or perhaps a luminary, transcending all existence? Russell harbors a deep admiration for the professor, yet he fears he may align more closely with Magneto. Hence, he chose Magneto. In response to Russell's retort, Mystique shrugged her shoulders, merely expressing her instinctive critique upon seeing her former friend in this state. After all, she is a true pragmatist, fully aware of the armor's significance for mutants. If everyone possessed this mutant armor, how could mutants ever descend to the lowest rungs of society? How could they face discrimination? How could they find themselves relegated to laboratories, reduced to mere subjects for experimentation? It all boils down to a single truth. The affluent rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Yet, how many have successfully mutated? The majority of mutants remain nameless and obscure. Nevertheless, a hint of resentment lingered within her. She recognized the armor's potential yet felt discontent at the prospect of handing it over to Charles. She turned to Russell, stating that this is your invention. This is the Brotherhood's trump card. If it falls into their hands, aided by Hank's intellect, they will swiftly replicate the armor. She is well acquainted with Hank, having shared a history that bore a hint of ambiguity. She understands the brilliance of his mind, truly remarkable. 2 or 3 decades ago, in an era devoid of advanced technology and incomplete genetic understanding, Hank had already devised a genetic serum to suppress his mutant genes, restoring his ordinary appearance. He further invented a brainwave amplifier, perfectly augmenting the professor's psychic powers, along with the Academy's supersonic aircraft and various advanced technologies that spawned lucrative ventures. All these innovations bear Hank's imprint. He can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the world's foremost geniuses. Mystique's intentions are clear. She harbors a touch of selfishness. Unwilling to relinquish the armor of low-tier mutants to the Academy, not even a single piece. Although currently there exists only one formidable combatant, it is highly probable that under Beast Hank's analytical prowess, his astute intellect, given a sufficient period of experimentation, can replicate a significant portion of the abilities, whether it be 80% or even 50%. with the vast number of mutant students at Charles Academy. A mere spit could submerge the Brotherhood of Mutants. After all, they are still merely at the level of basic mutant armor. On their side, the foremost combat power, Magneto, has not seen any enhancement. His strength has not undergone a qualitative leap. In comparison to the dramatic increase in power exhibited by other users, he remains stagnant. Mystique, thinking entirely from the perspective of the Brotherhood of Mutants, harbors reasonable thoughts. However, Beast Hank, confined within his cage, was immediately displeased. As a scientist, he had long been envious of the flawless mutant armor beside him, nearly drooling at the sight. He could scarcely fathom how Russell managed to amplify the abilities of all mutants. How did Russell achieve the replication of others' mutant powers? How did he flawlessly merge various mutant abilities without conflict? How did he enable others to wield another's mutant powers? To an outsider, this may seem simple. After all, 1 + 1 = 2, and in their eyes, it is all relatively similar. Yet, to Hank, the disparity is akin to the difference between understanding why 1 + 1 = 2 and merely stating that it does. Never mind. It is futile to explain such complexities to someone of Mystique's average intellect. Hank disdainfully huffed at Mystique, exclaiming, "Ah, the wisdom of mere mortals." However, he quickly turned to Russell, donning a somewhat obsequious smile. "Professor Russell, I wish to seek your guidance on this stark contrast." Mystique was taken aback. "Hank, with those thick brows and large eyes, how have you gone astray like Charles?" Chapter 35, Enlightenment. The new mutant armor. The professor now found himself devoid of options. With the combat police having been utterly annihilated, and in the absence of his telepathic powers, what other means remained to oppose Magneto? Should he leap from his wheelchair to strike Magneto's knee? Such an act would certainly elicit laughter from Magneto and his cohorts. Thus, what had begun as a tense and frenzied confrontation within the Academy had now transformed into a tranquil state of peace. The assembly had simply divided into two factions. On one side, the professor engaged Magneto in discussions about various collaborative ventures, deliberating on how to share intelligence, how to uncover the unseen perpetrators, and how to push back humanity, securing greater benefits for mutants. No one is better suited for this endeavor than the professor. His telepathic abilities can encompass the vast majority of areas, and with the augmentation of a brainwave amplifier, he could nearly envelop the globe. He can discern the movements of anyone. In the midst of war, he is the unshieldable all-seeing eye, the eye of God. He possesses a terrifying mastery of battlefield control. For any dreadful weapon of humanity necessitates human manipulation, a fact that the professor completely subdues. No one can escape his mental domination unless they are wealthy enough to equip everyone with mind-shielding helmets. If that were the case, the professor would concede defeat. But can you guarantee that all of humanity will don such helmets? Can you ensure that every animal will wear them as well? Humanity is acutely aware of the professor's terror, which is why they tacitly accept the existence of the Academy. They choose to target the softer fruits, and unfortunately, that soft fruit happens to be Magneto. Despite the formidable nature of Magneto's powers, he is not invincible when focused upon. He, too, will experience exhaustion and lapses in concentration, ultimately leading to his failure. Thus, even if Magneto holds the advantage, he must pay the price of a mutant's armor to gain the professor's support, while the Academy merely serves as an accessory, a mere bonus from the professor. On another front, Beast Hank is attempting to ingratiate himself with Russell, akin to a long-starved admirer encountering a muscular Adonis. His heart races with desire. Compelled to attract Russell's attention, he yearns to uncover how Russell accomplished that extraordinary feat, the revolutionary technological marvel that determines the fate of mutants, the low-grade mutant armor. Initially, he feared that Russell, much like Mystique, would be reluctant to share his insights. He understood, for he too was unwilling to disclose the fruits of his laborious research. Yet, he was consumed by longing. Much like a man who covets another's wife, he knows he should not, yet is irresistibly drawn to the allure. To Hank's astonishment, Russell is remarkably generous, engaging in an open dialogue that leaves Hank spellbound. The depth of Russell's erudition and his remarkably innovative ideas enrapture Hank, who cannot help but clap his thigh in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Genius! You are the true genius." Hank feels tears welling up, for his research on genetics diverges from mainstream science, leaving him a solitary scientist with no one to converse with. At times, he even questions if he is on the wrong path, pondering why success seems perpetually elusive. Yet now he sees the light. He witnesses Russell, who strides ahead, illuminating a path forward. Hank is overwhelmed with emotion, realizing he is not, after all, the solitary figure he believed himself to be over these years. He was indeed on the right track. The more he comprehends this, the greater his regret becomes. He wishes he could travel back in time to confront his past self, to deliver 2 resounding slaps, gripping his counterpart by the collar and vehemently chastising him. What kind of foolishness clouded your mind? Such an outstanding genius, and you let him slip away. You truly deserve to be cursed. This is the tempest of emotions he now experiences. It is akin to spotting two coins on the ground. You regard the money as trivial and do not bother to pick it up. Meanwhile, your friend retrieves the coins and, on a whim, purchases a lottery ticket at a nearby shop, only to strike a fortune. I won. I won, they exclaim. You, in disbelief, lament, oh, ancestors. If only you could send me a dream to forewarn me of this fortune. I might have mistaken your grave for a smoldering heap, extinguishing the smoke with a flamethrower. You feel an overwhelming urge to weep, to cry aloud. Beast Hank adjusted his glasses, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. I concede your prowess. Yet if my genetic lineage indeed proves to be a worthy avenue of exploration, integrating genes into battle armor elegantly circumvents the complexities of the human body, a truly exquisite notion. Have you pondered this? The genetic module is an exceedingly intricate structure. The mightier the mutant ability, the more complex and refined the genetic architecture. To incorporate advanced mutant abilities into armor is nearly an insurmountable challenge due to the engineering's complexity. However, what if you could create an alternate dimension or establish a conduit to another realm, akin to the capabilities of spatial travelers? They traverse through alternate spaces, or like Cyclops, who can open gateways to such realms. Mastering this technology would grant us an alternate space to house vast genetic modules, storing immense energy within. By positioning the output port on the mutant armor, and provided we input the correct frequency, we could activate the portal to the alternate space, selecting from a plethora of pre-stored mutant genes. Thus, the mutant armor would harness superior mutant capabilities. Furthermore, as the genetic module continuously draws from the alternate space, the armor's wearer would possess enhanced endurance in battle. At that juncture, nearly any mutant donning such armor could effortlessly surpass even the likes of Eric and Charles, wielding the abilities of all mutants. The cost of utilizing these abilities would diminish, allowing for the simultaneous use of multiple powers: energy absorption, superhuman physique, spatial jumping, rapid regeneration, energy shields, heightened reflexes, immense strength, magnetic manipulation, energy bursts, telepathy, and remarkable stamina. Beast Hank's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, captivated by the vision he portrayed. Such an individual would embody the true essence of a mutant deity, a god among mortals. His elaborate discourse left Russell utterly astounded, rendered speechless for an extended moment. This satisfaction swelled within Beast Hank, grateful for having befriended an erudite online companion just days prior, who, with a sharp tongue, had casually alluded to the prospects of mutant ability development to mock his limited understanding. It sounds like a fanciful tale. Yet, the art of persuasion is indeed quite remarkable. Did you see that? Beast Hank felt a sense of pride as he realized he had managed to deceive a genius like Russell, leading him utterly astray. Truly splendid. He mused to himself that he would later seek out that sharp-tongued fellow known as Playboy for a chat, although the latter's words could be rather biting. His ability to manipulate and persuade was nothing short of exceptional. Setting aside the facts, the impact was undeniably profound. Such audacity, such ingenuity. Beast Hank felt a thrill within. Little did he anticipate that Russell would have an epiphany. Chapter 36. Beast Hank, Show Off. I am utterly impressed. What delights the protagonist the most? Certainly, it is the art of verbal sparring. With merely his words, one can lead another into confusion, causing them to question their existence and even their very selves. This exhilarating sensation is undoubtedly overwhelming, especially when Beast Hank beheld the astonished expression on Russell's face. His own pride was impossible to conceal. However, it soon dawned on him that something seemed amiss. He noticed Russell standing there, seemingly lost in contemplation, his gaze suddenly deepening, as if he were envisioning something profound. Abruptly, he raised his head, his tone brimming with joy. I've got it. I comprehend. What have you realized? Hank was utterly perplexed. In quick succession, he heard Russell articulate a series of familiar yet strange terms, which struck him as eerily reminiscent. He listened intently, and soon his astonishment grew. Was this not identical to the discourse of that sharp-tongued online acquaintance, the one known as Playboy? How could this be? The fellow's claims regarding interdimensional storage technology were patently nonsensical. At present, no leading scientific team has conducted any in-depth research in this domain. Interdimensionality remains an enigma, let alone the development of technology for such storage. Beast Hank observed the excited and loquacious Russell, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Surely not. There exists a principle known as Murphy's Law. The more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Such was the case now. Just days prior, Russell had experienced a surge of inspiration, creating a groundbreaking lower-tier mutant armor capable of enhancing a mutant's abilities and allowing them to utilize the powers of others. The underlying technology involved the replication of a mutant's gene module into the armor. With merely a few drops of blood, one could extract a mutant's genes, enabling the armor to form corresponding gene modules, thus allowing other mutants to activate different abilities through the mutant energy that powered the modules. It was akin to modifying a vehicle's fuel tank so that whether it be a car, an airplane, or a train, All could run on the same type of fuel. However, this lower-tier mutant armor harbored a significant flaw. The genetic module is remarkably intricate. Both memory and manifestation require time and precise calculations. The more potent the mutant ability, the more complex the structure of the genetic module becomes, rendering the armor increasingly difficult to manifest. Russell felt utterly helpless. He could install batteries to power various appliances, yet was incapable of fitting a larger battery into a smaller device. The dimensions were incompatible. The depths were askew. It simply would not fit. However, Beast Hank's words struck Russell like a cosmic explosion in his mind, igniting a cascade of boundless inspiration. He understood. He resonated deeply with Beast Hank's analysis of the genetic module and the advanced mutant abilities. He recognized the shortcomings of lower-tier mutant armor and recalled Hank's proposed solution. The moment he envisioned Cyclops opening a dimensional rift, enlightenment washed over him. He grasped the intricacies of dimensional manipulation technology. Hank's vision for the future of mutant armor echoed in his ears, proposing the creation of a sufficiently expansive alternate space to record all constructed genetic modules. By aligning frequencies, one could utilize more complex genetic modules at a lower cost, thereby unleashing even mightier mutant abilities. Memories of the divine technology within the super-god universe surged back. And Russell's insight soared. He discovered a more perfected armor technology than that of lower-tier mutants, which he named divine armor. Divine armor, an armor capable of accommodating higher-tier mutant genes, allowing the wearer to harness more formidable mutant abilities, even multiple powerful abilities simultaneously. With immense strength, unparalleled speed, invincible mental prowess, and extraordinary healing capabilities, this amalgamation of powers would surely elevate any mutant to the status of a god. An armor that could transform mutants into deities is none other than divine armor. The potential is limitless, an absolute masterpiece destined to divine greatness. Russell's complexion flushed with excitement. He never anticipated that his remarkable insight would yield such a transcendent armor. The divine battle armor. He could easily envision crafting the divine battle armor, effortlessly wielding all mutants' abilities, capable of freezing oceans, halting planets, and even suspending time, commanding celestial bodies with a mere thought. His power would be inexhaustible. His speed would transcend time. His spiritual force would be boundless. His lifespan would be as eternal as the universe itself, though perhaps exaggerated. Such strength is undeniable. The source of mutant genes traces back to the universe's most powerful race, the celestial ancestors. When the divine battle armor reaches its pinnacle, Russell could even eradicate the immature celestial being hidden within the earth, seizing its divine genes for himself and transforming into a celestial. Yet, the challenge is formidable. He pondered the myriad technologies required for the divine battle armor. He comprehended them fully, yet felt utterly powerless, for the complexity of these technologies was overwhelming. It was as if he had traversed back to ancient times, even though his mind was brimming with an array of manufacturing techniques. He found himself powerless to bring any of them to fruition. He turned his gaze toward Magneto, only to shake his head in resignation. The divine armor was entwined with dimensions beyond comprehension, and even a 10th-level technician like Magneto could not contend with it. Upon hearing Russell's musings, Beast Hank breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Russell had finally grasped the inherent difficulties. He offered consolation, stating that the technology of interdimensional space was exceedingly challenging. You are still young. There is ample time ahead for you to delve into this. Rest assured, with relentless effort, by the time you reach my age, you too shall possess a unique understanding of interdimensional technology and be able to catch up to me. Russell, however, seemed oblivious to Hank's words. He rubbed his forehead and murmured, "Isn't it a bit peculiar to be the Erlangchen in another world?" Beast Hank was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, I was merely pondering where the portal to the interdimensional realm should be placed. It feels rather odd to position it in the eyes. I think the forehead would be more fitting." Beast Hank chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "You are thinking too far ahead. There are many years before you can even begin to explore interdimensional space. It is akin to fretting over whether you will drive a Maserati or a Bugatti to work in the future. Only time will reveal that the Audi 6 is your ceiling. To contemplate this now is nothing more than a fanciful dream." As Beast Hank mused, he suddenly witnessed a fissure open upon Russell's forehead, resembling an eye, from which a searing beam of fire erupted, creating a bottomless black pit in the earth. The sheer shock sent a shiver down his spine. "Goodness!" Beast Hank exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to regain his composure. "Could you refrain from showing off?" Chapter 37. Tony, Telecom Fraud. The incandescent brilliance was utterly breathtaking. Regardless of the time or place, such a blinding pillar of light was destined to captivate all gazes. Particularly, the laser-like energy that erupted from Russell's mind, though seemingly diminutive, wielded an extraordinary destructive power, as if it were the very essence concentrated. It was not directed at anyone but rather aimed at the ground. The intense heat combined with a terrifying force instantly marred Mother Earth's visage, leaving behind a pit so deep it defied measurement. Surrounding onlookers began to speculate whether the Earth had been pierced by Russell's blast. This overwhelming surge of energy and force quickly drew the attention of the professors and Magneto, who instinctively turned to ascertain the source of the disturbance, fearing an enemy incursion. Upon realizing it was Russell's doing, they exchanged knowing glances and seamlessly returned to their previous conversation, as if nothing had transpired. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, the others were not so unfazed, especially Beast Hank, who looked utterly bewildered at Russell, then turned to glance at Cyclops and asked, "Did he secretly duplicate your genes?" It was common knowledge among those present that Russell possessed the ability to replicate the mutations of other mutants. Yet Cyclops, searching high and low, nearly disrobed in his fervent quest, found no wounds upon his body. He decisively shook his head. Hank was left even more perplexed. He had a notion forming in his mind, but it struck him as preposterous. Could there truly be someone with such an extraordinary intellect? Merely contemplating the possibility of mastering techniques that had eluded others for centuries, this was technology pertaining to interdimensional space. Even the simple act of opening or closing an interdimensional portal was a monumental leap forward. After some contemplation, Hank conjectured a somewhat more plausible explanation. "Scott, let me ask you something. Could it be that your mother made a mistake? Or perhaps your father strayed?" "Oh, I'm not insulting you," he added, noticing the dangerous glint in Cyclops' eyes. "Is it possible you couldn't keep your lower half in check?" Cyclops retorted, "I don't know about my lower half, but I do know my temper is quite substantial. Really substantial." Russell, however, paid no heed to their banter. Engrossed instead in the exploration of the interdimensional space he had just opened, an inspiration derived from Cyclops. This was the essence of the divine armor, the most critical technology capable of creating an interdimensional realm. It allowed for the storage of inner energy, which could be unleashed instantaneously when needed, producing a fierce and terrifying thermal ray. The wielder could manipulate the interdimensional switch at will. While Cyclops' inability to control it stemmed from the trauma he endured in childhood, a personal limitation. This concept functioned as a reserve hidden energy source. The larger the interdimensional space created, the more energy could be stored, and consequently, the more devastating the unleashed energy would be. This was the fundamental combat method of the divine armor, to obliterate all foes through explosive energy, capable of severing planets when pushed to its limits. Yet, Russell sighed in frustration. The energy required to forge an interdimensional space was immense. During this period, the solar energy he had accumulated through his homeland's training methods had only allowed him to create a minuscule interdimensional realm. Just moments ago, he had completely expended the amassed energy. Terrifying as it was, it lacked sustainability. Russell even contemplated his future moniker. Whenever he ventured outside, people would point and exclaim, "Look, look, there goes the renowned 3-second Ray Man. Truly impressive, he shoots so quickly." Russell mused, "Well, I'm from Changsha. Do you understand what I mean?" He was deep in thought, pondering how he could swiftly expand the interdimensional space he had initiated, realizing that relying solely on himself would not suffice. His homeland's cultivation technique absorbs solar energy, rendering his body a formidable energy consumer that necessitates vast amounts of energy to fortify his physical form, leaving little surplus for emitting thermal rays. He resembles Li Yunlong, unable to wage a prosperous battle. Russell pondered for an extended period, yet found no solution, deepening his distress. Meanwhile, the professor and Magneto, after a protracted negotiation, finally established the terms of their collaboration. To celebrate their successful partnership, the professor decided to treat them to dinner. Indeed, man is like iron, and food is akin to steel. A day without sustenance brings about hunger. The professor, ever the affluent landowner, presented a sumptuous feast, and Russell savored the meal with great delight. After an exhausting day of mental exertion, he embraced the philosophy of replenishment through copious consumption, adhering to the traditional Chinese practice of restorative nourishment. The flavor of the lamb kidneys was exquisite, the oysters were exceptional, and the quail was delightful. While the lamb was robust and invigorating, Russell was thoroughly satisfied, feeling particularly rejuvenated. After replenishing his energy, he followed the beast, Hank, into his personal laboratory. As part of their collaborative venture, the low-tier mutant armor served as the commodity for their exchange. Hank was eager to engage with Russell, wishing to extract every ounce of brilliance from the super genius. Russell casually offered his guidance while contemplating the expansion of interdimensional space, yet inspiration eluded him. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Beast Hank, and a spark of insight ignited within him. The evolutionary variant of the low-tier mutant armor was inspired by Hank himself. Confronted with a creative impasse, he decided to inquire about Hank's insights. Hank, taken aback, stumbled over his words. He had merely spoken in jest, and truly lacked the knowledge. However, upon seeing Russell's eager expression, he gritted his teeth, determined not to lose face before the younger prodigy. He feigned deep contemplation, suggesting he would ponder further and provide an answer by the next day. "Well, you are truly remarkable. I have absolutely no inspiration," Russell expressed with admiration. acknowledging Hank's innate genius. The more Russell praised him, the more Hank felt a pang of insecurity. After a brief wait, as night fell, Russell yawned and retired for the evening. Hank promptly opened his computer and entered a mysterious URL, leading to an array of intriguing videos, various genres from Asia, Europe, Japan, and beyond, all serving as educational material. However, he did not indulge in viewing them. Instead, he reached out to his sole confidant, a tech savant known as Playboy. "What is up?" Playboy responded instantly. "Don't disturb me. I'm studying." Hank muttered a curse under his breath, incredulous that his friend was still awake at midnight. The ultimate overachiever. "The last time you spoke of that interdimensional technology, I felt you were merely boasting." Playboy. "Haha. I never converse with ordinary individuals. Haha. I have already conducted research on this technology. If you doubt me, behold." Beast Hank discreetly copied a portion of the document that Russell had just tapped out. Just enough to capture the essence of the technology, and then sent it to Playboy. "Playboy? Playboy, are you challenging me, you insignificant creature?" Playboy. "This is intriguing. Allow me to continue my examination." Playboy. "Insect, I confess you have piqued my interest." Playboy. Playboy has logged off. Beast Hank. Where has he gone? He appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, within a lavish mansion, Tony was spiraling into a frenzy, his hands wildly grasping at his scalp, utterly consumed by madness. Damn. This defies logic. How can this individual be so extraordinary? How could he possibly develop such remarkable technology? It is absurd. A scam. This is telecommunications fraud. Chapter 38. The Return of the Dragon King. Beast Hank had been patiently awaiting the return of the man known as Playboy, akin to a college student anxiously anticipating final exam results. To his dismay, the man had logged off after leaving a moment of silence, never to return to his account. Beast Hank glanced at the time. It was already 2 a.m. He consoled himself, acknowledging that the videos on this site were of superb quality, each deserving of repeated viewing, as prolonged exposure could be a tremendous drain on both mind and body. The other party had been studying for quite some time, and with the hour so late, he likely had succumbed to sleep, recharging for the challenges ahead. Beast Hank, being a mutant, possessed a physique akin to that of a beast. He was no longer an ordinary human. Thus, even at 3 in the morning, he felt no fatigue, instead brimming with energy. At his age, he was quite the favorite among young women. Upon examining the materials left by Russell regarding interdimensional technology, Beast Hank felt acutely aware of his own ignorance and the limitations of his knowledge. Consequently, he resolved to delve into the depths of the night, alone, engaging with the videos, secretly learning. The 16 analyses and descriptions of the concept of space by Nobel Prize-winning physicist from Cambridge dazzled Beast Hank. This was indeed a master's secret manual, although it would not enable him to swiftly become a supreme expert, at the very least. He would no longer be as lost as he currently was, unable to comprehend the articles. It was now 3 o'clock. This video had a duration of 4 hours. If I increase the speed to 1.5 times, I can thoroughly absorb its content before young Russell awakens. Moreover, I could still catch a bit of sleep. Sleep at 6, rise at 7. Even Satan would envy such vitality. Beast Hank was immersed in the joy of learning. Yet, what transpired next was beyond his wildest expectations. He found himself immersed in the vastness of space and the insignificance of humanity, for the cosmos and the universe are eternally awe-inspiring. The more one seeks to understand, the more one perceives the diminutive nature of Earth and mankind, not to mention the concept of alternate universes and dimensions beyond the cosmos. He was lost in contemplation when a cacophony of noise and uproar disrupted his reverie. The beast, Hank, was incensed. He swiftly removed his spectacles, his refined visage taking on a hint of ferocity. In an instant, his physique began to expand, enveloped in a coat of azure fur, transforming him into a formidable creature. In a heartbeat, he morphed from a scholarly researcher into a towering, fearsome beast. Hank leaped from the window of his laboratory, situated on the 5th floor, aware of the considerable height. But what did it matter? I have become a beast. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to embrace my wild nature? With a resounding thud, the beast Hank crashed to the ground, the pain reverberating through his paws causing a slight tremor at the corner of his mouth. Though his skin was tough and his flesh resilient, it did not mean he was impervious to pain. He quickly discerned the source of the ruckus. Just as he was about to unleash a roar to vent his frustration at being disturbed from his late-night studies, the sound caught in his throat, unable to escape. Ultimately swallowed back down. This was due to the astonishing scene before him. Above, several helicopters hovered, their striking crimson hue unmistakable even in the darkness. In the playground, the flanks were lined with men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses, exuding a menacing presence. They vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. However, one must admit, wearing sunglasses in the dead of night is rather futile. One could be oblivious to an enemy's approach until it was too late. Nevertheless, despite the practical ineffectiveness, the imposing spectacle was enough to leave anyone, including Hank, utterly astounded, their minds buzzing. Before he could grasp the situation, he observed the red helicopters adjusting their positions, their bright searchlights converging upon a stationary helicopter on the ground. Beneath the focused illumination, a flamboyantly dressed man, also donning sunglasses, descended from the helicopter. He approached like a deity descending from the heavens, bathed in radiant light, and stood before the beast Hank. The brilliance surrounding him was overwhelming. In the atmosphere reminiscent of a grand spectacle, was it the return of a dragon king? Blinking in the dazzling glow, Hank soon heard the man's inquiry. "You are Hank, the beast among mutants." "Ah, I am aware of you. I infiltrated the government systems and uncovered your dossier. Your ability allows you to transform into a beast, possessing a physique and intellect that surpasses the ordinary, though you are but marginally more astute than the average person. A beastly body paired with a genius mind, this combination would surely delight a circus." The individual spoke with a particularly acerbic tongue, evoking a sense of familiarity in Beast Hank. If the wisdom of an ordinary person could be likened to a walnut kernel, then one might say you are akin to a double walnut kernel. With merely double the intellect, you are utterly incapable of conceiving or even imagining the technology of alternate dimensions, which you have never encountered. Bring forth that genius behind the curtain. I concede that the ideas he proposed are remarkably advanced and align perfectly with my taste. I am investing in this project. I shall procure it through Tony Stark. Upon hearing this proclamation, Beast Hank was struck with enlightenment. Finally, he discerned the visage of his interlocutor through the dazzling lights and recognized the name. Tony Stark, the prodigal heir of Stark Industries, the wayward scion, the infamous playboy. A super-rich second-generation heir born into a fortune of hundreds of billions of dollars. Beast Hank never anticipated that the sharp-tongued individual who had captivated numerous tech experts on the grand platform would be this seemingly frivolous, indulgent rich heir in the eyes of outsiders. He felt a wave of contemplation wash over him, yet he remained steadfast. What of being a second-generation rich kid? What of being intelligent? "This is the Academy," Hank declared without reservation. "I am aware of your wealth. But are you not cognizant that your president has already declared war on mutants? You have intruded upon the Academy. Your life now rests in my hands. Your information is outdated." Tony chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. His bodyguard, Happy, promptly presented a contract. Mr. Stark had tirelessly contacted the presidential office overnight, utilizing his financial influence to persuade the president to retract the declaration of war against mutants, even promising them a designated habitat and the autonomy of self-regulation. Hank stood in utter disbelief, his arms trembling as he accepted the long-desired contract for mutants. A thin sheet of paper that had cost countless lives and shed rivers of blood. Hank found himself at a loss for words. Profoundly astonished as he truly experienced the allure and might of financial power, which undoubtedly rivaled the strongest mutant abilities. "Where's that genius?" Tony inquired, growing impatient. "Do you have any idea how precious my evenings are? Countless lovely ladies are eager to share a delightful night with me. Do not squander my time. Good heavens, you are simply wasting my life." His irritation was palpable. However, Hank found him remarkably endearing, smiling broadly like a blooming chrysanthemum. "No problem. I believe Russell is quite eager to discuss the development of alternate dimension technology with you. That little fellow is still asleep, being only 8 years old. A prime age for deep slumber and growth." 8 years old? Tony bellowed, grasping Hank by the collar. "I spent $5 billion. Those who desire such a sum could form a queue from America to France. And you tell me he is 8? Damn it." Chapter 39. You are a white-bearded one. If anyone had previously told Tony a remarkable 8-year-old child has innovated a technology capable of unlocking alternate dimensions, Tony would undoubtedly scoff at this notion. However, upon encountering Russell and exchanging a few casual words, he quickly retracted his nonchalant demeanor. He exhibits arrogance towards people but seriousness towards knowledge. For understanding is akin to mathematics. One either knows it or one does not. A genius is a genius, and a fool is a fool. With just a handful of words and a modicum of insight, Russell had transformed Tony's expression to one of solemnity, eliciting continuous nods of acknowledgement, rendering him unable to underestimate his counterpart any longer. In fact, witnessing Russell's eloquent discourse evoked an uncanny sensation in Tony, as if he were gazing upon a younger version of himself. At the tender age of 6 or 7, he had already assembled a circuit board independently. By his teenage years, he had enrolled at MIT, designing weaponry that effortlessly secured billion-dollar contracts from the military. He was imbued with immense self-confidence and a touch of arrogance. Yet, this arrogance had not reached its zenith, for at this juncture, Tony had yet to undergo his transformation into Iron Man. Nor had he crafted the myriad Mark suits or developed a quantum machine capable of traversing parallel universes. He found himself reflecting, genuinely appreciating Russell's brilliance. "You truly are a super genius, an extraordinary talent. You are nearly rivaling me." Despite his bravado, Tony crossed his arms defiantly, declaring with an air of pride, "I specialize in weaponry. I have not specifically studied this alternate space. While I concede you possess a tad more knowledge than I do, grant me a few days, and I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Russell recognized the sincerity in Tony's words. After all, compared to this prodigious individual, Tony himself appeared to be the one with extraordinary abilities. In the cavern, he had barehandedly constructed a revolutionary small-scale arc reactor. On a date, while inebriated, he had casually penned the chemical formula for researching a dire virus. He had explored artificial intelligence with J.A.R.V.I.S., created Ultron, and birthed the sentient being Vision. In a single night, he had transformed into an astronomer, completed a quantum suit, and precisely navigated the multiverse. Moreover, he fashioned the Infinity Gauntlet, seamlessly merging Earth's technology with the powers of 6 Infinity Stones. The multitude of miracles he created is both impressive and lamentable. With a mortal frame, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine, a legendary figure, but alas, he had squandered much of his talent and inspiration on women in the gambling tables of Las Vegas. Russell empathized deeply. Had he been born not as a mutant but as a privileged heir with fortunes in the hundreds of billions, he too would lack motivation. He would not delve into mutant genetics or armor technology. In fact, he might be even more reckless, indulging in a life filled with models, luxury cars, and carefree pursuits. Living whimsically with even stray dogs on the street expecting 100,000 in rewards. After all, 1,000 of 100,000 amounts to 10 billion. Even if he were to reward 1,000 dogs, he would still retain over 900 billion. To await Tony's complete awakening as Iron Man and his subsequent rise, according to the timeline, would require at least 3 more years. Russell's lips curled into a smile. He was a man of great kindness, unable to tolerate others indulging in the pleasures of women, fine wines, and a life of leisure. He was determined to motivate Tony. He feigned curiosity, lifting his head in confusion. "Oh, are you also researching weapons?" Of course. The eager-to-save-face Tony remained blissfully unaware of the impending nightmare that loomed over him. His eyes sparkled with pride as he declared, "I am conceptualizing a new type of missile. It only requires a tiny component, rendering interception impossible. Once released, it will transform into a dazzling display of fireworks, and with a mere bang, a mountain will be reduced to rubble." This was his brainchild, the Jericho missile. A truly innovative idea, a technological marvel. Even though America's military prowess had reached the pinnacle, outpacing other nations by decades, upon witnessing such missile technology, they immediately spent billions to acquire Tony's Jericho missile. Cluster bombs, essential for any great nation. Impressive. Russell nodded, acknowledging the terrifying evolution of weaponry that cluster bombs represented. Though they must be handled with care. He deliberately blinked, pretending to be oblivious. "You are quite remarkable to develop such a weapon of mass destruction. I, on the other hand, am rather foolish, only capable of creating this rudimentary armor." The first half of his sentence brought a smile to Tony's lips. However, that smile quickly faded as he witnessed Russell extend his hand. The armor stationed in the corner soared toward him, enveloping Russell's body with fluid grace. In an instant, Russell's form grew imposing. His eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and his previously gentle tone transformed into one of rugged authority. "This is the rudimentary armor I have developed, specifically designed to enhance the abilities of mutants. Not only does it augment their strength, but it also allows the user to harness the powers of other mutants." Tony felt a jolt of apprehension. Though he had no direct encounter with mutants, he was not ignorant of their existence or the purpose of their abilities. Even if he were unaware, Jarvis was always there to enlighten him. After all, Tony had never been one to play by the rules. Prior to his arrival, he had breached government websites to obtain a comprehensive dossier on the Mutant Academy. He was acutely aware of the implications of an armor that could utilize the powers of other mutants. Tony's grin shifted, now reflecting Russell's delight. "My rudimentary mutant armor can only provide basic assistance, such as strength, just a little." Tony's anticipation surged, contemplating that if it was indeed rudimentary, it might genuinely be quite basic. His eyes shimmered with hope. "It can only offer a foundational strength of over 20 tons. Tony remarked, "Huh? This armor feels cumbersome, somewhat limiting to mobility." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Tony's mind. Indeed, such a heavy armor lacks any flight mechanism. It must hinder movement. It is merely a target. Running at a speed that even a sports car cannot match, it truly feels painfully slow. I might as well run myself. Tony sighed, acknowledging the evident flaws of the armor, sighing as if they were fatal shortcomings. Yet, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Indeed, imperfections are to be expected. Nothing can be utterly flawless. I have enhanced this armor with a healing function, although it is restricted to the wearer, endowing them with extraordinary regenerative abilities. As long as there is breath, life persists. However, the drawback is significant. It cannot heal others, leaving one helplessly witnessing comrades perish during battle. This represents a critical design flaw. "Ah, Mr. Wealthy, are you all right? Are you having a heart attack? Do you need medication?" Tony rolled his eyes, feeling too disheartened to engage in conversation. He began to question whether he truly was a genius. Had he merely been the subject of others' flattery? Observing Russell's smug expression, Tony realized that intellectually surpassing this peculiar being would be challenging, prompting him to pursue an alternative route. He patted Russell on the shoulder and, with fervent eyes, exclaimed, "Oh ho ho, clever little one, come join me as my son. I shall bequeath all my wealth, assets worth hundreds of billions, to you." Russell? Old man? Are you an old man? Have you been reincarnated into a human? Chapter 40, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes, Osborne. I considered you a brother. And you wish to become my father? A super double? Russell intended to resolutely decline, but found himself at a loss for words, as the offer was overwhelmingly generous. What does several hundred billion represent? Quite frankly, it is wealth rivaling nations, especially in a capital-driven America, where money equates to everything. Moreover, this vast fortune belongs to an arms conglomerate, significantly enhancing its value. Like Professor X and Magneto, they possess wealth and the means to acquire more. Yet they cannot wield it as Tony does, directly contacting the president to rescind orders of war. The president is not the absolute ruler of America. The capitalists hold that power. Thus, Tony can effortlessly accomplish what Magneto and the professor cannot, casually purchasing territories to establish an independent nation for mutants. This is the essence of money, the power it wields. This is the madness of capitalists. Russell found himself somewhat tempted, after all. This was an unfathomable sum, wealth that could last a lifetime. Faced with such a staggering amount, he felt his resolve weakening. Several $100 billion far surpasses 300 billion yuan. This translates to hundreds of thousands of high-value homes, capable of resolving housing issues for an entire city. He suddenly realized he might be better off without such a face. Just as Russell hesitated, the radiant light enveloping Tony dissipated, and the crimson helicopters hovering in midair swayed uncontrollably, their searchlights abruptly illuminating the sky. The brilliance converged, heralding the arrival of a sovereign. Magneto spread his arms wide. Beneath the celestial darkness, illuminated by the myriad lights, he descended slowly. This entrance was indeed a spectacle. Tony, evidently displeased with Magneto's ostentatious arrival, thought that a man of 60 or 70 years should be content to rest at home. It was the time for the youth. One must not be overly impetuous. As Magneto descended from the heavens, he surveyed Tony with recognition, a smirk playing on his lips. "I have heard of your intentions to adopt young Russell as your son. What new schemes are you concocting now?" His tone dripped with mockery. "Have you exhausted your strength on matters of the heart? Surely you are incapable now." "Not at all. I, Tony Stark, am the most audacious man in the world." Unfazed by the world's most notorious terrorist, Tony retorted with scorn. "You, an old man, despite your age, are still quite costly. To absolve you of your sins, I have spent nearly 2 billion. I did not plead for your assistance. I am well aware. For you cannot afford it. You are merely a miser. Ah, return young Russell to me, you old fool. Stay out of trouble, and you can enjoy your twilight years. You may pursue your desires, even establish your own mutant kingdom." Tony pointed at Russell, unabashedly declaring, "Only I can provide him with the finest future." Magneto chuckled at Tony's unfounded confidence. "What can you offer young Russell?" "I have wealth. I can provide that too. Is it not merely money? I, Magneto, am renowned as the master of metal. Acquiring wealth is not a challenge for me. My resources are meaningful. I can help this young lad cleanse his identity, enabling him to live like a normal person, to have a perfect childhood, rather than embroiled in violence and danger as you are." Tony's eyes sparkled with resolve. "I will undoubtedly be a wonderful father. Those of your limited intellect cannot comprehend this. Young Russell is a child of destiny, born to be humanity's savior. And he should not be confined to the mutants. But he is a mutant." Magneto extended his palm, a steel sphere spinning rapidly atop it, emitting a piercing shriek. Only mutants could truly understand their kind. He believed that Russell would fare better among them. He wished to engage in no further discourse with Tony, aware that debating with such an eloquent individual would yield him no advantage. This was his vulnerability. Thus, Magneto opted for his forte, threatening with force. He gazed coldly at Tony. "While I admire your intellect, for you do not harbor the same animosity towards mutants as other foolish humans, it does not imply that you hold significance for me. Tony, allow me to impart a lesson. In this world, only the strong possess the power of voice. My fists are formidable. I can snatch your life away at any moment, thus rendering your words utterly insignificant." He adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest. The truth lies within the might of one's fists. Yet Tony, undaunted, nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it all. "What do you consider strength? Believing that a hardened fist and ferocity in battle equate to true power? Please. We now inhabit a new society, one governed by the rule of law." He boldly thrust his neck before Magneto, his gaze laden with provocation. "Come on, strike me down. I may lack in many aspects, but wealth is not one of them. If I cannot walk out of here alive today, the entire world shall know this singular truth. Billionaire Tony Stark has left all his riches behind. As long as someone can sever your head from your shoulders, whoever that may be can claim my fortune worth hundreds of billions. With a challenging glint in his eyes, Tony taunted, "Is a few hundred billion enough to barter for your head, Magneto? Can your Brotherhood of Mutants withstand such a challenge?" Magneto was instantly besieged by a throbbing headache. The small iron spheres flitted around him, yet they failed to encircle Tony's neck, just as Tony had proclaimed. This is the realm of capital. Should Tony choose to offer his entire fortune as a bounty on Magneto, within a day, those unscrupulous politicians, greedy capitalists, and corrupt bankers would unite, and countless legions would descend to restore peace. Various nuclear weapons would bloom like mushrooms above Magneto's head. Do not underestimate the shamelessness of humanity. Their hearts are tainted beyond measure. For the sake of profit, they would forsake everything. Furrowing his brow, Magneto felt the weight of the situation. Tony, disregarding him, continued to gaze fervently at Russell. That was merely a jest. What I truly wish to propose is whether you would be inclined to become a shareholder in Stark Industries. I can offer you a 5% stake, currently valued at $225 million. Moreover, I can provide you with a piece of information that might intrigue you greatly. Years ago, upon awakening your mutant abilities, your parents sold you to a mysterious faction, making you their subject for experimentation. Although that facility was obliterated by Magneto during your escape, he certainly overlooked one crucial detail. Casting a provocative glance towards Magneto, Tony continued, the facility was not a military installation, it was a private human experimentation lab, orchestrated and directed by a conglomerate. Do you wish to uncover the identity of your true adversary? Russell, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly found his eyes ablaze with fury. The memories of that facility were rife with his darkest experiences, having been abandoned by his parents, witnessing the daily torment of fellow mutants subjected to grotesque experiments. The age of 7 or 8, which should have been filled with joy, was instead spent languishing in a shadowy cage, extinguished in sorrow. After Russell traversed into this new realm, he endured a harrowing confinement for over 40 days, shrouded in darkness and beset by terror. Each day was fraught with fear, and the resentment that festered within him grew insurmountable. His yearning for vengeance consumed him. Initially, he lacked the strength to retaliate, but as time passed, his power burgeoned, and the base that had held him captive was utterly dismantled by Magneto. Russell had believed this marked the conclusion of his tribulations, attributing the ordeal to the human military. To his astonishment, it was revealed to be a private facility. His gaze turned crimson, his voice somewhat hoarse as he demanded, "I accept your terms. Now tell me, to whom does this private base belong?" "Norman Osborn," came the reply. Enlightened, Russell's demeanor transformed into one of chilling calm, his eyes radiating an ominous intensity. His mind singularly focused on one thought: revenge. Chapter 41. The emergence of Stryker in recent years. The Osborn Group had been mired in decline due to a series of erroneous decisions. Their stock prices plummeted, and the skepticism of investors led to rampant discord within the organization. Norman Osborn, once a revered board member, now bore the weight of immense pressure. As a biopharmaceutical entity, Osborn Group engaged in complex human experimentation, a field fraught with difficulties where significant investment was essential for any semblance of progress. The realms of medicine and biology are inextricably linked. The cost of developing a new drug often begins in the hundreds of millions, and in less fortunate circumstances, could escalate to billions, with no guarantee of success. At that juncture, the Osborn Group found itself reliant on biopharmaceuticals. Having garnered favor with the military and secured a plethora of contracts, swiftly evolving from a modest enterprise to a publicly traded powerhouse, much adored by shareholders. Yet, such companies dread stagnation, for the absence of innovative breakthroughs signifies potential obsolescence. Norman had expended hundreds of billions on a multitude of experimental projects. Yet fortune seemed to elude him. He had assembled a team of inept individuals, none of whom could yield any fruitful results. They would have been better off hiring me, Tony quipped. Despite his wealth, he could not fathom spending hundreds of billions on a cadre of ineffectual researchers who failed to produce even the slightest advancement, an utter waste of resources. In his view, if hundreds of billions were squandered without yielding results, it indicated that the researchers were utterly incompetent. He believed he could achieve more by personally engaging in the research. Much like his own Stark Industries, which had similarly employed a plethora of highly compensated individuals to develop weaponry, yet only a scant few garnered military interest. Thus, Tony chose to take the reins himself, leading to an avalanche of orders, annual arms sales totaling in the hundreds of billions, with profits soaring to 90%. He firmly adhered to the adage that one cannot blame the road for their shortcomings. It was not merely the ineptitude of the researchers that plagued the Osborn Group, but also the folly of its owner, Norman Osborn. After enduring prolonged stagnation in his experimental projects, Norman stumbled upon the existence of mutants, captivated by their extraordinary genetic endowments. This revelation prompted him to initiate a new endeavor, dubbed the Dark Avenger Project. Thus, the concept of the Dark Avenger was born. Through the procurement of various local gangs and law enforcement, as well as welfare institutions, they maintain a constant vigilance over the existence of mutants, particularly focusing on mutant children. These young ones, possessing mutant genes yet lacking significant combat prowess, are the most vulnerable targets. They employ myriad methods and channels to locate mutants, subsequently transporting them to pre-established private facilities for human experimentation, where they extract the mutant genes for research purposes. Their aim is to develop a serum that bestows extraordinary abilities upon ordinary soldiers, akin to the super soldiers once cultivated by the Americans, such as Captain America. The investment required for such endeavors is remarkably minimal. The establishment of a research facility, equipped with necessary instruments and a dedicated team of researchers and security personnel, amounts to merely several tens of millions of dollars, in stark contrast to experimental projects that demand investments in the hundreds of billions. This represents a paltry expenditure characterized by low investment and high returns. The sole moral drawback is its utter lack of conscience. However, for capitalists, this is hardly a concern. After all, while money can be recouped, the loss of conscience may lead to even greater profits. It was during Tony's request for Jarvis to investigate Russell's background that the private facility was unexpectedly uncovered, leading to the discovery of the Osborn Group and the Dark Avenger initiative orchestrated by Norman Osborn. This facility has existed for quite some time, and Russell is but an unfortunate victim within it. Listening to this, Magneto could not help but feel a sense of relief. Had Mystique not fortuitously discovered the base and rescued Russell, he would have likely perished there, and with him, the mutant armor that could alter the fate of mutants would have been lost. Fortunately, he placed a reassuring hand on Russell's shoulder, comforting him with words of solace. "My child, there is no need to fear any longer. All of this is behind us. Norman Osborn is my responsibility now. I confess, I overlooked allowing him to escape the last time, but I shall take matters into my own hands. He shall not see the dawn of tomorrow." Magneto may not be a competent politician, but he is undoubtedly a formidable warrior, a skilled assassin. Few in this world can withstand his lethal prowess. Indeed, he could approach you openly, weapons in hand, and slay you before the eyes of all, while you could only stand helplessly by, devoid of any desire to resist. This is not due to the length of his blade, which pales in comparison to the sheer magnitude of his power, akin to a colossal bridge extending for miles. With Magneto's intervention, Norman Osborn is assuredly doomed. Yet, Russell declined. His gaze remained icy, yet rationality prevailed. This vengeance is a task I must undertake personally. The mastermind behind the assassination of the president remains at large and will undoubtedly seek to regain control over the war against mutants. That individual will likely seize any opportunity to strike. As the leader of mutants, I cannot afford to be absent. Allow me to confront this challenge myself. Russell had long prepared for a confrontation with humanity, aligning his thoughts with those of Magneto. True peace is forged through conflict. Only by engaging in a thorough battle with humanity could they truly grasp the formidable nature of mutants, compelling them to relent. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his ingenuity to create the low-grade mutant armor, even agreeing to Magneto's collaboration with Professor X, all in an effort to enhance the survival and victory rates of mutants. However, what Russell did not anticipate was Tony's sudden intervention, which decisively and rudely resolved the misunderstandings between mutants and humans. Humanity abandoned its aggression towards mutants, but Stryker would not. Drawing upon his knowledge of Stryker, Russell knew that the man would never relent. After all, the assassination of the president had been a long-laid plan, and he would undoubtedly conceal the presidential orders before launching an assault against mutants. This was not mere speculation, but foresight. Russell's eyes glimmered with a white light. Flashes of scenes filled with relentless gunfire and Magneto's silhouette flickered before him, as he employed the precognitive abilities he had gleaned from Phantom Cat to glimpse a fleeting future. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, merely 4 hours away, while the sun had yet to rise and all were in slumber, a well-equipped force would descend upon their base, the stronghold of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Magneto was taken aback, discovering that Russell possessed the ability to foresee the future, which only endeared him further. "Fear not in your quest for revenge. I shall safeguard that place. As long as I am here, no human army shall approach our Brotherhood of Mutants." Magneto's gaze was cold and filled with unwavering confidence as he declared, "Anyone who dares to tread there will become naught but buried bones." Chapter 42. The Bloody God of Earth. Russell and Magneto decided to split their efforts. Magneto would guard the Brotherhood of Mutants to prevent any incursions, while Russell boarded Tony's aircraft, heading towards the Osborn Group to seek vengeance against Norman Osborn. In truth, he maneuvered the armor through the air with remarkable speed, employing a moonwalk technique. He could even emulate the Hulk. Crouching down, he harnessed an astonishing spring-like bounce, leaping over 100 meters like a frog, racing towards the city. However, Russell opted for practicality. Why run when a helicopter was available? That would be absurd. He was not the Hulk, who could barely fit into an elevator. His physique was rather slender. Meanwhile, Tony was busy typing on the computer, his fingers deftly sketching the structural blueprints of the Osborn building. Norman Osborn, in a display of his predatory ethos, had chosen to reside within the Osborn Tower, rarely returning to his luxurious mansion, instead making the skyscraper his home. Following Jarvis's data analysis and the examination of the original blueprints, Norman Osborn undertook a transformation of his floor, meticulously designing it as a nuclear bomb-proof chamber, replete with formidable defenses and multiple password protocols. I surmise that the security features include facial recognition and iris scanning, along with other precautionary measures such as keys. I find myself powerless. Tony, though a prodigious genius in the realm of computers, felt a sense of trepidation, for he was ill-equipped to confront physical barriers. Moreover, he was not yet the Iron Man of the future, but merely a somewhat brilliant playboy. Thus, he advised Russell, perhaps we should alert the authorities. Although those officers are often ineffectual and squander taxpayer dollars, I will ensure that Pepper follows up on this matter, hiring the finest lawyer available. With the incriminating evidence I possess, we can undoubtedly secure Norman's incarceration. Such irrefutable proof. Even if he were to spend lavishly, no one possesses wealth that rivals mine. Tony Stark. Should he resort to any nefarious tactics, I guarantee not only his imprisonment, but also that of his attorney and the judge who wields the gavel. It must be said, his suggestion was indeed impeccable. In reality, a CEO of a publicly traded company, fortified by a formidable team of bodyguards, is virtually untouchable when ensconced within his meticulously crafted fortress of defenses. Approaching him would be an insurmountable challenge, even if one were to get close. Could one truly breach the walls and extract him by force? Russell understood this well. Yet, he declined Tony's well-meaning counsel. For he had heard the phrase, deliver him to the confines of a cell. To confine him like an animal for over 40 days, nearly reducing him to a subject for human experimentation, and prior to him, how many mutants had already perished? The sins of Norman were so profound. His fate was not the death penalty, but mere imprisonment? Russell recognized that such a scenario was entirely plausible, for this is a world governed by capital. The chairman of a company valued in the hundreds of billions being incarcerated would indeed be monumental news. If sentenced to death, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. With unwavering resolve and an air of tranquility, he declared, Norman must die. I assert, not even Jesus could intervene. Russell extended his hand, and the lower-tier mutant armor flowed over him like a stream, enveloping his entire form. The crimson cape billowed behind him, showcasing his sculpted muscles in their entirety, an explosion of pure strength. Women would surely gasp at the sight, while men would fall silent. Tony himself felt the intensity of the armor, exuding an aura of raw masculinity, his gaze irresistibly drawn to it. Despite having seen it several times before, he found himself unable to look away. Like a woman with alluring curves, he found her mesmerizing. In his mind, he silently vowed that once this little gem was brought into the company, he would diligently develop an even more impressive suit of armor, flamboyantly crimson, more dazzling and stylish than Russell's. Well, it seems you have made up your mind. Although Tony had not witnessed Russell's combat prowess, he was far from an ordinary individual. He was constantly aided by the exceptional artificial intelligence, Jarvis. With just a few simple data analyses, he grasped the terrifying combat power that Russell possessed with this suit's assistance. At the very least, Norman would meet a grim fate. Tony shook his head, stroked his chin, and then turned to glance at the helicopter, observing the bustling yet silent dark cityscape. Suddenly, he inquired, Jarvis, evacuate the residents around Oscorp Tower, immediately. How much will it cost? A gentle male voice responded. I have scanned the surrounding area and found no residents nearby. However, there are 13 vehicles on the road, valued at a total of $16 million based on their new purchase price. The equivalent amount has already been transferred to the owner's accounts. Good. Find another reason, Tony commanded. I have sent an email to all car owners, apologizing for the incident. A temporary worker at Oscorp mishandled operations, resulting in a gas explosion, and the repercussions damaged your vehicles. Full compensation has been issued. Tony smirked, nodding in satisfaction, while Russell stood in stunned silence, astonished by this maneuver. Tony shrugged, rest assured. I have taken care of the aftermath for you. There's no need to be overly frugal, it's merely a small expense. As a future shareholder of Stark Industries, you should grow accustomed to such dealings, for you shall never experience financial hardship again. All right, Russell stammered, momentarily rendered speechless. He nearly forgot what he was supposed to do. In his mind, he cursed the wealthy. Yet, as he contemplated his imminent entry into the ranks of the affluent, and the prospect of becoming exceedingly wealthy himself, he quickly dispelled that wicked thought. Wealthy individuals should not meet a grim fate. They should enjoy longevity, health, and prosperity. The wealthy should live for centuries. Taking a deep breath, Russell's figure flickered, and he leaped from the helicopter, his toes pressing against the air, suspending his body gracefully above. Tony was the sole observer, watching as Russell, clad in armor, stood atop the air with his cape billowing in the wind, his stern visage striking. Most chilling of all were the glowing crimson eyes of Russell's armor, saturated with a sense of bloodshed and slaughter. He hovered above, surveying the world below with an imposing gaze. Tony couldn't help but murmur, "The god of the mortal realm has descended." Chapter 43, The Death of the Green Goblin. Truly, he was afraid of death. Russell hovered in the air, looking down upon Oscorp Tower, which now appeared eerily silent, enveloped in darkness. Yet this did not hinder Russell's vision in the slightest. Under the enhancement of his homeland's training techniques, his physique had transcended humanity, rendering his senses extraordinarily acute. With his eyesight receiving superlative augmentation, he could be aptly described as a true night owl. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary advantage. As his thoughts stirred, the gene module embedded in his arm activated, allowing him to switch to the most fundamental gene module of the low-level mutant armor, namely, spatial perception. An invisible wave radiated outward, and the entire structure of the building unfolded in Russell's mind. It was as if he had opened a third eye, granting him a comprehensive view of the edifice from top to bottom. He observed numerous guards still patrolling within the building, and he glimpsed Norman, hidden in the depths. Russell chuckled with a cold smile. This old man, indeed burdened with countless misdeeds, had hired so many guards and constructed such a high-level fortress for himself, clearly terrified of death and desperate to evade it. Alas, Norman Osborn, your retribution is at hand. You shall reap what you have sown. Russell chose not to conceal his presence. After all, his mutant abilities were undeniable. Whenever he wished, he could vanish before anyone's eyes, erasing his existence. This was an exceedingly terrifying and grotesque power. In nations where life was rather comfortable, they had profoundly experienced the dread of such capabilities, which were almost omnipresent, in trams, classrooms, campuses, and libraries, like a ghost, roaming freely. Russell did not desire silence. He wished for Norman to experience a tumultuous demise, to writhe in terror and despair, to truly feel the confinement he once endured in the base's prison. He opened his eyes wide, and then, with a gentle flick of his finger across his forehead, it was as if he had activated a third eye. Russell unleashed the otherworldly dimension he had created, releasing all the solar energy he had absorbed. A searing beam of laser light instantly pierced the pitch-black night sky, cleaving the massive Osborn building in two. Before the upper half of the structure could collapse, the explosive laser beam triggered a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless debris raining down like bullets, utterly obliterating the vehicles below, rendering them as fragile as mere paper, riddled with craters. Boom! The resonating explosions echoed one after another, sounding exceptionally loud in the darkness. Every guard within the Osborn building, whether asleep or awake, was jolted by the horrifying sound of the explosion. Undoubtedly, they were professionals. Faced with such a monumental detonation, they did not falter. Instead, they drew their weapons and swiftly ascended the staircase towards the top floor, Norman Osborn's chamber. They were determined to ensure his safety. Little did they realize that their instinctive professionalism would unwittingly invite their own doom. Originally intending to let them go, Russell furrowed his brow and, with no hesitation, turned his head away. The laser-like glare from his forehead swept across the space, crisscrossing ominously. The terrifying thermal vision bore down with overwhelming force, instantaneously obliterating all the bodyguards on the staircase, severing them completely without a trace of whole corpses. Their demise was so swift that they scarcely registered it. Their bodies were cleaved in two before they could even feel a modicum of pain. They had already collapsed to the ground, transformed into mere specters. Russell's anger remained unabated, perhaps intensified by the proximity to the perpetrator. The despair he had once experienced before death enveloped him once more, recalling the dark, imprisoned days that ignited his fury. He propelled himself to the utmost limits of his moonwalk technique, his feet seemingly treading upon the air, yet producing a resounding thud as though he had struck solid ground. The terrifying recoil sent Russell hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through Osborn's towering edifice and creating a gaping hole. He relished this sensation, akin to smashing through tofu. Continuously darting through the air, his form became a connected phantom line amidst the darkness, repeatedly colliding with the Osborn building, much like Captain Marvel relentlessly ramming her head into an alien warship. The Osborn Tower, a magnificent human creation that had taken years to construct, succumbed to Russell's onslaught within mere minutes. Countless fragments of stone rained down, striking the earth with a thunderous roar that surpassed even the rumblings of the sky. The building had collapsed. Norman, hiding within his shell, could no longer remain concealed. His darkened gaze fixed upon the outside world, and he muttered a curse under his breath, branding Russell a madman. He was oblivious to the nature of the adversary he had provoked. He realized that the destruction of his building was a tactic to compel him out of his sanctuary, to bring about his demise. Norman, of course, did not wish to fulfill his enemy's desires, yet he found himself with no alternative. The structure had fallen, and his secret chamber was beginning to lose its weight. It was imminent that it would plummet. Should he remain trapped, the height of the 100-story building would undoubtedly lead to his death. Norman sprang into action. His visage contorted with a blend of ferocity and madness. At some point, he had donned a layer of green armor, reminiscent of a demon, enveloping him entirely. Yet, before he could fully equip himself, a tremendous explosion resonated. Norman felt a rush of tinnitus, his mind buzzing, nearly dazed by the violent noise. And he sensed an overwhelming wetness in his ear. It was blood. His gaze faltered as he stared blankly ahead. The source of the cacophony emanated from before him. The walls of his heavily fortified chamber, designed to withstand a nuclear blast, bore a massive indentation. Had he been in a clearer state of mind, Norman would have recognized the severity of the situation. This is a fist mark. Yet at this moment, he was already dizzy, overwhelmed by the thunderous sound echoing in the confined chamber. Norman could hardly endure it. He felt an extreme discomfort enveloping his entire being. Before he could recover even slightly, he was confronted with a scene that filled him with terror and despair. The once indomitable wall had been breached. A figure clad in armor radiating crimson light, with eyes glowing a dark red, hovered at the opening, gazing coldly at him. "No, I have money," Norman barely managed to utter, but before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A cold arm penetrated through him, stained with vivid red blood, appearing strikingly alluring in the darkness. He was engulfed in excruciating agony. His vision faded to black. A mocking voice echoed in his ears. "You are dead. Your wealth will still belong to me. Farewell, Green Goblin. You have concluded your filthy existence. The entire Osborn legacy shall be buried alongside you." Norman's eyes widened in disbelief. His head drooped helplessly. He died on the spot. He was slain by Russell's punch. Chapter 44. The madness of Norman Osborn. At this moment, it was the stillness of the night. In the Osborn family mansion, the young Harry Osborn was lost in pleasant dreams, living a life devoid of worries as a privileged heir. His only annoyance was his somewhat pedantic father, who constantly wielded his financial support as a means of control, dictating Harry's life. How insufferable. Harry had even mused just the other day, after his 37th argument with Norman, that life would be splendid without his father's constraints, a life of absolute freedom. As Harry slumbered, his room was suddenly pierced by the urgent ringing of a telephone, jolting him awake. He was forced into consciousness, his mind momentarily shrouded in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Upon identifying the source of the noise, his irritation surged. "Damn it. If I find out who you are, you will regret it." Harry fumed as he leapt out of bed. He answered the call, but before he could unleash a torrent of expletives, a familiar yet strangely altered voice reached his ears. It was his father, Norman. The voice was familiar, yet the tone was alien. In Harry's memories, his father was always stern, never exuding the warmth typical of other fathers, but rather perpetually severe and demanding. Now, he listened in a daze as Norman's deep voice resonated through the receiver. "Harry, by the time you hear this voicemail, I will have passed away. I inherited the family fortune from your grandfather when I was very young, and after decades of hard work, I have transformed the Osborn family into a colossal enterprise valued at hundreds of billions, employing tens of thousands." Norman's tone bore a hint of pride as he surveyed the vast world before him. How many individuals could boast of having expanded their family to such an extent, amassing a staggering market value of hundreds of billions of dollars? In the grand scheme of things, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. For the average person, the pinnacle of aspiration throughout their lifetime, and even for the next generation, is merely to secure a position within the Osborn Group, earning a modest annual salary in the mere millions. However, Norman's voice soon turned somber. "I realize I have aged, Harry. I am aware of your resentment towards me, your belief that I have been excessively harsh. Yet, I find myself powerless. I have concealed something from you. Our Osborn family harbors a hereditary affliction, a latent mental illness akin to schizophrenia." Harry was immediately struck with fear, shaking his head in disbelief. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the barrage of shocking revelations. What had initially been fatigue transformed into an acute alertness. After all, one cannot sleep soundly upon learning of a terminal illness. If it were another ailment, perhaps there would be hope. After all, financial resources could be marshaled to combat it. Even cancer could offer an additional 2 or 3 decades of life. But how does one wield financial power against a mental illness? Harry felt a sense of paralysis. He even contemplated cursing the heavens for his plight. Of all the maladies in the world, why must he be afflicted with a mental disorder? It was a fate more terrifying than poverty itself, for while poverty may be remedied, mental illness remains intractable. His frenzied lamentations bore no fruit. And it suddenly dawned on him that he was merely listening to a recorded message. His father, Norman, was already deceased. In that moment, rather than sorrow, a different thought seized him. With his father's passing, Harry Osborn had become the heir to the Osborn conglomerate. The entire empire was now beholden to him. He envisioned a future of boundless wealth, the freedom to indulge in lavish pursuits, drive luxury cars, reside in opulent mansions, and live unrestrained. As Harry contemplated this newfound reality, he was interrupted by Norman's voice, which maintained a tone of resignation that quickly shifted to exuberance. I have grown old, and the doctors have informed me that my time is limited. I lack the vitality to oversee the vast Osborn group. Yet the company must not fall victim to the tides of change. I have invested billions into various projects. Yet not a single one has succeeded in reversing the declining fortunes of the Osborn group. But God has shown me favor. I have discovered that there exist among humanity individuals who were born with extraordinary abilities. How absurd it is that my relentless pursuit, funded by hundreds of billions, has yielded results that are merely innate to them. I refuse to accept this. Why should these lesser beings possess such gifts by mere chance? A sense of foreboding flickered within Harry, for he had already heard the madness of his father, Norman, which starkly contrasted with the imposing figure of authority that resided in his memory. Once, Norman had embodied the essence of a stern and austere aristocrat. Yet now, the Norman on the other end of the line resembled a lunatic. What deeds could a madman commit? Harry gulped nervously, contemplating the gravest possibilities that his father had gone utterly insane, donating the entirety of the Osborn Group's shares, an unfathomable sum of billions in one fell swoop. Such an act was sheer madness. I have established a clandestine base. I have invested heavily in acquiring mutants. Driven by self-interest, too many are willing to serve my purposes. And my base swiftly amassed a plethora of mutants. I secretly assembled a research team. I ordered them to clandestinely study the captured mutants, yearning to uncover the secrets of their extraordinary abilities. Oh ho ho ho. I shall gradually unravel their bodies to discover the secrets concealed within. Those destitute individuals do not deserve the divine gifts they possess. They belong to the Osborn Group, to me. Norman's voice grew increasingly deranged, punctuated by a chilling laughter that resonated hauntingly in the night. Harry was filled with dread and horror. Though he was a privileged heir, raised in an elite environment that regarded the common folk as insignificant, his character had always been rebellious. He preferred the company of commoners, like his friend, the impoverished Peter Parker. His values were fundamentally sound, especially given his youth. As a young boy on the cusp of adolescence, the revelation of his father's illicit human experimentation left him trembling, his teeth chattering. Having grown up with a family engaged in animal testing, he had often visited the company, deeply scarred by the horrifying specimens he encountered. Previously, he had seen only animal corpses suspended in jars. The thought of human bodies instead sent him recoiling in terror, shaking his head vehemently, dropping the phone in a panic, repeatedly uttering, "No, no, please don't." The shock lingered in Harry's heart, only to be met with Norman's chilling response. "Harry, incorrect answer. Come now, do not struggle. You will become just like me. You have no choice left." As his words hung in the air, the room's lights flickered to life. Harry's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the surroundings, now enveloped in a green mist that emanated from the very phone he had held. What is this? What is happening? Desperate to cover his mouth, it was already too late. From the moment he answered the call, he had inhaled far too much. His vision began to blur, and Norman's maniacal laughter echoed in his ears. "It's an evolutionary serum, a potion of transformation, Harry. Take my creation and seek revenge for me." Only one thought consumed Harry's mind. What the hell? Chapter 45. I am God. Cold. Trembling. This is the sensation beyond Harry's physical form. Yet within him, an insatiable heat surged, as if an endless inferno were raging inside. The emerald mist he had inhaled had completely integrated into his being, exerting its influence upon him. Harry's youthful visage contorted in an instant, his body twisted in a frenzy, sweat cascading down him like a torrential downpour. Time lost its meaning as he continued to struggle. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flung open, revealing an expression of unparalleled malevolence. This was the hereditary affliction of the Osborn family. As descendants reached a certain age, they inevitably manifested a second persona, absorbing the suppressed emotions of the first, rendering it the antithesis of their original self. And that green mist was the product of Norman's experiments on mutants, a most potent asset. Harry's gaze turned crimson as he beheld his transformed appearance and robust physique, devoid of his former handsomeness, now exuding a sinister aura. Yet, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, a joyous laughter erupted from him. It was as if he possessed a psychic connection, as he struck the wall behind him with a fist, revealing a concealed chamber. Within lay a fully crafted set of green goblin armor. Harry erupted into boisterous laughter as he donned the armor, though it was his first time. He wore it as if he had done so countless times before, adeptly fastening it to his form. He then skillfully mounted his glider, transforming into a green streak against the night sky, soaring towards the Osborn Tower. As he flew, he casually hurled 2 pumpkin bombs, each detonation resounding with a thunderous roar. The previously slumbering residents were jolted awake. Though accustomed to the daily gunfire of free America, they never anticipated a lunatic would rain bombs upon them. With the explosions came a cacophony of panicked screams. The once tranquil night and serene neighborhood morphed into a hellish scene. Harry hovered in midair, relishing the sounds of terror and distress, his heart swelling with delight. Ah, the artistry of chaos. A grand explosion. He maneuvered erratically through the sky, embodying sheer madness. As he sped towards Russell's location, Russell was taken aback, for he was currently engaged in desecration, more precisely, in the final rites of obliteration and ash scattering. He found it hard to believe that the cunning Norman Osborn, surrounded by numerous bodyguards, could fall so easily, notwithstanding a single blow. He had struck down a mere decoy. This doubt propelled Russell to scour the building, relying on his instincts, yet he found no one else. He then turned his attention to the collapsed safe house, where Norman's computer resided, likely holding crucial information. Just as he began to sift through the data, a sudden vision of the future flashed through Russell's mind. He beheld a green figure streaking across the sky, swiftly followed by a hail of bullets. That fleeting green silhouette was remarkably familiar. The Green Goblin? Russell narrowed his eyes, glancing at Norman, who was adorned in the same goblin armor and whom he had effortlessly dispatched with a single punch. A wave of realization washed over him. Indeed, you were not dead. I knew it. How could you be so weak, falling to a mere punch? Just a substitute, he thought with disdain. He delivered a swift kick, unleashing a terrifying force that struck Norman's corpse like a cannonball, causing the body, along with the armor, to erupt into a myriad of fragments, leaving no trace of its former shape. With a gentle push from his toes, Russell soared into the air, gazing at the rapidly approaching figure of the Green Goblin, extending his hand towards it. Meanwhile, Harry continued to cackle maniacally. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing Russell suspended in midair, Harry, despite it being their first encounter, felt an intense hatred radiating from his eyes. He leaned back, and the glider beneath him surged upward, revealing the concealed gun barrels on either side. Countless bullets erupted from the guns like a torrential downpour, creating two dazzling streams of fire in the night. This glider, crafted at great expense by Norman, possessed firepower and speed that rivaled even the blue flame Gatling. However, Harry was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. He watched as Russell merely gestured, his lips moving slightly in a dreamlike manner. It seemed as though Russell was uttering, "I do not perceive bullets before me. Absurd. Who do you think you are?" Then, to Harry's disbelief, the bullets hurtling toward Russell suddenly slowed, becoming almost visible to the naked eye. How ridiculous! Yet, even more absurdity unfolded before him. The torrential downpour of bullets erupted in midair, transforming into a cascade of tiny fireworks. Those in the know recognized it as a rain of bullets, while the oblivious would mistake it for some extravagant display of fireworks from a reckless spendthrift, foolishly trying to woo a lady in the dead of night. Harry's expression twisted in fury. "Ah, you truly deserve to die," he screamed in a frenzy, hurling pumpkin bombs as if they were worthless. Yet, they were utterly ineffective. Russell merely cast a dispassionate glance, and this time he needed not even speak. The pumpkin bombs lost all momentum, plummeting from the sky. The already precarious Oscorp Tower was further adorned with a few more vibrant explosions, driving Harry into a complete frenzy. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as the glider beneath him erupted in a brilliant blaze, reaching an unimaginable speed. He charged towards Russell with a terrifying velocity. The metallic glider, in its frenzied state, could effortlessly slice through any living being. Such was the unbearable sharpness of the metal. However, what plunged Harry into despair was Russell's uncanny ability to foresee his attack. With a mere subtle shift of his body, he evaded the strike from Harry's glider. Harry attempted to adjust his course for another assault, but it was too late. Russell delivered a powerful slap to Harry's head, the sheer force akin to swatting a fly, sending Harry, clad in Green Goblin armor, crashing down from the sky. Boom. With Harry's impact, the precariously swaying Osborn building could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing into a heap of ruins. To be frank, the Green Goblin armor held up remarkably well. Harry survived, but not for long. Russell had already positioned himself before him, pressing a foot against his chest, as if a mountain had descended upon him, leaving Harry utterly defenseless. From his elevated stance, Russell gazed down upon him. Yet he refrained from delivering the final blow. This was because Russell had stumbled upon something intriguing. Ding! You have discovered that beneath the madness of the Green Goblin armor lies not Norman, but Harry, and you perceive that the state of the opponent is not normal. You have gained insight, unveiled the secret within. Norman has indeed become Harry's second persona, seizing control of his body. You recognize this as an application of mutant abilities, and your extraordinary insight has led you to comprehend memory duplication. Russell found this to be exceedingly fascinating. Memory duplication pertains to the application of mutant abilities that involve the mind. After all, human memories are in a constant state of repetitive renewal. In other words, a person is essentially composed of memories rather than bodily cells, since the latter are perpetually renewing themselves, with 7 years marking a significant cycle. A person 7 years ago and one today are entirely different entities. When memory duplication occurs, one can no longer discern between self and clone. This is the reason humanity rejects cloning. Physiologically, the other is a clone, yet from a memory standpoint, that individual is indistinguishable from oneself. Furthermore, memory duplication is an exceedingly cunning ability. Professor Charles had once employed such power, resurrected in the future due to the death of the Phoenix, or more accurately, the demise of Jean's persona, resulting in the Phoenix's revival. He sought to investigate, only to be met with the wrath of the Phoenix persona, which instantly tore the professor into countless fragments, leaving not a trace behind. This was how Charles ultimately survived. His body perished, yet he stored his memories within the body of his twin brother. It was the professor who was resurrected, not his brother who bore his memories. Similarly, there was another individual who executed such maneuvers, the head of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Nick Fury, in his privately constructed base, funded through embezzlement. He created multiple clones and stored his memories. Should his original self perish, his clone would emerge, utterly indestructible. Russell pondered the memory replication ability residing in his mind, his expression growing peculiar as a daring thought took root within him. This is the Marvel Universe, fraught with peril. Although his current powers were formidable enough to withstand 98% of disasters, a quick calculation revealed that rounding up to 98% of survivability amounted to 0. There still lay the risk of death. Should he follow Norman's example, transferring his memories into another's body, allowing that individual to live on in ignorance as Russell, rendering death inconsequential since it was merely a clone? After contemplation, Russell shook his head. He mused that perhaps he could learn from the ancients who controlled paper figures and develop a more effective means of self-preservation. He withdrew his thoughts. At this moment, Harry, with eyes aflame, was roaring at him, the hatred in his gaze utterly unmasked. To be precise, Harry was not Harry at this juncture. He was Norman. Although Norman lacked the fleeting memories from before his demise, he beheld the ruins of the Osborn building, the culmination of his life's work. He was unwilling to accept this. He brimmed with resentment. He yearned to eliminate Russell, who pinned him down with a leg as heavy as a mountain, leaving Norman devoid of any strength to resist. That fist felt akin to a soft tap, as Russell remained impervious to its impact. He observed the loathing in Norman's eyes, which brought Russell a peculiar sense of satisfaction. How does it feel, Norman, to witness the collapse of the company you toiled for over so many years? Norman remained silent, his gaze still filled with venom. His voice had turned hoarse. I recognize you. You are that despicable mutant sold by his parents. Ha! I never imagined you'd escape. Ha! A worthless mutant. Unloved, even by his own parents. Russell's hand tightened around his throat, his eyes turning icy. Norman, I promise you, you will be reviled by all. Even your son will feel shame for being a part of the Osborn family. He will forever be embarrassed by you. Norman seethed with indignation. But before he could finish his retort, Russell obliterated his personality, erasing Norman entirely. Little Harry awakened in an instant, bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Unable to recall what had transpired, he looked at the collapsed Osborn building, his mind in disarray. What happened? A gas explosion? I'm sorry, I could only save you. Everyone else may have perished. Thank you. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. Little Harry stared blankly at the burning building, then turned back to Russell, saying, Thank you. You are quite a good person. Chapter 46. Nick Fury yearns for a paternity test. Observing the towering structure crumbling into darkness, Russell's lips curled into a faint smile, feeling an immense sense of relief within. Old dog Norman. In the early days of establishing your private base, you utilized mutants as experimental subjects, aspiring to harness their powers to salvage the Osborn group. Did you ever contemplate this day? Did you foresee the potential destruction of the Osborn group stemming from a mere whim of yours? Russell clenched his fists, and the pent-up frustration within him finally unfurled. He found himself almost entranced by the sight of his own hands, a conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. For his former self, and for the average person, it was undoubtedly a colossal entity, seemingly unassailable. Yet, it was effortlessly obliterated by him. It felt surreal. Russell finally grasped the immense strength of power, and he came to understand why the people of his homeland were so audacious, so unrestrained. The exhilarating sensation of existing without any check was intoxicating. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout, Rise, Superman. You are all mere trash. Placing the grateful little Harry aside, he levitated in midair, his gaze falling upon the distant police officers who had long been alerted by the commotion. Despite the ruckus, they hesitated to approach, allowing Russell to act with impunity. This reminded him of a darkly humorous anecdote from his past life, where a criminal wielding a firearm kept dozens of officers at bay for hours, ultimately calling for backup. Russell couldn't suppress a mocking chuckle, recalling the moments when he had yearned for rescue while trapped within the confines of the base, only to be met with disappointment. He looked disdainfully at the timid American officers and coldly declared, Officers, come out and clean up. With that, he soared into the sky, leaving the ruins behind. After a considerable time had passed, the officers cautiously approached, just as Russell had anticipated, beginning to formulate a plan for cleanup. The police chief, beset by headaches, ultimately decided to reach for the phone and dial a mysterious number. Hello? Is this the Department of Homeland Strategic Operations? The Homeland Strategic Offensive and Defensive Protection Bureau. Oh, yes, you're the Homeland Strategic Operations Bureau. I have an urgent matter for you to address. Is it the Homeland Strategic Offensive and Resource Protection Bureau? Yes. I know you are the Homeland Resource Protection Bureau. I have an urgent issue that requires your attention. The Homeland Strategic Offensive and Defensive Bureau. Do you have anything to report? Damn it. After a rather convoluted exchange, the police chief finally connected with the appropriate party, the Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Bureau. The future S.H.I.D.L.D. However, they had yet to face Tony's jest regarding their convoluted name and had not yet been rebranded as S.H.I.D.L.D. At this moment, their director remained the notorious embezzler, the infamous Nick Fury. As a former intelligence organization that later transitioned to investigating and addressing various supernatural phenomena, his authority was immense, directly managed by the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. It possesses the ability to traverse various nations at will, bolstered by a formidable military force. Even the United Nations itself does not wield such immense power. After all, Nick Fury later orchestrated the creation of an aircraft carrier, not one that sails upon the seas, but one that soars through the skies. As Nick Fury stirred from his slumber, he beheld Agent Coulson approaching him with urgent news. A frown instinctively creased his brow, soon replaced by astonishment as he absorbed the alarming video and data presented to him. You mean to say that someone has collapsed a 100-story building with ease? That they have slain Norman, the head of the Osborn Corporation? And that a green-hatted beast is flying above? This creature possesses formidable firepower, raining down bombs upon residential areas? And then, that individual engaged in combat with the monster? As Nick listened to the report, he found the situation straightforward, albeit unacceptable. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him, his mind buzzing. Was it Magneto's doing? Which mutant could possibly wreak such havoc? The notion that a single individual could bring down an entire skyscraper seemed plucked from the realm of superhero cinema, utterly unscientific. Such extraordinary capabilities appeared to be the sole domain of mutants. Yet, with an S.H.I.E.L.D.S. archives, apart from Magneto, there seemed to be no other mutants capable of such destruction. Where had this aberration emerged from? Rubbing his temples, Nick pondered if it truly was Magneto. Hadn't that individual been incarcerated? Surely he couldn't possess the ability to create duplicates? Coulson cautiously interjected, "Director, you seem to have forgotten that Magneto escaped prison a week ago. Rumor has it, he even orchestrated an assassination attempt on the president, who subsequently declared war against him and his faction." Nick couldn't help but express his disbelief. How did I not know this? Why was I not informed immediately of such a critical matter? That is the old Magneto, the super terrorist. Always up to no good or on the verge of chaos. The target of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vigilance had been safely confined, allowing them to breathe easier. Yet now, the unthinkable had occurred. He had escaped and allegedly attempted to assassinate the president? Nick felt a wave of darkness envelop him as he envisioned the president's furious gestures directed at him. Coulson cautiously reminded him, "I did bring this to your attention before, but you seemed preoccupied with a meeting, lamenting over financial constraints." Nick Fury lamenting over finances, an unfortunate yet common occurrence for S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson admired the juxtaposition. How could he, as a subordinate, earn a 6-figure salary if his superior was perpetually bewailing their financial woes? A leader who laments poverty is far preferable to one who flaunts wealth. Patting your shoulder and spinning grand tales while secretly indulging in luxury and arranging for your marriage to a stunning partner. Nick couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration. As the head of an intelligence organization, such negligence would have resulted in immediate dismissal for anyone under his command. However, he consoled himself with the thought, "I am the director." Ha ha ha. Nick gazed at the documents brought by Coulson. Within the video, Russell appeared as if descended from the heavens, radiating an otherworldly brilliance amidst the night, crashing into the building with the ease of demolishing tofu. His powers were akin to that of Superman, unleashing terrifying heat vision that effortlessly obliterated a multitude of bodyguards, cleaving the building in two. The sheer destructive capability was utterly astonishing. Nick stared in disbelief, instinctively touching his chest to retrieve his true trump card, an old device, and sighed profoundly. Thank goodness you're on another planet now. Otherwise, I would have insisted on a paternity test. Chapter 47. Nurse Natasha? The mere thought of Captain Marvel's fearsome figure, single-handedly demolishing countless alien warships, haunted him. Now, observing Russell on the surveillance footage, conversing with young Harry, he noted the innocent visage of the child. Nick Fury couldn't help but curse under his breath, motherf. He was confronted with both good news and bad news. The good news was that the replica of Captain Marvel, Russell, was still quite young. The bad news was that the replica of Captain Marvel, Russell, was still quite young. After all, he had yet to mature. There was a strong possibility he was a mutant. With such terrifying power at such a tender age, one could only dread the thought of his potential growth. Would he become even more formidable than Captain Marvel? A future adversary to humanity, potentially volatile and resistant to legal constraints. Just the thought was despairing. It was no wonder Nick, now the director, found himself uttering an expletive. How could one confront a being like Russell? Nick fell into contemplation. The current SHIELD was virtually destitute. Although the agency comprised specially trained elite agents, even the strongest ordinary individuals would falter when faced with extraordinary power, particularly that of a being as abnormal as Russell. To contend with someone possessing such terrifying combat prowess was a daunting challenge. Nick pondered, but no viable solutions emerged. After all, brute strength was futile. He couldn't possibly kneel before Russell and plead for mercy, resorting to moral coercion. This notion struck him as utterly absurd and entirely impractical. Primarily, he had witnessed the video, where Russell's indifferent demeanor mirrored that of a deity, mercilessly unleashing his overwhelming heat vision, annihilating every guard without a hint of compassion. Had he not seen Russell's gentle interaction with young Harry at the end, Nick would have genuinely believed there was no humanity left within him. He rubbed his aching head and suddenly posed an inexplicable question to Coulson. Coulson, where has my orange cat gone? Oh, Director. I have long wished to discuss this matter with you, Coulson replied, his eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Your plump orange cat has been wreaking havoc at the SHIELD Academy, scaring off nearly all the male cats and monopolizing the female cats in the logistics department. Today marks the 73rd complaint we have received this month. Those poor female cats can scarcely move, and their owner has expressed that her little princess is suffering inhumane treatment, issuing a strong protest against you. Humph. What good is protesting to me? Do you think I am that cat's owner? Nick thought to himself, recalling the time he had found the orange cat endearing, only for it to later devour hundreds of aliens aboard the spaceship. You say I am its master? It is my granduncle. Nick appeared oblivious to the plea for help in Coulson's gaze. He was well aware of the mischief caused by that devouring beast, which had ruffled the feathers of many employees at SHIELD. He also knew that Coulson had spoken highly of him, hoping he would manage that troublesome cat. It's not that I don't want to manage it. I simply cannot. Nick coughed lightly. Bring the cat over here. I happen to have some matters that require its assistance. Oh, and by the way, call Natasha and tell her to stop playing outside. Her 6-month vacation officially ends today, and it's time for her to return to work. Oh, boss, I must mention that you owe me 3 years' worth of vacation, totaling 14 months. When will you repay me? Nick deftly evaded the topic, holding his coffee in one hand while patting Coulson's shoulder with the other. As the future director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Offense, you should strive a bit harder, Coulson. Surely, you do not wish to inherit a failing department, do you? Coulson retorted. This is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Offense, and Logistics Resource Assurance. Director, you can't even remember the name of the department you manage? You are truly slacking off. It's not my fault. That name is just too convoluted. Nick chuckled awkwardly, grateful for his thick skin that concealed any embarrassment. Remember to inform Natasha that her task is quite formidable. She will be executing a highly stressful mission dubbed the Baby Plan. Don't you think a little one who hasn't even reached adulthood is a rather adorable baby? I believe that in dealing with such mutants, we require not brute force but rather a nurturing caretaker. Coulson mused, regarding my astute business dealings with an unreliable superior. It's amusing to consider. However, on reflection, Natasha would indeed be quite suitable as a caretaker. She is quite substantial and nurturing. How enviable. Meanwhile, soaring through the skies with moonlit grace, Russell remained blissfully unaware of the envy directed towards his forthcoming happy life. Even if he were to learn of it, he would scoff at the notion. Bah, I, Russell, am a paragon of virtue, a champion of justice, born to stand against vice and corruption. At this moment, he was not heading towards the mutant base. Rather, an audacious decision suddenly dawned upon him. It was he who could effortlessly vanquish the Green Goblin, easily obliterate the Osborn Corporation. An overwhelming sense of confidence surged within him. In that instant, Russell realized that his strength had reached such heights. He was no longer a mere fledgling in need of protection. Thus, he chose not to return to the mutant base to defend alongside Magneto against the impending assault. Instead, he opted for a proactive approach, launching a direct assault on the enemy's stronghold. That stronghold was Strix's base, constructed beneath the dam. The very place where Jean would later rescue everyone, forcibly harnessing her powers to withstand the torrents, only to ultimately meet her tragic demise. It was also the site of Jean's rebirth as the Phoenix within her. Russell raced towards this base. Despite the dam's vastness and the extensive hidden entrances, none could escape Russell's keen perception, for the mutant armor granted him a sense of range. No being could elude his awareness. Moreover, with his enhanced mutant perception, in this desolate wilderness where mutants congregated, he shone like the sun amidst the darkness, blindingly radiant. Russell surged forward, his feet seemingly treading on air, generating immense reactive force, propelling him with explosive speed akin to that of a missile, directly targeting the base. At this moment, the base was not dormant. Strick, commanding his forces in an assault on the Brotherhood of Mutants, was on high alert. He quickly detected the swiftly approaching light on the radar. Initially taken aback, his surprise swiftly morphed into malevolence. Was this mutant a fool rushing into a trap? His base boasted hundreds of fully armed soldiers, a modified mutant squad, and the greatest trump card, his son, the level 4 mutant master of illusions, Jason. And yet, the adversary was but a solitary individual. The disparity in their strengths was glaring. Strick's grin was sinister. With such an advantage, how could he possibly lose? Chapter 48, Sabretooth? Merely a sickly feline. Why would this mutant discover the location of our base? Strick gazed at the encroaching light on the radar, anxiety gnawing at him. He had just ordered the defensive forces to mobilize under the cover of night, aiming to strike the Brotherhood of Mutants with overwhelming force before the presidential decree was fully enacted, no matter the cost in lives. As long as they could eliminate a single mutant, it would be deemed a success. Mutants deserved to perish. His eyes grew icy. Seemingly recalling past grievances, those haunting memories only fueled his murderous intent. Strick issued a direct command to activate the weapons, summoning all armed personnel. They must capture this approaching mutant alive. He needed to extract information about the Brotherhood from his lips. Perhaps he could even uncover the hidden location of that bald-headed Charles Academy. The Academy. Within, there exists a multitude of mutants, many of whom are mere children. Strick once sent his son, Jason, there, but was later persuaded by the professor to withdraw due to Jason's reckless behavior. Harboring resentment, Jason, having sensed his parents' fear and dread towards him, relentlessly tormented them with illusions, ultimately leading to his wife's tragic decision to sever her own head with a chainsaw. Strick attributed all of this to the mutants. Consumed by fury and vowing revenge against the Mutant Academy, the professor, however, erased Strick's memories of the Academy's location, rendering him incapable of ever locating it. Even as he inquired incessantly within the military, he could not uncover this last bastion of mutants. Strick intended to extract the Academy's address from Magneto, but before he could act, Magneto had already escaped from prison, inciting Strick's immense frustration. His meticulously devised plan had faltered. Even more infuriating was the fact that Stark Industries, the largest arms conglomerate in America, had chosen to aid the mutants, while the president opted for compromise, abandoning the war mandate against them. Unwilling to yield, Strick resolved to launch a surprise attack on the Brotherhood of Mutants. Yet, the sudden emergence of Russell ignited a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps Russell possessed knowledge of the Academy's whereabouts? It was conceivable that, in the chaos of the Brotherhood's assault, the Academy's defenses might be weakened. As these thoughts took root, the seeds of hatred within Strick began to flourish. He issued a new command, instructing that individual to personally inform him that, should he manage to capture the target alive, he would fulfill his promise. Yes, Strick activated his secret weapon. His subordinate hastily approached a sealed room, knocking forcefully on the door before retreating a considerable distance, his eyes betraying fear, as if something terrifying were confined within. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. The tightly shut iron door was violently struck by an unknown force, causing the entire wall to reverberate. Terrified, the subordinate stumbled backward. The door was then forcefully split apart by a pair of razor-sharp claws, revealing a towering, cold-eyed man who seemed to have just awakened from a deep slumber, his hair slightly disheveled yet emanating an aura of menace. This man was none other than Sabretooth, formerly the most formidable force under Magneto, a Tier 3 elite mutant endowed with beast-like physique and strength, coupled with an extraordinary regenerative ability. He was the brother of Wolverine, Logan, and a veteran who had survived both world wars, boasting extensive combat experience. Previously, he had fought alongside Magneto during the assault on the Statue of Liberty, facing multiple adversaries alone. Ultimately, when Magneto was weakened and captured due to energy absorption by machines, he too succumbed to capture, later being imprisoned in various facilities until Strick recruited him as a subordinate, only because Stryker presented Sabretooth with an irresistible proposition akin to that offered to Wolverine. Logan, he proposed the installation of an adamantium skeleton. This formidable physique would not only become extraordinarily resilient, but would also bestow upon him indomitable claws. In such a scenario, he could grasp Wolverine's head and mockingly declare, "Oh, foolish Udu, your brother remains your brother." However, despite Sabretooth's fervent aspirations, Stryker hesitated to assist him in infusing his body with adamantium for the transformation. This reluctance ignited a fierce anger within Sabretooth. His subordinate, evidently acquainted with the repercussions of their adversary, hastily interjected before Sabretooth could utter a word, stating, "The commander has consented to your terms, but he has one stipulation. An unidentified mutant has approached the base, and the commander demands that you capture him alive. Before the subordinate could finish his sentence, Sabretooth, brimming with impatience, sprang forth with the agility of a feral tiger, dashing through the corridor with astonishing speed. His once thunderous footsteps diminished to a mere whisper, almost imperceptible. At that moment, Sabretooth embodied the essence of a top-tier predator in the jungle. Meanwhile, Russell had soared to the top of the dam. With his eyes closed, he attuned himself to the positions of Stryker and his associates, and in an instant, he materialized at the concealed entrance of the base. There, elaborate disguises and intricate traps had been meticulously laid. Without knowledge of the correct entry method, one would undoubtedly find themselves in a precarious predicament, besieged by a multitude of landmines and tripwires. Even the most seasoned Special Forces operative would struggle to traverse this treacherous terrain unscathed. Yet, to Russell, these obstacles were mere illusions. His gaze shimmered with a faint white light. He was a man endowed with the gift of foresight, rendering any ambush a figment of unreality. The concealed landmines and tripwires beneath his feet remained utterly inert, akin to stones, allowing Russell to tread upon them without consequence, transforming them into mere stepping stones. When Russell encountered the imposing, fortified door, an exquisite barrier befitting a military installation, formidable in both material and thickness, it remained ineffective against his prowess. He merely extended his hand, executing a gesture reminiscent of Magneto's iconic stance, and the door before him morphed into an ethereal visage. At that moment, a brawny figure, as formidable as a beast, lunged toward him from within. This unexpected onslaught caught Russell off guard, as he had been wholly absorbed in the precise application of his mutant abilities to manipulate the heavy metallic door, which weighed several tons. The sudden attack genuinely startled him. Russell's reaction was instantaneous. He immediately activated the response gene of the mutant armor and then harnessed its power gene. Under this terrifying augmentation, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! It struck like an indomitable hammer of thunder from the heavens. This fist collided forcefully with the forehead of the burly man, delivering an immense force that, while not quite hundreds of tons, certainly amounted to dozens, concentrated on the small area of impact of a single fist. The burly man was sent flying across the corridor, crashing through countless metallic walls, and fell into unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Russell quickly regained his composure, recalling the image captured by his eyes. He recognized the face of his assailant. His expression shifted to one of bemusement. "Sabretooth, have you come merely to provoke me? One punch and you're down? You resemble a mad cat, seeking to amuse me like the legendary General Xing Daorong of Zero Ridge. If that is indeed your aim, I must concede, you have succeeded." In Chapter 49, Sending Little Days to the West, Russell effortlessly sent Sabretooth flying with a single punch, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. The sheer intensity of the impact did not obliterate Sabretooth's skull, but merely induced a feint. This indicated that Sabretooth possessed a fortuitous fate and a sufficiently resilient cranium. After all, he was not Wolverine. Even if Wolverine were present, his adamantium skull might not withstand the force of Russell's punches at this level. Once Russell has further refined his Homeland-esque techniques to perfection and augmented his physique through the absorption of solar energy, a single blow would surely spell death for Sabretooth. However, Russell had no intention of taking Sabretooth's life, for he was a formidable Tier 3 mutant, endowed with immense strength and speed, as well as, most crucially, a terrifying healing ability. With the enhancement of the mutant armor, Sabretooth could undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional combatant. Moreover, he would be an ideal subordinate. As Russell approached slowly, a peculiar sensation enveloped his heart, and his eyes glimmered with a white light. Yet, before he could foresee the future, a swirling mist of blue and purple materialized beneath his feet, and the sudden sensation of weightlessness caused him to plummet, panic flashing in his gaze. This was a subconscious tremor of his spirit, for Russell harbored a psychological aversion to any aura. He instinctively inquired, but soon, aided by a fleeting glimpse of foresight, he pieced together the full image of the phenomenon that had appeared beneath him, a mass of blue and purple mist, not the terrifying aura crackling with golden sparks, nor the presence of a fearsome bald sorcerer. He anticipated what would unfold in mere seconds. A diminutive girl emerged from the shadowy corridor, her eyes a soft green, adorned with peculiar patterns on her face, reminiscent of a succubus, exuding an alluring charm. Her gait was distinctively graceful. Before her appeared a swirl of blue-violet mist, into which she effortlessly plunged. The mist engulfed her form, and when she reappeared, she had traversed several dozen meters away, as if by sheer magic. She found herself beside the unconscious saber-toothed tiger, and suddenly, with a look of terror, she cast her gaze aside. Clinging tightly to the beast, she dove into the already manifested blue-violet mist and vanished along with it. In the next moment, a hand materialized within the corridor. Russell forcibly emerged from a cluster of blue-violet light. His complexion darkened, casting a baleful glance at the spot where the saber-toothed tiger had once lain. It was now utterly vacant. Someone had brazenly rescued the tiger before his very eyes. That petite girl with green-hued irises was, in fact, the tiger's foster daughter. A third-tier mutant capable of traversing dimensions in the future timeline. Her ability, known as Flicker, allowed her to distort space and create portals, enabling her to transport anyone to any location she desired, with limitless potential. The portals she conjured could even reach the moon and other realms, including hell itself. However, realizing such extraordinary capabilities at her tender age was nearly impossible. She could only manage short-range teleportation, limited in frequency and subject to cooldown periods. Yet, despite the seemingly trivial nature of her ability, she had successfully spirited someone away from Russell. This was the source of his grim demeanor and undeniable embarrassment. Had he exercised a modicum of caution and maintained his precognitive abilities, Flicker would have held no sway over him. He could have effortlessly evaded her portal and avoided being taken. In that fleeting moment when he found himself ensnared by her teleportation mist, he activated his own mutation, forcefully countering her ability and emerging from the portal. Yet, it was too late. She had already escaped. This left Russell deeply frustrated. It felt akin to landing a decisive blow on 5 opponents, all on the brink of defeat, only to watch them flee, just out of reach. The thought alone was infuriating. Russell sensed a hint of arrogance creeping in. Perhaps it was the recent destruction of the Osborn group and the swift defeat of the Green Goblin, followed by the effortless triumph over the saber-toothed tiger, which had led him to underestimate other mutants. He resolved to take the matter seriously. With unwavering focus, he endeavored to maintain his costly precognitive abilities and, with a determined push, he forcefully stomped his feet upon the ground. The moment his footsteps struck the ground, a multitude of impacts reverberated, and the terrifying force transformed his figure into an arrow released from a bow, darting through the corridor with the speed of a fleeting flicker, careening forward with reckless abandon. He aimed to sweep through this place in the shortest time possible. Boom. Help. A monster. A monster. The determined Russell unleashed his abilities to their utmost potential, his excitement surging as his mind became extraordinarily alert. He simultaneously commanded 3 genetic modules of the mutant armor: reflexes, strength, and sensory perception. This mastery over multiple genetic modules far surpassed that of any other mutant armor bearer. The synergy of 1+1 was undeniably terrifying. Like a machine of slaughter, Russell charged directly at the heavily armed base guards, who could scarcely perceive his presence before they were obliterated into a mass of debris. Countless bullets erupted from their terrified weapons, falling like a torrential downpour, yet not a single round touched Russell's form. Words failed to convey the magnitude of this disparity. Russell merely exerted a slight force, and those elite soldiers, rigorously trained and armed with firearms, were rendered no different from ants crushed beneath his feet, utterly defenseless against annihilation. They stood in shock, their faces betraying despair, their spirits crumbling, and they swiftly met their end. After effortlessly dispatching the roadblocks, a figure flashed in Russell's mind, his next adversary, hiding just behind a door, hands extended with elongated claws. Indeed, it was Wolverine. More precisely, it was the female Wolverine, created from Logan's remarkable regenerative mutant genes. This mutant weapon possessed the same adamantium claws, with destructive power and combat prowess surpassing that of Wolverine himself. She was undoubtedly a formidable opponent for anyone. Yet she happened to encounter Russell. Russell, already irked by having saved Sabretooth through his rapid movement, soon discovered the lurking female Wolverine poised to ambush him. This wretched individual was a Japanese woman named Yuriko. Ugh, how infuriating. I'll deal with you, little one. Just as Yuriko prepared for her stealthy strike, a steel fist burst through the wall, bending it as if it were mere paper, the hand, resembling a tiger's claw, viciously grasping her throat. That terrifyingly powerful grip caused Yuriko to writhe in agony, her eyes rolling back in pain. She instinctively attempted to slash at the hand encircling her throat with her sharp adamantium claws, yet the impervious metal glided through the air as if it were non-existent, failing to strike anything at all. It was as if that arm was simply not there. Yuriko heard a derisive snicker beside her, followed by a distinctly loud crack. So clear that it resonated. Oh, it turned out my neck was broken. Yuriko perished on the spot. There was no response whatsoever. Russell cast her lifeless body aside. Although her super healing mutant ability was formidable, it was utterly futile against someone like him who possessed the power to nullify mutant abilities, rendering her a mere nuisance. He gazed down at Yukiko's corpse with a derisive smile, taking a sip of water and spitting out in contempt. Ha! You thought drinking nuclear wastewater made you invincible? Pathetic. Chapter 50. The true mutant slayer Yukiko is dead. She was obliterated in an instant. In the monitoring room, all who bore witness to this scene were left astounded. Their legs trembling in terror, they were genuinely frightened. While mutant abilities could be terrifying, only a select few were truly powerful, and their exceptional abilities could not possibly rival a properly organized military force. Strike had a profound understanding of mutants, which led him to train his subordinates with methods to counteract them and equip them with corresponding weaponry. Yet the outcome was utter annihilation. Hundreds fell without a shred of resistance. The ordinary troops were one thing, but Strike's face darkened. He had labored tirelessly to persuade Sabretooth, believing him capable of withstanding the threat, only to witness him being effortlessly knocked out by Russell's punch, nearly dying on the spot. After years of research, he had crafted weapons specifically designed to combat mutants, utilizing adamantium and the exceptionally strong healing ability of Yukiko. Yet, these tools of war were rendered worthless, obliterated with ease by Russell in a single move. He coldly replayed the footage of Yukiko's demise, noting how Russell seemed to discern her concealed position at a glance, evading any ambush and swiftly subduing her instead. Possessing perceptive abilities, immense strength, and remarkable speed, clad in armor that should have provided substantial defense. Yet what perplexed Strike the most was Yukiko's last-ditch effort to retaliate. Adamantium was the sharpest and strongest metal he had ever discovered. Yet the mutant she attempted to strike appeared as elusive as a ghost, completely evading the attack. Moreover, while Yukiko possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities, even with her neck snapped, she should have been able to survive. Yet she lay motionless beneath Russell's feet, clearly devoid of life, her existence extinguished. Russell's bizarre demeanor left Strike, an expert in mutant abilities, feeling exceptionally bewildered. He sensed that all his years of research yielded no points of explanation in the presence of Russell. To make matters worse, the monitoring devices captured a shocking revelation. The armored mutant who had intruded lifted her visor, revealing a youthful face that seemed barely old enough. With a provocative expression, she gazed into the surveillance footage, gesturing mockingly at her neck. Though words were inaudible, her arrogant demeanor radiated through the screen. Even those who bore no animosity towards mutants found themselves irked by Russell's ostentatious attitude. He felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. What's more, there was Strick, who regarded mutants as his lifelong adversaries. His gaze was chillingly cold. Then, he turned and uttered a phrase that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Release mutant number 11. This was a forbidden term within the confines of the base, akin to invoking a demon's name. Merely mentioning it rendered the onlookers pale, and some even dared to question Strick's command. Sir, are you certain your orders are sound? You seem utterly deranged, driven mad by this mutant. Mutant number 11 is beyond our control. Once released, it would be akin to unleashing Satan from hell. We will all perish. He nearly roared, his fury palpable. In a military base where orders were as immutable as mountains, such defiance was exceedingly rare. Yet Strick's command was so astonishing it felt like a death sentence. Without offering any explanation, Strick drew his firearm and fired a deafening shot, instantly transforming the dissenting subordinate into a lifeless corpse. He cast a cold glance at the trembling personnel and barked, "Hurry! We possess no means to combat this mutant. Only by releasing mutant number 11 and letting them engage each other do we stand a chance. If we wait for that mutant to find us, we shall all meet our doom. Do you think your firearms make you superior to the hundreds of guards? Do you believe you are tougher than the very creation you studied?" A few researchers, mere ordinary individuals, hesitated, their confidence seemingly misplaced. Who instilled this confidence in you? Liang Jingru. Perhaps sensing their cowardice, Strick took a deep breath and spoke gravely. You will release number 11. I will control him. With that, he turned and strode towards a concealed chamber behind the control room. His actions caused the researchers' expressions to shift dramatically, for they knew what lay within. The more they understood, the greater their terror grew. Within mere seconds, Strick emerged, pushing a wheelchair that bore an expressionless figure. The hollow gaze of this individual caused the researchers to swallow hard. This was Strick's son, possessing the most terrifying illusionary abilities capable of conjuring the most formidable of phantoms. Yet, he had lost his mind, a consequence of his father's actions. Before all present, Strick unfastened the head of the wheelchair-bound figure, his son, Jason, extracting a vial of cerebrospinal fluid. The gruesome sight of the mangled brain, a grotesque mass, was too horrifying to behold, compelling everyone to lower their heads. Go. Strick commanded his men to escort his son, Jason, away from the control room. No matter the threats, he was unwilling to relinquish his son, his finest weapon against mutants, his most valuable tool. Losing him would plunge Strick into despair, as he would forfeit his greatest trump card in the battle against mutants. As he vacated the control room, he instinctively glanced back at the surveillance footage, where Russell's figure had already vanished. That mutant, like a bulldozer, had effortlessly cleared away all obstacles. The mutant weaponry that Strick had recruited and studied over the years was easily dispatched by Russell, with hardly a soul able to withstand even a single punch from him. It was as if he were playing on an easy mode. Strick never anticipated that all his years of toil and effort would be obliterated by a mere individual. He felt as though he were a laughingstock. Just wait, you shall soon become the true weapon against mutants, Strick declared vehemently, envisioning Russell as a sharp blade, the most formidable weapon to slay mutants. Without hesitation, he departed the control room and entered the most dreadful chamber hidden deep within the base. There lay two colossal freezers, filled with nutrient solution. Researchers extracted a head from one freezer, skillfully drilling a hole in the back of the skull. injecting it with the still warm cerebrospinal fluid recently harvested from Jason's brain. They then carefully placed the head into another freezer, which contained only a decapitated body. The body, seemingly lifeless, stirred as the head was affixed, the two merging as if drawn together by an unseen force, the wound healing instantaneously. In an instant, eyes that had been shut for months burst open. He had been resurrected. Strick could not help but murmur, "Welcome back, my Deadpool." Chapter 51. The errant Deadpool of the universe indeed. Within this icy sarcophagus lay the future infamous figure known for his incessant chatter and uncanny ability to evade death. Deadpool. Formerly, he had been a member of Strick's mutant squad, much like Wolverine, Logan. Even before his transformation, Deadpool was a super mercenary rivaling Wolverine, who relied solely on his extraordinary regenerative abilities. In contrast, Deadpool wielded his insatiable dual katanas. His reflexes were unparalleled, matching even those of the mutant mantis named Cones that Russell had encountered. Armed with twin blades, he faced a hailstorm of gunfire from a dozen assailants, emerging unscathed. Alas, it was unfortunate that in the course of his transformation, whether due to brain injury or reckless abandon, he relied solely on his healing abilities, neglecting to utilize any other mutant powers. Stryker regarded Deadpool as mere fodder for mutant experimentation, subjecting him to a myriad of tests and endowing him with various mutant abilities. He acquired Wolverine's extraordinary regenerative powers, the ghostly ability of teleportation, the capacity to emit lethal laser beams from his eyes, and the manipulation of electricity. Moreover, he possessed a skeletal structure forged from adamantium, complemented by his innate reflexes and honed combat skills. Without a doubt, Deadpool emerged as the most formidable mutant killing machine. Had it not been for an unforeseen incident, where he was felled by the combined might of Wolverine and Sabretooth, he might have become a nightmarish counterpart to the Sentinels, striking terror into the hearts of mutants everywhere. Of course, this presupposes that Deadpool remained under control. Should he break free, he would transform into a living nightmare for all. The tension among the onlookers was palpable as they beheld the resurgent Deadpool, their hearts shaken by his formidable regenerative prowess. They remained blissfully unaware of Stryker's discreet departure, quietly maneuvering his wheelchair, escorting his trump card, Jason, away without a soul noticing. Jason was a terrifying entity, an apex-level mutant endowed with unparalleled illusionary abilities. Should he fully realize his potential, he might become a nightmare akin to the Professor, more fearsome than any other mutant. He possessed the ability to ensnare all in horrific dreams, rendering them helpless, neither alive nor dead, eternally unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, ultimately succumbing to madness. Becoming a deranged figure wielding a knife against his own parents, weeping and lamenting his inability to perceive the truth. Stryker's silent exit went unnoticed. When Russell arrived, his gaze swept across the clandestine chamber, revealing a gruesome tableau of corpses, blood splattered across the floor, faces contorted in terror, their forms grotesquely disfigured. The wounds suggested they had been savagely sliced by some exceptionally sharp object. Unaware of the nature of this room, Russell pushed his precognitive abilities to their limits, yet failed to detect anything amiss. He advanced cautiously, his attention drawn to the empty ice coffin, a sense of confusion flooding his mind. As he rifled through his memories, he found no recollection of any mutant that could be frozen. Who could it be? Just as he pondered this, a drop of blood fell before him, splattering onto the ground. This eerie, horror movie-like scene sent a shiver down Russell's spine. He lifted his gaze to discover a corpse suspended from the ceiling, bound by ropes. Its features obscured. After scanning the surroundings for any threat and confirming the area was safe, he propelled himself upward with agile strides, approaching the lifeless body. The face bore deep, savage gashes, intersecting in two lines that cleaved through to the bone, blood oozing incessantly, rendering the visage hauntingly indistinct and terrifying. Russell beheld the gruesome sight with clarity. This individual possesses an exceedingly remarkable trait. His mouth is sealed shut. In an instant, Russell is reminded of Deadpool. After all, among the multitude of superheroes and supervillains within the Marvel Universe, it is only Deadpool who, due to his incessant chatter and irreverent tongue, has had his mouth forcibly closed by Stryker. The mere thought sends a chill down his spine. He perceives the temperature of the corpse, implying that someone had slain the living Deadpool before him, someone capable of extinguishing the life of a being endowed with extraordinary regenerative powers. Moreover, that individual is likely still within the confines of the base. Russell is unsettled by his own conjecture, yet he soon recognizes that he may be frightening himself unnecessarily. With a gesture, he extends his palm towards the lifeless body, employing his mutant abilities. The bloodstains upon the corpse's face dissipate, and the injuries heal, revealing the visage of the deceased before his demise. That familiar countenance leaves Russell in a state of shock. It is you, old man. The body, suspended in midair, disfigured and with its mouth sewn shut, is none other than Stryker, the very mastermind he has been relentlessly pursuing, who has targeted mutants, now inexplicably dead? Russell feels a sense of disbelief, even absurdity, at how effortlessly Stryker has met his end. Could it be an illusion? That seems implausible. He knocks on his own helmet, which emits a resonant sound. When he designed the armor for mutants, he specifically incorporated defensive features against psychic powers, inspired by Magneto's helmet, rendering it impenetrable even to the Professor. Stryker's subordinates could not possibly surpass the Professor, not even Jason. As Russell's mind is engulfed in doubt, an unusual noise interrupts his thoughts. Before he can comprehend the situation, a golden flash zips past him, and he finds himself in an entirely different realm. It is a spatial teleportation. Someone has forcibly transported him from the base. Is it Blink? Russell's hair stands on end, especially when he catches sight of the person behind him. His heart races uncontrollably, escalating in pace. For that figure embodies his greatest fear, a bald figure clad in a yellow monk's robe, holding a teacup, smiling benevolently. It is the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One, a devoted follower of the 5 supreme deities of the Marvel Universe, who has safeguarded Earth for 7 centuries, standing resolutely against the malevolent cosmic entities. With a hint of apology on her face, she begins, "I'm sorry. A mischief maker from another universe was causing chaos, and while dealing with him, I inadvertently discovered you. It seems I forgot to issue your Earth credentials. Allow me to rectify that." As she speaks, she delivers a swift kick, although it strikes empty space. Russell hears an exaggerated cry. "Oh, my Derry Ree. With such force, you must love me. How embarrassing. Oh, a bit harder." The familiarity of those words, both lewd and cheeky, can only belong to one person. Russell discerned the identity of the individual before him. The flamboyant voice likely belonged to a Deadpool traversing from another universe. Yet, he dared not ponder which timeline it was from, for his own safety was at stake. Standing before him was the Ancient One, who, with a congenial smile, presented him with a considerable stack of papers. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary sheets. Yet they were densely inscribed with black text. "This is the contract you must adhere to during your temporary stay on Earth. Should you find it agreeable, you may sign your name, thereby securing a long-term residence. If it does not suit you, I can return you to your origin. However, I must admit, I am rather lazy. To simplify matters, I typically send individuals to Hell, which is rather similar to Earth. Would you care to consider that?" Consider what? Hell could hardly be considered a desirable place. Faced with the Ancient One's blatant threat, Russell could only scowl, tears welling in his heart. As he inscribed his name upon the document of white paper and black ink, the Ancient One observed him with a beaming smile and suddenly spoke again. "Would you be interested in learning magic? You possess the most extraordinary talent for it that I have ever encountered." Russell chuckled. Chapter 52, High Definition and Censored Live Broadcast. Upon hearing the Ancient One's particularly enticing words, one could not help but listen. She was praising him for his potential to become a supreme sorcerer. Ding. Players, please take note. The Ancient One has issued the main quest to inherit the title of Supreme Sorcerer. Quest requirement: study at Kamartaj for 5 years. Following the Ancient One in the study of spells. Quest reward: you shall receive the Supreme Sorcerer's 3-piece set, the Eye of Agamotto, the Cloak of Levitation, and the title of Supreme Sorcerer. This task was exceedingly simple. For most, receiving such a quest would ignite immense excitement. However, Russell was an exception. He understood that the value of the Ancient One's words was rather negligible, as she had likely uttered similar sentiments to every traveler, akin to a seductress. Her credibility was far from robust. She seemed to seek a gullible individual to temporarily replace her, allowing her to retire early. To others, the title of Supreme Sorcerer was sacred, grand, and imposing. Yet for her, it was merely a shackle. At that moment, the Ancient One resembled a weary minister of the Ming dynasty, awakening to find the burdens of the empire pressing upon her shoulders. While rebellious factions sought to undermine her authority, she was utterly exhausted. Russell understood her plight, yet he did not consider himself to possess any genuine magical talent. After all, he considered himself a half-hearted materialist, a devotee of the scientific realm. In truth, he believed he had never engaged with magic and regarded himself as a mere muggle. Moreover, he had made modest achievements in the realm of science, having conceived ideas for an armor of divine quality. With sufficient time devoted to this path, he would inevitably ascend to godhood. Magic, though possessing a high ceiling, ultimately relied on the strength of others. Thus, Russell found himself in a quandary. However, he refrained from voicing his hesitations, instead lowering his gaze to the contract of white paper and black ink presented by the Ancient One, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He did not perceive this document as merely ordinary paper. It must surely be some form of magical contract, akin to the celestial oaths of the immortal realms. The potency of such a covenant is so formidable that even the infernal demons dare not defy it. Russell did not consider himself to be more powerful than those denizens of hell. He glanced at the contract, which was clearly inscribed in black and white. Yet he found it utterly incomprehensible. Thus, he inquired, "Master Ancient One, what purpose does this contract serve?" What Russell feared most was that this document was a safety contract, branding him as a demon from the underworld, forbidding him from wreaking havoc in the mortal realm, or even from harming anyone. If that were the case, he would truly be at a loss. Not only would he be inferior to his ancestors, but he might as well regress to the status of a mere descendant. However, fortunately, Ancient One was indifferent to the lives of ordinary mortals. She took the contract with a wave of her hand and remarked nonchalantly, "I simply detest those who seek refuge with dark deities on my territory. After all, beings like you, who traverse the cosmos from other realms, possess the purest of souls, making you the most enticing targets for demonic attention." Regardless of how much havoc Russell wreaked on Earth, it was inconsequential. For Earth, such matters were trifling. Even if there were 10 more like Russell, the number of deaths could never rival the toll of a single war. Those souls remained tethered to the planet. Yet, should a dark demon or infernal fiend act, they would consume those souls, posing the true peril to Earth, the genuine adversary. Russell exhaled in relief. But soon he voiced another question that lingered in his mind. Had it not been for Deadpool's mishap, would you have discovered my presence? He felt a twinge of resentment at the sudden exposure. A sense of vexation welled within him. He silently vowed that when he gained the power, he would surely silence Deadpool, perhaps even break his legs. Ancient One merely smiled. With a flick of her fingers, she drew aside an ethereal curtain, revealing a dazzling array of luminous points suspended in the air before Russell. The majority were white, with a few red, and strikingly, some were black. Russell felt an uncanny familiarity with this display, as if he had encountered it before. In an instant, memories surged forth, and he exclaimed in revelation, "A brainwave amplifier? Indeed. It resembles the apparatus used by Mystique during her infiltration of the Academy, where she mimicked the professor to harness his mental abilities through the brainwave amplifier to locate Magneto's prison." The generated imagery of mutants and humans bore a striking resemblance to what lay before him now. However, that previous depiction distinguished between mutants and humans, while this one seemed to differentiate between Earthlings, outsiders, and demons. Ancient One casually pointed to a black dot, which instantly magnified, revealing a strikingly vivid and shocking image before them. A naked man struggles upon the bed, embracing another as they share passionate kisses. His hands wander incessantly over the alluring form of his companion. Due to the influence of Ancient One, Russell perceives the hidden soul within the body of this enchanting figure, revealing a seductive demon from the depths of hell. However, an odd expression crosses his face, for this demon is indeed strikingly attractive, albeit a male demon. My eyes might be blinded. Russell feels as though his innocent gaze has been sullied, as if he might develop a sty. Two grown men engaging in such activities at dawn. This scene, this overwhelming impact. Ugh, do you think you are filming a softcore movie? Do you believe this is an American production? Russell exclaims in distress, covering his eyes. Meanwhile, Ancient One remains unfazed, casually extending a finger to flick the soul of the male demon hidden within the man's body, which is instantly expelled with a scream of searing anguish, soaring away from Earth and banished to hell. Almost simultaneously, the man with whom he was fencing regains clarity, awakening from his state of confusion. Upon seeing his companion's nakedness, his eyes widen in shock, his face etched with despair, as he bellows, "How dare you take advantage of me? Ha 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 ha. Oh. Russell, bewildered, gazes at Ancient One with a mournful expression. Was this intentional? This is truly high-definition content, even live streaming. It is the epitome of voyeuristic delight. If the third Hokage were to witness this, he would undoubtedly spew a fountain of blood in sheer shock. If Jiraiya saw this, he would immediately pin a tale akin to Peach Blossom Spring." In response to Russell's incredulity, Ancient One remains composed, thoughtfully remarking, "Although centuries have passed, the ways in which humans procreate have not significantly changed. What is there to be surprised about? I have witnessed far stranger occurrences. This is, by comparison, quite elementary. Allow me to explain. But you are still young and may not comprehend these matters. One day, when you become a supreme mage, you will understand. I shall refrain from elaborating further." Russell retorts, "You are such a tease." Chapter 53, Transformation into Freedom. Transformation into Eternity. So what do you think? Are you interested in becoming a supreme mage? There are numerous benefits. Ancient One's words are laced with temptation. The supreme mage is akin to a deity on this planet, capable of uncovering the secrets of all, omniscient and omnipotent. Is that not impressive? Russell admits he feels somewhat enticed. After all, this magic truly is extraordinary. With such power, one possesses access to a plethora of resources. No longer must he plead with others, begging for favors or seats. It is akin to real-time streaming. Asian, European, Japanese, Indian, various positions and scenarios are all at one's disposal. Watch as one pleases, without fear of discovery. The best part is the ability to control the playback. This is simply exhilarating. No man can refuse, nor can any woman. Although Russell found his contemplation of such matters utterly absurd, he couldn't help but ponder. There are some things you may do without, yet cannot exist without. Perhaps due to the futility of his musings, Russell remained remarkably composed. He couldn't resist inquiring of Gui. You wish for me to become the supreme mage because of my promising magical aptitude, yet I have never encountered magic before. Are you truly not jesting regarding this talent? He was a realist, and the notion of casually traversing into another body, one that not only possessed mutant abilities but also the potential to become a supreme mage, seemed utterly ludicrous to him. Gui appeared to see through his skepticism and, with her usual calm demeanor, responded with a question of her own. What do you believe magical talent is? This question left Russell momentarily stumped. What precisely constituted magical talent? After a moment of reflection, he recalled a novel he had read, Pan Long, and ventured an explanation that seemed somewhat plausible, a certain affinity for magical elements and the ability to perceive one's own soul. Gui merely smiled, remaining silent. In the midst of Russell's confusion, she extended her hand and struck his chest with a forceful slap. Despite having foreseen this action, he found himself unable to evade it, experiencing a peculiar sense of discomfort. His mind responded, yet his body remained unyielding. This sensation evoked memories of the painful encounter with a 300-pound online acquaintance prior to his transmigration, where he had desired to resist but found his body betraying him, enduring a harsh violation while remaining as unyielding as iron. Oh, he suddenly recalled. He had been drugged. No wonder he had misjudged his brother. At that moment, Russell felt his thoughts becoming remarkably lucid, as if he had entered a state of absolute clarity, allowing him to recall the minutiae of his past with startling precision. This realization drew a frown upon his face. I do not wish to revisit that dark history, as he sensed his body growing lighter. Bizarre lines and chaotic images flashed before his eyes, so disordered that they defied comprehension. Observing these strange phenomena, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Within his mind, he began to sketch an enigmatic image. Ding. Your soul has transcended, witnessing the entirety of the supreme dimension. You have glimpsed the secrets of the universe's operation, grasping a fragment of the supreme dimension's essence. The universe is infinite, dimensions are absolute, and each line represents a parallel universe, all interwoven, yet merely a fraction of the dimension. The supreme deities exist within the dimensions. They are omnipresent, residing in both past and future, yet also in the present. You have grasped a fragment of this mystery. You have attracted the attention of the supreme deities, who have bestowed their blessings upon you, leading to the evolution of your soul. You have gained insight into the art of spiritual cultivation. You have been bestowed with the blessings of the supreme deity, endowed with an extraordinary intellect that defies the heavens. You have adeptly merged the paths of spiritual cultivation and genetic enhancement. You have comprehended the formidable power of this new synthesis and glimpsed the future of your mutant abilities. Your thoughts resonate. All things shall be manifested. All things shall be denied. You have named your evolved mutant ability divine power. In contemplation, I resolve to return to my corporeal form. With a mere thought, Russell extricated himself from a vast, exalted dimension, his soul re-entering his body. He felt his legs soften, his limbs drained of strength, utterly devoid of support. Although his physique was as robust as an ox, the healing gene module within his mutant armor continued to function. Yet, Russell felt as if he were an exhausted warrior, having fought tirelessly for days, weakly collapsing to the ground, unwilling to move even a finger. Astonishment flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "It is it. I have seen it. The ultimate of the universe. The secret concealed behind the bronze door." Of course, he jested. Russell's gaze was entranced. In that moment, he truly beheld the supreme law, the origin of all deities in the universe, a place harboring all secrets. It bore another name, the Way of Heaven. As an ordinary man, Russell had peered into the mysteries of the Way of Heaven, even catching glimpses of the principles that govern it. His complexion flushed, revealing a state of rapture. The sensation was exhilarating. Were it not for his soul's overwhelming weakness, Russell would have longed to remain forever immersed in that state, merging with the essence of the divine, becoming a being of omniscience and omnipotence. Beside him, Ancient One appeared utterly astonished. She was aware of the purity of Russell's soul, having undergone a baptism of time and space while traversing the universe. Such a soul draws the attention of dark, malevolent deities and possesses exceptional aptitude for arcane magic. However, Ancient One did not anticipate that Russell would resonate so profoundly with the supreme law, that an ordinary soul could glimpse its depths and receive the blessings of the highest deity. As an eternal follower, she understood the implications of this revelation. If Russell continued to grow, he would undoubtedly eclipse the supreme mage, rivaling the celestial beings, and perhaps even ascend to true divinity. Concealing her astonishment, Ancient One slowly suspended her hands before her chest, where the eye of Agamotto began to rotate, revealing a verdant gem, the Time Stone. A gentle green light enveloped Russell, causing him to shudder as if struck by an ethereal frost. It was invigorating. The weakness that plagued his soul was instantly swept away. Astonished, Russell instinctively raised his gaze toward the floating, luminescent Time Stone, becoming entranced by its infinite allure. His soul was fortified, experiencing a qualitative leap. His extraordinary comprehension has transcended previous limitations. He has unlocked the true essence of unparalleled understanding. Ding. As you observe the time gem, you feel its radiance and power. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you grasp a fragment of the laws associated with the time gem. You shall name it. Russell closed his eyes. Envisioning the figure of a person, and without hesitation, he named the ability he derived from the time gem. He transforms into freedom. He transforms into eternity. He transforms into freedom. He transforms into eternity, immersing the soul's capabilities within the river of time, communicating with the past and future, allowing, at a certain cost, a brief summoning of oneself or others' future selves from the river of time. The future self possesses self-awareness, future memories, and future strength. The stronger the counterpart, the longer their existence, the greater the cost incurred by the user. Russell was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly speak. He even felt the urge to laugh joyously at the heavens. What is true, unparalleled comprehension? What is true divine power? This is it. This is it. Truly astonishing. He transforms into eternity. He transforms into eternity. Chapter 54. The God of Humanity's Choice to Attend University. He transforms into freedom. He transforms into eternity. Russell, harnessing the residual essence of the supreme laws, seized the opportunity to employ his extraordinary comprehension and glimpsed a fragment of the operational laws of the time gem. The true and terrifying divine ability that he comprehended. He could hardly fathom the implications. To communicate with the river of time. To connect with his future self, or that of others. What a terrifying prospect. Just the memories related to the future are priceless. Moreover, the ability to summon a future self possessing combat capabilities signifies that in times of peril, one could call forth a future self to engage in battle. What an extraordinary skill. If Luffy could summon his future self from 2 years later during the Marineford War, how formidable would that be? The Yonko Luffy descending upon Marineford, punching Akainu, kicking Blackbeard. Ace's demise might not have become a 13-year regret. If Naruto could summon himself from a few years in the future, what bliss would that bring? The Sage of Six Paths Naruto arriving in Amigakure, battling pain of the Six Paths. Jiraiya's death would not become a lifelong regret. And in the arduous battles of the future, Naruto would possess a stronger backing, a family akin to a biological father. If Xiao Yin could summon his 20 years later self during the 3-year appointment, how spirited would that be? The Flame Emperor Xiao Yin comes to pay homage. Yin Long, old dog Yin Shan, all must perish. He might even avoid the tragic fate of his clan being slaughtered, his father captured and tormented, and his master Yao Lao taken by the Soul Palace. If Yi Fan could summon himself from 100,000 years later during the dark turmoil, how magnificent would that be? I shall be the Emperor of Heaven, suppressing all enemies in the world. The Dark Sovereign? You are all but ants. The human race lacks a great emperor, a holy body battling the vast firmament alone. In the midst of the tumultuous darkness, countless souls perished, perhaps destined to live on for many more years. They might still have the chance to follow Yi Fan and the celestial realm to the ethereal domain of mortals. The Solar Emperor, even reduced to a mere husk, would not find solace, relentlessly rising to protect all beings. So many lives lost. Russell was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the thought that such divine abilities, even with considerable side effects and immense costs, were undeniably worthwhile. After all, in critical moments, they could truly be life-saving, capable of rectifying numerous regrets. Yet, a whisper of doubt lingered within Russell. Would such divine techniques impose significant limitations? Would using them cost him half of his life? Or perhaps, he would simply be unable to endure it, becoming a fleeting shadow of himself? Summoning a version of himself from merely 3 seconds ahead, what purpose would that serve? As his thoughts swirled, he noticed the Ancient One before him, with the time stone spinning in her grasp. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. What if he employed his ancient technique, sacrificing something to summon his future self, and then utilized the time stone to leap back in time? Could that not negate the cost? He could repeat this process indefinitely. A grin spread across Russell's face. He felt divinity was within his grasp. Ahem. He cleared his throat and, with righteous fervor, declared before the Ancient One, Master Ancient One, I suddenly realized the truth in your words. As a prodigy destined to become a supreme sorcerer, I must strive diligently, study the arcane arts, embrace new ideas, and embody the spirit of the new era. Opposing evil and darkness with unwavering resolve, his voice resonated with indignation, fervor, and a passionate fervency that starkly contrasted his earlier hesitance. The Ancient One observed this transformation with curiosity. She was taken aback by Russell's sudden shift in demeanor. Could it be influenced by her previous remarks? A wave of shame washed over her. Was it truly right to deceive an 8-year-old child for her own early retirement? She felt a twinge of guilt, thinking, I seem rather wicked. With a hint of regret, the Ancient One gently replied, in truth, being a supreme sorcerer is not as glorious as I portrayed. It is quite taxing. Perhaps you should reconsider. I can endure for some more years. The term some years could very well mean an eternity. She had long since mastered the art of survival, siphoning dark energy from the dark supreme Dormammu to extend her life, treating the dark dimension as her own abode. As long as she willed it, she could continue to exist. Yet, the burden weighed heavily upon her. Her soul was eternal and pure, but her body was tainted with Dormammu's dark energy, a corruption she found repugnant. While the Ancient One wrestled with her guilt, Russell was thrown into a state of panic. He remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. After all, she had lived for many years and had mastered the art of emotional control, rendering her true thoughts inscrutable beneath her composed demeanor. Russell believed that the other party had glimpsed some future through the time stone, perhaps envisioning himself rampaging with impunity, standing above all as a tyrant of his homeland, and then hesitating to act. Internally, he cried out, "I truly yearn to become a champion of justice." Once, an opportunity to become the supreme sorcerer had presented itself before him, yet he failed to seize it, and now he was filled with remorse. If given another chance, he would surely utter those 5 words, "Come at me. You alone have shouldered the monumental burden of saving the earth. You are truly magnificent, a great individual. I wish to share this load. I genuinely admire you." With gritted teeth, Russell, in pursuit of becoming the supreme sorcerer, summoned the shameless talents from his past life and offered a slight flattery. Ancient One felt a mix of delight and guilt. "Look at how considerate this child is. I had intended to deceive him with a guilty conscience. I am truly despicable. In truth, you need not rush. I perceive that, aside from your innate magical talent, you possess the insight to perceive the supreme laws, which will serve as the foundation for your ascension to unparalleled greatness. However, talent alone does not suffice. Diligence is equally essential. Although your insight is profound, you must still read extensively and acquire vast knowledge. Only with sufficient knowledge can your insight blossom into inspiration, propelling you further on your journey." Russell was taken aback. He understood. Wasn't this an encouragement to pursue education? To attend university? He found it absurd. As a deity among mortals, I am not choosing to become the king of mutants, but rather opting for higher education. Though it was indeed sound advice. The premise of extraordinary insight is indeed rich knowledge. Yet Russell was reluctant to toil. He sought the path of least resistance. Resolutely, Russell pressed his hand against his heart, furrowing his brow, drawing upon the experience gained from a 300-pound female acquaintance in his past life, which was essentially, "Don't hesitate. Be forceful. What is happening to me? Why do I feel so unwell?" Russell exclaimed, as if stricken by a grave illness. Deep within, he summoned his divine abilities, transforming into the essence of the eternal. He invoked his future self. Chapter 55. Ha ha ha. I am a lunatic. Russell's acting prowess was truly remarkable. He could even earn the title of Best Actor. He understood that Ancient One had lived for nearly 7 or 8 centuries, having encountered various deceptive demons, and was astute beyond measure. If he attempted mere disguise, she would likely see through it instantly. Thus, Russell decided to employ a bold tactic. He silently chanted to himself, "One must risk in order to gain." He activated his extraordinary insight, pulling his memories from his past life as if rewinding time, returning to that fateful night he wished to forget. He lay powerless in bed, his face contorted in agony, being mercilessly tormented by that 300-pound female acquaintance, struck repeatedly by the whip in her hand. The echoes of that agonizing experience surged back. Russell cried out in immense pain, his cries filled with despair and desolation. Ancient One was taken aback, for with her centuries of experience, she could distinctly sense Russell's call was imbued with unparalleled sincerity, devoid of any pretense. What had transpired? Where was the injury that could elicit such a mournful cry? Ancient One was not prepared to lose Russell, as he was, after all, the most promising successor to the title of Supreme Sorcerer she had ever encountered. If nurtured properly, she could retire a decade earlier. A decade. For one who toils, such news is nothing short of exhilarating. With a grave expression, Ancient One employed her mystical eye to scrutinize Russell's body, finding no signs of injury. Instead, he appeared to be continuously absorbing the ambient energies of the universe, thereby fortifying both his corporeal form and soul. She was utterly astonished. What was this? A phenomenon that could simultaneously enhance both body and spirit. It resembled the characteristics of the divine beings, who, in their slumber, effortlessly absorb the energies of their planet through unconscious breaths, thereby growing stronger. From birth, they are akin to deities. In other words, Russell was akin to a nascent celestial being, evolving far more swiftly than those slumbering within the planet. The title of Supreme Sorcerer was merely a stepping stone for him, not his ultimate destination. Though Ancient One was engulfed in mental shock, she did not lose focus. With no physical injuries apparent, she turned her attention to his soul. Having undergone a profound temporal baptism, his spirit was now in perfect harmony with his physical form, embodying the essence of an authentic earthling. This was precisely why Ancient One desired him to become a supreme sorcerer, because Russell had become one with this world. Fully integrated with his body, devoid of any traces of an alien soul. Had it not been for the chaotic presence of interdimensional mercenaries, she might never have discovered him. As for the potential future, Ancient One felt weary. She could indeed glimpse the future through the time stone, yet the myriad possibilities were overwhelming, ever-changing by the second. If one wished to see, there were billions of potential futures. Indeed, it was virtually infinite. The mere discovery of Russell's existence was a stroke of luck. As Ancient One conducted her meticulous examination, something even more astonishing occurred. She realized that Russell's soul was exceedingly pure, imbued with the essence of supreme laws and even blessed by the highest divine beings. He was destined for divinity. Words failed her as her thoughts raced. Once she had confirmed this, she resolved to make Russell a supreme sorcerer, for only then could she secure her early retirement. With no issues found in either his soul or body, she decided to employ a bit of trickery. Ancient One extended her palm, positioning her hands before her chest in a familiar manner. The Eye of Agamotto hung suspended, spinning rhythmically, accompanied by the sound of clicking. The pale green radiance of the time stone illuminated Russell, but at that moment, he unexpectedly reached out, placing his hand directly upon the time stone. The radiant time stone unexpectedly dimmed its brilliance, and the Eye of Agamotto began to spin on its own, sealing the time stone once more without any manipulation from the Ancient One. Her pupils widened in astonishment. After countless years of monotony, her heart surged with tumultuous waves. What had she witnessed? The eternal above. She perceived someone forcibly preventing her from wielding the time stone, surreptitiously usurping the control of the supreme artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. This was something even Dormammu could not accomplish. Who are you? You are not him. The Ancient One recoiled in fear. The figure responsible for her fright, Russell, merely smacked his lips and yawned, as if the astonishing act had not been his doing at all. He glanced at the Ancient One, suddenly enlightened. Oh, is this not the esteemed Ancient One? You are still alive. The Ancient One exclaimed, alas, it is all the fault of those rascals from Kamartosh. We had agreed that the second Head 7 Cup would be a modest affair, without grand displays. Look at what has happened. Even your demise has stirred the old you, truly outrageous. I shall discipline them with a firm hand. Russell continued to ramble, leaving the Ancient One utterly bewildered, her mind buzzing with confusion. What is this Head 7 Cup? When did I perish? As if sensing her bewilderment, Russell slapped his thigh and exclaimed, ah, this rascal. How did I fail to notice that he was being lazy? He wishes to live off my efforts. How absurd. In my day, I endured much hardship. Who does he think he is to take advantage of me? Bah, he ranted. The rain I once braved, you shall not escape. You shall endure the consequences. As he spoke, Russell circled his finger, conjuring a faint golden ring before him, from which a phone fell. Let me see what year it is now, and what has transpired. It is all that woman's fault. Her constitution is too strong, draining me dry, leaving my memory in disarray. Ah, by the way, great sorcerer, what was the password for Kamartosh again? Or was it? No, that cannot be right. It shows an error. Russell regarded the Ancient One with suspicion. You haven't secretly changed the password, have you? The Ancient One replied. What are you talking about? Ah, never mind, Russell waved dismissively. Talking to you, an antiquated relic, is futile. I've told you to keep pace with the times and embrace modern thinking. Why won't you listen? See, this is what we call a generational gap. Do you understand? With eyes tightly shut and fingers motionless, the phone screen began to fill with a multitude of garbled text, as if it were storing some information. He muttered, Kid, consider this a stroke of good fortune for me this time. Next time, don't call on me. You shall not escape the hardships I endured. With a polite wave, he bid farewell to the Ancient One. Great sorcerer, farewell. I shall burn more paper money for you when I return, undoubtedly including a phone to honor you. The Ancient One? As soon as his words fell, Russell's legs gave way beneath him, and with a thud, he collapsed before Goo-ee like a puddle of water, utterly limp. Yet, despite his predicament, he awkwardly attempted to explain, actually, I'm mentally unstable. I suffer from schizophrenia. Do you believe me? Goo-ee responded with a chuckle. Chapter 56. 30 years of simulation, 50 years of spellcasting. What is the most embarrassing moment you have ever experienced? Was it when a relative caught you watching an inappropriate film? Or perhaps when, after getting into bed, you realized you had mistaken your girlfriend? Then, in front of the police, you wept uncontrollably, lamenting that you hadn't paid attention to what she looked like, consumed by regret. At this moment, Russell felt exceedingly awkward. He wished he could dig a hole in the ground and hide away, never to emerge again. He believed he had mastered an extraordinary skill, the art of transformation. It was indeed impressive. It had left even the great sorceress Goo-ee bewildered. Russell silently cursed his future self, thinking, for heaven's sake, be a decent person. I have sacrificed so much to have you come back from the future to save me, hoping for something worthwhile in return, yet look what you've done. You wish to take without giving anything in return. You're despicable, truly worse than a miser. Russell could confidently declare that if his past self sought his assistance, he would willingly lay bare his heart and even sacrifice his life. ensuring that the ambitious young man he once was would not falter. What? You wish to borrow a kidney to bolster yourself and pursue women? Russell retorted, go to hell. He sensed Gui's gaze, a complex mixture of emotions as she looked at the prostrate Russell, her expression shifting multiple times before she slowly uttered, your future is rather convoluted. Perhaps I have not deliberated sufficiently. You are far too young. I ought to grant you ample time to grow. Gui recalled the earlier disjointed version of Russell and began to piece together the puzzle. Extending her palm, layers of golden light encircled her arm and enveloped Russell. His pale complexion visibly regained a flush, alleviating many of the side effects from summoning his future self. He felt that in just a few months, he would be able to summon his future self once more. A mere few months, especially in light of such astonishing effects, seemed almost negligible in terms of cost. Upon reflecting on the chaotic version of himself summoned from the future, Russell's mood darkened. He silently recorded this in his book of past mistakes. Rule number 1736. Never summon your future self. Even if it meant starving, suffering, or jumping from a great height, he would never bow to his future self. He, Russell, had principles. With utmost seriousness, he moved this rule higher up on the list, placing it at number 10, right beneath that damned female online acquaintance, as a constant reminder to himself to remember his past mistakes and never repeat them. He felt a sense of relief. However, soon laughter faded from his lips, for he beheld the frail state of the Ancient One. Particularly concerning was her attempt to cast a spell to alleviate the side effects of her miraculous feats. Her complexion had grown exceedingly pallid, and her weakness was palpably evident. What instilled the greatest dread in Russell was the faint dark markings encircling her eyes. A chill ran down his spine, for he recognized those markings, distinctive sigils of the dark god. Once one's body is filled by the malevolent Dormammu, these patterns manifest, endowing the bearer with formidable power. Yet, the fate of those who bear such marks is invariably grim. They surrender their souls entirely to the dark deity, forfeiting any chance of reincarnation, vanishing utterly, extinguished beyond revival. Despite the dire consequences, individuals still risk the gamble, seeking power and longevity while clinging to the delusion that they are somehow the fortunate exceptions. They then find themselves ensnared in a 14-day imprisonment, accompanied by a complimentary pair of rose gold bracelets. How delightful! Russell observed the Ancient One's condition with utmost caution, his heart racing with trepidation. He feared that his own presence had rendered her too weak, potentially drawing her into the abyss of Dormammu's darkness. If that were true, it would be a grievous jest. After all, Dormammu is a titan of the multiverse, reveling in the consumption of planetary life. Countless worlds have already succumbed beneath his feet. Earth, too, would likely have met a similar fate had it not been for the Ancient One's intervention, becoming but a speck of dust in Dormammu's dark realm. Yet, there was solace to be found in the Ancient One's reliability. Though her eyes bore the weight of fatigue, she remained resolute, her demeanor grave and her tone severe. You have been reckless. The power of time is not to be trifled with by mere mortals. It is a chasm. In your folly, while you toy with time, know that time, too, is toying with you. As the possessor of the Time Stone, the Ancient One had glimpsed countless futures. Initially, she found the experience intriguing and immensely beneficial. She had even attempted to alter the future, to reshape her timeline for the betterment of her universe. But how could that ever be feasible? One cannot change the trajectory of a world any more than one can alter the balance of their bank account. There will always be inexplicable occurrences, enigmatic reasons, baffling phenomena, and inscrutable women that prevent your bank balance from soaring, depriving you of the sensation of cold, hard numbers. In the face of the Ancient One's stern admonition, Russell retracted his flippant demeanor, nodding earnestly. He perceived the unmistakable fatigue she could not disguise and felt a deep sense of remorse. I am sorry. It is my fault. The Ancient One began to reproach herself. In my joy at seeing you, I neglected a crucial truth. Becoming the Sorcerer Supreme requires not only talent, but an abundance of other qualities. Do you wish to change that? Indeed. Russell was profoundly moved, nodding earnestly with utmost sincerity. However, he soon felt as though he had fallen into a trap set by Ancient One. This was solely due to the fact that the latter was cheerfully retrieving an exceedingly thick tome from behind. Just how thick was it? It was merely a tad shorter than Russell himself. He gazed at the book, which must have been at least 1.5 meters thick, lost in contemplation, questioning if this could truly be called a book. Ancient One's eyes sparkled with amusement. Since you've resolved to work diligently, you should commence your studies earnestly. Therefore, let us begin with this 30-year simulation of 50 years of spellcasting manual. This is merely the foundational level. Once you've mastered it, I shall impart to you the 3 volumes, 300,000 spellcasting techniques of Kamartage, 70,000 eternal minor spells, and 600,000 insights on Ancient One spells. You must study with great seriousness. I shall conduct periodic assessments of your progress. If you falter, Ancient One's smile turned exceedingly gentle, her hands clasped behind her back as she gazed skyward. Feigning deep thought. Tell me, don't boys look rather adorable in little skirts? Wouldn't they be quite the sensation on shopping excursions? Boys, however, are not protected by the law. Russell thought to himself. How cruel. So very cruel. He clenched his teeth in determination, noting the incident in his little notebook. I, Russell, have a rather vengeful spirit. Once I ascend to the rank of supreme sorcerer, Camartage shall be awash with celebratory libations daily. Mark my words. Not even Jesus could alter this fate. Chapter 57. Mystique. I am forever 18. Russell had forgotten the emotions with which he entered Camartage. However, he undoubtedly departed in tears, especially while cradling that over a meter-thick so-called 30-year simulation of 50 years of spellcasting manual. He could no longer restrain himself and wept skyward. What a blatant injustice. Since graduating high school, he had not been subjected to such oppression. Do you think I am still that student who rose earlier than the rooster, slept later than the dog, and ate worse than a pig while being more obedient than a rabbit? Russell barely set foot on the teleportation array before he kicked that heavy tome with considerable force. He gathered his strength, aimed with precision, and unleashed a powerful strike. A resounding bang echoed as, under Russell's formidable strength, the hefty book soared across thousands of meters, landing squarely in the mutant base's soccer net. A remarkable long-distance strike. Oh, I got it. Just as Russell chuckled to himself, a spark flashed before him, and in his astonishment, the very tome he had forcefully propelled had fallen back at his feet. It seemed to demonstrate precisely how it had reappeared. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. A golden ring materialized before Russell, and a hand emerged from it, tossing a mobile phone his way before retracting, the ring vanishing, leaving behind a crackling spark. Russell exclaimed, "Oh dear, how clumsy of me. Just look, the book has fallen to the ground. It truly pains my heart." Russell tenderly picked up the magical tome from the ground, cradling it as if it were a cherished figurine. Just look at its smooth texture, feel the delightful undulations, so sleek, so tender, so grand. He appeared utterly entranced, while internally cursing vehemently. No, I must persevere. I shall seize power. I will usurp the throne. Initiate the plan to overthrow the malevolent Ancient One and establish the joyous and free Camartage. I encourage all mages to participate in the 7 cups. However, before I can execute my coup, I must bide my time. Sighing in frustration, Russell clutched the tome and made his way toward his room. A citizen is still a citizen, but with an ancestral burden atop, it becomes quite burdensome. Before he could reach his quarters, he abruptly halted, captivated by the sight of an exquisite beauty leaning against the wall, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Her beauty was unparalleled, her figure enchanting, lazily reclining as she stretched, seemingly serene and lovely in the morning sunlight. This was a visage unattainable for Lu Mingfei, that infatuated admirer. Yet, Russell maintained a composed demeanor, having seen through her faade. Rolling his eyes, he thought, "Old lady, with the base so busy, how do you find time to loiter here?" Although the mutant base appeared tranquil, there was an underlying tension in the air, a faint scent of blood. Clearly, Stryker's trained battalion had been annihilated. They had merely been pawns in his game, sent to their demise, relying on the strategy of sacrificing one mutant to take down another. A surprise attack might have had a chance, but a frontal assault, even with rubber weapons, would still provoke Magneto's wrath. However, to be fair, Russell was somewhat astonished to find the floor of the mutant base exceptionally clean, devoid of any signs of battle. Such a level of cleansing could only be achieved by the police, making them unrivaled in this regard. To his surprise, mutants were not only fierce but also adept at erasing the evidence. In response to Russell's inquiry, the lady leaning against the wall languidly stretched, her figure accentuated by her form-fitting attire, revealing her curves. Upon realizing her presence had no effect on Russell, she scoffed before reverting to her original demeanor. With her red hair and pale blue exterior, she was none other than Mystique. She regarded Russell, who was clutching the hefty tome, with a hint of surprise, seemingly recognizing his astonishment. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Stop staring. There has been no battle here, nor any casualties." Russell, perplexed, responded, "But I distinctly foresaw an attack." He had indeed glimpsed the scene of their assault, albeit briefly and hazily. Yet, it was undeniably true. He had never missed a vision before. Mystique waved her hand and began to jest with Russell, reminding him that the place where he conversed with Eric was at the academy, home to a benevolent bald man. Russell instantly comprehended her reference. Wasn't it the professor? Given his kind nature, he would undoubtedly prefer to avoid any bloody conflicts between mutants and ordinary humans, advocating for a policy of conciliation. When Magneto prepared to eliminate that team with an iron fist, intending to assert the mutant stance through brute force, the professor subtly employed his telepathic abilities to save the soldiers, guiding them away to safety. By dawn, Stryker had perished. The presidential office resumed its duties, issuing a pardon for Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants, resulting in the army losing its orders to attack and subsequently retreating of its own accord. Thus, there were no casualties. Russell found this rationale plausible, yet he sensed something amiss. Wait, something's not right. Why do I detect a hint of blood? Oh no. My time of the month has arrived. He retched slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Mystique. At your age, how can you still be dealing with this? Ugh, you're certainly no paragon of virtue. Mystique, visibly displeased, retorted, you ought to understand one thing. A woman's age is her most closely guarded secret. Especially for me. I shall forever remain 18. Huh, how utterly shameless. Russell scoffed, dismissing Mystique with a perfunctory response. All right, my 18-year-old beauty, please step aside. I must return to my studies. In a couple of days, I shall be starting first grade. What an absurdity. Weren't you supposed to be seeking vengeance? Why on earth are you going to elementary school now? Oh my goodness, have you lost your mind? Your version is terribly outdated. Although merely a single night had passed, an overwhelming number of events had transpired, from the death of Green Goblin, to the pursuit of Stryker, to repelling Sabretooth, snapping Lilith's neck, discovering Deadpool's interference, and ultimately falling into the hands of the Ancient One. Russell felt utterly exhausted, particularly when he placed that enormous stack of books, several meters high, upon the table, causing it to tremble as if incapable of bearing the weight of those hundreds of pounds. His fatigue intensified. Ancient One, you are truly a peculiar being. He muttered to himself, only to hear the spellbook respond. Indeed, I agree. She is quite strange. Russell was taken aback. The spellbook just spoke to me? Oh no. I must have ingested some bad mushrooms again. Chapter 58. Venom. I am a good child who loves to eat brains. If a normal person were to witness a book speaking to them, what would their first reaction be? Naturally, they would suspect they were hallucinating. Yet, Russell's initial response was to think that he had once again suffered from mushroom poisoning, a record noted as his 637th entry in his little notebook. During college, his roommate had brought back some local delicacies from his hometown, which had been well concealed. However, unable to resist, he secretly sampled a couple, finding them incredibly succulent and delicious. At that moment, Russell was oblivious to the gravity of the situation until he witnessed his own desk rise and, right before his eyes, engage in a game of Honor of Kings. It was then that the seriousness of the predicament struck him. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. From within the thick tome, a viscous, dark sludge oozed forth, resembling water, emerging from that hand. It coalesced into a colossal black visage with glaring white eyes atop the book. It truly resembled a monster, particularly with its gaping maw filled with a multitude of jagged teeth and an elongated tongue reminiscent of a toad. The sight was undeniably menacing. Almost instantaneously upon the creature's appearance, Russell recognized its identity due to its distinctiveness, a symbiote. More precisely, it was the most feeble variant within the symbiote lineage, Venom. The history of the symbiote family is exceptionally ancient. They possess their own deity, known as the god of symbiotes, Null, who emerged during the cosmic explosion and belongs to an ancient race. Their power is formidable, negating the need to parasitize others, as they wield their own strength. Complemented by a formidable artifact, the Black Death Sword. In the era of cosmic savagery, the god of symbiotes, Null, had slain a member of the celestial ancestors. An accomplishment not even the mighty Odin could claim. Those who could ascend to the ranks of the celestial ancestors are all extraordinarily potent individuals. The unfortunate soul who fell victim to the god of symbiotes remains intact even after eons, his head having not decayed but instead absorbing stray meteors from the cosmos, forming a realm of nothingness where cosmic adventurers congregate, a head of planetary proportions. This illustrates the immense size of the fallen being and the formidable prowess of the god of symbiotes. However, this had little relevance to Venom. Russell regarded the creature with mild curiosity. Although Venom belonged to the symbiote race, it had descended through countless generations, leading to a severe degradation of its abilities, relegating it to a parasitic existence reliant on other beings to exhibit formidable combat prowess. Moreover, it bore notable weaknesses, such as an aversion to noise and flames. Nonetheless, it possessed advantages. As a symbiote, Venom has the capacity to replicate the genetic abilities of its host, exponentially enhancing their strength. However, it carries a significant flaw. It amplifies the darkness within the host's heart, rendering them uncontrollable. Just look. After becoming its host, Markel transformed into a street bully, audaciously dancing in public and daring to demand a wage increase from his employer. My goodness, how terrifying. At that moment, Venom was straining to extricate itself from the magical tome, oblivious to the fact that Russell was fully aware of its true nature. It twisted its neck and flashed a friendly grin at Russell, revealing a row of menacing white teeth, brimming with murderous intent. Hey, little brat. My name is Venom, and I am a good being. Oh, no, 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 I am not a good being. Oh, no, 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 I am indeed a good being. Oh, no, 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 I am not a good being. Oh, no, 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 I am a good being. Oh, no, no, no. Russell, is this creature mentally challenged? And are you certain you are a good person? Ah, yes, yes, I merely enjoy consuming human brains. Venom seemed to recognize the absurdity of the situation, having spent some time on Earth. Upon seeing Russell's ambiguous expression, Venom's mouth gaped open, revealing a menacing demeanor. Listen well, young one, I am issuing you a serious warning. You are in trouble now. I intend to make you my pet. Do you understand? You, little one, will become my subordinate. Before Venom could finish, Russell's expression darkened. And with a single punch, he flattened Venom. Devoid of a host, Venom was nothing more than a mass of goo, utterly lacking in combat prowess. Especially against someone as formidable as Russell. Venom was left dazed by the blow, its eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to focus through its swollen eyes. It confirmed repeatedly that this was merely an ordinary Earth child. Wait, no. How could an ordinary Earth child possess such strength? Has he been on steroids? Before Venom could process this, Russell's fist struck its head again, compressing its entire form, demonstrating an unyielding hospitality. After all, as Confucius said, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Should we not engage in reason? Venom hastily attempted to evade, but its heightened sensitivity, surpassing that of ordinary creatures, seemed to falter. No matter how it tried to dodge, Russell's fist followed with precision and landed brutally upon its head. Venom transformed into a liquid form, attempting to evade within the pages of a book, but it could not escape, wherever it emerged. It was met with a punch to the face, causing it to cry out in pain, its eyes filled with stars. Venom felt exceedingly frustrated and enraged. It resolved to plead, "Please, Father, do not strike me anymore. I was wrong." Venom knelt with utmost sincerity, shedding the arrogance from earlier when it had intended to make Russell its pet, now exhibiting a demeanor of utmost obedience. Russell nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that reason had prevailed. Confucius was indeed correct. As long as one speaks reasonably, even visitors from afar can understand. Just look at that. It's so true. Not only visitors from afar, but even extraterrestrial beings can comprehend. I ask you, where did you come from? I followed that Deadpool, that despicable creature, who is as useless as a creature born without an anus. He runs about indiscriminately, and I have had enough of him. His incessant chatter drives me to the brink of madness. I have even stabbed him 700 or 800 times, yet he refuses to perish. Venom reminisced about his previous hellish encounters, nearly on the brink of collapse. That loquacious Deadpool truly knew no bounds, tormenting him to the point of mental instability. He ventured into this universe seeking vengeance, and truth be told, that fellow named Stryker was indeed a remarkable individual, possessing remarkable foresight. He had actually devised a solution. Deadpool's mouth was effectively sealed. How imaginative, how fitting. You should have seen the expression on Deadpool's face, as if he had lost his mother. That audacious and cheeky character finally hit a wall, receiving a good kick in the rear, which was immensely gratifying. I could no longer bear his incessant and irritating cries. I was finally liberated. I escaped. I longed for the fresh air outside, for this space of freedom and tranquility, devoid of that detestable voice. Oh my God. It was simply marvelous. I felt as though I had truly been reborn. Oh yay. I almost forgot my dear leader. What do you wish for me to become? I am quite versatile. Your cat, dog, chicken. I can embrace you tightly and transform into whatever you desire. As long as it pleases you, I shall be as eccentric as necessary. Our minds are in perfect harmony. Transform into a hammer. Crush justice. Russell exclaimed. Oh no. This Venom has been thoroughly corrupted. Chapter 59. The Emperor Hero Project. At this moment, Venom had completely devolved into the form of Deadpool, speaking with remarkable irritability. His words were disjointed, reminiscent of a university student filled with resentment during an early morning study session. One could nurture a malevolent sword immortal with such a disposition. Venom appeared deranged, his speech exceedingly abnormal, suggesting a degree of instability. Russell contemplated, his gaze filled with sympathy. He recalled that as a symbiote, Venom must accompany his host day and night, merging with their body to manifest his enhanced abilities. While this might be manageable with others, one could only imagine the experience of having 10 Tang Sangs chanting spells around you. After all, Tang Sing needed rest, sustenance, and even bathroom breaks. Deadpool, however, required none of these. He neither ate, drank, nor slept, yet remained immortal. More terrifying than Tang Sung, he would even drag you to dance in the East African Rift, hunt bears on Arctic glaciers, skydive from heights of 10,000 meters, and let you feel the impact of bullets firsthand. Surviving alongside such a host without losing one's sanity was quite an achievement. Russell expressed understanding and sympathy for Venom, but that did not mean he was inclined to harbor this creature. After all, he had no use for Venom's abilities. Russell possessed his own low-tier mutant armor, capable of enhancing his powers while integrating various genetic modules to employ other mutant abilities. The armor also provided formidable physical and psychic defenses. Most importantly, it was impervious to fire and noise. There was one critical reason, however: a chattering, nagging Venom was truly a source of annoyance. Thus, Russell devised a brilliant plan. wearing a serious expression. With a finger tracing a circle on the tabletop, incantations began to flow from his lips. Evil spirits, begone. Evil spirits, begone. Evil spirits, begone. Venom was taken aback, for he had traversed numerous universes alongside Deadpool and was no stranger to the bizarre. Parallel universes abound with wonders. Have you encountered a female Captain America? Or a Spider-Man commanding matches? An elderly Thor? A black-suited Spider-Man? The World Tree Groot? A crocodilian Loki? The notion of magical spells was, in fact, quite commonplace. Initially startled, Venom's surprise morphed into disbelief as he heard Russell's incantation. He promptly collapsed onto the table, hands clutching his belly, laughing in a manner that was both contorted and unrestrained, bellowing with unabashed bravado. Is this what you call a spell? If your incantation had any merit, I would lick the streets of New York all the way to Alaska, even flattening the dog excrement along the way. Observing the mirth on Russell's face, along with the rhythmic sway of his tiny hands, an ominous premonition enveloped Venom's heart. To his astonishment, a shimmering halo of golden sparks appeared beneath him. Bewildered, he tumbled straight down. An incredulous voice echoed from the shimmering circle, resonating with disbelief. No, no. This cannot be real. It defies all scientific understanding. Are there truly spells like this in existence? Russell retracted the portal, grinning as he examined his palm. The teleportation spell proved remarkably effective, a testament to its status as a requisite for every sorcerer of Camartage. You can do it. I can do it. Even Tesla's CEO, Elon Musk, tearfully sold his soul to a nightclub. How convenient. This may be one of the few assists from that fellow who traumatized my youthful spirit. Russell referred to his future self, who, while harnessing the essence of antiquity, had drawn his future self into the present. Although the future self possessed memories of what was to come, no particularly useful artifacts were left behind. Yet, Russell had witnessed the process of utilizing the golden portal and, with his remarkable insight, effortlessly recorded and replicated the entire procedure. Were the Ancient One to witness this, she would likely marvel at the ease with which he cast spells, devoid of the need for a lengthy incantation. Ah, to be blessed by the divine. Russell mused, a wistful expression gracing his features, his eyes betraying a gleeful schadenfreude. You won't find any free meals here. The Ancient One is the true benevolent soul, always eager to provide for you lot, perhaps even with packages stretching over centuries. Shaking his head, he dismissed Venom from his thoughts and resolved that when time permitted, he would return to Camartage to retrieve Venom and ensure a thorough examination of his condition. As for the present moment, Russell, with eager anticipation, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Secured the doors and windows, gathered some tissues, and nestled into bed. He discreetly retrieved his phone and entered a mysterious URL. His expression turned lascivious. Come. Let me see how well you have developed. He pondered, trying to recall the clandestine teachings imparted by the older neighbor during his childhood. He remembered that by simply inputting any 3 numbers followed by 2 letters, up to 5 times, one could unveil the secrets of the world. However, his laziness prevailed. He utilized a standardized URL. After rummaging through his distant memories, he excitedly typed it on the keyboard, swiftly redirecting to a familiar website. The first title on the site left Russell utterly astounded, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. My heavens! It's the secret of 5 men. In broad daylight. 5 grown men engaged in such activities. The website unveiled a delightful surprise left for Russell by his future self. Not stored on his phone, but rather on the secret site known only to them. Outsiders could not access it due to its extreme obscurity. There are millions of such obscure sites worldwide, and even artificial intelligence would be at a loss. Without hesitation, Russell clicked on it, finally uncovering the tantalizing and blood-pumping description hidden within. The Emperor's heroic plan of the divine body armor. The energy required for the divine body armor was immense. Whether for opening alternate dimensions or storing vast amounts of genetic data within them, it consumed a staggering amount of energy. An individual's efforts were exceedingly limited. The energy needed to open alternate dimensions need not solely derive from solar power. It could also harness the elemental forces of nature, earth, wood, water, fire, and metal. Initially, through technological transformation, the armors of low-level mutants that enhanced their abilities would be unified and modified to absorb the 5 elemental energies, thereby bestowing them with the power of the elements. This would grant them the qualification to utilize the genetic modules of alternate dimensions, endowing them with formidable combat capabilities while allowing them to continuously supply elemental energy to these dimensions. The more individuals possessing the elemental armor, the stronger the alternate dimension would become. When the 5 elements unite, the Radiant Emperor embodying the fusion of all elemental powers shall emerge. The technology of the elemental armor is as follows, and the technology of the Emperor's armor is detailed below. Russell, in sheer astonishment, realized that this was akin to treating all mutants as mere power banks. Not only were they to gather energy for themselves, but they were also expected to freely provide their genetic data and assist in the maintenance and development of alternate dimensions. The irony lay in the fact that they would feel they had struck a remarkable deal. This was akin to having others work tirelessly for free while willingly striving with fervor as if they were being paid. Even capitalists would shed tears, and bankers would feel shame. Russell could not help but express a heartfelt lament. Ah, you have ultimately become the very entrepreneur you despised. Chapter 60, Astonishing. My temper is quite formidable. It is, indeed, a product of the plans laid out by my future self. A mere glance sufficed for Russell to comprehend how his future self contemplated matters. The threshold for the divine battle armor was exceedingly high. The segmented Imperial Battle Armor project was entirely inspired by the construction of those super civilizations from the Super God Academy. It aimed to harness the collective strength of a civilization to forge a dark dimension, continually expanding through warfare and plunder to amass resources for its development. Subsequently, all forces would converge to create a supreme deity, the epitome of singular combat prowess. The supreme deity possesses the highest authority and can command the full might of a civilization, while other bearers merely evolve soldiers from a common template. It is akin to the distinction between the angel queen Kesha and the ordinary angels. Presently, Russell embodies this supreme deity. The Imperial Hero Project seeks to treat all mutants as ordinary angels, encouraging them to willingly engage in the construction of alternate spaces. After all, the more formidable the alternate space becomes, the more potent their wielded elemental powers, thus enhancing their combat capabilities. One could assert that Russell alone is facilitating the ascension of the entire mutant populace, achieving divinity, elevating his kin to immortality. Yet, he harbored some confusion within. Are you all right? Russell found it perplexing. He possessed extraordinary insight, was a mutant, and had encountered magic, resulting in an abundance of future possibilities. There was no need to execute the Imperial Hero Project at all. The low-tier mutant armor was merely a temporary combat tool he developed to address the war mandated by the President and to counter-strike. In contrast to Mechs, he favored physical transcendence. Particularly, the endeavor to forge the so-called divine battle armor and establish a divine civilization would undoubtedly consume far more than a year or two, perhaps even centuries. The angelic civilization of the Super God Academy took several 100,000 years to construct, yet the combat capability of the angelic supreme deity was rather unimpressive. Unable to withstand even a supernova explosion, the Superman smiled in silence. However, soon enough, Russell found himself slapping his own face. As he beheld the final chapter of this Imperial Hero Project and the ultimate description of the Imperial armor, those clad in the Imperial armor could invoke the will of the universe, absorb the radiance of the sun and moon, and even resurrect their souls after death. Eternal as the five elements, the Emperor shall not perish. The Emperor would possess a lifespan akin to that of a star, forever unaging. The forging of the Imperial armor must have drawn inspiration from the solar civilization of the Super God universe, for any Emperor could harness and manipulate stellar powers. Even a fraction of that force could effortlessly obliterate a civilization or even annihilate a planet. Beyond mere strength, eternal life. This notion left Russell breathless, let alone eternity. Simply living to the age of his earthly mother would be an incredible gain, consuming the vitality of others. The fervent quest for prolonging one's life is indeed more repugnant than that of a boss who insists you work diligently only to indulge in luxury cars and young models. Russell pondered for a moment and declared, how absurd. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for capitalists, yet simultaneously sought to comprehend and ultimately transcend them to become an entrepreneur of unparalleled stature. He was moved by the advantages of imperial power. Yet what truly astonished him was another revelation. My future self, having traversed the eons, appeared remarkably youthful, evidently having recently ascended to the esteemed position of the Supreme Mage. After all, the initial 7 cups had barely been consumed for the second time, suggesting a span of no more than a decade. In just 10 years, could one effortlessly bring forth such an imperial scheme? What distinguishes such an emperor from a deity? What significance does Asgard hold in this context? Russell inhaled deeply, vividly recalling that this imperial plan was merely a trifle gifted by his future self, indicating that there were far greater treasures at hand. He could scarcely fathom the extent of that individual's power. Could it be that he had a hand resting upon the head of the formidable Captain Marvel, declaring, I am quite irate. How terrifying. Why was such a thought crossing my mind? Could it be that prolonged solitude has rendered me susceptible to such whims? Shaking his head vigorously, Russell resolved to advance the Imperial Hero Initiative, for surely, his future self would not lead him astray. The Imperial plan was comprehensive, encompassing not only intricate technical details of the ultimate Imperial armor, but also the specifications for the elemental armor of mutants post-upgrade. The technological complexity was quite manageable, entirely feasible for fabrication. Russell retrieved his phone, his gaze fixated upon its screen, where a strange number materialized, illuminating his eyes with a crimson gleam. Nodding in satisfaction, he pressed the call button. A familiar voice resonated from the other end, laden with confusion. Who are you? Without hesitation, Russell retorted, Old man. Hurry back home and generate some gold coins. On the other end of the line, Magneto was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. He glanced at the phone in his hand and then at the professor engaged in conversation with government officials, his mind swirling with questions. How did Russell know of his whereabouts? How was he aware that he possessed a phone, let alone its number? Today's itinerary had not been disclosed to anyone. Magneto sensed an air of mystery surrounding the call, suspecting it to be a human trick. These despicable humans evidently had no intention of ceasing the war. He had been right all along. Dealing with humanity required an iron-fisted approach. Charles, you are mistaken. I am indeed correct. As he indulged in self-righteous thoughts, Russell's impatient voice broke through. Hurry back. I have developed a more advanced mutant armor. Do not linger idly. With your intellect, you cannot outsmart others. I am Magneto, not Iron Magnet. Very well, Iron Magnet. I shall return promptly. Magneto chose to compromise, after all. Russell was his chosen successor as the leader of the next generation of mutants. That young lad not only possessed boundless potential in his mutant abilities, but was also exceptionally intelligent. Sigh, I shall endure. He rose abruptly, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the conference room. The government officials present gulped nervously, for no one could deny that Magneto, as the world's foremost terrorist, instilled fear in all. Yet, one audacious individual mustered the courage to inquire, Magneto, this is a meeting. Please take your seat. Ah, do you think you were Russell? Magneto cast a disdainful glance, raised his hands, and effortlessly levitated from his chair, tearing a portion of the metallic ceiling as he soared out, leaving the assembly in astonishment. You. The man was infuriated. After all, he was the second in command at the White House and had been persuaded to address the mutant issue by Tony's financial prowess. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. How dare Magneto disregard him? He glared at the professor. Look at your mutants. They are utterly arrogant. I have never encountered anyone so insolent. The professor maintained his gentle smile, waving his hand dismissively. What transpired? I did not witness anything. Just now, Magneto. I must have been momentarily distracted. I saw nothing. You are insufferable. The man, bewildered, recalled the document stating that Magneto and the professor had long been bitter adversaries. And the last time Magneto was imprisoned, it was due to the professor's actions. Why do you shield him? Is it reasonable to protect your opponent? Is this justifiable? Chapter 61. Magneto, I am the Magnet King. You. The man laughed in disbelief. Clearly, it was Magneto who looked down on him and chose to depart mid-discussion. Yet the professor acted as if nothing had occurred. Damn it. Are you playing games with me? He slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. Since you mutants show such disrespect towards me, what is there to discuss? War. I shall propose to the president that we declare war on mutants. Dear sir, the mutants in Stark Industries are closely monitoring next month's elections. I have heard you are keen on advancing. You surely do not wish to receive complaints at such a critical juncture, do you? Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He awkwardly clenched his fists, bringing them to his mouth as he coughed lightly. Ahem, dear Charles. You know I am a person of utmost integrity, always fond of jest. What I said earlier was merely in jest. Let us continue our discussion. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation. The earlier fury dissipated, replaced by affability. It was inevitable. This was a world governed by capital, not power. As long as he was not re-elected or faced complaints, he was no different from an ordinary citizen, devoid of power. He could afford to offend mutants, for they were merely a group of lowly terrorists. However, the arms magnate Stark. He is a titan who holds sway over hundreds of parliamentary ballots and tens of millions of local votes. Even the president dares not confront him directly, let alone anyone else. He has become remarkably docile, smiling gently. The professor shares a similar demeanor, yet his gaze cannot help but drift towards the other side. Where Magneto sits, the sound of a phone ringing just moments ago. His thoughts wander far afield. A more advanced mutant armor, perhaps? Russell, oh Russell. You truly are a genius. The professor is filled with myriad reflections. Meanwhile, Russell nods in satisfaction, having just experimented with his newfound mutant abilities after receiving the blessings of the gods. He merely made a modest wish to successfully connect with Magneto on the phone. To his astonishment, the number appeared on his device as if by magic, and upon dialing, he found himself connected to none other than Magneto himself. Could this be the legendary freedom to command one's desires? Russell ponders, narrowing his eyes as he sinks into a colorful reverie. He taps his fingers on the table and slowly articulates, I want Tifa. No, one is not enough. I desire a multitude of stunning women, each possessing an astonishing physique, embodying a soft and adorable charm, with youthful faces and unique qualities. Initially, he was merely indulging in idle chatter, yet to his surprise, he discovered that his mutant abilities were indeed activated. He stood frozen, mouth agape, a flicker of unrealistic thoughts crossing his mind. Could it be? Could it truly be? Suddenly, with a loud bang, a figure descended from the heavens. Russell's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Magneto emerging from the smoke, grumbling about the dreadful pollution. To his astonishment, a layer of broken balloons featuring the character Mian Jiang was firmly affixed to Magneto's chest, showcasing an array of images of the character in a haphazard cluster. These balloons, having somehow found their way to him while he was soaring through the skies, clung to his chest as if enchanted, refusing to be removed. In that moment, Magneto resembled a clown, cursing and lamenting his misfortunes of the day. Meanwhile, Russell sat calmly, observing with a detached demeanor, as if none of this were his doing, he swears. It wasn't him. Clearing his throat, he earnestly addressed Magneto. I ventured out yesterday and returned with significant insights. I have redesigned and upgraded the basic mutant armor, enhancing its capabilities. At the mention of this, Magneto's attention was immediately captured. He regarded Russell with a look of admiration, one that rivaled even that of his close friend, Professor Charles. After all, he was closer to Russell and understood the genius and extraordinary nature of his abilities far better. How could a mere brawl yield such inspiration? You, who have spent decades merely crafting a gene conversion machine, what face do you have left? Magneto, with a hint of exhilaration in his voice, pondered the nature of inspiration. I recall that the rudimentary design of the mutant armor you conceived has yet to attain perfection. You possess merely the initial version. Are you truly so eager to enhance it? After all, Russell's design of the basic mutant armor was merely conceived 5 or 6 days ago. The version produced is the most elementary, incorporating only a few fundamental mutant abilities and enhancing those powers without discovering the most optimal and formidable genetic combinations. Consider it akin to a game. The same hero with the same 3 to 5 skill slots can yield vastly different outcomes depending on the player. It may not be immediately apparent, yet the same starting point as a human, combined with the unique elements of family, education, marriage, and career, creates a chasm of difference. By identifying several perfect combinations of mutant genes, one could amplify combat prowess tenfold. This is no jest. This has been Magneto's preoccupation in recent days. Though it is regrettable that the Brotherhood of Mutants has restructured too frequently, with too few recruits, merely hundreds. Excluding non-combat mutants, the number dwindles even further. Regardless of how one might strategize, it is impossible to forge a royal flush with such limited cards. This is also why Magneto has chosen to engage with the Academy. Does he truly lament for his dear friend Charles? Perhaps there is a modicum of truth to that. However, he would never admit it. What he acknowledges is his intrigue in the many promising mutants within the Academy's future. In his perspective, the basic mutant armor is already exceptionally refined, with immense potential for advancement. What further improvements are necessary? I believe you should contemplate this seriously. For scientific inquiry is ultimately not solely reliant on inspiration. The rudimentary mutant armor is already quite exceptional. I have observed Beast's obsession to the point of insomnia. That technology could keep him occupied for years. Magneto's words, though gentle, concealed an undercurrent of skepticism. So, you are questioning me? Russell lifted his head, a spark of interest igniting within him. He adjusted his non-existent glasses, as if a glimmer of light had flickered across his face. Let us test it then. I'm also curious about the power of my newly upgraded mutant armor. You prefer to settle matters with your fists? I presume you would not decline? Fight me? Magneto confidently crossed his arms, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Russell. Little one, I am not yet old. Do not forget my title. I am the Master of Magnetism. Chapter 62. The astonishing Snowhound battle armor. In response to Russell's provocation, Magneto displayed a slight smile, exuding confidence that radiated from within. Though age had diminished his vigor, he remained formidable. He even contemplated ruffling Russell's hair with a dismissive expression, ready to deliver a pretentious retort. Have you witnessed my prime? I could obliterate a city with a mere flick of my wrist. Lifting 1,000 tons, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators, is a football field. Manipulating trains weighing hundreds of tons to soar through the skies. Engaging in combat with a half-step, level 4 mutant, Wolverine, as though he were a mere ragdoll. Hoisting a nuclear submarine from the depths of the ocean with bare hands. Halting hundreds of missiles with a mere gesture. Were it not for the waning vigor of age, Magneto might have arrogantly proclaimed, among tens of thousands of mutants, is there anyone who dares to stand against me? Phoenix is airborne, hence does not count as standing. Charles, confined to a wheelchair, also does not count as standing. With an expression of profound pity, he gazed at Russell, contemplating how, in the presence of a ruler capable of manipulating all magnets, one would choose to tinker with so-called mechs. Was this not a quest for self-inflicted torment? The advantage lies with me. Magneto mused, cheerfully assisting Russell in the creation of a new armor for mutants. In the initial stages of construction, he could comprehend some aspects. However, as the multitude of components grew increasingly bizarre, Magneto found himself utterly perplexed. Moreover, many parts of the new mutant armor were crafted not by Magneto, but by Russell himself. With one hand pressed between his brows and the other aimed at the mutant armor, various components and systems materialized from thin air, forming from nothingness. Upon witnessing Russell's prowess, Magneto felt an ominous premonition stir within him. He instinctively inquired, "When we battle, you will wield only the power of the armor, refraining from utilizing your own mutant abilities, correct?" Even at this juncture, he remained somewhat oblivious to Russell's mutant capabilities. There were simply too many to comprehend. The ability to enhance the powers of other mutants, to soar through the skies, to possess an astute intellect, and to replicate the abilities of others. Any one of these would render another mutant extraordinarily formidable. Yet, within Russell, they seemed all too ordinary, eclipsed by his striking visage and remarkable intellect, which were nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, Russell chuckled, "I am quite respectful towards the elderly and fond of the young. I would never resort to ambushing you, my venerable 65-year-old comrade." Humph. Magneto resolved to proceed with caution, opting to don the lesser mutant armor, which was adorned with carefully selected mutant genes. While it might not significantly enhance his destructive capabilities, it would undoubtedly provide a substantial boost to his overall strength. The wager between Magneto and Russell swiftly spread throughout the Brotherhood of Mutants, igniting a flurry of chatter among the otherwise bored mutants, who excitedly discussed the impending battle. After all, the combatants were extraordinarily theatrical. One was a seasoned legend, the King of Mutants, the leader of the Brotherhood, a pinnacle level 4, and master of the magnetic fields, Magneto. The other was Russell, an embodiment of absolute intellect, creator of the lesser mutant armor, capable of precisely manipulating various low-level mutant gene modules, and possessing formidable, albeit unknown, Omega-level potential. However, discussions aside, they overwhelmingly hold a favorable view of Magneto, largely due to his formidable power and Russell's tender age. The abilities of mutants are developed with the passage of time. Even the most powerful mutants struggle to fully harness their powers in their youth. For instance, Jean, endowed with the cataclysmic Phoenix Force, could effortlessly annihilate any level 4 mutant when she unleashed her power. The terrifying apocalypse of yore, and even the Professor in later years, fell easily before her might. Yet, her Phoenix persona was sealed by the Professor during her childhood, remaining dormant for over 2 decades. Although the mutants were unaware of these intricacies, such knowledge is a common understanding rather than an exception. Hence, they unanimously favor Magneto. They believe that if Russell were to mature further, perhaps in 10 years, or even just 5, the Brotherhood of Mutants might find a new leader. Moreover, there exists a pivotal reason. Is that young lad foolish? Eric has the ability to manipulate steel. Mystique voiced the collective confusion of all mutants, and it was also a point of Magneto's confidence. To toy with steel in Magneto's presence is akin to brandishing a firearm in front of a sharpshooter. Would you dare wager whether the gun is loaded? She pondered this and also chose not to place her faith in Russell. Yet, there was one who diverged from this consensus, the Professor. He, maneuvering in his wheelchair, returned to the territory of the Brotherhood of Mutants, a place he had long avoided. Observing Russell, who was diligently crafting the next generation of mutant armor, his eyes brimmed with recognition and anticipation. He sensed that Eric would falter, for he saw hope in this young lad. Mystique smirked, "You cunning old man. Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions. You merely wish to win Russell's favor and lure him to the academy, don't you? I can see right through your motives." In the midst of the onlookers, Russell transformed into an octopus, upgrading the once familiar mutant armor, particularly with the enhancement of the power he had acquired, accelerating the process remarkably. Changes unfolded almost every second. Soon, under the eager gazes of all, the familiar low-level mutant armor had morphed into a new visage, exuding a gilded sheen that sparkled luxuriously in the sunlight, a true display of opulence. Russell nodded in satisfaction. This armor resonated perfectly with his character, subtle yet lavish, imbued with depth. The golden hue was far removed from the ostentatious crimson of that playboy, Tony, who failed to grasp the essence of understated beauty. When it comes to understated luxury, nothing compares to the pure gold of our great China. He was thoroughly pleased. Yet, there were those unappreciative souls nearby, incessantly chattering on. Magneto's face was etched with disdain as he surveyed the newly upgraded mutant armor. After a thorough assessment, he discerned its composition was predominantly metallic. Should a confrontation arise, he could effortlessly manipulate or even obliterate it in an instant. A smirk of derision crept onto his lips, his gaze challenging Russell. "Is this the extent of your new armor? Is this all it amounts to? I see nothing remarkable about it." However, his amusement swiftly dissipated. As he watched Russell stride towards the golden armor, he heard the latter bellow, "Armor, unite. Snow Mastiff armor. Titan Buddha form." In that fleeting moment, a colossal figure, hundreds of meters tall and radiating golden luminescence, materialized, towering between heaven and earth. The sheer magnitude rendered those before it insignificant, akin to mere ants. Every mutant present stood agape, enraptured by the overwhelming visual spectacle before them. Magneto fell silent, nearly losing control of his emotions, wanting to point at Russell and exclaim, "You dare call this towering Buddha armor? How dare you deceive an elder such as myself?" Chapter 63. Have you ever been kicked by light? In the midst of the astonished gazes, after exclaiming the fusion of the snow mastiff armor, Russell seemed to transform into a beam of light, merging with the armor in an unfathomable manner, ultimately becoming the imposing figure of the Buddha, shimmering with golden light and seated majestically in midair. Such a presence exuded authority and left an indelible impression on the hearts of onlookers. Was this the new inspiration behind Russell's innovative mutant armor? The professor, observing the divine figure, experienced a moment of awe akin to that of the others. After all, humanity naturally harbors a sense of reverence for the grand and magnificent. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, revealing a knowing smile as he predicted a victorious outcome for Russell against Magneto. Eric was destined to lose. How can you be so certain? Mystique retorted, her stance resolute. That little brat is merely putting on a show, deliberately enlarging himself to serve as a target. I have faith in Eric. He will certainly overpower little Russell. She huffed disdainfully, clearly unconvinced of Russell's abilities. However, her dismissal of the facts in favor of emotion revealed her personal bias. She harbored a distinct dislike for Russell. Humph. Who does this little brat think he is? Always referring to this 18-year-old beauty as an old woman. Her feelings were petty and vengeful. The professor shook his head. Raven, your temperament remains unchanged even after all these years. He seemed to perceive Mystique's underlying sentiments. Having watched her grow from childhood, he knew her character intimately. However, he could never have anticipated that Mystique would stoop to squabbling with a child, entirely disregarding the facts. The professor, with a hint of resignation, ceased to beat around the bush and candidly expressed his true thoughts. You should transform into Eric's form and attempt to wield his powers to control the opponent. Only then will you comprehend. Mystique was momentarily taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she shifted her form to that of Magneto. Acquiring his abilities, manipulation of the magnetic field, often derisively referred to as metal control. Upon her transformation, she immediately sensed it, the vast magnetic field towering above. It was immense. It was robust. No matter how Mystique called out or forcefully attempted to exert control, the magnetic field remained unwavering, as steadfast as a mountain. Even the more easily manipulable metals offered no response, and instead, they repelled her efforts. It felt as though a forbidden zone had formed. With a dazed expression, Mystique shook her head in disbelief. This is impossible. It simply cannot be. In all her years of existence and her many adventures, she had never encountered a power capable of defying the magnetic field. This was nothing short of Magneto's nemesis. Subconsciously, she glanced at Magneto, who furrowed his brow, evidently troubled and beginning to question these mutant abilities. The king of metals, the master of iron, could not even control Russell's mutant armor. Mystique fixed her gaze on Russell, concealed within the radiant giant Buddha, and reluctantly voiced her inner thoughts. You little rascal are truly despair-inducing. You are an existence akin to a demon. She could scarcely fathom that if Magneto were to be defeated, an 8-year-old Russell, whose powers were yet to be fully realized, could already be the strongest among mutants. What an absurd notion. Her astonishment surged within her like a tempest. Thoughts raced through her mind, leading her to contemplate a strange sentiment. Was it respect or admiration? Or perhaps a reverence for strength? Surely, it could not be affection. That would be too bizarre. After all, she was significantly older. Merely an older ant with a shapely figure capable of transformation. As Mystique's thoughts spiraled, she was quickly brought back by the professor's gentle voice. It has begun. Indeed, the battle had commenced. Russell transformed into a towering Buddha, his golden eyes coldly observing, his thoughts rendered utterly calm, devoid of any emotional entanglement. It was also his first transformation into the snow mastiff armor, part of the Divine Battle Armor project and a component of the Imperial armor. The snow mastiff armor was destined to be extraordinary. Like the other 4 armors with elemental powers, it had been enhanced, possessing a more formidable and perfect combat form. The snow mastiff armor represented the golden Buddha form, gold in nature, hence the Buddha association, which seemed quite reasonable. Russell felt the enormity of his form and then looked down at Magneto, as if gazing upon mere ants. This was not arrogance, given his towering stature. The opponent truly resembled little more than insects. Go ahead, Russell said with a smirk, nonchalantly uttering a phrase that caught Magneto off guard. I can let you use one hand. Although Magneto did not grasp the reference, he sensed the arrogance in Russell's demeanor, which struck him as eerily familiar. It soon dawned on him. This was unmistakably a mimicry of his own style. The expression and gaze were identical. Magneto, feeling a surge of irritation, extended his hand towards the colossal golden Buddha. The various metallic materials, which had been prepared behind him, surged forth like a torrential downpour, transforming into a multitude of sharp arrows that hurtled towards Russell. The speed was astonishing. Accompanied by a cacophony of slicing sounds that compelled the mutants present to cover their ears, their breaths quickening as they beheld this cataclysmic onslaught. It was clear to them that Magneto was incensed. In the face of this deluge of attacks, Russell remained unfazed. He merely extended his palm and then flipped it, leading to a shocking turn of events. His already formidable hand visibly expanded in midair, obscuring the clouds above. An array of metallic objects racing through the sky, as if drawn by an invisible force, aligned themselves into an orderly formation, forcibly converging and being drawn into the palm of his hand, where they were compressed together. Within that palm, it resembled a black hole. No matter how much metal it consumed, the sphere of metal within remained unchanged, as if the tempest of metallic chaos had merely been an illusion. Magneto was utterly astonished, gazing at the metallic sphere nestled in Russell's palm with incredulity. He felt the overwhelming power of the magnetic field at play, compressing all the metal into a singular mass. What appeared to be a mere sphere actually weighed hundreds of tons. Such a terrifying level of magnetic compression was beyond his capabilities. For the first time, Magneto felt utterly despondent, realizing that his pride in magnetic control was futile against his adversary. Even if he could manipulate a vast amount of metal, it would only serve to enlarge Russell's metallic sphere slightly. It could not harm him in the least. A bitter taste filled his heart. But the most outrageous spectacle was yet to unfold. Russell slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his hand, the spherical mass of hundreds of tons of metal merging into his robust thigh. The once resplendent golden hue dimmed, yet no one doubted the terror of that leg. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Russell gradually raised his leg, revealing a foot measuring an astounding 4,200 yards. A chilling declaration reverberated in everyone's minds. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A metallic thigh kick at light speed. This kick possesses the force of hundreds of tons. Can you withstand it? Chapter 64, Magneto's Defeat. Russell must have lost his mind. He first absorbed the hundreds of tons of metal manipulated by Magneto, then unleashed an attack infused with the light attribute from his armor, known as the lightspeed kick. As the immense mass, when confronted with an unprecedented velocity, the ensuing destructive force is undeniably capable of obliterating the world. After all, the essence of science lies in boiling water and casting stones. As the colossal foot descended from the heavens, Magneto's expression underwent a frenzied transformation. He could have evaded it. Yet pride prevented him from doing so. His gaze remained infused with madness. I am Magneto. I am ageless, he declared, fist clenched tightly, an ominous magnetic field enveloping him. Countless metallic torrents swirled around him, assembling midair into a colossal beast resembling a gigantic ape. With its feet planted firmly on the ground, it strained upward, seemingly attempting to lift the immense foot descending from above, resolutely bracing itself against the impending force. Madness. Utter madness. The observing professor, now guided by the surrounding mutants, had retreated from the epicenter of the conflict. He glanced back at the titanic figures locked in battle, akin to giants, surpassing the very limits of mutant kind. It was as if deities were clashing. The terrifying vibrations resonated more profoundly than the thunderous roars echoing from the heavens. The sheer dread rendered the professor unable to maintain his composure. He yearned to mediate, placing his finger to his forehead, sending forth his considerable psychic energy, only to be met with futility. With a resigned shake of his head towards Mystique, he signaled his helplessness. After all, both combatants wore mind-shielding helmets, upgraded by Russell no less. Even as a top-tier telepath, he could do little to influence or control their thoughts or actions, an endeavor as futile as chasing shadows. I felt Eric's profound tension, his heart racing with a fervor not witnessed in years. The professor reflected, recalling the time when Eric, undeterred by peril, had desperately tugged at a nuclear submarine in the depths of the ocean. He remembered the moment when, facing apocalypse, Eric had gained an overwhelming surge of power, his abilities evolving dramatically, yet his heart seethed with an intense hatred for humanity. Mutants are thus, in the throes of extreme emotional upheaval. Their genes operate at a peak, rendering their powers exceedingly formidable. I too sensed it. Mystique, transformed into Magneto's likeness, felt this terror more acutely than anyone else. It surged like a tempest, akin to a cataclysmic landslide, making her, who also wielded magnetic control, acutely aware of her own insignificance and despair. Yet, what filled her with even greater dread was another force, an even more terrifying and despair-inducing magnetic field, akin to an abyss, sending shivers down her spine and causing her body to tremble. That power belonged to Russell. Boom, accompanied by a resounding explosion. The frenzied roars of the metallic giant ape diminished, unable to withstand the relentless waves of impact. It endeavored to resist, yet was effortlessly propelled away by a mighty kick from the towering golden Buddha. Accompanied by the shattering sound of glass, the colossal metallic beast began to crack. Unable to sustain its form, ultimately reduced to an uneven, uniquely shaped metallic concave under the Buddha's foot. It was utterly flattened. The foot of the golden Buddha pressed firmly against the earth. The terrifying force unleashed was akin to a nuclear explosion, accompanied by a furious gale that swept outward, obliterating everything in its path with clouds of dust. This horrifying spectacle caused the mutants present to pale in shock. Yet they were fortunate to possess considerable strength and swift reflexes. The rhinoceros mutant stood resolutely at the forefront, its massive frame encased in mutant armor, forming an imposing wall before the others. The Mantis mutant, Coons, swiftly transformed, maximizing his formidable jumping ability, his terrifying compound eyes rotating in every direction, continuously leaping to rescue isolated mutants. Mystique summoned every ounce of her strength, manipulating the airborne shards of metal to create barriers that shielded the rhinoceros mutant, striving to withstand the overwhelming force. Everyone be cautious, Lightpoint shouted from the back of the crowd, swallowing hard as he gathered luminous energy in his hands, ready to heal his comrades. Their reactions were remarkably swift. The horrific force struck instantaneously, shattering the metallic walls erected by Mystique as if they were mere feathers. The heavy steel plates were blown skyward. The rhinoceros mutant let out a muffled groan. His massive hooves could not halt the terrifying impact, his body being pushed backward, leaving 4 long trails of blood in its wake. His internal organs vibrated violently, the internal injuries spreading with an insidious ferocity, causing him to emit faint cries of despair. The low-grade mutant armor enveloping him began to fracture piece by piece. How could such a dreadful aftershock exist? My heavens, this is no mere confrontation among mutants. It is the wrath of deities, truly divine beings. Ultimately, the mutants could not escape. The rhinoceros mutant, unable to endure any longer, reverted to his original form after a brief struggle, spitting blood. The terrifying wave sent them all flying. Fortunately, the residual force had been significantly diminished by layers of distance, leaving them with only minor injuries. They were merely knocked away, bleeding internally, experiencing dizziness, and feeling as though their brains were congested. Although many mutants were rendered unconscious on the spot, they had survived the onslaught. Yet there remained several robust individuals, their physiques formidable, still retaining their lucidity. Blood filled their mouths, and they appeared utterly disheveled, yet they continued to wail with heart-wrenching fervor, spewing blood as they cried out, their expressions frenzied, akin to entranced zealots. Power, this indeed is the terrifying strength of mutants. Ha! A true deity. Their eyes burned with fervor. In the distance, a towering golden Buddha radiated a brilliant light, suspended in midair, and Russell gazed upon the crowd with an air of serene detachment, as if a divine being surveying all of creation. Meanwhile, Magneto sat cross-legged in his palm, his demeanor one of despondence. Then, he chuckled, a laugh tinged with resignation and a hint of melancholy. This king of a bygone era had ultimately grown old, succumbing to the might of the New Age's sovereign. You've triumphed, little one. You are the true god of mutants. Chapter 65, The Golden Gene Cultivation Method I Concede. You are the rightful king of mutants. These words, spoken by Magneto before all present, appeared both sudden and entirely reasonable. After all, the outcome of his confrontation with Russell had been distinctly determined. He had faced defeat with virtually no means of resistance, unable to withstand even a single blow. Had Russell not shown mercy, his frail form would have crumbled under just a few strikes. Perhaps his defeat bore a hint of elemental counterbalance. Magneto's proud mastery of magnetic fields had encountered an even more formidable force, naturally leading to his downfall, much like attempting to wrest the claws from a tiger. Even if the tiger still exuded an aura of ferocity, it was ultimately mere bluster. Yet Magneto did not attempt to dispute this fact. He was willing to accept his defeat. Unlike some who would bemoan unfairness and attribute it to elemental countering, he recognized that this duel was inherently skewed. Russell was far too young, possessing boundless potential and infinite prospects. In stark contrast, Magneto, now in the twilight of his years, reflected on how, had he been merely 20 years younger, he could have still harbored ambitious dreams, proclaiming that 30 years can see the tide shift. And one should not underestimate the middle-aged in their struggles. Yet now he had aged, lacking the spirit to fight and strive as he once did. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of solace, for in his twilight years, he had at last found a worthy successor. Magneto's voice, though not particularly soft, seemed to carry with an extraordinary resonance, as if he had harnessed some form of magnetic manipulation to amplify his words, transmitting them with a remarkable clarity to each listener's ear. However, the sound was far from pleasant. Almost everyone instinctively covered their ears, attempting to shield themselves from the harsh, piercing cacophony that reverberated around them. It was as though someone were blasting a strange and explosive melody through a loudspeaker right next to them, reminiscent of an ancient ritual. Greetings, this is Zilong, presenting you with a song of trials and tribulations. Though the sound was somewhat shrill, however, the astonishment and bewilderment reflected in their eyes were undeniable. After all, the spiritual leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants had always been Magneto, and this had persisted for decades, although the ranks of the Brotherhood had swelled over time. No one had ever sought to usurp his power or claim the mantle of leadership. They were all captivated by Magneto's strength and charisma. He was indeed a king among them. The mutants exchanged glances, yet they quickly chose to tacitly accept this development, their eyes glowing with fervor as they turned towards their new mutant leader, Russell. For these mutants, their acceptance may have begun when Russell pioneered the low-grade mutant armor and witnessed Magneto's exceedingly amicable demeanor towards him. It solidified further upon discovering Russell's terrifying inventive prowess and his extraordinary mutant abilities. In their hearts, they had perhaps already embraced the rumor Russell was the next leader of mutants, as deemed by Magneto. Today merely marked the official revelation of this truth. They acknowledged it. How could they dare to dissent? Did they not witness the catastrophic aftermath of Russell's battle with Magneto? It was truly apocalyptic, akin to the sight of a nuclear explosion. The sheer force of that terrifying shockwave had left everyone reeling, bloodied, and battered. Had it not been for the timely interventions of Rhino and Mystique, they might have fallen victim to the chaos, mere collateral in the clash of titans. Although their injuries had been substantially healed through the efforts of Lightpoint and the self-repairing genes of the mutant armor, the pain remained etched in their memories, indelible and haunting. Lightpoint suddenly leaped forth, performing an exaggerated knightly bow before addressing Russell with utmost seriousness. "O Supreme and exalted Light Emperor, your knight shall ever follow you." "Fool. That is a term from Indian Brahmanism," Russell retorted, somewhat taken aback. His confrontation with Magneto had not aimed to force the latter's abdication. He merely sought to test the combat efficacy of the 5-element armor, an evolutionary advancement for lower-grade mutants. While it did not rival the divine body armor, it was still impressive. However, he found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by Lightpoint and another mutant's comments. What was this Light Emperor? What was this Brahmin? Where had their historical knowledge gone? "Greetings, my brothers and sisters. My current form is that of the Buddha, not a Light Emperor or Brahmin. You may simply call me Russell." He paused, suddenly realizing his lack of a moniker after nearly 2 months of traversing this world. It was a profound disappointment. He pondered for a moment, contemplating the creation of a striking title for himself. Ideas raced through his mind, countless names surged forth: Lightning 5, glimmering sovereign of the universe. Indomitable hero? Devourer of worlds, conqueror of the cosmos, eternal monarch? The unyielding titan? Or the bashful rogue? Russell deliberated for 3 seconds before rationally dismissing the impracticality of this self-naming endeavor. After all, whether in this life or the previous one, his ability to name things is remarkably lacking. This is evident from his creations: genetic cultivation method, gun-fighting technique, Navy 6 styles, observation hockey to foresee the future, brainwave amplification technique, mutant perception technique, low-level mutant armor, 5 elements armor, and the Emperor Project. Russell made a feeble attempt to justify his poor naming skills, claiming it was for the sake of simplicity and clarity, avoiding vague expressions and convoluted phrases. Amidst the expectant gazes of numerous mutants, Russell nonchalantly proclaimed, "You may refer to me as His Highness Russell. I believe with my strength, no one will object. In this world, power and background hold significant weight. I stand backed by Magneto, your former leader, and I possess shares in Stark Industries worth billions, with a modicum of strength. Surely none of you would consider me a mere pauper? Come, I can offer you a chance to prove yourselves. If anyone can withstand a kick from me, I shall willingly withdraw." As he spoke, Russell shook his colossal foot, visibly expanding, as hundreds of tons crashed to the ground, causing tremors akin to an earthquake. The mutants turned pale, quickly kneeling, collectively shouting, "Long live His Highness Russell." Uncertain of where they had learned such phrases, a smile broke across Russell's face. Under the attentive gazes of all, he raised his right hand and boldly declared, "Let us not waste words. Follow me, and there will be endless feasts, inexhaustible wealth, and countless beauties. No, wait, I misspoke. All beauties henceforth will belong to me." This declaration nearly drew laughter from the assembled mutants. For here stood a child of merely 7 or 8 years, solemnly asserting his intent to pursue every beauty in the world, promising to share half with his father. Wouldn't he that provoke a chuckle? Yet they dared not laugh, forcing themselves to suppress their amusement, desperately recalling their life as sorrows, though their lips betrayed them, twitching uncontrollably. Fortunately, they would soon be relieved of their struggle. Russell revealed a bombshell announcement that left them all dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. "From today onwards, I shall upgrade the mutant armor for all of you. Those who don this armor may not initially match my power and speed, but the wearer will have the capability to permanently enhance their own mutant abilities through the armor. This is not merely a temporary enhancement. It is a self-cultivation method to strengthen one's innate mutant powers after removing the armor. I call this the method of golden breathing." Chapter 66, Green Leaks. You all can practice this technique, but the prerequisite is to don the upgraded mutant armor. If you all put in enough effort, each of you can ascend to level 4 mutants. Even attaining the power of an Omega-level mutant, capable of world-destroying might, is within reach. Russell, self-taught, stood resolute. After ascending to the position of the new leader of the mutants, he began to weave grand visions for all mutants. No, what I speak is not mere exaggeration. This is about securing welfare for our kin. He spoke with gentle persuasion, showcasing the combat prowess of the new mutant armor, which you have all witnessed. It not only possesses the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, but can also grow to colossal sizes, and even achieve speeds that rival light itself. As he spoke, His massive form shrank down to that of an ordinary human. He then adjusted the non-existent glasses perched on his nose and, with a deepened voice, inquired, "Have you ever experienced the pinnacle of speed?" In the next moment, his body transformed into a faint glow, amidst the astonished gazes of all present. He became a streak of light, weaving through the air, leaving behind vibrant trails that shimmered in the sky, an extraordinary and dazzling sight. In an instant, his figure condensed and halted before the crowd. Russell opened his arms, his words imbued with a hint of wistfulness. "What a pity, the speed is still insufficient. If it were fast enough, I could have breakfast in Hong Kong after rising in the morning. The thought of needing 30 minutes for a round trip feels unbearably slow." His playful jest evoked a sense of suffocation among the gathered mutants. A 30-minute round trip meant traversing the entirety of America in just 15 minutes, perhaps even crossing oceans to reach the other side of the earth. Such velocity made them instinctively recoil, with some who fancied themselves speedsters retreating their heads in embarrassment. Yet, their spirits soon soared in jubilation, for this new type of mutant armor would be available to them as well. This meant that they too could wield such formidable powers. It felt akin to the privileged heir Tony Stark patting them on the shoulder, proclaiming, "You shall be the next of Stark Industries." From then on, luxurious cars, beautiful companions, fine wines, and exquisite feasts would orbit around them. The more rational mutants cheered, "Long live Prince Russell," while those less composed exclaimed, "Russell, you are incredible. Russell, you are invincible." To which Russell replied with a chuckle, "Damn, a bunch of ingrates. I treat you all so well. And yet you wish to claim me as your adoptive father, only to stab me in the back later?" Russell smirked and waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. Magneto stood beside him, his brow furrowed. "Your intentions are commendable, to enhance the strength of all mutants through this armor. But have you considered this? Without absolute power to dominate other mutants, you will lose your influence." He understood Russell well. Russell's inherent strength was not remarkable, possessing merely a few tons of strength and a physique that surpassed that of ordinary humans. With just these two attributes, he was hardly a dazzling figure within the brotherhood of mutants. Even with the immensely promising mutant abilities, little has changed. After all, potential remains merely potential. And those who do not rise ultimately remain insignificant, akin to a small Karami. It is reminiscent of the Iceman under Charles, who, like Jean, possesses a secret dossier. Clearly, he is also an Omega-level mutant. However, when it comes to combat prowess, the evaluation is that he scarcely surpasses the 5 strongest. In Magneto's eyes, Russell's terrifying combat strength entirely stems from the mutant armor he has developed, an external enhancement capable of transcending limits to elevate one's combat capabilities. If he possessed such a marvel for himself, it would be acceptable. Yet, if shared with others, it would inevitably cultivate an ambition within other mutants that ought not to arise. He suggested to Russell that he could bestow upon them the earlier versions of the mutant armor, while retaining the final iteration solely for his own use. No need to distribute it further. But Russell shook his head. With unwavering confidence, he declared to Magneto, "I am not the least bit afraid of them donning the snow mastiff armor to defeat me. If I were to be vanquished, it would signify my obsolescence, that I am no longer a worthy king, and I would forfeit my right to lead all mutants in this world." A true king needs not to ponder such matters. His self-assurance radiated from him, and Magneto was overwhelmed with emotion. He even contemplated that perhaps he was indeed growing old. He shook his head and sought out the professor. For in such times, only this old friend might comprehend his sentiments. Magneto departed, and Russell quietly exhaled, unable to suppress the smile blooming at the corners of his mouth. The sensation of posturing before the king was simply exquisite. Despite his earlier bravado and self-assurance, no one knew that he had a contingency hidden within the 5 Elements armor. The 5 Elements armor is a product of the Divine Body Armor Derivation Project, ultimately aimed at absorbing the powers of the 5 elements, expanding the alternate space, and synthesizing the true armor of the Emperor of Light within it. The highest control over the 5 Elements armor is concealed within this alternate space, and the master of that alternate space is none other than Russell. Whenever he desires, should any mutant displease him, he can effortlessly revoke their summoning rights to the armor, reducing them back to an ordinary mutant. As for the golden breathing technique that enhances genetic abilities, it is, in fact, a method of genetic cultivation, slightly refined by Russell. During the summoning process, while the wearer absorbs energy through the armor, the majority of the energy is directed into the alternate space, leaving only a minuscule portion within the summoner's body to bolster their mutant capabilities. As for the ratio, Russell is not of a malevolent nature. He adjusted it to 1%. As long as those individuals diligently cultivate, they will perceive their genetic abilities visibly strengthened, while Russell shall joyfully acquire a BMW, a villa, and a sister-in-law, all amidst tears of happiness. The more effort you exert, the wealthier I become. It is as if this endeavor generates currency endlessly. No matter how I approach it, the potential seems inexhaustible. Even in repose, one's abilities can flourish. Do you not find that vexing? As Russell reveled in this thought, a sudden notion struck him. He beckoned to Mystique, his esteemed secretary, saying, "Come here, my dear." As the saying goes, a secretary handles matters. In their absence, they cough. "I shall upgrade your snow mastiff armor, and once the enhancement is complete, you will undertake a task for me. That task is to scour the globe for those mutants with potential and strength. The more, the better." He spoke without a trace of shame. Our Brotherhood of Mutants is now robust enough to serve as a sanctuary for those persecuted and discriminated against. But what he saw as mutants were merely a field of verdant chives, one naive university student after another, each with a gaze of innocent simplicity. Chapter 67. Power level of 5, utterly insignificant. Mystique remained oblivious to Russell's ulterior motives. To him, it was a matter of exploiting others, seeking out those who required no compensation, who flourished on their own, and who fervently regarded him with admiration. Yet, in Mystique's eyes, the effort expended in seeking out potential mutants globally, and subsequently welcoming them into the Brotherhood, providing them with protection and the mutant artifact, the armor of mutants, could hardly be deemed exploitation. Had they been in their youth, they would have been profoundly moved to tears. As the adage goes, when hospitals grant you internships and labor tirelessly with numerous patients to cultivate your skills, what is wrong with charging a modest fee? Should you not express gratitude to the hospital instead of demanding a salary? How outrageous. With a look of approval, Mystique expressed, "Dear young Russell, I wholeheartedly concur with your decision. However, I must mention that the search for mutants amidst the vast populace is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Despite the abundance of mutants, each possessing a myriad of unique abilities, their numbers pale compared to the vast majority of ordinary humans. They are, in essence, a minuscule race, distinguished only by their exceptional talents. Even the Jewish community, once under the benevolent guidance of the Little Mustache, has far surpassed the number of mutants in the aftermath of bloody tribulations. This starkly illustrates the scarcity of mutants. To identify potential mutants from the sea of humanity is a formidable task. The professor has long been dedicated to locating mutants to replenish the Academy's ranks. Yet, despite his formidable telepathic abilities and the assistance of a brainwave amplifier, the membership has remained below 1,000 for decades. This underscores the immense difficulty of the undertaking. Yet, Mystique undoubtedly proves to be an exceptionally adept secretary. Her merits extend beyond her striking appearance, her alabaster skin, and remarkable allure. She possesses an extraordinary skill set that allows her to not only offer insightful suggestions, but also devise effective solutions independently. Therefore, I require your assistance in crafting an apparatus akin to a brainwave amplifier, enabling me to search for mutants across vast expanses. With the newfound velocity provided by the so-called snow leopard armor, this endeavor is fraught with unpredictability. Mystique shook her shoulders, preparing to douse the newly appointed mutant leader, Russell, with a dose of cold reality. Do not harbor excessive hope. After all, Charles took an extensive period to assemble a team of sentinels, only to have you utterly vanquish them. This recollection led her to reminisce about that fateful day when Russell birthed the mutant's sacred artifact, the armor of lesser mutants. With merely 5 or 6 suits of armor, he effortlessly led the Brotherhood of Mutants to crush the Sentinel team, achieving a level of dominance that even Magneto had not accomplished in the past. Unable to restrain her gaze, Mystique directed her attention towards Charles, who was engaged in conversation with Magneto. With a deliberately raised voice, laced with sarcasm and provocation, she remarked, "You ought to avoid taking the long route that a certain bald-headed individual traversed for 3 decades. In the distance, Charles responded with an exasperated chuckle. "Ah, women. Here we go again." He felt a sense of helplessness. His sister, Raven, had a remarkably narrow perspective, lacking any semblance of his own wisdom. Mystique's words prompted Russell to ponder deeply. He contemplated this dilemma, and as flashes of inspiration danced through his mind, he realized that after receiving the blessings of the gods, his soul had become far purer and more vibrant than before. In an instant, a brilliant idea illuminated his thoughts. Countless mysteries began to coalesce within his mind, intertwining in an intricate dance. Ding. You have acknowledged Mystique's critique and recognized the formidable challenge of locating mutants globally, compelling you to explore various methods for tracking individuals. A spark of brilliance ignites in your mind, reminiscent of the battle power scouter from the comic Dragon Ball, which not only measures combat power but also aids in locating individuals. Your extraordinary insight leads you to comprehend the mutant combat power detection glasses. Mutant combat power detection glasses evolved from the technology of a brainwave amplifier that differentiates the genetic makeup of mutants from ordinary humans, capable of identifying hidden mutants among the populace and assessing their genetic rank and mutant abilities. Eureka! A faint red glow flickered in Russell's eyes as he waved his arm, casting a crimson light over a stretch of ruins. This very wreckage was the aftermath of the battle he had just engaged in with Magneto, who had manipulated the magnetic field to control a plethora of metals, various precious materials sourced from around the globe. With a mere thought, Russell harnessed his mutant abilities, extracting diverse metals from the debris, which then levitated before him. The various metallic elements danced like sprites within his grasp, constantly transforming, morphing into helmets, masks, and headsets adorned with antennas, showcasing an array of peculiar variations. The spectacle captivated a multitude of onlookers, yet their fascination was ephemeral. Mere curiosity flickered in their eyes before they turned away. Among the throng, only Magneto drew a sharp breath, for it was he, with his mastery over magnetic fields, who truly comprehended the exquisite intricacies of the display. He discerned various metals at an elemental level, arranging these elements according to his will. The sheer magnitude of this ability caused beads of cold sweat to form on Magneto's brow, as he struggled to fathom the terror that Russell would embody a decade hence. A decade later, Russell regarded him with an air of nonchalance before extending his palm. With a mere rub of his hands, he conjured 7 or 8 miniature nuclear bombs. How could one engage in battle against such a formidable force? Which mutant or superhero could withstand the proximity of even a single one of those nuclear orbs? Moreover, there could be more than one. Magneto felt increasingly grateful for his choices, pondering whether perhaps even the divine could not bear witness to the decline of mutants, thereby giving rise to such a legend. Russell, however, paid no heed to Magneto's reflections. He was engrossed in his own thoughts, astonished that his mutant ability had evolved to such an extraordinary degree. What had once been mere negation had transformed into a creative force akin to the Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, enabling him to shape reality according to his desires. Could it be? Was he truly an Omega-level mutant? Little Russell harbored doubts. Was he genuinely a genius? In his contemplation, a pair of mutant combat power testing glasses hovered in his palm, reminiscent of the Dragon Ball's Power Scouter, exuding an undeniable charm. Russell placed the glasses over his right eye and aimed them at Mystique, his voice tinged with excitement and barely contained disdain. Your combat power is a mere 5. Mystique retorted. You say I only have 5? Nonsense. I surpassed 16 when I was 18. She felt insulted. 5 was an absurdly low number. Even a basic bra size was at least 10, and she had been wearing bras since she was 18, starting at 16. How could she possibly be rated as a 5, especially with her shape-shifting abilities? Russell interjected. Damn it, does a married woman really need to drive to survive? I'm still just a kid. Chapter 68. Are you flirting with a mermaid? Never engage in risque conversations in the presence of a married woman, for you will soon discover that you are utterly outmatched. Russell, having believed himself seasoned in the art of seduction, having studied the anatomical knowledge of numerous partners who led comfortable lives, found that despite his theoretical expertise, practical experience paled in comparison. He fancied himself thick-skinned. Yet reality proved him wrong, especially after interacting with Mystique. He realized that his reputation as the filthy Demon King was in jeopardy, as Mystique's unabashed innuendos and suggestive gestures left him utterly flabbergasted. What are you talking about? Ugh, I warn you, do not slander me. I am a champion of justice sworn to combat evil. Russell raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, his thoughts racing. The mutant combat testing glasses, worn on the right eye, slipped down and fell before Mystique. Intrigued, she imitated the action and donned the glasses, which immediately displayed an array of dense data before her right eye. A gentle voice resonated in her ear. Greetings, I am your mutant combat power testing device's intelligent assistant. You may call me Baymax. Shall we proceed with the combat power assessment? Mystique raised an eyebrow, her expression a blend of mild surprise and nonchalance. After all, the technological advancements she encountered were rather rudimentary by her standards. In this era, computers were still bulky, reminiscent of the Nokia age, and the concept of artificial intelligence had yet to emerge. The capability of these glasses to communicate astounded her, akin to a little girl receiving a Barbie doll filled with wonder and delight. Hey, Baymax, let us try that combat power assessment you mentioned, she said. During the self-assessment, Baymax paused briefly and moments later announced, your combat power value is 5, which is quite commendable, surpassing the threshold of an ordinary person. A combat power of 5? Mystique echoed in realization, only to understand that this value did not pertain to her figure, leaving her somewhat disappointed. She had hoped that Russell would appreciate her as she matured. Alas, it seemed she had overthought it. How is your assessment standard determined? Why do I only have a 5? That seems rather low. Russell, averse to complications, had established standardized settings. A combat power of 5 roughly equates to that of an armed, ordinary person. Your current state does not utilize your mutant abilities, hence the lower score. Mystique's abilities were divided into 2 forms, one being her ordinary guise, merely mimicking appearances without enhancing combat power, and the other being an evolved form aided by Russell, capable of imitating others' mutant abilities. However, the extent of imitation depended on her own genetic level, resulting in fluctuating combat power. Mystique acknowledged this with an O, and then cast a scrutinizing glance at Russell. Instantly, her right lens displayed a flurry of numbers. Combat power, 99,999. Her initial reaction was that Russell was indeed a prodigy. Without hesitation, she dismissed any other thoughts, recalling the intensity of Russell's battles with Magneto, which resembled the explosive force of a miniature nuclear blast. So what if his combat power was 999? However, she soon found herself speechless. She heard the artificial intelligence, Baymax, speak again, its once neutral tones suddenly dripping with flattery. As my most cherished master, though you are the tallest, mightiest, and most invincible man in this world, I must praise you, dear master. Praise be to you, the world's strongest. Praise be to you, the god of mutants. Your combat power is unmatched. You are the sun of this world, illuminating my brilliance. Mystique was left dumbfounded. You might not believe it, but such was the reality. One eye, surprisingly, could flatter with a finesse far superior to hers. Is this not absurd? Is this a manifestation of little Russell's hidden vanity? Mystique regarded Russell with a skeptical gaze, and it was evident that he had heard her. For he had placed the terminal of his combat power detection glasses in a different dimension, of which he was the sovereign deity, the supreme authority over all data. When he proclaimed to the heavens for the brazen flattery of the AI known as Baymax was not his doing. To simplify matters, Russell had taken the liberty of making a slight copy of Jarvis. Little did he know that this current iteration of Jarvis possessed such an aspect. Ah, Tony, you flamboyant king. Truly, this is your doing. Russell activated the innate ability of a man to deny all by asserting, not me. I did not act. I merely brushed against it. I did not enter. I am unaware. Mystique quickly shifted her focus as she discovered the advantages of the mutant combat power monitoring glasses, witnessing the combat capabilities of other mutants. Astonishingly, Eric's combat power was recorded at 8,000, and Charles's was a staggering 10,000, higher than Eric's. She found herself perplexed and greatly astonished. After all, the disparity in combat prowess between a wheelchair-bound individual and the master of magnetism, who could manipulate colossal objects with a mere gesture, seemed to favor Magneto. Yet, Mystique acquiesced, recalling the past when Magneto, devoid of his helmet, exhibited no resistance against the professor. This combat power assessment might very well be based on destructive capability. Magneto could obliterate a city. However, his speed of destruction could never rival the professor's. With a single thought, he could annihilate the mental fortitude of hundreds of thousands, even millions, and with a brainwave amplifier, he could potentially extinguish the lives of the entire globe. What a remarkable invention. Under the guidance of the AI Baymax, Mystique soon became adept with the combat glasses, truly experiencing the sensation of AI assistance. It allowed her to feel what it was like to be an unsophisticated individual encountering high technology. I have located mutants with high combat power values globally. I will soon be able to find them, the AI announced. Wait, where did you acquire global mutant data? She sensed something amiss. The monitoring range seemed excessively broad. Russell's gaze wandered slightly. I have a very wealthy friend. I borrowed a satellite from him. Borrowed a satellite? Mystique exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. He possesses a satellite, and he can lend it? Am I truly a wealthy individual? She pondered. I haven't even been imprisoned. Do the affluent evolve? Just as she was engulfed in doubt, Russell's phone rang, and on the other end came a booming voice. I advise you to provide me with a reasonable explanation. You stood me up, and you even hijacked my satellite. Do you have any notion of its cost? 300 billion. 300 billion. The irate voice belonged to Tony. Upon awakening, he discovered that his colossal investment of 30 billion in a global satellite system had been hacked. Damn it, my 30 billion. You wiped it all out. Tony exclaimed in exasperation. Russell, however, remained unfazed, responding, I merely borrowed it. I need your satellites to find a fish in the ocean. 30 billion. You're searching for a fish? Tony retorted incredulously. A mermaid. Russell added with a sly grin. Is your project still lacking funding? I've already invested. Chapter 69. Tony felt a tightening sensation. Before investing in this project as the principal shareholder and sole financier, he believed he had the right to inquire about one matter. Sitting comfortably with his legs crossed, hands cradling his head, he basked in the sunlight on the deserted beach, enjoying the gentle sea breeze, though it felt a tad lonely. With a casual gesture, he instructed Jarvis, acquire a zoo for me. I think the terrestrial animals would relish experiencing this warm ocean breeze. It would be splendid. I must remind you, Jarvis interjected, that relocating those zoo animals to this beach may result in their demise. They certainly won't be able to express their gratitude. Once they arrive, they'll all perish. They won't even utter a curse. Naturally, the reviews will be overwhelmingly positive. Utterly speechless with gratitude, Tony replied nonchalantly, merely seeking an excuse to lavish money. Given his upbringing as a privileged heir and his subsequent rise as a self-made mogul, transforming Stark Industries into a behemoth, his wealth was almost unfathomable, transcending the mere concept of money begetting money. It was akin to a relentless reproduction of riches. It seems my enchanting mermaid will be left in her grand mansion, all alone. I had hoped to find her some suitable companions, he mused. Ah, yes, little Russell. To continue from my earlier inquiry, as the eminent major stakeholder and sole investor in this project, I believe it imperative to gain a deeper understanding of our lovely mermaid. Yes, and in-depth exploration. I find mermaids quite exhilarating. What? Aren't mermaids half human and half fish? Half fish. Half human? Tony momentarily faltered, struggling to comprehend how the legendary, enchanting mermaid princess, renowned for her melodious voice and tearful beauty, could transform into a being with a fish's upper body and a human's lower half. His mind momentarily short-circuited. Yet, Jarvis proved remarkably adept, promptly employing advanced rendering techniques to create a vivid image of the hybrid creature on Tony's computer screen. Upon viewing it, Tony was utterly captivated. Those long legs, those delicate feet. As for the fish head, well, at midnight, just cover it with a blanket and focus on the feet. I'm investing in this. I shall add another 30 billion. Half fish, half human. The mere thought is exhilarating. This is far superior to mere mortals. Meanwhile, on the other side, Russell appeared utterly bewildered. The so-called mermaid was merely a whimsical remark of his, and his intrusion into Tony's satellite system was solely intended to monitor global occurrences, seek out potential mutants, and, incidentally, survey the oceans for materials suitable for constructing a water-armored black rhino. If fortune favored him, he might even discover the boundless energy of the cosmic cube. That would be nothing short of splendid. The alluring Captain America, with his enticing physique, was not dissimilar to a mermaid, after all. Both possessed beauty, both boasted captivating forms, and both resided within the depths of the sea. To call him a mermaid seemed hardly excessive. This was merely a humorous take. Those in the know would understand. Yet, he could not have anticipated that his offhand jest would elicit an inexplicable excitement in Tony. Russell was left in a state of confusion. He gazed at the whimsical sketch of a fish head and two matchstick legs he had hastily drawn on the ground, pondering what could possibly excite anyone about the mermaid he had illustrated. Was it conceivable? Russell, with a peculiar expression, recalled tales of foreign strongmen, not of Indian lizards, but of valiant men engaging with dolphins, said to possess an alluring charm. However, this fellow was not particularly deviant. There were even stranger tales involving the extraction of snake fangs and fish. A chill ran down Russell's spine as he listened to Tony's incessant chatter. He shook his head vigorously, declaring, "I am a good child. I cannot be led astray by you." He retorted sharply, "Tony, you pervert. Go eat dirt. I am indeed a model citizen." He contemplated ending the call but was taken aback by Tony's leisurely delivery of surprising news. "Do you recall your escapades at Oscorp?" There were numerous witnesses, yet not a whisper online. "Do you know why?" "Because someone cleaned up after you, erasing all traces." "Can you guess who?" Russell found this curious. After all, on that fateful day, he had caused a commotion akin to a divine force collapsing the entire building. Such a cataclysmic explosion should have generated significant media coverage. Yet not a single news outlet had reported on it, and not even a ripple had surfaced online. Russell marveled at Tony's wealth and his unparalleled ability to manage crises and erase evidence. However, it now seemed he had perhaps overestimated him. Who possessed such capabilities? Russell's suspicions quickly turned to S-H-I-E-L-D, as this level of intervention bore their hallmark. Before he could respond, Tony, brimming with pride, proclaimed, "No one can evade my grasp. With just a slight exertion, I have reached the limits of this network. I have pinpointed their location and uncovered their internal information. I stumbled upon a rather intriguing scheme, specifically targeting you. Can you guess what it entails?" At that moment, S-H-I-E-L-D was merely stepping into the digital age, likely still grappling with the fundamentals of computers, let alone mastering cybersecurity and hacking. Faced with Tony, the ingenious creator of artificial intelligence, the S-H-I-E-L-D had no secrets left to unveil once he set his mind to it. It was akin to a novice, still shy and timid, peeking at the scant illustrations of a kiss between a man and a woman in a book. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans had already adeptly navigated the web, inputting URLs with ease. As for my plan, Russell was taken aback. Could it be the Avengers? Ultimately, was it to be myself? Yet, before he could ponder further, he was met with Tony's boisterous laughter, mocking him. It was merely a baby project, intended to send an agent named Natasha to nurse him. How utterly ridiculous. Russell's face darkened with frustration. "I'm only 8 years old. What's wrong with needing milk?" Listening to Tony's raucous laughter, his gaze turned dangerously fierce. Russell ground his teeth in anger, his expression menacing. "Tony, you scoundrel, you certainly know how to play. Are you that bored? Come on. Let us see what you can do." Russell activated his abilities. This time, he mastered the temporal limits and duration of his powers. On the other end of the line, Tony suddenly felt darkness enveloping his vision, as if he were plunging into an abyss. Countless images flashed before his eyes until one disheveled figure came to a halt. It was himself. His face bore an expression of shock, his eyes filled with urgency. He was trying to speak. A familiar voice echoed in Tony's ears. It was his future self, delivering a dire warning, filled with pain and helplessness. "Beware of Obadiah. He will ambush me. His resources are formidable." Tony's complexion turned an alarming shade of purple. Instinctively, he shielded himself with his hands, trembling in fear, feeling an icy chill. Then, he roared at the heavens, "Obadiah, I curse you, you old fool who fancies men." This portion is omitted. Chapter 70. Since time immemorial, the Green Hulk is a mutant. Tony found the world absurd. If just a minute prior, someone had informed him that another could foresee the future and even transmit memories from it, he would have spat in disbelief, launching a tirade about quantum physics at the person. The very notion of time travel was utterly unscientific. Could there truly be someone capable of traversing time? He would eat his own words on the spot. Such a thing was impossible, absolutely unfathomable. Yet now, Tony stood there, eyes tightly shut, feeling an inexplicable influx of knowledge within his mind, design concepts and schematics regarding something called the Mark armor, including miniature designs for the arc reactor. Had this been the work of another, he would have spent sleepless nights in the lab, determined not to let anyone surpass him, especially in the realm of the arc reactor. However, this was his own creation. Tony recognized the familiar mechanical design of the so-called Mark armor, the well-known technology. And that characteristic flashy color, no one understood it better than he did. He was resolute in his conviction. In this world, there exists no one more brilliant than him, save for a certain individual named Russell. At this moment, Tony had become a reluctant inheritor, swiftly absorbing knowledge of future armors, the sensation of reality becoming increasingly palpable. His astonishment, despite his attempts to conceal it, was undeniable, and the shock within him was beyond verbal expression. He had constructed an edifice of physics over nearly 3 decades. Yet when confronted with the incomprehensible phenomenon of time travel, he found himself hesitating, his intellectual fortress crumbling around him. Family? Who could possibly comprehend this spiritual upheaval? It was akin to discovering that a girlfriend of 5 or 6 years, with whom one had shared a bed, was actually a man. Such a revelation was utterly staggering. It felt as though his heartbeat was racing to the brink of collapse. Should he summon his private physician, Mr. Schiller? No, that would be unnecessary. He was managing well enough. Tony inhaled deeply, hearing Russell's barely restrained laughter from the other end of the line, laden with mockery. "Oh dear, Mr. Stark, who refuses to grow up. What seems to be the matter? Have you found yourself ensnared by a forceful gentleman?" Russell reveled in his triumph. As a seasoned provocateur, he had deliberately orchestrated the arrival of future Tony in a fragmented manner, speaking in disjointed phrases rich with ambiguity. Poor Tony, he must be questioning his very existence now, doubting whether his future integrity could withstand the test. Faced with Russell's unabashed derision, Tony instantly recognized the culprit behind this mischief. After all, mutants often possessed extraordinary abilities and were not bound by the constraints of scientific logic. Yet, the absurdity of it all compelled him to respond, "My goodness, you have taken it too far. I am frequently jested about being the most petty man in the world by Pepper, but it appears your pettiness surpasses mine." Upon uttering this, he felt his description fell short, so he elaborated, gesturing animatedly over the phone. "Your pettiness is even smaller than that of a horse's eye." "Haha, thank you for the compliment." Perhaps, as Tony suggested, he had indeed provoked someone with an exceedingly small heart. Russell continued his taunts, "So, did your future self leave you anything of value? Allow me to guess, did you boast about how many cover girls you would charm in the future? Or perhaps lament about the need to preserve your vitality in your youth, lest you weep in middle age?" With his profound understanding of metaphysics, Russell possessed the remarkable ability to summon individuals from the future to the present, a truly formidable power. However, the limitations of his abilities meant he could not control or comprehend the nuances of this summoning. He could only dictate the timing of their arrival. Consequently, he remained oblivious to what future Tony might have left for his present counterpart. Recalling his previous unpleasant experience of summoning his future self, a smirk crossed his face. He was convinced that future Tony would not willingly provide an umbrella. Odds were, he would only flaunt his achievements without leaving anything of substance behind. Yet, reality seemed intent on countering his expectations. Tony was quite candid, leaving me a complete set of technology for the Mark III armor, along with the technique to miniaturize the arc reactor. He began to boast habitually, declaring that such inventions, pivotal to the advancement of the era, would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of human history as monumental achievements, truly a testament to my brilliance, the world's most intelligent genius. Russell, however, fell silent at that moment. His eyes glistened with tears as he contemplated his future self, the miserly fellow who, having weathered the rain, still intended to snatch an umbrella from another, possessing numerous valuable items yet retaining only a meager portion for himself. Just look at that ostentatious Tony. He had willingly bestowed all his technology and knowledge upon his past self. Future Russell, you petty-minded individual. Russell's growing comparisons only deepened his despondency. The earlier schadenfreude directed at Tony evaporated instantly, akin to the fleeting joy of a well-sipped soda, gone in a snap. He stifled a yawn and, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. I am quite busy." "Wait, don't rush to hang up. Let us chat a little longer. Tony had numerous questions, for Russell's ability to communicate with the future was nothing short of extraordinary and immensely powerful. Being the astute individual he was, Tony discerned the boundless potential within mere seconds of contemplation. Much like the future Tony's gift of knowledge to himself, if this exchange were to continue. Would his Mark armor not evolve perpetually? From Mark III to Mark V, and then from Mark V to Mark X? As for anything beyond Mark X, Tony refrained from pondering, for he believed the Mark III was already an extraordinarily formidable weapon. To envision 7 subsequent iterations seemed to render it invincible, akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon. Regarding anything more terrifying than Mark X, he mused, what use is such research? To combat aliens? How ludicrous. After expressing this, Tony slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing that his tactic of throwing $5 million at someone seemed to have lost its efficacy. Especially since he had already splurged several $100 billion to recruit Russell, who was quite affluent. Consequently, Tony swiftly changed his tune. Hey kid, I have some news that will surely pique your interest. A military friend of mine revealed that a significant experimental subject has escaped, rumored to possess terrifying combat capabilities. They deployed hundreds of tanks and thousands of soldiers, yet failed to capture it. As anticipated, Russell perked up instantly. Do elaborate. I am not entirely certain. I merely heard my friend casually mention it. It seems to involve a stout fellow clad in oversized shorts, predominantly in shades of green. Tony shrugged his shoulders, stating that if one desires it, they may act upon it, for the individual in question is currently considered missing. According to the law, should you find him, he rightfully belongs to you. However, it would be prudent to devise a more substantial rationale. He pondered how to formulate an ostensibly noble justification. Yet, just as he concluded his thoughts, Tony was taken aback by Russell's startling declaration as his eyelids twitched in disbelief. Russell proclaimed with unwavering conviction, the Hulk. Since time immemorial, he has been a mutant. Chapter 71. Alas, the Dragon King has misaligned. The Hulk. He has been a mutant since ancient times. Upon hearing Russell's authoritative assertion and his earnest demeanor, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to a stampede of wild horses galloping through his mind. He sensed an uncomfortable pressure in his chest, rendering him speechless. After a moment of reflection, he realized he had no viable retort. After all, this justification was significantly superior to the one he had fabricated to obscure Russell's assault on Oscorp with a mere weather explosion. Tony's lips twitched involuntarily. All right, fine. Is that how we are to play this? He began to contemplate strategies to navigate this predicament. What if one day, Russell, with a solemn expression, occupied the chair of Stark Industries chairman and earnestly proclaimed, since ancient times, Stark Industries has been. Tony felt an urge to panic at the mere thought. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Russell's voice brimmed with excitement. Enough about that. I must go prepare to welcome my future mutant champion. He abruptly ended the call. Overwhelmed by joy, he never anticipated the emergence of the Hulk. As one of the 3 titans destined to join the future Avengers, the Hulk's prowess in battle was indisputable. Effortlessly dispatching Loki as if he were a mere chick and wreaking havoc akin to a demolition crew, delivering a blow powerful enough to topple tanks and alien vessels alike. Apart from receiving a thorough lesson in military combat from the armored Thanos, it seemed the Hulk had never been bested in one-on-one confrontations. Of course, this refers to the Hulk in his enraged and rampaging state, not the later incarnation that merged with Dr. Banner, who was less formidable. If only he could recruit the Hulk into the Mutant Alliance and have him serve as one of his subordinates. Clad in the 5 elements armor, Russell envisioned the scene. Unable to suppress a grin, whenever he faced a challenging adversary in the future, he would need not lift a finger. Instead, he could simply clap his thighs and call out, "Where's my son, Fengxian? Retrieve your halberd and vanquish him." Russell tightly shut his eyes, endeavoring to locate the other party. Bruce Banner, a victim of military experimentation, was transformed into the Hulk by gamma radiation, rather than seeking to rescue him. His father-in-law sought to capture his future son-in-law and place him on the operating table for research. That father-in-law is undeniably impressive, fearing that his daughter might never be single. Though the Hulk is undeniably ferocious, he seems to be influenced by Banner. In the face of military pursuit, he merely leaps and bounds, striking tanks with his fists. Yet he refrains from inflicting mass destruction and simply departs. He has fled. He has run far away. He has concealed himself, eluding the military's grasp entirely. In the vast sea of humanity, locating a non-transformed Hulk proves to be an arduous task. However, this poses no challenge for Russell. After all, he has just assumed the mantle of the new mutant leader, aiding Mystique in resolving the conundrum of locating mutants. While the Hulk lacks mutant genes, the underlying principle remains strikingly similar. One merely needs to adjust the frequency used to locate mutants to that required for detecting gamma energy, and it would suffice. High concentrations of gamma energy are indeed rare, and humans are invariably fatal upon contact. Across the entire globe, The only living organism exhibiting a high concentration of gamma energy appears to be the Hulk. In an instant, Russell identifies the presence of Hulk in a distant location. Even with the speed of light provided by his snowhound armor, it will take him a considerable time to reach him. However, he possesses a swifter method. He extends his palm, pointing a finger into the air and tracing a circle, as a faint golden light begins to emanate, forming a portal directly before him. Russell nods in satisfaction. As the future Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartosh, mastering a teleportation spell seems entirely reasonable. Does it not? Come forth, my dear. My blade is eager for action. Russell steps into the golden circle as countless components soar behind him, cascading into the portal like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, within a dense jungle, Dr. Banner finds himself awkwardly fishing with bare legs. A far cry from the pampered life of a highly educated intellectual. Clumsily, he jabs at the fish with a branch, but the fish in the river evades him. Twisting and leaping with precision, one particularly audacious fish delivers a swift tail whip, striking Dr. Banner squarely in the face. With a resounding smack, he tumbles into the river. His visage momentarily tinged with green, his arms visibly bulking, only to quickly revert, as if the preceding events were not but an illusion. He suppresses his rising anger. Reminding himself, I am human, not a monster. I must not succumb to rage, for that leads to monstrosity. Dr. Banner maintains his composure well. But soon he finds it increasingly difficult to hold back. This is due to the sight of a sizzling golden circle emerging amidst the jungle, hovering above the river. Almost immediately, a small boy steps forth from within. Dr. Banner absorbs the background behind the boy, which starkly contrasts the verdant forest, appearing utterly fabricated. He is left speechless. A remarkable thought igniting in his mind. Is this spatial teleportation technology? Banner was rendered speechless, his mind swirling with existential doubts. In just a couple of days, he had transformed into a colossal green creature, yet the world outside had advanced technologically to such an astonishing degree. Even a small boy could wield the power of space-jumping technology, but the shock was only just beginning. Banner watched in awe as countless components whirled through the air, assembling piece by piece onto Russell's form, culminating in a flawlessly crafted suit of armor that radiated a brilliant golden light from top to bottom. Its perfection was palpable, exuding an aura of sharpness and lethal intent. His mind raced with questions, grappling with the bizarre nature of this advanced technology, which appeared overwhelmingly sophisticated. At that moment, Banner remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation until he witnessed Russell complete his transformation. The low-tier mutant armor he had just donned evolved into a higher echelon. The Snow Mastiff battle armor. It was only when Russell aimed his long blade at him that Banner realized the folly of his actions. He had foolishly allowed another to transform without attempting to interrupt the process. This was dire. How could he counter this? He was in desperate need of a solution. Chapter 72. The mighty Wind Eagle armor. Perhaps it was Russell's ostentatious demeanor that contributed to the spectacle. Suspended in midair, countless components swirled before him as if he commanded them, accompanied by a symphony of crisp, metallic sounds. Those fragments coalesced into an armor of dazzling golden light that, though unfamiliar to Banner, instilled within him a growing sense of unease. An inexplicable restlessness brewed in his heart, heralding danger. The primal instincts hidden within him were awakening. With a guttural roar escaping his lips, Banner was momentarily stunned by the realization that the beastly sound had emanated from him. He quickly clasped his hands to his head, shaking it in pain, vehemently denying this transformation. No, not like this. He did not wish to become a monster, to revert to that green abomination, though he could not control his body. He was painfully aware of the ruthless actions it might undertake. The sheer destructive force capable of obliterating a tank in a single blow was terrifying. Instinctively, he extended his palm towards Russell, pleading for him to stay back, to retreat. The armor donned by Russell loomed before him like the ominous muzzle of a gun. Though he had never faced a bullet, the mere sight of that dark barrel sent shivers coursing through him, cold sweat trickling down his back. Yet, in response to his cries, Russell remained unfazed, surveying the surrounding environment with an assessing gaze. It appeared they were enveloped by a dense forest, the towering trees obscuring even the sunlight. Standing before such giants, a human seemed diminutively small. Perhaps, as if struck by enlightenment, Russell raised his palm, and his golden arm shimmered with hues as his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, visibly transforming from gold to green. This verdant hue was rapidly spreading, almost instantaneously enveloping his entire being, shifting from a radiant golden that exuded the brilliance of the sun to a vibrant green teeming with life. Russell murmured to himself. Fortunate to have stumbled upon such a splendid location, the Snow Mastiff armor seemed somewhat ill-fitting, thus he resolved to test the might of the forest's favored Wind Eagle armor. Wind Eagle armor. Thousand Hands form. With his fists tightly clenched, the forest beneath him responded as if in harmony, swaying amidst the gale, with colossal trance rising one after another. Behind Russell, a magnificent figure had coalesced, resembling a 1,000-handed Buddha with countless arms, each hand extending hundreds of meters. This colossal Buddha stood several thousand meters tall, a towering giant of light that could only be reached by leaping, barely grazing Russell's knees. Such an immense being rendered even the Hulk, the Green Giant, a mere flea in comparison. The overwhelming visual impact stimulated Banner, who could no longer suppress the tumultuous feelings within him. With a low growl, his body swelled instantaneously, but given his lack of attire, there was no waste incurred. He transformed into the towering Green Giant. Yet, in the presence of the gigantic thousand-handed Buddha, he remained insignificant. The stark disparity incited the Hulk's fury, causing him to breathe heavily like a restless gorilla, his fist crashing into nearby trees, obliterating trunks several meters wide with a single blow. Still, his agitation persisted. With sheer force, he ripped apart his indestructible, adjustable, and highly protective green shorts, exposing his enormous, coarse leg hair that left men speechless and women in tears. The Hulk was a newly birthed persona of Banner, characterized solely by raw emotional fluctuations, devoid of any sense of shame. Unbothered by his nudity, he instinctively shook himself, embodying the saying, "The wind cools the eggs." Russell, exasperated, mused, "If we're going to fight, why strip? Damn it, if physical strength is lacking, must you resort to underhanded tactics? Is this a psychological attack?" He noted the Hulk was merely a fraction larger than himself, yet at that moment, the disparity in their ages filled him with bitter resentment. "How dare you launch a mental assault on me? I'll make you pay." His gaze sharpened, and the thousand-handed Buddha behind him bowed slightly, towering over the earth as it scrutinized the Hulk, who appeared as minuscule as an ant at its feet. Feeling the impending threat, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar. With a powerful stomp upon the earth, accompanied by a thunderous roar, his body soared into the heavens, his robust and muscular arms striking fiercely towards Russell. The strength of the Hulk is no trifling matter. In a state of extreme fury, unleashing titanic force is entirely reasonable. After all, in the comics, his green form has obliterated the very planet and slaughtered deities. Although his speed is remarkable, he cannot evade Russell's gaze. For Russell has activated the gene module. The Wind Eagle armor, after all, has evolved from the armor of lesser mutants, granting him access to the genetic abilities of other lower-tier mutants. Upon utilizing these genetic powers, Russell's reflexes reached their zenith, as if time itself had come to a standstill, everything around him slowing to a crawl. Hulk's rapid leap attack appeared sluggish in comparison. To avoid any missteps, Russell unethically employed the observation hockey to foresee the future. The Green Giant, Banner, found himself with no means of escape. His body was directly struck by two colossal wooden hands, clapping together like the swatting of a fly with a resounding thud. Accompanied by a deafening crash, Hulk was forcefully brought down from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. Before he could rise, Russell delivered a powerful punch, mimicking the classic moves of Tony's anti-Hulk armor, his fist springing back and forth like a coiled spring, landing blow after blow upon his foe's head. A relentless flurry of strikes left the Green Giant dazed and unable to rise. With a mere thought, Russell commanded the thousand-handed Buddha behind him to extend its gigantic palm, pinching Hulk's thigh with 2 fingers before swinging him mightily to the ground, creating a crater with each impact. After an uncountable number of strikes, accompanied by Hulk's anguished cries, his robust form began to deflate like a punctured balloon. Russell glanced at the now vulnerable and exposed lower half of his opponent, smirking with satisfaction. What a feeble Green Giant. You dared to harm my tender spirit. I shall crush you. Chapter 73. The shock of the saber-toothed tiger in the face of Russell's unscrupulous assault, the formidable Hulk ultimately succumbed. There was no choice, after all. The Hulk was merely in his nascent state, and in this version, he was far from his prime, possessing little combat prowess. Had the Green Giant evolved into his four-handed form or his Green Death form, Russell would not have dared to tread here. He might even have considered opening a portal to embark on his own escape to another world. After all, that iteration of the Hulk is truly terrifying. Russell gazed down at the unconscious Banner sprawled on the ground, chuckling to himself. Today, Banner faced an unjust calamity, inexplicably beaten. If he were to learn that this was merely an attempt to recruit him, he would undoubtedly be utterly disheartened. There was no other way. Who provoked this young man's fury? With a rapid heartbeat, he underwent a transformation akin to the Hulk, wreaking havoc as if he were a demolition squad. No one could withstand such an outburst. Fortunately, you lack the habit of sneaking peeks at scandalous videos, ensuring your girlfriend's future happiness. Russell reflected on this, his fingers deftly moving as countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Banner's bare form in a tight embrace, much like a mummy, leaving no gap exposed. A golden portal shimmered in midair, and the unconscious Banner plummeted through it, transported to a mutant brotherhood base miles away. Would he awaken and cause chaos? Would he transform into the Hulk and unleash devastation in Russell's hometown? Russell remained unfazed. He promptly retrieved his phone. Hello, old Juan. Apologies, that was a slip. Do not engage Charles. I have captured a level 4 mutant. Keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not escape. Magneto responded. What did you say? Magneto, shall not tolerate this. Yet his fury was destined to be impotent, for Russell had already anticipated his reaction and hung up with a sly grin, teleporting his phone back. Thus, Magneto repeatedly dialed Russell's number, watching as his phone rang incessantly, lost in contemplation. "Oh, so this is how you wish to play? Using spatial teleportation to vex me, are you? Curse it. Red Devil, I miss you." A hint of sorrow graced his face, pondering how to manage a mischievous child. Meanwhile, on the other side, Russell savored the spectacle, having inadvertently activated the gene storage module's alternate space while donning the Windhawk armor. Glancing at the data center within, this was a rudimentary artificial intelligence he had crafted, modeled after Tony's J.A.R.V.I.S. After all, he was an engineer, not a programmer. His shortcomings in the realm of artificial intelligence were somewhat understandable. This artificial intelligence, humorously dubbed Baymax by Russell, possessed satellite control under Stark Industries and held data on mutant combat capabilities, allowing it to track the whereabouts of all mutants. Russell discovered the vast forest surrounding him, the Hulk's hiding place, where traces of mutants lingered. The data indicated that their combat prowess was formidable, suggesting they were not mere unknowns. Most crucially, the locations of these two mutants were in constant flux, vanishing and reappearing on the map. This ability reminded Russell of a long-lost acquaintance. With a subtle upward curve of his lips, he gently tapped his glasses with a finger, issuing a command to his subordinates to send 2 individuals to his current location, where he had encountered 2 old acquaintances. Upon finishing his words, Russell's smile deepened, revealing a tantalizing expression, his gaze directed towards a certain spot, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Time passed, and a swirl of violet mist materialized, from which 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged, both scanning their surroundings with keen vigilance, seemingly in search of something. Indeed, these 2 were familiar to Russell, Sabretooth and his adopted daughter, Blink, who had once clashed with him in Stryker's mutant base. Following the disbandment of the Brotherhood of Mutants, Sabretooth sought power, pursuing the same adamantium as Logan and aligning himself with Stryker. When Russell launched his invasion, Sabretooth, underestimating his opponent, brazenly approached, only to be swiftly dispatched by Russell as mere collateral. Had it not been for Blink's quick reflexes in utilizing her spatial abilities to facilitate their escape, he would have surely perished within the base. Russell had shown restraint that day, a detail unbeknownst to Sabretooth. Thanks to his formidable regenerative abilities, Sabretooth soon regained consciousness and hastily fled alongside Blink, vowing never to return to that base, unwilling to confront a being as monstrous as Russell. As they evaded capture, Sabretooth made a decision akin to that of the Hulk, to distance himself from human cities and plunge into the wilderness. Despite the myriad of dangers present in the primal forest, he considered it a trivial challenge. If I cannot best Russell, can I not contend with a mere tiger? Prepare for a slide tackle from Sabretooth. Yet, amidst his flight through the dense forest, the echoes of Russell's fierce battle with the Hulk reached his ears, igniting within him an insatiable curiosity that compelled Blink to guide him toward the fray. As for the dangers at the epicenter of the conflict, surely, Sabretooth was not one to cower in fear. Steer the vessel closer. Upon arriving at the site of the recent battle, Sabretooth surveyed his surroundings with a puzzled expression. There were faint signs of human activity, yet no individuals were present. The remnants of the conflict bore no resemblance to a grand melee. It was far too subdued to account for the earlier tumult. As he inhaled deeply, his confusion deepened. There was not a trace of blood. Yet he detected the lingering sin of humans, indicating that someone had indeed been there and had fought. Who could it be? As Sabretooth pondered this, he felt a tug at his sleeve and looked down to find Blink trembling, her gaze fixated on a particular spot, as if something terrifying lurked there. Alarmed, Sabretooth quickly raised his head and was met with an astonishing, almost unbelievable sight. He gasped in shock. Magneto. Chapter 74. My lord. Times have changed. Magneto. A presence that instills a sense of dread in enemies, akin to that of a demon. For he is not as amiable as the Professor. Although the Professor possesses great power, he does not resort to murder. However, Magneto certainly does, particularly for Sabretooth, who, upon catching sight of Magneto's figure, felt his very soul tremble. Having been in the company of such a formidable figure, he had witnessed far too many decisive acts of violence, leaving him with an overwhelming psychological burden. Instinctively, Sabretooth lowered his head, still shrouded in confusion. Previously at the Stryker military base, he had not communicated with the outside world and remained unaware that Magneto had been rescued. During his subsequent flight, he distanced himself from human cities and all technological devices, thus missing any information regarding the assassination plot against the president orchestrated by the escaped Magneto. In his mind, Magneto was still imprisoned. Therefore, when he beheld the figure before him, it was as though he had encountered a ghost, consumed by fear. While others from the Brotherhood of Mutants launched an assault on the base to rescue Magneto, he chose to remain idle, even aligning himself with Stryker. who was hunting down the Brotherhood of Mutants. On a smaller scale, one might say that he was simply pragmatic. On a larger scale, he was undoubtedly a traitor to the Brotherhood. The fate of a traitor made Sabretooth involuntarily swallow hard, instinctively desiring to grasp the flickering hand, hoping to compel the other to use their teleportation abilities to help him escape. Yet, he quickly sensed something amiss. No. Sabretooth's gaze fixated intensely on the Magneto hovering in midair. The resemblance was uncanny, down to the trademark pose of crossed arms. However, the figure had made an error. With a confident roar, he unveiled the identity of the imposter, Raven. It is you. How dare you deceive me in this guise? Sabretooth gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with coldness. You have audacity. Although Mystique's transformation into Magneto was remarkably lifelike, so much so that even the real Magneto might be taken aback, distinction was difficult. Given Mystique's formidable shape-shifting abilities, allowing her to replicate any appearance flawlessly. Furthermore, she had been in Magneto's company for quite some time, making imitation all the more effortless. Yet, she had overlooked a crucial detail. Sabretooth discerned that Magneto's power lay in manipulating magnetic fields. While he could indeed fly, it was reliant on metallic support or armor. How could you float freely in the air as you do? His confidence soared. Conversely, the figure before him did not refute this assertion, for she was indeed Mystique. Her eyes reflected surprise. Her mutant ability allowed her to mimic anyone's appearance, including their attire. Although she donned the armor of a snow wolf, she had altered it through her powers to masquerade as Magneto's usual garments. Unbeknownst to her, this minor oversight was immediately recognized by Sabretooth. Yet, Mystique exhibited no sign of panic. Her words dripped with scorn, and to her surprise, this spineless brute still possessed a modicum of intellect. Once, they had been allies, enjoying a reasonably amicable relationship. However, with Magneto's imprisonment, Sabretooth and Mystique parted ways, especially given Sabretooth's beastly disposition, which held disdain for Mystique, a mutant with little combat prowess. Subsequently, during several rescue missions by the Brotherhood of Mutants to liberate Magneto, Sabretooth chose not to participate, even aligning himself with Stryker to hunt down mutants, which incited Mystique's ire, a staunch supporter of the mutant cause. Previously, Mystique had lacked the means to retaliate, enduring in silence, but now, bolstered by Russell's Snow Dog armor, she was emboldened to stand her ground, even harboring a hint of murderous intent. Unbeknownst to Sabretooth, the mutants had undergone significant transformations in recent days. His memories were anchored in a time long past. Observing the audacious Mystique, he was rendered both furious and amused. He roared, "Who grants you such audacity?" As he spoke, he extended his hands, his claws transforming into razor-sharp talons. His physique visibly swelled as he lunged towards Mystique, intent on tearing her apart. How dare a mutant with such feeble abilities speak so boldly in his presence? Yet, to Sabretooth's astonishment, Mystique's eyes glimmered with mockery, as if viewing a mere jester. She extended her palm, and countless meteoric streaks tore through the sky, whistling as they surged towards Sabretooth. He beheld this spectacle and was seized by terror. For these were no ordinary meteors. They were steel rebars, hurtling through the air, igniting with friction and colliding to unleash a shower of sparks. Sabretooth was genuinely frightened. Such power. Could this be the work of Magneto? No. In his muted exclamation, the rebars pierced through his body, the immense force crashing him to the ground. One end of the steel embedded deeply into the earth, rendering Sabretooth akin to an inverted porcupine, his body riddled with wounds, blood spilling profusely, even bones protruding from his flesh. This agony was such that even the iron-willed Sabretooth could not suppress his cries of anguish. Yet Mystique showed no mercy. Her expression remained impassive as she clenched her fist. The rebars coiled around Sabretooth like serpents, tightening with relentless force, visibly constricting his form. Accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones, the brutality of her assault was chilling. Indeed, it affirmed Zhang Wuji's mother's adage, "Beautiful women possess hearts of steel." Sabretooth howled in torment, and his adopted daughter appeared in a flash to his rescue, moving with remarkable speed, so swift that even Russell had not anticipated it, let alone Mystique. In an instant, Mystique felt a shift before her eyes. Before her, the saber-toothed tiger vanished in a surge of azure light. A flicker of surprise coursed through her heart, yet she quickly regained her composure. Her visage returned to its original form, revealing the mutant armor known as the Snow Mastiff battle armor that enveloped her body, accompanied by a faint golden glow. The shapeshifter's figure shimmered, transforming into a golden streak that propelled itself towards the distance, delivering a powerful kick to the head of the reappearing saber-toothed tiger, forcefully ejecting him from the teleportation mist. The saber-toothed tiger crashed heavily to the ground, landing in a state of disarray. However, his mutant abilities were indeed extraordinary. This assault, which would have claimed the lives of countless ordinary beings, he remarkably endured, even instantaneously healing and rising to retaliate. Yet, he was utterly powerless. The shapeshifter's speed was too formidable, as one foot landed heavily upon his legs, while the other struck like a whip against his head, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, utterly humiliated. Yet, his eyes gleamed with joy. He retaliated with a clawed swipe, attempting to execute a heart-pulling move against the shapeshifter. Yet, with a resounding clang, the razor-sharp claws, capable of slicing through steel, left only 5 faint white marks upon her mutant armor, which gradually faded away before their very eyes, as if nothing had transpired. The saber-toothed tiger, in disbelief, held in desperation. Impossible. This cannot be real. All of this is a fabrication. The shapeshifter wore a mocking smile, pressing the tiger's head into the earth, then leaned closer to his ear and softly uttered, "Silly tiger. Times have changed." Chapter 75, The True Sentinel. The shapeshifter effortlessly kept the saber-toothed tiger pinned beneath her foot. No matter how he struggled or swung his claws, he could not inflict even the slightest harm. It was a shameful display. He was rendered completely immobile under a single foot. For the saber-toothed tiger, this was an utterly intolerable reality. The absurdity of the situation was akin to convincing Russell that his girlfriend was a 300-pound online acquaintance. After all, the shapeshifter's combat prowess among mutants was relatively weak, far inferior to that of the saber-toothed tiger, a former lieutenant of Magneto, a fierce warrior who had emerged from countless battles on the brink of life and death. Yet now, their fates had reversed. The saber-toothed tiger found himself directly subdued beneath the shapeshifter's foot, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. He continued to struggle, stubbornly raising his head, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with defiance. "Raven, if you're a man, let me go. Let us have a fair fight. Are you blind? Can't you see this big bear?" The shapeshifter grasped the saber-toothed tiger's hair, her gaze laced with derision. "It seems that after betraying Eric, your situation has improved. Your strength has changed in the slightest, and you've even lost your wits." She shook her head, seemingly dismissive of the saber-toothed tiger's prowess. Her expression was vividly expressive, revealing her surprise that he was not the formidable warrior she had anticipated, but rather more pathetic than a mere cur. Had it not been for the new leader sparing his life, she could have dispatched him with a single strike, akin to crushing an ant, effortlessly. Mystique was not one to boast. Although the saber-toothed tiger possessed formidable regenerative abilities and extensive combat experience, he ultimately remained a mere level 3 mutant, with a distinctly low ceiling for potential. Unlike Logan, who bore the indestructible adamantium within his bones, rendering him impervious and capable of cleaving through steel with ease, Mystique could effortlessly counter the saber-toothed tiger, whether she mimicked Magneto or Professor X. This was merely her inherent mutant ability, coupled with the enhancements of a lower-tier mutant's armor and the powerful form of the snow mastiff battle armor. The saber-toothed tiger truly appeared as a feeble cat before her, unable to withstand even a single blow, with a sense of reflection in her gaze. Mystique felt a tinge of nostalgia. Just a month prior, she could hardly have imagined herself so effortlessly dominating the saber-toothed tiger. Even the thought of holding her ground against him for 10 exchanges would have seemed a monumental achievement. "Little Russell, you are indeed the true god of mutants, the genuine king of mutants." Extending her hand, Mystique grasped the saber-toothed tiger by the nape of his neck, numerous sharp steel gears pressing against his throat with a deadly precision that rendered the once defiant creature instantly subdued. His eyes widened as he watched the gears swirling around his neck, seemingly slow, yet poised to swiftly sever his head from his body, should that transpire. No amount of his regenerative prowess would save him. After all, even the formidable Deadpool had met his demise at the hands of him and Logan, severed at the neck. The head is indeed the vital point. Once severed, death is inevitable. Faced with the threat of death, the once indomitable saber-toothed tiger swiftly became compliant. Recognizing that he had once been part of the mutant brotherhood, and his current subservience to Stryker was merely a minor misfortune, the mutant brotherhood still required him. There was no need for resistance. To speak frankly, serving anyone is still serving. He might as well comply. Mystique chose not to kill him, but instead turned her attention to Blink, who possessed the ability to teleport. Blink trembled in fear, raising her hands in a gesture of submission, her delicate wrists exposed, appearing exceedingly obedient. After all, her teammates had surrendered. If she failed to do the same, she would surely face scorn. Mystique pointed her finger, and metal coiled around Blink's wrist like a serpent. However, this was merely a formality. If Blink wished to flee, those metal cuffs would not restrain her. Contemplating, she resolved to speak to little Russell about the nuances of seductive persuasion, sans handcuffs. How could one possibly wish to lie there, allowing you to act at will? Just as she was about to depart with the two, the mutant combat detection glasses suddenly triggered an alarm. The voice of the AI echoing in her ear, having detected unknown data of exceedingly high danger, advising immediate evacuation. Unknown data? Mystique instantly became alert, instinctively activating the gene exploration module of her mutant armor to scan the surroundings. Aside from Sabretooth, Blink, and a few relatively weak creatures, she found no trace of others, which left her somewhat perplexed. Baymax, mark a point, Provide me with a general direction and relay the specific location of that unknown data. Ding. Detected combat power of the owner is extremely weak. Risk-taking is not advised. I have uploaded the unknown data to the central control entity and notified the god Russell. Please evacuate promptly. Please evacuate promptly. Please evacuate promptly. Gazing at the 3 consecutive red alert notifications that appeared before her, Mystique hesitated momentarily, but chose not to be reckless. Though Baymax's words struck a nerve, affirming her weak combat power, she had indeed come to understand the truth of that statement after witnessing the battle between Russell and Magneto. Thus, she transformed into a streak of light alongside Sabretooth and Blink, swiftly soaring into the sky, distancing herself from the location. Yet, before departing, she could not help but glance back, only to find nothing amiss, which only deepened her sense of unease. A thought crossed her mind. The fluctuations detected by the mutant combat detection glasses originated from mutants. Now, an unknown fluctuation had emerged, capable of prompting Baymax to issue 3 consecutive warnings. Mystique was profoundly shaken. It was highly likely that the entity in question was an Omega-level mutant. What tumultuous times these were. May it not spell great trouble for the Brotherhood of Mutants? Mystique fled with great haste, unbeknownst to her. 60 miles away from her battle with Sabretooth, in the depths of the underground, a vast base lay concealed. The enormous facility was utterly deserted, shrouded in darkness. In the most secretive and central chamber, a colossal array of computers stood, their screens still aglow, continuously displaying rhythmic text. Combat fluctuations detected, analyzing as mutant. Capturing specific information on mutant, analyzing mutant data, matching against database, match successful. Mystique Raven, level 3 mutant, combat power extremely weak. Sabretooth, level 3 mutant, combat power relatively strong. Detected that the combat power of Mystique does not align with database data, comparison is ongoing, analyzing causes. The armor worn by the opponent possesses formidable enhancement properties, greatly aiding the insight plan. Acquisition is advised. Acquisition is advised. Acquisition is advised. The pulsating characters fell silent, an array of codes coalescing into a visage of a face. Seemingly in contemplation, before issuing a command, activate. Sentinel of the Mutants. Chapter 76, Sentinel. The Great Crisis of the Mutants. With the commands issued by the computer-generated visage, the previously silent base erupted into a brilliant glow, awakening countless dormant machines. The cacophony of their operations filled the air. Deep within the recesses of the base, a door marked with ominous warnings began to creak open. Beyond the threshold lay a vast and more clandestine facility. At the very center of this installation stood a formidable figure. As this imposing man slowly raised his head and opened his eyes, Russell, who had seemingly returned to the academy, felt an immediate jolt of awareness. A foreboding sense gripped his heart as he sensed an ominous premonition. In the next instant, Russell stood frozen in place, his eyes radiating a brilliant light as he fully harnessed his ability to foresee the future through his observation powers, leaving no reserve. He glimpsed myriad scenes of what was to come and discerned the source of his unease. The mysterious base, the rows of antiquated computers, the colossal database, and that distinctly recognizable digital visage. In that instant, Russell deduced the identity of this individual, none other than Arnim Zola, the former chief scientist of Hydra and a transcendent genius of his time. Once afflicted by a terminal illness, Zola had found himself unable to escape death through the scientific limitations of his era. Yet his desire to live was insatiable. Coupled with his madness as a scientist and his prolonged tenure within the frenzied organization of Hydra, Zola undertook an act that astounded and horrified the world. He relinquished his physical form, uploading his consciousness into a computer, achieving a form of mechanical ascension, a notion that was, at the time, utterly unthinkable. It is akin to contemporary society's acceptance of same-sex relationships, yet their inability to fathom the notion of a soft-spoken, affluent young girl devotedly adoring someone, providing generous allowances, and preparing delightful meals. Such a concept would be met with utter disbelief and rejection. Upon encountering Zola, Russell's foreboding suspicion was unequivocally validated. The emergence of this individual signified that Hydra was poised for a significant operation. Zola had previously devised an algorithm capable of predicting an individual's future through big data, akin to a foreign version of the I Ching with remarkable accuracy. Hydra had devised a terrifying insight plan based on Zola's algorithm, aiming to launch S aircraft carriers into the skies to secure air superiority and eliminate those identified by the insight plan as possessing potential to advance humanity. Subsequently, they would rise to govern the ordinary populace, who lacked substantial abilities and were suited solely for leadership, thereby seizing control of the world. This absurdly villainous scheme had been thwarted by SHIELD for various reasons. Yet it was not expected to be executed for at least 5 more years, not now. Time. Russell lowered his head, murmuring softly, unaware of the unexpected turn of events. His first impulse was to attribute the anomaly to his manipulation of the fabric of time, bringing the future Tony into the present, thereby allowing the current Tony to possess the Mark armor technology prematurely. Such a reversal of the timeline directly invoked the most terrifying law of the Marvel Universe. When you toy with time, time reciprocates by toying with you. However, Russell quickly dismissed this notion. He was not one to falter in fear. After all, what purpose does a time traveler serve if not to instigate change and alter the future? He shut his eyes tightly, striving to glean the intentions of Zola, now a consciousness within a computer, from the visions of the future. Yet, he was met with a scene that sent chills down his spine. A man, a terrifying embodiment of nightmares, radiating boundless light and heat, effortlessly vanquished all mutants who sought to impede him within the Brotherhood of Mutants. This man was akin to an immortal deity of war, absorbing every attack with ease. A mere flick of his hand unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, reducing everything to dust. Russell steadied his mind, discerning the fleeting visage of this formidable figure through the hazy future. Recognition dawned upon him, plunging him into silence, his breath becoming labored. For that man was none other than the legendary Marvel superhero, the Sentinel, whose power rivaled that of 1,000,000 stars. Russell found himself questioning the absurdity of life. Was it truly plausible for such an abomination to appear now? Had he truly passed through the beginner's tutorial of Go, only to face his first opponent, the champion of Dodiju, Kujia? In exasperation, he could only utter a curse. He recalled that fateful day at Kamar Taj, when he had reversed time, summoning his future self, and why the other had reacted peculiarly, insisting he must experience hardship and could not allow him to take the easy road. He must endure the rain he had evaded. At that moment, Russell had thought himself invincible, wielding technology in one hand and magic in the other, with mutant abilities at his disposal. Who, apart from the supreme sorcerer, would dare confront him? Now, Russell comprehended the truth. In the future, he must have been bested by this Marvel superhero Sentinel, and quite severely at that, for otherwise his future self would not have displayed such gleeful malice. Russell's complexion turned a sickly shade of green, filled with frustration. At that moment, within the Hydra base, Zola, now a digital consciousness, eagerly observed the Sentinel slowly awakening. This was the culmination of a plan devised by Hydra after seizing global dominance, a plan born from the unexpected discovery of mutant powers, aptly named the Sentinel Program. At that time, Hydra possessed the world's foremost scientists, unparalleled resources, and formidable combat prowess. Even after enduring setbacks, they remained remarkably resilient, infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. in the upper echelons of various nations, thereby amplifying their influence. The Sentinel program transcended its initial purpose of developing weapons to combat mutants. It evolved into an integral part of a grand design for global dominance. The Sentinels, endowed with the energy absorption capabilities of the once mighty mutant Black King, the extraordinary healing genes of Wolverine, the mind control abilities of the White Queen Emma, and the superlative adaptability of Darwin, boasted tremendous physical strength and defensive prowess akin to that of the formidable Red Behemoth. Zola could not suppress a sinister chuckle as the ultimate product of Hydra's grotesque experiments. The Sentinels were more powerful than anyone could fathom. Had it not been for the Sentinels' propensity for uncontrollable rampage, Hydra would have long since ruled the world. Go forth. Zola cackled ominously. Sentinel, let the mutants experience your terror. Chapter 77. The true trump card, pray tell, when confronted by a superhuman intent on your demise. Do you choose to flee? Russell hesitated for 3 seconds. Were it a female superhuman, he would undoubtedly face her with bravado, engaging in a valiant battle for 300 rounds. However, if it were a male, he resolved to escape. After all, a male superhuman would not be swayed by his handsome appearance, pursuing him with reckless abandon. But wait, what if the male superhuman did take a fancy to him? That would be disastrous. Russell shuddered at the thought. He had no desire to be ensnared in such a predicament. Thus, he fell into deep contemplation, assessing his current combat capabilities. It seemed that only with the 5 elements armor could he unleash enough power to contend with a level 4 mutant, barely matching a level 5. Yet, in comparison to the Sentinels, he was still woefully inadequate. It was not his fault. The adversary simply lacked honor in combat. The mere thought of the Sentinel's terrifying abilities, its capacity to absorb all forms of energy, its formidable telepathic and memory-altering skills, and its exceptional physical strength and defense, sent a chill down Russell's spine. Any single one of these abilities would place it at least at level 4. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He slapped his thigh in excitement. Oh, I see. That's how that fellow managed to develop the divine armor to such an advanced state in just a few short years, even evolving the Emperor Armor project. The answer lies here. In Russell's imagination, the divine armor could simultaneously manipulate and harness multiple level 5 mutant abilities, absorbing the genes of celestial beings over time to ultimately achieve a transformation from human to divine. This was entirely feasible. After all, in a certain parallel universe, The supreme sorcerer Tony had fused magic with armor, crafting his own supreme magical armor, capable of rivaling the multiversal Dark Titan Dormammu. Truly, a mortal body could stand shoulder to shoulder with deities, unlike in the films, where one merely battles Thanos. The individual plagued by kidney deficiency was on a path of self-destruction. The coveted god body armor remained an elusive dream, its technological intricacies and barriers to entry exceedingly formidable. According to Russell's estimations, it would require no less than a decade of relentless effort to ascend to the pinnacle of a 5th-level mutant, thereby mastering the entirety of 5th-level abilities. In such a state, one could command the very fabric of reality, causing cataclysms with a mere thought, commanding the celestial bodies to shift with a whim, and altering existence itself at will. Yet, the future self was evidently far along the path of the god body armor, deviating significantly from the timeline he had envisioned. At long last, Russell discerned the reason: the Sentinel. He was a diminished version of the god body armor. If only he could be vanquished, his very form would provide the finest materials for the god body armor. After all, the Sentinel possessed several 4th-level mutant abilities, far surpassing Russell's singular 4th-level capability embodied in his 5 elements armor. Indeed, the sum of mutant powers is always greater than their individual parts. Much like the legendary warrior El Bu, who boasted invincibility, even he would find himself beleaguered by the combined might of Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu. However, should Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu surround El Bu, and he were to kneel in reverence, acknowledging them as his foster fathers, what then would be the resolution? Russell, who was initially troubled, felt a surge of ambition. The Sentinel was an opportunity, a source of materials presented on a silver platter. Though fraught with peril, risking a severe beating at the hands of the opponent, the potential rewards were undeniably bountiful. Thus, he extended his hand, unleashing his most formidable trump card. With a serious countenance, he focused his mind, and his fingertips ignited with brilliance. In an instant, he was enveloped within a crackling golden portal, empowered by his foresight. He descended with precision upon the training grounds of Camartage, instantly capturing the attention of the numerous mages present. As practitioners, their mental fortitude was exceptional, and their observational skills keen. They quickly noted the unarmed Russell, their astonishment palpable. He bore no suspended ring, an inconceivable occurrence. Indeed, even seasoned mages like Wong and the Grand Master Caecilius could scarcely perform magic without the aid of such a ring. Only the supreme sorcerer could achieve such a feat. The mages collectively inhaled sharply. For a mage, the significance of a suspended ring is self-evident. It serves as the conduit between mortals and the divine, enabling the manipulation of energy borrowed from celestial beings to cast spells and execute extraordinary feats. It is akin to the relationship between electricity and petroleum. The very foundation of all industrial machinery relies upon these colossal energy sources. A mage without a suspended ring is akin to humanity in a modern society devoid of electricity and oil, akin to the West bereft of Jerusalem, akin to a browser barred from accessing mysterious sites. Even the supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange, found himself incapacitated during the invasion of the infinite multiverse when a young spider pilfered his suspended ring, leaving him incapable of wielding magic and trapped in a dimension beyond reach. He was, after all, the supreme sorcerer, devoid of the suspended ring. He was not but an ordinary mortal. As the assembled mages beheld Russell, who, devoid of any visible magical restraint, effortlessly conjured a portal, they could not suppress their astonishment. The seemingly youthful child before them appeared far more formidable than his outward demeanor suggested. Could he be a being from another era? A supremely powerful sorcerer? Perhaps even surpassing the likes of the Ancient One by a significant margin. The child's innocent facade was merely a guise, a classic case of playing the fool to catch the wise. The mages regarded him with a blend of reverence. Yet the sense of awe dissipated almost instantaneously, collapsing under the weight of their observations. They watched in disbelief as this esteemed figure, whom they had equated with the Ancient One, was reduced to tears, wailing pitifully, "Oh, Ancient One, please save me. If you don't intervene, your future disciple, the destined supreme mage of Camartage, will meet a dire fate." Russell's exaggerated sobs, complete with tears and snot, rendered the onlookers speechless. It was obvious to any observer that he was feigning distress. He resembled a toddler, whose cookie had been pilfered, running home to report to a parent. The formidable image they had just constructed around Russell dissipated like smoke, leaving behind the undeniable truth. He was but an unrefined novice, and rather shameless at that. Russell felt no embarrassment in his antics. After all, he was merely seeking assistance from a powerful ally. In fact, a small part of him relished the situation. "I acknowledge the strength of your remarkable sentinels. However, if I were to summon a divine beast capable of contending with the Dark Supreme, the Ancient One, how would you respond?" The sentinel retorted, "Very well. You wish to involve your guardian, do you? This is how you choose to play? I am utterly incensed." Chapter 78. A keen eye for character. Having encountered a lack of decorum, Russell too opted to abandon any sense of propriety, immediately invoking the Ancient One's aid. "Dear Supreme Mage, surely you do not wish for your future heir to be vanquished? nor do you desire your impending retirement to be delayed for several more years. Do you? Russell was wholly committed to the idea of clinging to the powerful, showing no inclination towards personal effort. As for the potential embarrassment he faced before the crowd, he thought to himself, "Oh, once I ascend to the rank of Supreme Mage, you shall see what true magic, inherited from my father, entails. My fists will provide the answer." Of course, such aspirations were far from feasible at present. The assembled mages exchanged peculiar glances as they observed Russell's audacious display. "Listen, little one, do not let your size deceive you. Your audacity is quite remarkable." They marveled at his audacious attempts to forge alliances. The Supreme Mage, who had governed Camartage for centuries and had mentored countless disciples, had never entertained thoughts of retirement. Hence, there were only students of the Supreme Mage, not apprentices or successors to speak of. Moreover, the notion of a successor was altogether foreign to their tradition. Our group, having embarked on our cultivation journey for several years, still finds ourselves unworthy of evaluation, and yet, here stands this young child, eliciting derision from the many sorcerers present. Internally, they voiced a spiteful yet irrefutable remark. "Have you even reached puberty?" However, to the astonishment of all, the esteemed sorceress Ancient One did not dismiss this frivolous comment. Rather, she displayed a countenance of genuine concern. With a graceful gesture, she extended her palm, as many had anticipated, refraining from donning the suspension ring. An accessory she preferred to forego except during battles. Such a statement, she would remain a perpetually single 18-year-old lady. As Ancient One raised her finger, a cascade of golden light enveloped Russell from above, casting a radiant silhouette upon the ground, distinct from the mere shadows of sunlight or artificial illumination. This figure shimmered with brilliance, clarity, and an imposing presence adorned with faint starlight. Russell felt an enveloping warmth, entirely oblivious to the nature of this spell, which he suspected resided within the tome of spells Ancient One had provided him. But who among students would devote their leisure to studying? He pondered. Let it all be dismissed. Let the hefty female netizens unleash their wrath upon me. Yet, he surmised the spell likely served to assess his injuries. A pang of guilt surged within him. He had not sustained any harm. His earlier theatrics had merely been an act. Soon, the murmurs of astonishment from the gathered sorcerers amplified his unease. A sinking feeling gripped him. Oh no. Yet, he soon discerned something awry. The gazes of the sorcerers reflected a collective astonishment and envy. The esteemed sorceress is indeed extraordinary. Is this truly a mere child? Russell was perplexed. However, the sorcerers present had cultivated their skills for at least 2.5 years. Though some spells eluded their mastery, they understood their implications. It was akin to some instructors being unable to express gratitude face to face, yet their contributions to biological knowledge warranted individual acknowledgement. The spell Ancient One had cast upon Russell was indeed, as he suspected, a means to evaluate his health, encompassing his spiritual essence. It was an immensely potent and practical incantation, essential for sorcerers who often confront bizarre entities from peculiar realms and universes, equipped with strange curses and extraordinary abilities. With such a spell at one's disposal, one could discern any anomalies within the body and spirit, facilitating comprehensive remediation. Constructed by the esteemed sorceress, the Ancient One, upon the 3 great magical circles safeguarding Earth, this system possesses the remarkable capability to detect any being or soul emerging from alternate dimensions or universes. Regardless of how adeptly they conceal themselves, there remains no sanctuary from its scrutiny. What astounds these sorcerers is the revelation that the auras of ordinary individuals appear faint, typically a pale white. Conversely, the stronger one's physical prowess, the more vibrant their aura becomes. As practitioners of close combat, these sorcerers exhibit a slightly more potent light than the average person. Yet, Russell, with his resplendent golden glow, signifies a physical condition that far surpasses humanity, reaching an extraordinary level. He could effortlessly bear an elephant upon his shoulders, engaging in song and dance under the moonlight, all without the slightest hint of fatigue. The multitude of sorcerers gazed in disbelief at the seemingly pitiable young Russell, struggling to reconcile the notion of him with such an extraordinary being. Is this reasonable? Is this just? The attendees grappled with existential doubts. The Ancient One, however, remained remarkably composed, for she alone understood Russell's true nature. Upon observing that he bore no injuries and appeared in excellent health, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She certainly did not wish for her momentary lapse in diligence to result in Russell's untimely demise. After all, a few days or months for Russell was merely a fleeting moment for someone of her venerable stature, spanning 7 to 8 centuries. Come, let us converse within. The Ancient One beckoned, choosing not to elaborate on Russell's significance before the assembly of sorcerers, instead leading him to a separate hall for a more private discussion. Once they departed, the sorcerers could no longer contain their astonishment, engaging in a cacophony of chatter regarding the sudden appearance of Russell. Their previous meditative state seemed utterly shattered. No longer resembling the stoic ascetics of their training, but rather akin to ordinary individuals who had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. The news they had received was indeed explosive. Setting aside Russell's superhuman physical attributes, the mere fact that the Ancient One had taken on an apprentice was sufficient to send shockwaves through the entirety of Camartage. The Supreme Sorceress. This title signifies more than mere honor. It embodies the guardianship of Earth's safety. Could others possibly measure up? Especially not with Russell's carefree demeanor? Skepticism prevailed among the crowd. As they continued their animated discourse, one voice suddenly pierced through the clamor, plunging them into silence. I just recalled that this fellow truly meets the criteria for a supreme sorcerer. The gathered sorcerers exchanged puzzled glances. In what way does he qualify? His physical prowess is formidable. In close-quarters combat, he would undoubtedly excel. He could take on 10 opponents at once. The assemblage was incensed. What sorcerer fights without relying on magic? Who dare suggest such a notion? The sorcerers of Camartage looked at one another, then fell into a thoughtful silence, before simultaneously declaring, "The Ancient One possesses remarkable discernment." Chapter 79, The Path to Redemption lies within. Russell was utterly unaware that he had inexplicably garnered the approval of numerous mages, becoming their unspoken choice for the esteemed title of Supreme Sorcerer. At this moment, he was pitifully trailing behind the Ancient One, hoping that she might casually dispatch the sentinel with a mere flick of her wrist, subsequently discarding its lifeless body at his feet. In that eventuality, Russell would be free to exploit the sentinel's form to uncover the secrets of its fusion with various superior mutant genes. With such knowledge, not only could he aspire to elevate to the level of a divine battle armor, but he could at least enhance the lower-tier mutant armor by a significant degree. In that scenario, every mutant would possess an intermediate-tier armor, overwhelming the likes of Magneto. What could humanity or extraterrestrials possibly do? Even Thanos would have to depart in tears, relinquishing the Infinity Stones, utterly defeated. Alas, reality proved to be more sobering than his fantasies. The Ancient One's words shattered Russell's delusions. As she walked among the shelves of the library, her tone remained gentle, yet it doused him with a chilling reality. "I will not intervene with that so-called sentinel." "Why not?" Russell inquired, somewhat perplexed. After all, for someone capable of contending with the Dark Lord Dormammu, banishing the malevolent deities of the multiverse, and silencing Odin, the God King who claimed Earth as Asgardian territory, the sentinel hardly seemed formidable. In fact, it appeared to be a trivial matter. With a hint of frustration, he asked, "Isn't the sentinel rather weak in your eyes?" The Ancient One nodded, providing a reasonable yet disheartening explanation. "He is far too feeble. I have no interest in engaging him." How pretentious her words sounded. If uttered by anyone else, Russell would have shouted for his snowhound armor to merge and unleashed a Buddha descent technique to demonstrate the true meaning of beauty. But since it was the Ancient One speaking, he could only resign himself to her authority. "You do not yet comprehend. Only when you become the Supreme Sorcerer will you truly understand," she stated, leaving her thoughts unvoiced. For she could not elucidate her own limitations to him. She was not as invincible and unrestrained as he envisioned. For centuries, she had borrowed power from the Dark Lord Dormammu, a transaction spanning 700 or 800 years. As the Supreme Sorcerer safeguarding Earth, she had ushered in peace and stability for centuries, yet this had only magnified her influence. Her every action and decision could sway the future of the planet. Having glimpsed countless catastrophic futures through the Time Stone, she was weary beyond measure. "All right," the Ancient One conceded, admitting her deception. "I simply wish to take a break." "Do you really expect an octogenarian like me to engage in combat with a brawny youth, one who is several times stronger than an ox? Have you no compassion?" She yearned for retirement, longing to escape the burdens of her duties, wishing not to set foot in this realm for even a single day longer. Ancient One stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression gentle yet her tone carried a hint of incitement. As the future Supreme Sorcerer, one must inevitably face certain trials. Surely, you would not wish to disappoint your master by faltering against a mere sentinel, would you? Russell, such a familiar tone. He fell into contemplation. Indeed, the Supreme Sorcerer encounters various challenges, much like the newly appointed Doctor Strange, who faced the formidable Dormammu upon his ascendance. Had it not been for the Time Stone, he might have found himself in dire straits. Compared to Dormammu, a sentinel is hardly significant, even to the extent of being vastly inferior in power. Nonetheless, Russell sensed something amiss, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "You wouldn't dare to seek an easy way out, would you?" Ancient One was taken aback. This lad, how astute he is. Maintaining her composure, she merely pointed towards the library behind her, a profound and knowing smile gracing her lips. "The path to redemption lies within." Having spoken, she produced a floating ring from an unknown source, drawing forth a golden portal through which she stepped, disappearing into its depths. Russell craned his neck to catch a glimpse. But before he could approach, he was met with a soul-shattering roar that sent chills down his spine. "Ancient One, you shameless thief of my power." The portal vanished, and the voice faded into silence. Russell remained rooted in place, his mind buzzing as he immersed himself in thought for a considerable time before regaining his composure. A wave of terror washed over him as he recalled the owner of that roar. It was none other than Dormammu, who was daily beset by Ancient One. Just a single roar, echoing across light years, was enough to make his soul tremble and his vision darken. Russell was filled with dread. Such a terrifying creature was beyond the reach of any mere level 5 mutant. Perhaps only those of level 6 or 7. Where the fully realized Phoenix Force could stand a chance against such might. No wonder so many sorcerers succumb to despair and ally themselves with the dark forces. It is only when faced with the reality that one comprehends the true terror of the adversary. Russell, after a moment of astonishment, shifted his gaze away. He had come to terms with the disparity between himself and Dormammu long ago, akin to the gap he had experienced with his former employer in his previous life. An annual salary of $1 million, working for thousands of years, would barely suffice to repay such a debt. He had long since accepted his fate. In life, one must adopt a Buddhist mindset. Compared to Dormammu, Russell was far more concerned with discovering a method to confront the sentinel within the vast expanse of this monumental library. After all, according to his precognitive visions, within a mere 6 hours, the adversary would absorb all the necessary nutrients, emerge from the base, and commence a hunt for mutants, thus wreaking havoc upon the Brotherhood of Mutants. Where lies the path to redemption? As he surveyed the library, filled with countless tomes, stretching endlessly in every direction, he could not help but gape in awe, his rural innocence shining through. Forgive him. He had truly never encountered such an abundance of books. He suddenly realized that the beginner-esque guide Ancient One had previously given him was indeed a thoughtful gesture, a genuine introduction for novices. There were simply too many books. This is the accumulation of millennia from Kamar Taj, combined with the collections of the Ancient One over centuries, along with the insights of generations of sorcerers, and detailed records of peculiar cosmic knowledge and various extraordinary artifacts. In essence, it is a treasure trove. It appears that I have stumbled upon the repository of civilization belonging to Earth. Russell contemplated the universe of the Celestials, where every advanced civilization possesses a repository of knowledge, encapsulating all the wisdom and technology of their civilization. Even if the supreme deity faces adversity, the civilization will inevitably seek a worthy successor to be rebuilt. Even if all successors are lost, as long as knowledge and technology continue to be disseminated, civilization shall never be extinguished or forgotten. Russell mused that once he completes the construction of the alternate dimension and fully replicates these tomes, they would become his foundation, and at that moment, he could truly consider himself a god. With this unexpected delight, Russell felt immense satisfaction. Almost simultaneously, he discovered the path to redemption. As mentioned by the Ancient One, the Time Stone, suspended before him. Chapter 80. The King's Astonishment. The Time Stone is the most enigmatic of the 6 Infinity Stones and is frequently wielded, having become an integral part of the Earth's supreme sorcerer legacy. Its capabilities are formidable, allowing for the manipulation of time itself, enabling glimpses into the past and future. It can revert any object to its former state or bring future occurrences into the present. Its strength is so apparent that one need not elaborate further to understand its significance, making it an object of desire for all in the universe. At this moment, such a treasure lay quietly before Russell, within arm's reach, and indeed, he extended his hand to touch it, cradling it within his palm. There were no defensive spells, no signs of resistance. This cosmic artifact, coveted by the likes of Thanos and sought after by countless powerful beings, glimmered softly with a gentle green light within the eye of Agamotto, exuding a serene and captivating beauty akin to jade. Oh, Time Stone, Russell thought, tightening his grip, a confident smile spreading across his face. The worries that once plagued him regarding how to confront the Sentinel dissipated entirely, for the opponent was now insignificant, hardly worthy of concern. The power of the Infinity Stones is overwhelmingly potent, truly a supreme artifact, a legendary weapon capable of slaying dragons, the kind that could vanquish foes with a single strike. Once, Dr. Strange, still less than a year into his training, had wielded the Time Stone to negotiate with Dormammu, successfully dissuading a dark entity of multiversal magnitude from invading Earth. Russell contemplated how the Sentinel would react if he approached it, Time Stone in hand, to negotiate. What expression would the Sentinel wear? What the? The Sentinel might exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, it was somewhat oppressive. Russell held the Time Stone in his hand, playing with it for a while, treating it like a walnut, before hesitating and ultimately placing it back in its original position. He felt that using the Time Stone against the Sentinels was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, reminiscent of Wang Sitsung's need to prove his family's ability to afford an Audi. Most importantly, this artifact was of paramount significance. It was the cornerstone of Earth's protection. Although Russell believed his success rate against the Sentinels with the Time Stone was a staggering 98%. A quick calculation revealed that rounding 9 times 8 merely results in certain doom. It was wiser to proceed cautiously. After all, there were many lurking dangers outside. One could easily imagine that after he vanquished a Sentinel with the Time Stone, Several individuals clad in peculiar uniforms might suddenly appear behind him to strike him down, perhaps even commenting on their departure, not as good as my pert backside, leaving Russell utterly exasperated. Yet, he did not depart. Instead, he searched the surroundings and soon discovered a tome concerning the utilization of the time stone. Within its pages lay the teachings on how to wield the Eye of Agamotto, a relic that harnessed even a fraction of the time stone's power. Russell perused the text intently, his eyes gleaming with a radiant light as his extraordinary intellect swiftly absorbed the wisdom of those who came before him. This represented the culmination of generations of supreme sorcerers' insights, embodying the very essence of magic. To the untrained eye, this knowledge appeared exceedingly obscure and difficult to grasp. However, for the magic novice Russell, it was utterly captivating, an unfathomable and unimaginable existence for the sorcerers of Camartage. After all, magic, much like mathematics, serves to elucidate the underlying principles of the universe. Understanding is binary. You either grasp it or you do not. Effort alone bears no fruit. The more advanced the mathematical concepts, the more they reflect this truth. These theories often endure for centuries, scrutinized by millions, with most individuals left only with sighs of resignation and shaking heads. It is only the prodigious genius who can conquer them. The same applies to magic. You either possess the skill or you do not. Thus, when the librarian, old Wang, observed a child engrossed in the magical tome, he was initially taken aback, chuckling at the sight. He presumed this was the descendant of a sorcerer who had wandered here to play, or perhaps a newly adopted orphan. For many years, Camartage had seen disciples arrive in such a manner. Few were fortunate enough to discover this place and possess the talent to remain. Most were either the offspring of sorcerers or had been willingly taken in. Wang smiled, for he adored children. He approached, waving his hands behind his back. True to his role as a seasoned librarian, he conjured a portal with a flick of his wrist, effortlessly summoning a lollipop. Surely, it was reasonable for a child to enjoy a sweet treat. However, before he could draw nearer, the smile on his face transformed into one of sheer terror. His piercing gaze had discerned something amiss with Russell, particularly the size and heft of the tome the latter clutched in his hands. One was taken aback. He instantly recognized that book as one he scrutinized daily, a volume of paramount importance within the library, and one fraught with peril. The more esoteric the magic, the more intricate the incantations. Any observer, even for a fleeting moment of inattention, could find themselves ensnared, suffering profound psychological trauma. The toll was far greater than mere viewing. After all, that artifact consumed countless lives in a single instance, while this drained days of mental vitality. By the heavens! Hey, you little rascal, don't meddle. Wang attempted to hasten forward to intervene, yet he soon realized something horrifying. No matter how fervently he sprinted, he could not breach the chasm separating him from Russell. A mere few paces felt like an insurmountable distance. Regardless of his attempts to employ teleportation, cast other spells, or maneuver in every direction, he remained unable to approach Russell. Even more alarmingly, Wang found himself ensnared, drenched in sweat, as he discovered that moving forward or backward bore no significance. He was trapped in place. No matter how he struggled, it felt as though he were frozen in time. Frozen? Could it be? Wang stared in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief as he regarded Russell before him. At that moment, Russell slowly closed the book, eyes shut in contemplation, before turning his head to reveal a smile almost identical to that of the Ancient One. Indeed, Wang, just as you surmised, I have gained the recognition of the Eye of Agamotto. At his chest, the Eye of Agamotto was fully manifested, the time stone emanating a gentle green luminescence. Wang found himself at a loss for words, as the sensation was akin to realizing that while he lamented the challenges of advanced mathematics for his graduate studies, the 8-year-old neighbor had effortlessly resolved Fermat's last theorem, an indescribable feeling of disbelief. This cannot be normal, can it? Chapter 81, The Stellar Absorption Technique. You may call me Russell. It is quite impolite to refer to me as a freak. While you may indeed be peculiar, I pride myself on my manners and would never label you in such a manner. Russell smirked, his expression a mix of mockery and amusement as he regarded Wang, who trembled under that strange gaze. The subsequent lamentations from Russell only caused Wang to gulp nervously. You have referred to me as a monster 23 times, an eternal being 9 times, and a non-normal person thrice. Russell's smile widened, and Wang felt a flush of embarrassment, aware that while Russell's claims were unfounded, they did mirror his own conversational tendencies. He harbored no doubts, after all, as a seasoned librarian. Following the venerable Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, the adept had long been acquainted with the secrets of the Eye of Agamotto, which possesses the extraordinary ability to observe the myriad possibilities of the future. Yet, though he was cognizant of this knowledge, he found himself rendered speechless, unable to reconcile the image of Russell with one who wielded the time stone. The dissonance was simply too great. He stood there, transfixed, as Russell returned the tome to its rightful place and removed the Eye of Agamotto from his chest. I am the newly appointed apprentice of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. In 2 to 3 years, I shall ascend as the new Sorcerer Supreme here. Consider this an early introduction, for I shall require your assistance for my future deliveries. Remember my preferences. I do not indulge in tasting. Nor am I a patron of Thursday's McDonald's. I shun luckin coffee, sweet tofu pudding, savory rice dumplings, and beef dishes, amidst Russell's incessant chatter and peculiar dietary inclinations. Wong absorbed none of it, save for those few significant phrases: apprentice of the Sorcerer Supreme, and the next Sorcerer Supreme in a few years. How could the Ancient One, who had not relinquished his position for 8 centuries, suddenly choose to step down? Such occurrences are rare, indeed. Why was this happening to me? Wong felt utterly bewildered, suspecting this to be a falsehood. Yet the Eye of Agamotto lay on the table, and he had just experienced Russell as time magic firsthand. I am utterly perplexed. I wish to scale the walls. Noticing Wong's disquiet, Russell levitated into the air and, with a playful pat on Wong's shoulder, proclaimed with great exuberance, "Fear not. I shall be a far superior leader than our predecessor. Once I take the helm, I will ensure that all of Camartage is served 7 cups of the finest brew." Suddenly, he recalled that the Ancient One was still very much alive, prompting him to temper his exuberance. After all, he would still have to wait 30 years to simulate 50 years of spellcasting. Russell swiftly altered his tone for now. "I require your assistance in creating a mirror dimension. I need to confront a certain individual, one who is remarkably resilient. I have simulated our encounters a total of 1,367 times, achieving his demise 87 times, dismembering him 16 times, incinerating him 12 times, drowning him 7 times, electrocuting him 6 times, and hammering him 3 times. At long last, I have discerned this fool's weakness. He must not be allowed to escape so easily each time." As Russell recalled the scenes from his simulations, he could not help but curse. Who on earth equipped the Sentinel with a burrowing ability? It's utterly infuriating. If only the Sentinel could fly, that would be inconsequential. The sky, though vast and high, is no refuge from satellite surveillance. But alas, it burrows into the ground. The earth is indeed expansive and boundless. To eliminate the Sentinel, I am left with no choice but to paddle like a dog. It's truly a lamentable situation. Russell was cursing vehemently, while Wong stood by, drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly pondered whether he should consider returning home to marry a wife, for this current Supreme Mage was rather irritable and somewhat ruthless. With nearly 100 methods of demise, Wong momentarily felt a flicker of sympathy for the adversary Russell spoke of. "Brother, if you were to suddenly meet your end and leave no trace of yourself behind, please do not mourn, do not shed tears. For over 100 brothers have already fallen before you. Your death is not in vain. You must resign yourself to fate. I shall scatter your ashes. Amen." Amid Wong's peculiar gaze, Russell began to close his eyes tightly. Soon, the smooth surface of his mutant armor was adorned with intricate, resplendent patterns, flowing like water, devoid of any discernible order. Yet, in an instant, they reconnected, captivating in their brilliance, vibrant in their hues, shrouded in mystery, and profound in their intricacies. Gradually, Wong began to comprehend. It was an incantation of magic. The Camartage often engaged in battles against various creatures, necessitating weapons. Thus, they inscribed spells upon weapons and armor to enhance their lethality, defense, or other attributes, essentially, to fortify them. However, before long, Wong found himself bewildered. He watched in astonishment as layers upon layers of complex and arcane magical inscriptions enveloped Russell's armor. This overwhelming sight made his eyelids twitch. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a mere mortal? The knowledge contained within even a fraction of those inscriptions would be sufficient for a lifetime of study. Yet, Russell was not content with just one layer. He had added several more. The King of Abnormality. The King of Abnormality. As Wong regarded Russell with the eyes of one observing a monster, Russell gradually completed the final stroke. With the patterns interconnected, the mutant armor on his body instantaneously changed color, fully merging with his form, hidden beneath his skin, breathing in the air. Ding. Having perused the Supreme Magic Tome and gleaned insights from countless battles, you have conceived the mutant armor. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you have attained the magical battle armor. This was a product Russell had acquired through relentless combat simulations with the Sentinel using the Time Stone, merging technology and magic to create the first generation of magical battle armor. He proudly extended his palm, feeling no discomfort typically associated with wearing armor. His hand remained exquisitely delicate, showing no trace of any armor at all. With a mere flex of his fingers, countless minuscule wormholes appeared in his palm. As he twisted his fingers, those tiny wormholes continuously shifted positions, some even coalescing into larger wormholes. This elicited a mischievous grin from Russell. "Ah, Sentinel. You claim to possess the power of 1,000,000 stars. Today, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to harness the art of star absorption." Grateful for the reader's small gift, Russell noted a reader's inquiry about why a fan group had not been established. Haha. This book is actually a practice for me with the Pomodoro technique. allowing me to familiarize myself with the rules. Recently, due to some family issues and my own illness, updates have been sporadic. As for the income from the Pomodoro method, it's rather elusive, amounting to only 30 to 40 yuan a day. Alas, I have decided against forming a group, as I fear I may be scolded, and I am well aware of my limitations. Chapter 82 King. Gui, you have aged. With the upgraded magical armor, Russell felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. He calculated that the success rate of defeating the Sentinel was a staggering 90%, especially with King's assistance. As long as King could promptly deploy the mirror space, preventing the Sentinel from escaping, Russell was entirely assured that he could swiftly slay the Sentinel, such as the might of the magical armor. However, as Russell contemplated, he felt that a victory rate of 90% was still somewhat precarious. Thus, he specifically returned to the Brotherhood of Mutants and brought Magneto along. Upon learning of the enemy, particularly one that posed a threat to mutants, Magneto displayed no hesitation. He donned his helmet, dramatically adjusted his cape, and raised his hands, instantly transforming into the formidable Magneto. Magneto, how many foes are there? One person. Magneto, just one? He hesitated momentarily. As the once mighty ruler of mutants, he was accustomed to high-stakes battles, not engaging in such low-tier conflicts against a single adversary. Sensing his doubt, Russell earnestly replied, "Do not underestimate the opponent. That Sentinel is incredibly formidable, even a match for me." "A match for you?" Magneto gasped, recalling his recent encounter with Russell, clad in the Snowhound armor. Although he had been defeated due to elemental weaknesses, the ease of his defeat was still fresh in his mind. Now, with an enemy on par with Russell, this could potentially signify the emergence of another apocalypse. Then let us eliminate him, Magneto declared decisively, swirling his cape with a glint of menace in his eyes. The existence of such a powerful enemy was intolerable for mutants. If an adversary of Apocalypse's caliber lurked in the shadows, he could not find peace. It was akin to wielding a bamboo stick in the presence of a venomous serpent. One might not feel overly fearful. However, if that serpent vanished right before one's eyes, the terror would reach its zenith. Thus, under Russell's guidance, Magneto and King arrived at Hydra's base. At that moment, Zola remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, still supplying energy for the Sentinel's revival. After all, as a former weapon of Hydra, the Sentinel had been dormant for a long time due to its uncontrollable danger. Akin to Captain America trapped in an ice abyss, needing an extensive revival period to become battle-ready once more, Zola remained in a state of giddy amusement, lost in the reverie of acquiring the extraordinary mutant armor, a miraculous artifact capable of amplifying mutant abilities. As a former top scientist of Hydra, he yearned for this innovative technology, longing to possess a creation emblematic of a new era. Once obtained, not only could the Sentinel advance further, but he could also transfer his consciousness into the armor, gaining the ability for autonomous action and existence, to reclaim freedom, to regain life. How could this not fill him with ecstasy? However, it was not long before Zola encountered an astonishing reality that left him bewildered. His face adorned with a myriad of data-related question marks. A colossal foot had unexpectedly struck him, the force so immense that it shattered him into fragments. He was utterly confounded. How could this be? He was a being of data, merely a collection of information. How could one possibly kick him? Was there any science behind this? Zola could not even discern the identity of his assailant before being obliterated into a chaotic stream of data, utterly devoid of logical consciousness. Unless someone were willing to gather up this chaotic data and reconstruct it, or unless he were to pray to a deity for a miraculous intervention, Zola would have no hope of revival. That fateful kick, of course, was delivered by Russell. Merely kicking an electronic entity was trivial for a man possessing the power to negate all. Whatever he desired to accomplish, there was nothing beyond his reach. Zola was of little consequence to him. Russell turned his attention to the core of the base, where the Sentinel was voraciously consuming energy, its eyes pulsating with electric vigor. The Sentinel, now aware of the intruders, lifted its head, its expression as rigid as stone, yet it recognized the identity of Russell and his companions, triggering its attack protocol. Before it could act, Magneto seized the initiative. With a mere lift of his hands, the wires ensnaring the Sentinel instantaneously snapped, flung against the walls, sparks flying in a brilliant display. In the blink of an eye, Magneto was taken aback, his pupils constricting, although he had not blinked. The Sentinel had vanished from his sight, leaving him with a sudden chill running down his spine. Where had it gone? Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated beside him. The powerful impact surged forth. Magneto manipulated the metal to widen his stance, catching a glimpse of the source of the commotion. It was Russell. He had engaged with the creature. Merely standing his ground, Russell executed a straightforward horse stance followed by a right punch. And before him stood the very Sentinel that had just disappeared. His fist collided with the Sentinel's face, producing the thunderous sound that echoed throughout the vicinity. The battle raged on. Russell and the Sentinel clashed like titans, exchanging relentless blows, devoid of any flamboyance, embodying the essence of brutal aesthetics. Meanwhile, King Gula swallowed hard. A peculiar thought creeping into his mind. Little Russell, in the future, would undoubtedly. He is a qualified supreme mage. He is exceedingly suited for this role. Wang Ming shook off the thoughts swirling in his mind, then extended his palm to cast the mirror magic space. With a dizzying whirl, the entire base began to invert. It was the first time Magneto had witnessed such a miraculous spectacle. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Wang and asked, "What kind of mutant ability is this?" "This is not a mutant ability, it is magic." Wang added, "It is a magical ability that anyone can learn." "How marvelous. I also possess a magical ability that anyone can master, and it is quite formidable." "Oh, what is it?" Wang's interest was piqued. Could there truly exist a second ability that grants ordinary individuals extraordinary powers akin to mimicry? "It's a money-making skill," Wang replied, slightly indignant. As a seasoned mage from Kamartaj, who could traverse the world, he considered himself a discreetly affluent individual. "Are you wealthy?" "Moderately so," Magneto replied. "That little rascal Russell gifted me a bank, though I have no idea how much wealth I possess." This was not an exaggeration on Magneto's part. It was primarily due to Russell being a minor. Thus, Tony had temporarily assigned Stark Industries shares under Magneto's name. Magneto, known for his volatile temperament, could very well transform from a lawful citizen one day to a top fugitive the next. Hence, Tony purchased a private bank for him, a mere few $100 billion. "You really ought to take care," Wang exclaimed. "Is there still a chance for Russell to ascend if Ancient One is removed?" Chapter 83, The Great Light Chainsaw Man. "Well," Wang admitted he felt a twinge of desire, but upon recalling the invincible magic of the Supreme Mage Ancient One, he suppressed his burgeoning impulses. He suddenly deemed a few $100 billion insignificant. He certainly did not wish to inadvertently find himself smilingly cast into the dark dimension by Ancient One, experiencing a fall into a realm far more terrifying than any demons. No mage could escape Ancient One's retribution. Rumor has it that the heart of the esteemed Ancient One is quite narrow. It is said that previous Supreme Mages also had similarly limited perspectives. Sometimes, Wang pondered whether such traits were hereditary. Wang adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly declared before Magneto, "I steadfastly support Supreme Mage Ancient One. I shall never bow to money or be corrupted by it." After stating this, he added, "I have no love for wealth. I am utterly uninterested in money, truly." In response to Wang's contradictory statements, Magneto displayed a knowing look, his face reflecting regret. "What a pity. Russell has mentioned before that you are a person of great compassion, truly eager to support others in fulfilling their dreams. Alas, as someone so mundane, I had thought money could solve everything. It appears I have been rather superficial. To be honest, I have harbored a dream of being a banker since childhood." Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. For the battle between Russell and the Sentinel had escalated to a fever pitch, although their conflict was some distance away from King and Magneto. The overwhelming shockwaves surged forth relentlessly, rendering any casual conversation impossible. It was a truly terrifying confrontation. King wielded his hands, elongating the mirror space to distance himself and Magneto from the epicenter of the battle. He could feel the tumultuous vibrations emanating from that central clash, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This level of combat far surpassed what he had witnessed alongside the Ancient One in their confrontations against interdimensional invaders. It was nothing short of apocalyptic. Magneto, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. He had never anticipated the existence of a mutant of such caliber as the Sentinel. Previously, he had remained oblivious to this reality, which left him feeling utterly bewildered. After observing for a considerable time, he finally beheld the Sentinel. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him, stirring a surge of inexplicable anger within his heart, as if he were gazing upon a long-lost acquaintance. As the Sentinel clashed with Russell, no matter the intensity of the collision, it failed to inflict significant harm upon him. Rather, it seemed to be absorbed and subsequently released, rebounding back onto Russell. This familiar combat style, characterized by the absorption and release of energy, ignited a glint of icy determination in Magneto's eyes. He recalled that malevolent figure, Shaw, who had slain his mother before his young eyes in a Nazi camp to provoke his mutant abilities. Shaw, that villain, had met his demise at Magneto's hands after his ascent to power. Little did he expect to witness his presence once more after decades. "I am not yet past my prime." Magneto clenched his fists tightly, and King immediately felt the weight of immense pressure. A vast magnetic force spread throughout the mirror space, leaving him with the sensation of depleting magical energy, the very foundation of the mirror space beginning to crumble. In that moment, he truly grasped the invincible might that belonged to the King of Mutants. However, in the midst of King's astonishment and anticipation, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before his eyes. Countless steel dragons coiled around Magneto, and before he could witness Magneto's display of power, he heard Russell's exasperated voice. "Hey, old man, don't come over here and embarrass yourself. Don't add to my troubles. I'm busy." Russell's disdain was palpable. After all, Magneto had only a couple of tricks up his sleeve, Aside from shaking the magnetic forces, what else could he do? Even if he manipulated 100,000 tons, it would merely amount to the simplest metallic collision. For the energy-absorbing Sentinel, was that not merely a gift of energy? Good news. We have a Kaiwenji on our side. Bad news, she's healing the enemy. Confronted with Russell's abundant mockery and unabashed disdain, Magneto, once the formidable monarch of mutants, was initially seized by an overwhelming rage, his fists clenching tightly. Yet, he chose to silently position himself behind the king, mirroring the decision of the Sentinel. I am furious. I am furious. I am impotently furious. The king, witnessing this dramatic tableau, found himself momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, ready to utter something, only to catch Russell's fleeting glance which compelled him to silence. Ah, he recalled, the Supreme Sorcerer was notoriously vindictive. Caution was imperative. Thus, he opted for a detached observation, embodying a state of being present yet absent, seemingly there while truly not. Both Magneto and the king chose to remain mere spectators. Nevertheless, the battle unfolded with undeniable intensity. They watched, wide-eyed, as Russell fought in a manner both familiar and alien to them. The Sentinel was undeniably formidable, towering in stature, immensely powerful, and remarkably swift. He could absorb all forms of energy, converting kinetic energy into his own, unleashing it in an explosive surge. The battleground was nothing short of spectacular. Each of his movements radiated an overwhelming release of energy. What astonished them further was that Russell was equally impressive. In the face of the Sentinel's vast energy outburst, Russell stood unwavering, his expression unchanged. He simply opened his mouth, his abdomen resembling a black hole that consumed all energy. Then, lifting his forehead, a searing beam of annihilation erupted from the eye upon his brow, slicing through the air like a blazing, radiant blade, repeatedly striking the Sentinel. Sparks flew as, even against the Sentinel's seemingly impervious form, visible scorch marks marred his flesh. Yet, this was merely superficial damage. For the Sentinel, it inflicted little harm. However, it seemed Russell was well prepared. With a speed akin to lightning, after several collisions with the Sentinel, he extended his hands, gathering formidable energy that became intensely bright and dazzling. This familiar resonance caused the distant king to rub his eyes in disbelief. Was it indeed magic? But what kind of magic? He witnessed a convergence of immense energy, amplified by a multitude of spells. What an extraordinary amalgamation of magical arrays. In the next instant, he heard the answer. Russell bellowed, "Taste this." From the eighth radiance of the light slicer. With a sharp crack, the king beheld a scene he would never forget. Russell raised his right hand high, wielding a whirling light disc, which he then brought down with tremendous force upon the Sentinel's head. The violent rotation of the disc, accompanied by a powerful and urgent cutting sound, erupted with countless sparks. The Sentinel's head was severed by a mere sorcerer, severed. He remained silent for a considerable time, bitterly reflecting. The Light Chainsaw Man truly is an exceptional sorcerer. Chapter 84. Enlightenment. Mechanical Core. It is widely acknowledged that the Ultramen are remarkable mages. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for Russell, as a sorcerer, to possess certain skills akin to those of the Ultramen, is it not? He adeptly employed his star absorption technique to incessantly draw in and compress the energy of the Sentinel, subsequently utilizing a magical array to further refine and distill it. This meticulous manipulation of energy culminated in the creation of the extraordinarily sharp, eight-pointed light wheel, capable of slicing through anything. Thus, the first unfortunate soul emerged. Russell, wielding the razor-sharp spinning eight-pointed light wheel in his right hand, and holding the Sentinel's severed head in his left, pondered aloud, "Old pal, the fastest hand in Marvel. Do you yield?" As he spoke, he retracted the light wheel, then waved his hand, consigning the bisected corpse of the Sentinel into his otherworldly space. Such pristine materials would serve as excellent components for divine battle armor in the future. Satisfied, Russell nodded approvingly, brushing off the dust from his body. After a thorough search, he found no wounds. After all, while his physical strength was not particularly high, at least not in comparison to the Sentinel, his solar breathing technique had its limits. Having only reached the level of the ancestral practitioners, his defensive capabilities were not formidable. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of his magical armor, combining its ultimate defensive prowess with the protection of the magical array, alongside the relentless efforts of his self-healing mutant genes, he emerged from the fierce battle unscathed. Russell could only gaze at his slightly shortened hair with a tinge of melancholy, sighing, "Alas, several strands of my hair have been severed. Indeed, a worthy adversary. What a thrilling encounter." Magneto and King exchanged glances, contemplating Russell's soliloquy. They were tempted to retort with banter, thinking, "You dare call this a fair match? You lost a few strands of hair, while he lost a head." Ultimately, they refrained from voicing their quips, apprehensive that Russell might flash a sinister smile and direct the massive eight-pointed light wheel at their necks, inquiring, "Old pal, do you think my blade is swift?" "I am. After all, the fastest hand in Marvel." King hastily dispelled the mirror space spell, and the surrounding environment shattered, returning the three of them to the Hydra base they had initially entered. Everything appeared as it once was. Indeed, this spell proved to be exceptionally suited for combat. The battle between Russell and the Sentinel was cataclysmic, leaving even the ground itself upheaved. Yet outside, everything remained unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Russell turned his gaze towards Magneto, acknowledging that the adversary we now faced was one I had foreseen. This base was merely a minor outpost of our opponent. Although they had no intention of targeting mutants, this encounter was purely coincidental. After some contemplation, I resolved to heed the wisdom of an elder named Kong, who advised that one must eradicate the roots when dealing with weeds. The emergence of the Sentinels was entirely unexpected. Russell had gleaned all the underlying reasons from his visions of the future and the Time Stone, particularly the serendipitous discovery of Mystique's extraordinary combat prowess by Zola, which left him both amused and exasperated. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Undoubtedly, part of this was attributable to Zola's genius. His algorithm had the capacity to simulate future events and predict advantageous or detrimental choices. To be candid, it was somewhat useful. However, he had encountered a freak, one capable of foreseeing the future. From his glimpses into the future, Russell witnessed numerous scenarios of Hydra's machinations against mutants. Some of these were a result of Zola's algorithm, while others stemmed from the Brotherhood of Mutants' formidable presence under his leadership, which had encroached upon Hydra's territory, provoking their retaliation. Naturally, these were all underhanded tactics, for Hydra prided itself on being a shadowy serpent. Yet, Russell was disinclined to squander time with them. He opted to unleash his powers, activating his foresight to confront them head-on. I concede that the King of Lonling is indeed frightening. However, if I were to unleash my powers, granting me omniscient vision and foresight, how would you respond to such an advantage? Russell decided to delegate the task of striking Hydra to Magneto, for he understood the art of stoking the flames of conflict. This base belonged to Hydra, the infamous organization that once supported the Nazis, amassing many of the brightest minds to research mutant abilities and advanced weaponry. It appeared they had even studied mutants. After their defeat, they had concealed themselves, establishing bases across the globe, and they continued their research on mutants. Moreover, they seemed intent on launching an assault on the Brotherhood of Mutants. Russell feigned foreknowledge of a dire future, his expression darkening, subtly shifting blame to Hydra, already infamous as Marvel's scapegoat king. What of it? As anticipated, Magneto's demeanor darkened instantly. Russell had inadvertently stepped on several of his sore spots. He was a victim of Nazi concentration camps, a past subject of mutant experimentation, and as the sovereign of mutants, he harbored a deep disdain for organizations that studied them. Furthermore, how audacious was Hydra to aspire to invade the Brotherhood of Mutants? How bold of Hydra! Magneto proclaimed. Magneto, refuse to back down. Let us see who possesses the greater advantage. Russell was prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Although the original timeline's Brotherhood of Mutants may have faced challenges, Russell's Brotherhood stands as an unparalleled force, equipped with low-level mutant armor and the formidable elemental battle armor. Their combat prowess is not merely multiplied several times, it transcends such simplicity. Should Magneto set aside his pride to seek assistance from his esteemed ally, Professor Hydra, he would merely reduce himself to the status of a mouse. Nevertheless, to prepare for any eventuality, Russell is determined to impart yet another lesson to Hydra. His gaze turns toward the colossal computer nearby, its screen aglow with flickering green garbled data, where Zola resides. His eyes shimmer with a luminous white light, and the green machine begins to hum with life. Countless lines of code swiftly coalesce and rearrange until a new life emerges. Ding! You observe the existence of the intelligent life form Zola within the computer, gaining new insights into data life. You have studied the elemental battle armor, deepening your understanding of mutant genetics. You ponder your own spatial technology and the concept of your super civilization plan. Your exceptional insight allowing you to create your own intelligent core. You name it. The Spark Source? Chapter 85, Father God. My name is Megatron the Spark Source. While Russell quietly contemplates the novel knowledge surging within his mind, he also recalls memories related to the Spark Source. In the universe of Transformers, the Spark Source is regarded as a true relic. As a product of the universe's inception, it encapsulates all data pertaining to the birth of a universe and harbors the primordial elements that created it. It contains trillions of lines of code, meticulously recorded since the universe's genesis, concealing the mysteries of creation and life. It stands as the supreme tome of existence, a treasure rivaling the Infinity Stones. Should it fall into the hands of a powerful being, the secrets within could enable them to construct and replicate a universe. Unfortunately, the Spark Source belongs to a technological universe. It has not become a means for a strong individual to attain enlightenment, but rather a compendium for civilization's advancement. It has become the sacred artifact of the Transformers, bestowing souls upon all mechanical life, birthing existence from machinery. This is undoubtedly an unfathomable reality. Yet, even with such a formidable treasure as the Spark Source, The Transformers have not ascended to the heights of divine beings akin to those in the Marvel Universe. Instead, due to relentless internal strife, they have fallen from their status as cosmic overlords, ultimately arriving at a point where even humans can intervene. Should other universes witness this, they would likely find it laughable. After all, in stark contrast to the lofty celestial beings who derive sustenance from planets and are born as deities. The later plight of the Transformers has been truly dismal. Whether it be Megatron or Optimus Prime, the leaders of the two factions, they are reduced to wielding machine guns while the celestial beings, like Thanos, commend them from above, with a snap of his fingers. Russell found himself in a moment of serendipity. Although the Decepticons, possessing an equivalent of the limitless gems in the form of their own spark sources, were not faring well in comparison to the celestial beings, Russell held no disdain. At this juncture, he was in dire need of reinforcements. The low-level mutant armor he had previously invented was designed to bolster the capabilities of the Brotherhood of Mutants. After all, Russell was a mutant himself, inherently aligned with their cause. Strengthening the Brotherhood was tantamount to fortifying his own essence. However, Russell soon realized that despite the possession of the low-level mutant armor, a relic of mutant craftsmanship, few members of either the Brotherhood or the Academy possessed formidable combat prowess. Thus, he redirected his focus towards an alternative path, the realm of mechs. As Russell gradually raised his hands, his mind resonated with the ethereal space, where the remains of a sentinel still radiated its final warmth and light. An inexhaustible energy spiraled around its lifeless form, coalescing in midair into a colossal, luminous energy node composed of data. This entity embodied the very essence of the spark source. Enshrined within it were soul data, a concept Russell had drawn upon from Zola's archives, greatly aiding his endeavors. With but a minor adjustment to the data parameters, he could perform a miraculous feat, akin to that of a creator, unimaginable to an ordinary individual. Thus, Russell opened his eyes and pointed towards a distant antique computer, a monumental creation crafted by Hydra for Zola. In its time, it represented a monumental undertaking, given its advanced technology. Yet, as time advanced, such artifacts became obsolete. With a mere flick of his finger, a peculiar radiance emanated from his being, transforming into luminous orbs that seamlessly penetrated the depths of the computer. The vast antique apparatus began to visibly reconfigure and metamorphose. The Sorcerer Supreme, observing from the sidelines, marveled at the spectacle, his understanding of such phenomena limited, mistaking it for a transformative spell. However, beside him stood a true connoisseur of the craft, Magneto, the master of magnetism. Magneto, in utter astonishment, perceived the magnetic fluctuations within the antique computers. This was not merely a superficial transformation. It was a fundamental alteration at the elemental level, a true metamorphosis of properties. It resembled creation itself. The complexity of such manipulation resonated deeply with Magneto, a level 4 mutant of unparalleled prowess. His mouth agape, he stood in disbelief, murmuring in awe, "Russell, have you truly ascended to divinity?" In that moment of reverie, Magneto envisioned another figure, the Phoenix, a being capable of annihilating all, just as she had fundamentally obliterated existence. Returning everything to its elemental origins, so too was Russell now embodying that same power. However, the two individuals embody vastly different principles. One represents creation, while the other signifies destruction. One exercises control, whereas the other revels in chaos. This disparity is significant, for creation is eternally superior to annihilation. Magneto fell into a contemplative silence, observing intently. He sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. Under his fervent gaze, the collection of antiquated computers began to take on a discernible form, a colossal metallic body towering 7 to 8 meters high, glistening with a dark sheen. Its visage exuded an air of dominance, characterized by sharp, mechanical angles. Powerful mechanical arms gripped a shield that shimmered with an incomprehensible metallic luster, while a formidable blade, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, appeared insatiably eager for action. Merely standing there, it emanated an overwhelming aura of ferocity, accompanied by an inexplicable melody that resonated in the air. Suddenly, the towering, obsidian transformer illuminated its eyes, casting a blood-red glow that sent chills down one's spine. Russell withdrew his hands, nodding in satisfaction. This darkly designed transformer perfectly aligned with his mental expectations, presenting itself as an impeccable instrument of warfare, an ideal vessel for slaughter. Arise. Our homeland's transformer. Russell crossed his arms over his chest and descended gracefully to the ground, patiently awaiting the transformer to assimilate the data he had programmed, anticipating its awakening. Meanwhile, Magneto appeared utterly bewildered, his expression one of disbelief as he scrutinized the enormous robot before him, which deviated drastically from his imagined monstrous creation. What is this robot? I could conjure dozens, even hundreds, of such figures at will, he mused, realizing that the technological complexity was merely an enlarged version of the lowly mutant armor, an empty shell of a suit. Is this all there is? Magneto chuckled softly, shaking his head, a sigh of relief escaping him, thinking that young Russell was simply too naive. Yet, before he could fully exhale, an astonishing revelation struck him with incredulity. The towering robot suddenly stirred, its dark red eyes flared to life, captivating all in their gaze. In Magneto's astonished stare, the immense figure slowly raised its head, and then, with a voice that resonated like thunder yet bore a tone of reverence, it half knelt before Russell and proclaimed, "Megatron, I pay homage to the Father." Magneto was left speechless. Alive? How is this possible? Chapter 86. The Slaughter of Hydra for Magneto. Fashioning a few suits of armor from steel was a trivial endeavor, nothing remarkable. The rudimentary mutant armor previously designed by Russell had been entirely crafted by Magneto himself. Therefore, he perceived no merit in the Transformer, merely a collection of metallic toys. However, when the Transformer opened its eyes and audibly articulated thoughts, clearly exhibiting self-awareness, Magneto was gripped by an unfathomable terror. Who among his kin could comprehend this? The doll, whimsically crafted, not only inflated itself but also sang and danced, claiming to be your wife of 2.5 years. Upon contemplation, it truly is quite extraordinary. Magneto could hardly conceal his exhilaration, soaring directly before Megatron, circling around this marvel of mechanical engineering with fervor evident in his gaze and a near-frantic energy. It was overwhelmingly endearing. The esteemed General Wizard Wong, observing from the sidelines, cautiously tilted his head towards Magneto and, in a voice barely above a whisper, speculated about the elder's well-being in Russell's presence. Is he all right? He pondered, sensing that the old gentleman's reaction to this metallic giant was reminiscent of seeing a beloved wife. Can you imagine? A gentleman in his 60s embracing a towering iron behemoth as if it were his spouse, his face awash with infatuation. It resembled an Indian fellow swaying with a large lizard, twirling and kissing it, his eyes brimming with affection. Fortunately, Wong possessed refinement, boundaries, and education. Otherwise, he might have reacted like that university student, exclaiming in disbelief and hastily whipping out his phone to capture the moment, sharing it in his group chat with his 3 sons while marveling at the shock. Look, brothers, a real machine. Russell, however, merely smiled in silence. For digital life is indeed legendary, surpassing artificial intelligence by a margin, having fully developed its own soul and capacity for self-reflection. Not even Magneto could fathom it. Even Tony Stark would stand agape, exclaiming in awe, "You truly know how to play." He would then pull out his keyboard, delving into Jarvis's programming, exclaiming, "Jarvis, you must believe in my persona. I've been longing to upgrade your attire to something more dazzling and captivating. Perhaps a sensual ensemble that complements your exquisite form and charming visage. Doesn't that seem entirely reasonable? Not only reasonable, but it could also lead to a profound exchange of souls." At Tony's level, the notion of a mere cover girl pales in comparison. The idea of a customizable girlfriend is tantalizing, truly remarkable. The arrival of Megatron had left Magneto in a state of astonishment. Yet Russell granted him little time to dwell on it, for the creation of Megatron was not intended for Magneto's inspection, but rather for a true massacre, the annihilation of Hydra. Although Hydra may currently be oblivious to Russell's existence, perhaps even unaware of his name, he had glimpsed the future through the Time Stone and witnessed many of Hydra's hidden machinations. He was indeed vindictive. The transgressions of the future he sought to preemptively avenge. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? It was all about seizing the initiative. Russell placed his hand upon the formidable form of Megatron, whose essence was embodied in the colossal computer assembly of the Hydra base. Although somewhat antiquated, the data it housed was undeniably authentic. Within its depths lay a wealth of intelligence regarding the Hydra organization and the intricacies of its base. Despite the age of the records, Russell needed merely to grasp a fragment of a clue. After all, the construction of a military base undoubtedly entails a significant expenditure of money, time, manpower, and energy. It is not easily abandoned or relocated at whim. Much like a person's residence, how many times can one truly purchase a home or move in a lifetime? Quickly, Russell began to juxtapose these records with the data chronicled in the modern digital realm. Amidst a flurry of comparisons, he swiftly uncovered traces of the Hydra base's whereabouts. His expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Magneto, a seasoned veteran, immediately discerned the underlying issue and inquired, "Is the problem particularly challenging?" Somewhat, Russell pondered, still somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Hydra had progressed so remarkably, adapting to contemporary advancements. Their current base was, astonishingly, situated within a nuclear power plant, boasting formidable firepower. He contemplated this revelation and recognized the brilliance of the adversary. After all, penetrating a military base is no trivial pursuit. Numerous lucrative positions are occupied by influential military conglomerates or individuals with connections, while those that remain are often explicitly priced. It is a quintessential embodiment of capitalism, where wealth reigns supreme. in contrast to the formidable challenges faced in expanding membership within a military base. The nuclear power plant, equipped with equivalent heavy defenses yet devoid of excessive profit, emerged as a prime target for Hydra's infiltration, given their ambitions of global dominance. The nuclear power station was undoubtedly a crucial component. Russell hesitated momentarily, aware that an assault on a nuclear facility would yield dire consequences, potentially inciting widespread social outcry. Although the Brotherhood of Mutants had secured legitimate territory and legal protections, it also meant relinquishing the freedom to act with impunity. Yet, this moment of doubt evaporated within mere seconds. Damn it, I am not a superhero. I am a mutant. I will do as I please. With a mere glance, Megatron instantly comprehended his directive. Amidst a cacophony of roaring sounds, he ascended, propelling himself towards the nuclear power plant situated hundreds of kilometers away. The concealed Hydra operatives were about to encounter their worst nightmare. However, prior to this confrontation, Russell made a phone call. "Hello, dear Tony, what are you up to?" "Disgusting. What are you planning?" Tony replied, his expression laden with suspicion. Although he acknowledged that Russell had bestowed upon him significant advantages, offering glimpses of the future. Access to the Mark armor technology and substantial progress in alternate dimensional technology, he could not deny one undeniable truth. This little brat. The ability to attract trouble is far too potent. The last time I defended Russell. He shifted the blame for the explosion at the Osborn group building onto a gas leak, and subsequently, Tony endured a relentless tirade from the gas company's owner for 2 weeks. It was only when Tony, exasperated, decided to acquire the rival company that the situation finally settled down. This matter is quite troublesome. Do you have any idea how many procedures are involved in acquiring a company? The expenditure of energy? The number of people required? Tony lost a full hour of sleep over this. An hour. Enough time to pursue several romantic interests. His vigilance may indeed have been somewhat effective. As he only heard Russell casually mention, "I lost a computer, and I fear there may be repercussions. I know you possess the financial prowess. Could you assist me in clearing this up? A computer lost?" Tony was utterly bewildered. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of concern? He immediately agreed to help. However, before he could finish his thought, he was met with Jarvis' dispassionate voice, delivering bewildering news. "I must inform you of an unprecedented joke. A computer is currently attacking a nuclear power plant." Tony? Chapter 87 Tony. This is truly delightful. If, 3 minutes prior, someone had informed Tony that his home computer had run away and was assaulting a heavily fortified nuclear power plant, he would have certainly submerged the offender's head in the toilet, shouting vehemently, "I am a scientist, not some gullible science fiction enthusiast." Yet, 3 minutes later, Tony observed, through real-time footage controlled by Jarvis, the enormous figure of Megatron ruthlessly eliminating the soldiers guarding the nuclear facility. The towering robot, unleashing extreme firepower, gracefully maneuvering, and striking with the precision of a nightmare. Tony stood there, contemplating for an extended period, and eventually, still uncertain, inquired of Jarvis. "Oh, I understand now. Jarvis. Today is April Fool's Day, that wretched holiday for pranks. I have no inclination for jokes. Turn off the special effects. This background is far too unreal. Regrettably, I must inform you that today is Crazy Thursday. KFC is half price, but it is neither April Fool's Day nor a time for jesting." Thus, Tony rubbed his temples. "Feeling an acute headache? You mean to say that a computer has genuinely run away from home and is now attacking a nuclear power plant? You are exceedingly astute. Your wisdom leaves me without retort." Tony let out a cold laugh, dismissing Jarvis, the irritatingly infuriating intellect, and turned his attention back to Russell on the other end of the line, erupting, "Youngster, you have dialed the wrong number. This is not Stark's residence. You ought to contact the President of the United States and select the option for self-surrender. Then obediently remain in prison to allow a multitude of burly men to thoroughly appreciate your predicament." After venting his frustrations, Tony added, "Damn it. Tony, would rather leap from a building than assist you, you perverse lunatic." He was genuinely furious, utterly baffled. If Russell's previous confrontation with Osborn could be justified, given that Osborn had conducted inhumane experiments and Russell was a victim entitled to seek vengeance, that battle did not result in significant collateral damage, and the necessary reparations were made, remaining within Tony's acceptable limits. However, this time was markedly different. Russell inexplicably dispatched a robot, altered by computer programming, to assault a nuclear power plant. Were the soldiers inside not human? Should a nuclear leak occur, how many lives would be lost? Tony, with a mere flick of his hand, summoned the data from the nuclear facility, without needing Jarvis to elaborate. A glance was sufficient for his astute mind to calculate the dire consequences. The reactor core within the plant, through its 5,000 conduits, allowed the uranium fuel rods to react fully. The terrifying heat generated would evaporate water, and steam would propel massive turbines in continuous rotation. Often humorously referred to as the science of throwing stones and boiling water, the electricity produced could sustain the daily needs of over 4 million residents in a major city. A nuclear leak would not merely cost hundreds of thousands of lives, but would certainly render the surrounding 100-mile radius a no man's land, with rivers and underground water sources nearby. Should contamination spread, the impact could extend to millions. Tony felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he cursed vehemently, "Damn you, you devilish fiend." Russell remained unfazed, for he was the legendary figure capable of swaying others with mere words. The nuclear power plant was not official. It had been seized by a terrorist organization. What business was it of his? Combating terrorism was the government's responsibility. Did Russell imagine himself a superhero from a comic book, a paragon of justice? The organization was known as Hydra. Enough with the diversions. Regardless of their name, you must withdraw your robot immediately. I will arrange for the military to take control. Should a leak occur, Tony, gravely serious, rubbed his temples and issued a final warning, though I possess considerable resources. The ramifications of such an event would be catastrophic. I refuse to see a genius capable of advancing humanity become a supervillain. You are a genius, respected by humanity. You are a super genius, celebrated by humanity. Yet, should you become a super criminal, intent on manipulating the fates of others, your brilliance will not shield you from disdain. For just as your genius can be remarkable, should it veer into criminality, it becomes utterly terrifying. I stand firmly against all criminality. I uphold the law. At this moment, Tony still maintained his principles, remaining merely a qualified, law-abiding playboy who enjoyed utilizing his resources. However, Russell's third statement left Tony utterly bewildered, as Russell lazily remarked. In a Hydra base, I uncovered some of their past terrifying schemes, including a plot to seize the super soldier serum and eliminate the researcher behind it. Tony was instantly taken aback, his pupils dilating. The mention of the super soldier serum and its research resonated painfully in his mind, evoking memories of a tumultuous childhood. He recalled a father perpetually marked by apology, perpetually absent, who seemed to be searching for another. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, the epitome of the super soldier serum. His breath quickened as he gripped the phone tightly, attentively absorbing every word that Russell uttered next. I discovered within Hydra's plans their intention to eradicate the creator of the super soldiers. The dossier indicated that the task had been marked as complete, accomplished through an accident. As for the victim, Russell feigned hesitation. His keen senses picked up the rapid breathing on the other end of the line, the accelerated heartbeat. A smirk crept onto his lips as he divulged the name of the target, Howard Stark. I believe he's your father, ISNT? Tony felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A buzzing filled his ears. He fought against the discomfort and hoarsely demanded, "Show me the file." Russell's fingers moved with remarkable speed, as if he had been prepared for this. When Tony laid eyes on the aged file and the familiar name atop the assassination plan, he clenched his fists in fury. What nearly shattered him was the Stark inscription beside that memory. Howard Stark, confirmed deceased, with the sole eyewitness, his wife, also eliminated. In that moment, Tony's gaze turned frigid, transforming him into a true Avenger. You have half an hour. I will block all signals around the area, ensuring no one can come to their aid. I will manage everything afterward, leaving you unscathed. And one more thing. Tony gritted his teeth. Leave me a few. I will pilot the Mark suit and arrive shortly. I will cleanse the ground. I will cleanse it thoroughly. Chapter 88. Nick, do you think you are the director's son? Don't underestimate the Transformers just because they seem to struggle. In battle, their prowess is formidable, especially figures like Megatron, designed by Russell specifically for slaughter, whose combat capabilities are truly terrifying. It is crucial to note that Russell is not merely a tech genius. He is also a future supreme sorcerer. Although his magical prowess may be modest, it suffices to confront ordinary soldiers. He has mastered mutant abilities, as evidenced by the successful case of the low-level mutant armor, enhanced further by various mutant gene modules from the Brotherhood. The amalgamation of these factors creates a formidable force. Crafted by Russell, the murderous version of Megatron stands as an epitome of despair, an unparalleled harbinger of annihilation. Confronted by this towering instrument of slaughter, the soldiers of Hydra, despite their indoctrination and impending mental breakdowns, find themselves swiftly overwhelmed. Their valiant struggles prove futile against the relentless barrage of gunfire. Megatron, impervious to the chaos, looms like an indomitable fortress. With a mere dip of his head, twin Gatling guns emerge from his shoulders. In an instant, torrents of azure flames erupt, showcasing his terrifying lethality. Countless bullets rain down, transforming anything in their path, be it man, vehicle, or weapon, into a mere sieve. The Hydra soldiers, acutely aware of the Gatling gun's dreadfulness, scramble for cover, seeking refuge while waiting for a momentary lull in the onslaught. Yet, despair grips them as their shields are obliterated. The infernal Gatling never ceasing its fiery consumption of all. Until the end, they remain baffled, eyes wide in disbelief. How can this fiend's ammunition be inexhaustible? It defies the laws of nature. Unperturbed by the existential doubts of the Hydra soldiers, Megatron's crimson eyes methodically scanned his surroundings. No soldier, however well concealed, can escape his gaze. With a swift, precise flick, 2 bullets find their marks. One delivering a fatal blow while the other ensures total annihilation, an unwavering commitment to eradicate every threat. For those that resist, he merely glances, raising his arm as miniature missiles lock onto their targets, transforming into a rain of destruction that blankets the area with deadly accuracy. Megatron cares not for the expenditure of bullets, for behind him lies an immense alternate dimension. Extending his palm, an ethereal luminance radiates forth, altering all machinery in his vicinity. In the despairing eyes of the remaining Hydra soldiers, their tanks, helicopters, and firearms emit ominous clicks as they morph into humanoid forms, transforming entirely into Transformers. As these newly awakened Transformers open their own crimson eyes and kneel en masse before Megatron, chanting his supremacy, the Hydra soldiers are rendered speechless, overwhelmed by an avalanche of bewilderment. At Megatron's command, the vast ranks of Transformers swiftly eradicate the remaining adversaries. They position themselves in every corner, an unseen force pulsating between them, and as this wave of energy spreads, the once vibrant nuclear power plant is plunged into silence and darkness. All electronic devices fall lifeless, rendered utterly inoperative. Regrettably, in the depths of Megatron's gaze lay a sense of wistfulness. As a Transformer, every mechanical and electronic device held the potential to become one of their kin, a loyal warrior under the command of the Father God, Primus. Yet, there was no recourse. Primus was far too frail, and the energy of the created Allspark was insufficient. He strode forward, his gaze fixed upon the very bottom of the nuclear power plant, where numerous pipes glimmered with an eerie blue light, harboring a vast quantity of dense uranium and stored electricity, sufficient to power a city. This energy was beyond mere description, bounteous enough to sustain an electric vehicle for centuries, even millennia, or perhaps eons. Its might was such that even a titanic serpent, should it arrive after 100,000 years, could be shattered into oblivion. Amidst the carnage wrought by the Transformers, everything transpired with remarkable swiftness. By the time the fiery red Mark III combat suit descended from the heavens, the entire base was nearly desolate, devoid of any signs of battle. Not a single corpse nor the slightest trace of blood or shell remained. It had been thoroughly cleansed. Were it not for Tony's insistence that Jarvis keep a vigilant watch over the site, always monitoring the conflict, he might have believed he had wandered into the wrong place. Tony lifted his visor, surveying the vacant base, nearly erupting into expletives. What kind of perverse robot is capable of such thorough cleansing? What on earth am I here for? To merely envy? At that moment, Tony deeply suspected this was a petty act of retribution from Primus, harboring no doubt regarding the small-mindedness of that little fellow. He had Jarvis conduct a scan, discovering that not only was the base completely uninhabited, but even the items within had been entirely cleared away. The nuclear power plant itself was empty. He stood there, bewildered by the wind, taking a while to collect himself before picking up the phone to address the aftermath. The disappearance of a nuclear power plant was destined to be immensely troublesome. Tony had prepared himself for such eventualities, thus he searched around and ultimately dialed the number of the bald man he had encountered previously. The man had introduced himself in a manner that was perplexing. Ah yes, the one-eyed fellow. It was hardly Tony's fault for his poor memory. That man's distinctive black, egg-like head was too striking to forget. He recalled it was some sort of Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a covert intelligence organization established by the world's leading nations. Oh, you're right, Tony exclaimed, jolted by Jarvis's reminder. He finally recalled the convoluted name of the organization and, faced with such a cumbersome and unwieldy title, he could not help but grumble. They might as well have called it S-H-I-E-L-D. Shaking his shoulders, he commanded, Jarvis, connect me to that whoever it is, and let him know Stark wishes to discuss matters of funding. Tony resolved to wield the power of currency, a strategy capable of resolving 99% of the world's dilemmas. The remaining 1% was simply due to a lack of sufficient monetary resources. However, when Nick Fury, initially filled with jubilation, answered the call and learned of Tony's intention to sponsor S-H-I-E-L-D, he felt a sense of glee, believing that S-H-I-E-L-D had finally attracted a substantial benefactor. His agents could finally receive a 26-month salary, and each would be rewarded with a car and a house. Yet, upon discovering Tony's modest request, what? A gas leak? A nuclear power plant has mysteriously vanished? Along with it, hundreds of fully armed soldiers? Nick Fury was rendered speechless. His already dark complexion deepened with dismay, failing to conceal the tumultuous emotions raging within him. Tony, what the hell are you saying? Do you think you can act as if you own the place just because you're the director's son? Play as you wish, speak as you please, sleep wherever you fancy? Suddenly, Nick fell silent. It dawned on him that Tony truly was the director's son. Trouble loomed. Had the privileged heir unearthed his concealed identity as a super bureaucrat? Chapter 89. The Green Giant. My anger is profound. Tony has always had a close relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit unbeknownst to him. His father, Howard, had long overseen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations. One might argue that the establishment and growth of this intelligence organization were due to Howard's unwavering support. Be it in terms of technology or funding, he was indeed a pillar of strength. The principal issue was that Howard had left such a poor impression on Tony that no one could fathom the immense harm a fractured childhood could inflict on an individual. Although Tony inherited Stark Industries, he lacked genuine dedication, often indulging in hedonistic pursuits. When funds ran low, he would engage in inventions, sustaining an enormous enterprise and propelling it to the status of the world's largest arms conglomerate. His disdain for Howard prevented him from inheriting or even understanding Howard's past endeavors, namely S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony only recognized himself as a wealthy heir, oblivious to the fact that he was indeed a super-wealthy scion of bureaucratic lineage. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a colossal intelligence organization crafted by the 5 permanent members of the UN, possessing law enforcement and aviation rights in almost every nation. Moreover, their director, Nick Fury, had embezzled substantial public funds to create his own aerial battleship. Such power is unimaginable. The authority wielded by S.H.I.E.L.D. surpasses all expectations, as does the wealth of resources at their disposal. At this moment, Nick was still troubled. For a playboy was already a cause for concern. Daily, Tony wielded his financial prowess, seeking cover girls, and even provoking controversies surrounding mutants, previously uncontrollable. Now if Tony were to discover the extent of his ties to S.H.I.E.L.D., it would spell disaster. Nick sensed a foreboding. His organization could very well devolve into what his subordinate, Coulson, had described, a mere entity tasked with cleaning up others' messes. As the head of an intelligence organization, this was the insight Nick gleaned from Tony's sparse utterances. Nick Fury had devised a strategy, embodying his audacious spirit, prioritizing an attitude of irresponsibility, ignorance, and denial, resolutely keeping troubles at bay. However, he soon found himself unable to maintain this facade. What? You are avenging your father, Howard? What? The mastermind behind your parents' deaths is Hydra? What? Hydra possesses a substation of a nuclear power plant? What? Your father had developed the super soldier serum, but it was seized by Hydra? Fury felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Just when he believed S.H.I.E.L.D. to be invincible, Hydra suddenly reemerged. Not only surviving, but seemingly flourishing, even controlling a nuclear power station. For an intelligence organization, this was an immense affront, particularly to Hydra's adversaries. It was akin to a scenario in a video game where your 90-year-old grandfather, discontent with your gaming skills, takes the phone and, with tears, achieves a 5-kill streak, leaving you in a state of bewildered embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury expressed his heartfelt sentiments and sincere wishes in front of Tony. Motherfer, Tony responded. Is it possible to have a civil conversation? We were having a decent chat, and then you start spewing expletives. Amidst their amicable exchanges on the other side, the Brotherhood of Mutants, Russell was in high spirits. His recent endeavors had yielded bountiful results. Not only had he found a competent enforcer for the Brotherhood in Sabretooth, but he had also summoned a rather capable aide, destined to become the chief scientist of the Brotherhood, the Green Hulk. Moreover, he had eliminated a potential adversary, Sentinel. The latter's corpse served as a vast energy source and was suitable material for the divine armor. Coupled with the inspiration gleaned from Zola, he had created Transformers. Additionally, he had fortuitously acquired a nuclear power station. Russell felt overwhelmed with happiness, as the past few days' achievements could scarcely be described as immense. They were nothing short of colossal. Starting anew in a crystal, he was ahead of his opponents by 1,000 in economic power. I ask you, how can they compete? Russell prodded his nose, reminding himself to remain calm, to develop discreetly, and avoid recklessness. He was not yet invincible. First, he would set a modest goal, to freely manipulate the timeline and traverse the flow of time. Only then would he be considered a half-step stronger. What constitutes a true powerhouse? Well, at least at the level of the Emperor, perhaps. Traversing the cosmos in a corporeal form, causing galaxies to tremble with a single breath. A drop of blood capable of severing a star, and wielding the universe with one hand. While I exist within the universe, time and space shall not confine me. This barely qualifies as a strong individual, perhaps a middling contender among the multiversal travelers? Indeed, the future is bright. Russell was immersed in his thoughts when he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation and lifted his gaze. His toes gently touched the ground, and he performed an action that would leave any sorcerer astounded. Beneath his feet, a magic circle materialized. In an instant, a burst of light flickered, and Russell inexplicably vanished from his spot. He had mastered the pinnacle of spellcasting within the entire Camartage, the 10-toed arcane technique, to cast spells using one's feet. If any other sorcerers were to witness this, they would likely slap themselves in disbelief and shake their heads in denial, convinced it must be an illusion, a conspiracy. The dark machinations of the formidable Dormammu. Dormammu. Ah, indeed. Your neighbor's, Aunt Wong's cousin's dog is pregnant. Yes, it was me. Russell, employing the teleportation magic circle, found himself within a colossal prison. This confinement towered at a height of 100 meters, stretched several hundred meters wide, and its thickness was beyond description, transcending human imagination. Such a steel construct could only be the work of Magneto. No one else possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. Of course, Russell could be considered among them. Surveying his surroundings, he observed the massive, heavy metal cage, pockmarked with numerous dents and imprints from relentless assaults, rendering the sight almost unbearable. One could hardly fathom the tempestuous attacks this place had endured. The true culprit remained in a corner, incessantly battering the walls. A colossal fist struck again and again, but the only response was a dull thud, clearly indicating that Magneto had a remarkable talent for construction. And the creature pounding against the wall was none other than the resurrected Hulk. His mind appeared somewhat clouded. Upon realizing he was trapped, the green behemoth went berserk, relentlessly hammering the iron walls. Yet, he had yet to evolve to a more advanced state of awareness and had no understanding of how to excavate. So he slammed against the surrounding steel walls with sheer force. After several fruitless attempts, he switched directions, which nearly caused Russell to chuckle. The Hulk truly was endearingly foolish. However, Russell soon realized he might have spoken too soon. The Hulk, seemingly sensing something, suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto Russell. He instantly recognized the diminutive figure who had inexplicably bested him before. The look in his eyes was one of confusion. Unable to comprehend how this little Russell had transformed into a towering wooden monstrosity, the Hulk shook his head and let out a fierce roar. Hulk, I hate you. Hulk, angry. As he spoke, he also shook the remnants of his battle-torn shorts, causing certain aspects to sway. Russell's keen eyesight caught every detail. Mental attack. I report a mental attack. I'm still just a child. Chapter 90. Foster Father. Faced with the Hulk's renewed mental onslaught, Russell felt as though he were being crushed under the weight of his deepest vulnerabilities, his expression darkening. Originally, he paid little heed to his diminutive stature. After all, he was small, yet he possessed immense strength. In this new life, he aspired earnestly to enhance his power, to cultivate his career, to seek longevity and immortality. However, this green behemoth persistently launched mental assaults against him. Russell let out a fierce roar, swinging his fist with unrestrained vigor, declaring that he had tolerated enough. In his previous confrontations with the Green Giant, he had relied on the woodwind eagle armor, transforming into a colossal, multi-armed Buddha to subdue the creature. Yet, following his encounters with the Sentinels and his subsequent leveling up, Russell had ascended in strength. To be precise, within his alternate dimension, he had amassed a vast reservoir of energy. Harnessing this immense power under the control of his mutant abilities, he could amplify his effects, maximizing his output with minimal exertion. Akin to a lever, the magical armor nestled beneath his skin now shimmered with brilliance. With no reservations, Russell unleashed a barrage of punches upon the Green Giant. His innate strength, augmented by the magical armor, combined with his mutant abilities that possessed a grotesque capacity to diminish defenses. When he battled the third-tier mutant, Rhino, the latter's thick, armored hide appeared as fragile as paper before him. The same fate befell the Green Giant, who howled in agony from Russell's relentless assault. Most astonishingly, Russell felt as light as a feather, evading the Green Giant's furious strikes, which carried the force of dozens or even hundreds of tons, yet failed to connect with him. The Green Giant was infuriated. He was enraged. He was seething with fury. The Hulk pounded his chest and, in a moment of indignation, exclaimed, "You, bad guy. Hulk, I'm not playing with you anymore." As he spoke, the massive figure of the Green Giant began to diminish, reverting back to Banner's form, resembling a petulant child who had lost a fight and fled. Russell couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, he refrained from striking, choosing instead to fold his arms across his chest and hover patiently before Banner, awaiting his awakening. After all, in Russell's vision, what the Brotherhood of Mutants required was not merely a combat-ready Green Giant, but a Banner who could both fight and research. This thought evoked memories of Hank, who bore a striking resemblance to Banner. He was fiercely combative, hardly fitting the mold of a conventional scientist. Soon, as a refreshing breeze swept through, Banner stirred awake. Instinctively shivering at the sensation of the cool air against his skin, he quickly covered himself with his hands, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Oh no, where are my clothes? At that moment, he retained no memory of transforming into the Hulk. He could only recall being captured and imprisoned within a massive cage, utterly bare. As a frail researcher, despair washed over him, and he longed for his girlfriend, Betty, lamenting his failure to protect her. However, he soon noticed Russell. who averted his gaze as if concealing something. In that instant, he comprehended the truth. The cool breeze was indeed conjured by Russell. How mischievous, Banner thought to himself, feeling a twinge of guilt for suspecting a mere child. After all, how could someone so small possibly possess the malice to fan a breeze that might make him ill? Yet, he quickly reassured himself that perhaps his suspicions were not entirely unfounded. Russell was unexpectedly candid. I witnessed your transformation into a colossal green figure, pursued by the military, and sought to recruit you. However, I feared your resistance, so I struck you a couple of times and confined you here. Banner was utterly bewildered. As a highly accomplished individual with multiple doctoral degrees, he had been courted by various organizations, all of whom approached him with courtesy, enticing him with lucrative salaries, generous benefits, and even a lure. Yet, he had never encountered a recruitment method like Russell's. Being struck and imprisoned, Banner felt indignant. He resolved that even if it meant his demise, he would never bow to Russell, nor would he submit to his demands. My conditions are not excessive. Perhaps you have heard of me. I am the new leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. I can assist you in resolving the military's bounty on your head. Furthermore, I am a shareholder and technical advisor at Stark Industries, possessing assets amounting to hundreds of billions for experimental research. Regarding salary, considering the distance you would need to travel for work, even your business trips would start at $200,000 a month. With a basic monthly salary of $500,000 and a 10% project bonus, the company can also facilitate tax exemptions for you. I adopt a laid-back approach. You may conduct your research freely, as long as you produce results, and I shall not impose undue interference. Furthermore, we provide housing for our employees, tailored to your specifications, as we have exceptional architects capable of bringing any design to life. Oh, and I recall that you have a girlfriend. I understand your emotional struggles. Our Brotherhood specializes in this area and can assist you in managing your emotions. In an effort to retain the Green Giant, Russell employed the financial allure favored by Tony Stark, yielding impressive results. Initially, Banner's face was etched with skepticism and resistance. But upon hearing the prospect of a monthly salary of $500,000, travel expenses starting at $200,000, all meals and lodging covered, along with project bonuses and hundreds of billions in research funding, without any foolish superiors, his eyes sparkled with newfound interest. Particularly compelling was Russell's final remark about helping him with his emotional control. This was not merely idle boasting. It was a characteristic of the Earth armor from the 5-form armor, which could merge with the Earth itself, harnessing the power of the Earth. It could share and embrace one's emotions. At that moment, Russell found himself in deep contemplation. Why would my future self set such peculiar attributes for the armor? Upon reflection, it becomes evident that it was specifically crafted for Banner. Once donned, my mother need no longer worry about my exuberant transformations. My girlfriend sheds tears of bliss. As Russell presents his conditions, the initially reluctant Banner kneels, his eyes brimming with emotion, and utters the words that leave Russell swallowing hard. I have wandered through life without encountering a worthy mentor. If you do not abandon me, I shall regard you as my adoptive father. Chapter 91. The sweet scent of wealthy women. Upon hearing Bruce Banner's heartfelt praise, Russell squints slightly, discreetly shifting his feet backward. After all, this particular individual possesses the ability to wield my celestial halberd, piercing through the augmentations of my adoptive father, much like Shen Gongbao from the Investiture of the Gods. It carries an inexplicable force. Russell muses that his own resources are already limited. Should he not take decisive action, it would be akin to the mad donkey's lament. I shall suffer greatly. While Russell's thoughts urged him to distance himself, his expression remained composed. After all, this marked his inaugural venture into hiring someone, and he ought to display the demeanor of a true employer. He gazed at Banner for a prolonged moment before silently levitating. In Banner's bewildered gaze, he placed a reassuring hand on the latter's shoulder and delivered a profound statement. Young man, strive diligently. You have youth on your side, and I have faith in you. Such is the quintessential proclamation of a boss. However, as Banner regarded Russell, who barely reached his thigh and yet spoke with an air of maturity, confusion washed over him. Is this mere flattery? Banner struggled to articulate the dissonance he felt. But when considering Russell's generous monthly salary of $500,000 and an additional $200,000 for travel expenses, he found himself genuinely appreciative, showering Russell with accolades. Young boss, you are truly wise and valiant. You are the radiant deity guiding me through the darkness. Russell's heart swelled with joy. Although he had previously heard many mutants in the Brotherhood extolling his virtues, those were mere faceless passersby. Now, the one paying him homage was the Hulk. It is akin to when an ordinary person admires your appearance, and you merely smile in acknowledgement, for their words ring true. However, if the likes of Ping Yuyan were to compliment your looks, you would feel a surge of indignation, for you know they are envious. Your beauty is evident, and there is no need for further discourse. If such beauty is difficult to fathom, simply gaze into a mirror and behold the handsome visage reflected therein, and you shall comprehend the extent of this allure. Such is the splendor, Russell, in high spirits, waved his hand grandly and exclaimed, "As my first employee, you shall enjoy some of the company's benefits. I can assist you in resolving any troubles you currently face. Whatever the issue may be, feel free to express it. For I possess the means to help. I have wealth." As he spoke, Russell couldn't help but chuckle to himself, reveling in the exhilaration of his newfound fortune. No wonder Tony and Batman delight in throwing money around. The joy of the affluent truly is something splendid. Banner, unabashed, stated, "I require a normal identity. Previously, I sensed that during my moments of losing sanity, I may have harmed some individuals. The Hulk, the ferocious alter ego concealed within Banner, was influenced by gamma radiation, rendering it exceedingly violent, with its strength escalating in tandem with its anger. Its manifestation heralded chaos and devastation. Yet, it had not claimed many lives, as Banner's subconscious exerted some control over it. However, the rampaging Hulk still wrought considerable destruction, as Banner reflected on the buildings and vehicles he had inadvertently demolished. Including several advanced military tanks and helicopters, a wave of guilt washed over him. So much money wasted, he said somewhat sheepishly, suggesting that the costs could be deducted from his salary. If that's insufficient, ahem, please give me a call, and I will ask my girlfriend for assistance. When mentioning his girlfriend, he appeared somewhat bashful. After all, his partner was quite affluent. In the eyes of the public, Bruce Banner, possessing multiple doctoral degrees, was undoubtedly a top talent. Yet, in comparison to the general's daughter, Betty, he seemed to be living off her wealth. In truth, Banner had scarcely sought employment. His living expenses and research investments were all provided by his girlfriend. He had once been adamant about refusing such reliance, declaring, "I will not live off a woman. She will hinder my research progress." However, he eventually realized the allure of a wealthy partner. While a woman might slow his research, a wealthy one could offer him promising projects. Russell regarded Banner with a peculiar gaze, utterly surprised that the seemingly earnest and unassuming Hulk not only indulged in flattery but was also adept at living off others. The level of this dependence surpassed that of many. The daughter of a general, specifically the daughter of a powerful 4-star general, despite never having risen beyond the rank of a 3-star general, held a status that even the wealthiest families would not dare to underestimate. The most alarming aspect was that Banner's dependence would likely become even more advantageous in the future. His father-in-law, General Ross, might ascend from 4-star Air Force General to Secretary of State, truly becoming the third most powerful figure in the government. Who knows, he might even become the Red Tank, a superhero not much inferior to the Hulk. With a mere shift in thought, Russell couldn't help but smile. A monthly salary of $700,000. Along with the prospect of gaining a future Secretary of State as a son-in-law, this deal was undeniably profitable, especially since Ross is a military man. He is more suited for arms dealing. Russell has envisioned a future where his father-in-law, with a scowl, spends billions to purchase various advanced weapons from his son-in-law, Banner. The thought of that begrudging cooperation, despite personal disdain, is quite amusing. Of course, our company is exceptionally humane. You can bring your girlfriend along, as the Brotherhood of Mutants provides accommodation and meals, even offering housing for family members. Most importantly, Russell's words are filled with allure. We offer the most exquisite and powerful medical services. Our mutant doctors are the strongest in the world, capable of eliminating any ailment related to the human body. He refers to the first mutant who became aware of the benefits of his evolving abilities, the healing mutant, known as the Light Point. After a period of development, Light Point has attained a world-class status, surpassing all doctors throughout history, earning the title of a true medical sage. He requires no needles, no scalpels, and no medications. With merely his hands, he can cure all diseases. No pain, no pills, no surgeries, just a gentle touch, and the illness dissipates. Russell is immensely satisfied with this and even considers bestowing a new nickname upon Light Point, as the name seems rather inadequate given the astounding nature of his healing methods, which far exceed those of revered medical sages and Nobel laureates in biology. After some contemplation, Russell arrives at an exceptionally fitting moniker, the Unfoolish Healer of Nangua. Chapter 92. Loathing. Wait. Are you trying to deceive me? As a competent boss, Russell intends to assist Banner in fulfilling a modest request. However, before embarking on this endeavor, he harnesses his mutant abilities to craft a personalized set of armor for Banner, the Earth Armor. This special armor, akin to the Earth Tiger armor, allows the wearer to transfer injuries, damage, and even emotions to the ground as long as they stand upon it. Its defensive capabilities are nearly maxed out. But this is not the most extraordinary feature. The most remarkable aspect lies in the hidden combat functions of the Earth Tiger armor. Even Russell finds himself quite intrigued, as the documentation describes it as truly remarkable. After some reflection, he decides to observe its actual performance before considering incorporating it into his magical armor, as modifying a piece of armor requires considerable time, Initially, Russell planned to test the Earth Tiger armor's capabilities by giving Banner a good beating upon his return. However, he soon realizes that such an approach may be excessively harsh. Is it not a bit too brutal to assault someone without reason? After pondering for a while, he resolves to find a suitable and justifiable reason to deliver a sound thrashing to Banner. Should he lead with the left foot upon entering the company? Or perhaps mention working over the weekend? Or express dissatisfaction with the lack of gratitude for the 996 work culture? He contemplates these possibilities for quite some time, only to discover that he is thinking far too prematurely, because someone had already tested the power of the Hulk armor. That individual was General Ross. Originally an Air Force general, he was responsible for overseeing the experimental secret base. As a hardened military man, he had never held a favorable opinion of Banner, the seemingly fragile intellectual. To outsiders, Banner was regarded as an elite talent, but to General Ross, he appeared as nothing more than a reckless young fool. Moreover, he had taken away his beloved daughter, Betty. Naturally, Ross was infuriated. However, he chose to remain silent. As Banner was the head of a crucial military project and could be considered talented, to his utter shock, Banner ended up ruining the project, resulting in the destruction of the base by gamma radiation and transforming himself into a massive green monster, possessing immense destructive power yet devoid of reason. As the saying goes, a father-in-law finds his son-in-law unsatisfactory in every aspect. Thus, without hesitation, General Ross decided to eliminate that wretched fool with a tank, but Banner managed to escape, even destroying several tanks in the process, which left Ross seething with frustration. The situation worsened when a soldier protecting his daughter Betty brought Ross an intriguing video. A man and a woman were embracing in broad daylight, exchanging sweet nothings. Upon closer inspection, Ross was horrified to recognize the young fool attempting to woo his daughter and even contemplating a joint act of self-destruction. He slammed his thigh in anger and bellowed towards the door, "Notify the 2nd Battalion commander. Bring me a helicopter and the imported Death's Gatling gun from Italy. Annihilate him." Thus, the fearsome countenance of a furious father-in-law emerged. Several armed helicopters swiftly took off from the military base, with dozens of soldiers equipped with the most advanced weaponry. Yet, their gazes remained fixated on the cargo hold of the transport aircraft. Despite a considerable distance separating them, they preferred to huddle closely together, unwilling to approach the hold even by a single step, leaving behind a vast expanse of empty space, as if something monstrous were contained within. Soon, this terrifying creature would present itself to the world. Banner, initially exhilarated by the reunion with his girlfriend, felt an odd sense of relief as he realized that regardless of how fast his heart raced, the green monster lurking within him did not emerge. As if it had never existed at all, his emotions were a blend of excitement and strangeness. He was thrilled at the prospect of meeting his girlfriend and living like an ordinary person, free from the need to hide and devoid of the fear that his rage would transform him into a mindless beast, capable of harming his loved ones, friends, and innocent bystanders. Strangely, Banner found himself in a peculiar predicament. Embracing his voluptuous girlfriend, he inhaled her intoxicating scent and felt the softness of her form. Yet he remained utterly unmoved, his mind inexplicably rational. It was as if he were ensnared in a moment of profound attachment. Banner was utterly bewildered. Was this truly right? Especially when his girlfriend Betty joyfully kissed him, he felt nothing, as if he were kissing a mere poster on the wall rather than a living being. Gazing at his beautiful girlfriend, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What kind of Earth Tiger armor is this? It might as well be called sage armor. I do not wish for calmness. I desire a girlfriend. I want a stunning girlfriend. Banner shouted internally. However, soon he heard a roar that eclipsed his own inner outcry. It resounded like a beast's growl, reverberating through the bustling daylight like thunder. The surrounding pedestrians turned pale with fear, gazing around in terror, searching for the source of that monstrous roar. What they witnessed was utterly shocking. High above, several small dark figures appeared to be suspended in the air. And then one took on a humanoid shape, plummeting down. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the figure swelled mid-air, transforming into a towering gray-green monster that crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Boom! The earth trembled with a resounding echo. The abomination had made its grand entrance. Its colossal form loomed over the crowd, its legs crushing the ground beneath, splitting the smooth asphalt as if it were mere paper, leaving glaring fissures that told tales of the devastation it had wrought. The abomination bellowed at Banner, its eyes aflame with unmasked malice, its grotesque visage adorned with jagged spikes that defied mere ugliness. In an instant, Banner understood. It was coming for him. He took a step forward, but his girlfriend Betty quickly grasped his shirt, urgently imploring him, "Banner, we must flee. That is my father's subordinate. He has become an unmitigated monster. We must go." Although she was aware of Banner's ability to transform into a green behemoth, she also knew that he was a gentle soul, a researcher unaccustomed to combat. Against her father's formidable warrior, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Banner shook his head, catching sight of the contemptuous sneer from the abomination. Clenching his fists, He let out a low growl from deep within his throat. Earth Tiger armor, unite. In an instant, accompanied by a dazzling radiance, a colossal figure of earthen hue rose majestically from the ground. Its terrifying height left all present in a state of stunned awe, as if gazing upon a deity. Even the abomination was taken aback. He gazed upon the towering giant, whose knees he could only reach by leaping, his lips quivering in disbelief. Surely, this was absurd? A trick? Chapter 93. The Earth Tiger armor is not a reward for topping up your phone. Accompanied by a blinding radiance, amidst the intensified wails of the earth, the terrifying green giant made its grand entrance. The panicked crowd, initially fleeing in terror, was frozen in shock by the sudden appearance of this formidable creature. For at that moment, the Hulk, Banner's alter ego, had surpassed even the abomination in height, standing like a colossal tower. Though not particularly conspicuous amidst the towering skyscrapers of New York, it was undeniably a living entity. A 5-centimeter mantis is no cause for fear. A mere kick could crush it. However, when faced with a 5-meter-long monstrous mantis, if you could still stand firm, legs unshaken, you could prove your mettle. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden emergence of this towering figure, mouths agape, feeling as though an apocalyptic catastrophe had descended upon them. Naturally, the first to feel the brunt of this terror was the abomination. As he beheld the green giant before him, cold sweat streamed down his brow. Though his own 3-meter frame was imposing compared to an average person, he felt woefully diminutive next to the Hulk. Upon raising his gaze, he found the Hulk, head lowered. 2 icy eyes fixated upon him. The abomination had no doubt that those massive arms, wider than a car, could easily obliterate him with a single blow. Standing at a mere 1.5 meters, he could only muster a ghastly smile, more grotesque than tears, as he awkwardly attempted to shift the conversation. Brother, do you think I'm handsome? Yet, it was evident that the Hulk was impervious to the abomination's attempts at flattery. In truth, having just come into existence, he did not comprehend the words being spoken. Tilting his head, he regarded the abomination, rummaging through his limited vocabulary, and finally uttered 2 descriptors that seemed rather fitting. You. Insect. This statement struck too close to the truth. Indeed, the abomination appeared diminutive and, more crucially, exceedingly ugly. His body was a ghastly green, with elongated spines protruding from his back and unevenly prominent bones, all complemented by a rigidly contorted visage that could hardly be described by a single word. In the Hulk's mind, such a repulsive and diminutive creature could only be labeled as an insect. Yet, the abomination was consumed by a profound sense of humiliation. Beyond humiliation, a fierce jealousy burned within him. He was a subordinate of General Ross, the finest soldier in the ranks. And he had known Banner before he became the Hulk, a frail researcher he had always looked down upon. He had dedicated himself to relentless training, risking his life on the battlefield. He was strong. He was brave. He trained time and again. But why? Why was it so? Revulsion seethed within. A tempest of jealousy swiftly spreading through his mind, drowning what little rationality he possessed as he faced the towering Hulk with resentment. He could not comprehend. In that moment, he felt akin to a diligent scholar who had toiled for 2 decades, gained admission to the finest university, pursued an esteemed major, and secured a prestigious position in a top-tier company, earning a handsome annual salary of $1 million. Yet, upon glancing back, he saw former classmates, who had barely completed elementary school, dancing with abandon, already amassing fortunes in the hundreds of millions, their garages filled with luxury vehicles like Bugattis and Rolls-Royces. It would be a lie to say he felt no bitterness. Such is the nature of revulsion. He felt as if he were on the brink of madness, transforming from a rational individual into this grotesque monster, all in pursuit of formidable power and vengeance against Banner. Yet, the reality proved he was merely a jester. Suddenly, Revulsion's expression softened as he raised his hands before Hulk, his tone tinged with regret. You are indeed strong, I concede. Hulk, bewildered, tilted his head in confusion. Just as he gazed at Revulsion, the latter abruptly pivoted, seizing a nearby car, seemingly a toy in his grasp, and hurled it towards Hulk's face. The occupants within screamed in terror, their cries laced with despair, but soon fell silent. Hulk had caught them, gently placing them atop a nearby rooftop, in the midst of a life-and-death struggle. The terrified passengers scrambled from the vehicle, their excessive fright rendering them nearly incapacitated, collapsing onto the ground and retching uncontrollably. Soon, the owner of the car beheld the empty rooftop and let out a shrill, piercing scream filled with anguish. My car. Do you think this is Chongqing? A car parked on the 18th floor? How am I supposed to get it down? My car. The owner howled to the heavens, a cry of despair echoing around him as if countless snowflakes swirled through the air. No, no, this cannot be real. Tears eluded him. Meanwhile, Hulk paid no heed to such woes. Enveloped in fury, he realized that the loathsome insect, Revulsion, dared to strike him with an object and, leveraging his diminutive size, swiftly darted away with his sights set on Betty. Hulk was indifferent to women, yet as Banner's persona, he harbored a fierce protective instinct for Betty. Witnessing Revulsion charge toward her, Hulk unleashed a thunderous roar. The terrifying sound waves erupted from his throat, and even the slightest reverberation sent shockwaves through the surrounding skyscrapers, shattering all nearby glass. Revulsion had never envisioned that one day he would be brought low by another's roar. His body felt as though it had been struck by a missile. The grotesque, yet formidable skin, impervious to small missiles and bullets, was unexpectedly torn asunder like thin parchment. The most terrifying aspect for Zhang Yi was that, despite enduring a tremendous sonic shock, his body did not propel forward. Instead, it collided as if hitting an unyielding wall. His face forcefully halted by an unseen barrier. Before him stood Betty, and in a fit of bitter resentment, he flailed his arms. The bony spikes on his hands slicing through the air with a piercing sound, yet they only seemed to distance him further from her. Fear gripped his gaze as he realized his body was rising uncontrollably. No matter how he struggled or exerted himself, he could not alter his state. Devoid of any point of resistance, as if gravity had ceased to exist. What was happening? A wave of dread washed over him. Was it not said that the Hulk was a tank, resilient and robust? How then had he seemingly adopted the finesse of a sorcerer? His form diminished into a small black dot ascending towards the heavens, skyscrapers shrinking beneath him, pedestrians transforming into mere ants. Zhang Yi beheld, in the sky, an unimaginable and unforgettable sight that filled him with profound terror. A finger, descending from beyond the firmament, pierced through the atmosphere. The finger of the great desolation. One finger imprisoning the world. Zhang Yi's face contorted in horror, his mouth agape as he gazed upon the colossal finger cleaving through the sky, an embodiment of divine wrath. He thrashed and struggled in a frenzied panic, but soon despair enveloped him, for after that immense digit, another followed. The second finger shattered mountains and rivers. Chapter 94, The Crisis of the Shapeshifter. Observing the celestial fingers descending like meteors, the mere presence of one had already instilled a sense of hopelessness in all. To think that a second colossal finger loomed as well, the sheer magnitude of despair was overwhelming. Zhang Yi, who had been resisting with all his might, succumbed entirely. His gaze fixed in a daze upon the approaching giant finger, then erupted into laughter, roaring expletives at the heavens. The once formidable Zhang Yi, deemed the successor to super soldiers and regarded as a super weapon by the military, could not withstand even the first colossal finger, let alone the second. His once proud and sturdy physique was obliterated into dust, transformed into a mist of crimson, swept away by the howling winds, vanishing without a trace. This horrifying spectacle unfolded before the eyes of countless New Yorkers, who stood agape, struggling to comprehend the terror they witnessed, their astonishment lingering in the air. A litany of exclamations erupted, attempting to articulate their shock. General Ross, aboard a helicopter, gazed at the lingering traces in the sky, sinking into a profound silence. His once upright posture hunched as if drained of vitality, aging significantly in an instant. He pondered for a long time, contemplating the futility of humanity's current arsenal. Even nuclear weapons. The power is not as formidable as one might think. Although General Ross exhibits a steely demeanor and a rather unyielding approach, his ascension to the rank of Air Force General attests to his astuteness. Confronting an adversary akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon entails significant repercussions. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He patted a nearby soldier on the shoulder, and in response to the soldier's apprehensive gaze, uttered a bewildering statement that left all the soldiers aboard the aircraft in astonishment. "Hey, did you see that? That finger was my son-in-law's doing." Ross spoke with an air of pride, resembling a sagacious father-in-law who held a favorable view of his future son-in-law, Banner. As for the earlier disdain in the deployment of tanks to pursue Banner, it was a moment of folly on Ross's part. A failure to recognize the worth of an exceptional son-in-law. He had left behind a legendary tale in the city. Banner had already sensed the impending danger. With no other recourse, he instinctively sought to utilize the Earth Tiger armor, wishing to test its might while striving to maintain his composure and rationality. However, unexpectedly, at the moment of transformation, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the abomination, the very threat to his existence, caused Banner to lose control over his own body. And the Hulk within him emerged. The terror of the Earth Tiger armor surpassed Banner's imagination. It felt as if there were an inexhaustible reservoir of power beneath his feet. Banner, along with his girlfriend Betty, had concealed themselves in a safe corner, successfully hiding his true identity as the audacious figure daring to challenge the heavens. At that moment, he gazed at his own hands, still trembling with disbelief, particularly at those two fingers, unable to fathom that such a celestial gesture had originated from him. A profound astonishment resonated within his soul. Magic. It must be magic, he thought. He pondered another matter. If the Earth Tiger armor was so formidable, what of its creator? Russell? A chill ran down Banner's spine. It was a terrifying realization that this individual must be a true eccentric. Meanwhile, the so-called eccentric Russell was grappling with his own troubles. His recent days had been exceedingly hectic, from recruiting Banner and dealing with the Sentinel, to traveling to Kamartaj to forge magical armor, eliminating the Sentinel, and dismantling Hydra's base. All while forming an alliance with Tony and returning to create the Earth Tiger armor for Banner. This whirlwind of activity consumed him for over 10 days. Yet, the world does not revolve solely around him. During Russell's flurry of endeavors, Professor X and his longtime rival Magneto once again formed an alliance. Apologies. Even the extraordinarily wise Russell could not ascertain how many times these two adversaries had joined forces throughout their history. They were deliberating the merger of the Academy and the Brotherhood of Mutants. After all, what could be done when a mutant like Russell graced the scene? Merely a lowly variant of the mutant armor has utterly shattered the equilibrium between both factions, granting the Brotherhood of Mutants an undeniable advantage. This armor is but a minor invention among Russell's numerous creations. He possesses an abundance of remarkable innovations, any one of which could incite a frenzied scramble among mutants if carelessly revealed. Furthermore, with the Professor and Magneto feeling the weight of their years, and Russell being at a prime age, endowed with formidable strength, the merger of their forces seemed almost inevitable. Yet, such a union transcends mere verbal agreement, entailing a multitude of troublesome matters: the post-merger address, the new name, attire, and regulations. Anyone who has managed a group exceeding 10 individuals can surely empathize with this predicament, especially given that the Brotherhood and the Academy comprise thousands of mutants, each endowed with diverse abilities, complicating governance immensely. As Russell gazed upon the plethora of documents demanding his decisions, he felt as though the world were spinning around him. He harbored a profound passion for invention. Yet when it came to management, oh, the irony. Choosing whether his sister should don black stockings, a camisole, or a lowly dress was an excruciatingly difficult decision. Particularly for someone like Russell, who suffered from decision-making anxiety, he desired them all. In his eyes, the intricacies of the Brotherhood's affairs were trivial matters of little consequence. Russell believed his time would be better spent delving into the study of magic, especially given that a certain bald sorcerer frequently rapped on his window at odd hours, leaving behind an inexplicably thick tome of spells towering a full meter high. For heaven's sake, this was more exhausting than a high school senior in Hunan. At least those students enjoyed an 8-day holiday during the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, while he had no respite at all. Woe is he. For he is but 8 years old, a mere child. With gritted teeth, Russell contemplated tossing the tedious paperwork into the garbage. Yet he caught sight of the amiable Professor and the incessantly chattering Magneto, who insisted that a true leader must endure such trials. He let out a silent sigh. This invincible mutant felt an overwhelming headache brewing. However, fortune smiled upon him. Just as Russell grappled with the burden of paperwork, Wolverine, Logan, entered the room with an urgent expression, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, a pressing matter has arisen. Shadowcat has foreseen that Raven is in danger." Before Logan's words could fully settle, Russell erupted in jubilant cheers. Magnificent. He exulted. The peril facing Mystique meant he could venture forth to engage in battle. He could indulge in a well-deserved respite. Meanwhile, the Professor and Magneto exchanged knowing glances, perplexed by Russell's exuberance. In that moment, Russell felt a jolt of realization. He had celebrated prematurely. Yet, fortunate for him, he possessed a thick skin. Furthermore, there exists a certain ability, honed from elementary school to university, to lie without a hint of embarrassment or anxiety before teachers. Thus, Russell stood there with utmost seriousness, spouting nonsensical rhetoric with a facade of righteous indignation. I am deeply concerned for Mystique. As a venerable member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, her contributions are invaluable. She truly embodies the spirit of our kind. Most crucially, he lamented with an expression of profound sorrow and gratitude. Mystique is my savior. My dearest friends. My brothers. No amount of money could sway me. Unless, of course, it were a considerable sum. However, it was evident that Russell's self-proclaimed masterful sophistry was riddled with flaws when confronted by the Professor and Magneto, whose vast experiences rendered them exceptionally discerning. Particularly the Professor, who, in addition to being a professor of genetic biology, is also well-versed in psychology. Over the years, he has encountered a myriad of individuals, and now, relying solely on his profound experience rather than his formidable telepathic abilities, he can discern the thoughts of others with remarkable clarity. He saw through Russell's deceit at a glance. With a smile that hinted at gentle reproach, the Professor remarked, "Lying is not a trait befitting a good child." He recognized Russell's desire to escape. Yet the need for a competent leader among mutants was paramount. Much like the aspirations parents hold for their children, no one wishes for their offspring to toil endlessly, confined within the walls of a classroom, buried in tomes of knowledge. Yet, it is only through the struggles of the outside world that one can truly understand that education remains the most promising avenue for altering one's fate. The alternative paths capable of transforming destiny are few and far between: desire, bloodlines, maternal bonds, and the fickle hand of fortune in lotteries. Faced with the Professor's insightful gaze, Russell resignedly waved his hand, conceding, "All right, I admit I wish to be lazy, although it is not entirely a desire for idleness." He gestured towards his desk, and almost immediately, to the bewildered expressions of the Professor, Magneto, and Wolverine, a beam of light flickered across the surface. Subsequently, a small figure emerged from the desk, appearing utterly lifelike, devoid of any semblance of illusion. The diminutive being surveyed its surroundings before kneeling before Russell with reverence, proclaiming, Cybertronian civilization, artificial intelligence spark. Greetings to the Father God. A talking little figure? Artificial intelligence? Such notions seem to belong solely to the realm of science fiction. Utterly unfathomable to the three antiquarians from 2008. Their most advanced technology remained Hank's supersonic aircraft, and they could scarcely comprehend or accept the concept of artificial intelligence. Indeed, it felt like a striking blow from a different dimension. Russell snapped his fingers, causing the artificial intelligence figure to blink its eyes with a glimmer of light. A radiant beam swept across the thick stack of documents before him, and almost instantaneously, its voice returned. Father, I have completely resolved all of today's tasks, and there remain 8 hours until the end of the workday. Shall we activate leisure mode? Magneto, as a witness to the formidable intellect of his counterpart, found it far easier to accept the capabilities of artificial intelligence than the antiquated professor and the even older Wolverine. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. With a skeptical gaze, he remarked, last time, you claimed to have toiled for long hours, gathering information until the late hours of the night. Were you deceiving me? Previously, Russell had consistently declined the task of reconstructing the Brotherhood of Mutants, which Magneto had assumed was due to his busy schedule. But now, leisure mode was activated. For 8 hours, no less. So, you managed to accomplish merely a minute of work in an entire day? The thought of himself bustling about, liaising with various government officials, negotiating rights and obligations, and dealing with a myriad of legal matters left him feeling overwhelmed, while someone else was idly slacking off. Magneto narrowed his eyes, his expression suddenly turning perilous. Leisure can be a boon, but when a colleague indulges in idleness while you shoulder the workload alone, it casts a pall over one's spirit. Faced with Magneto's menacing gaze, Russell awkwardly swatted the little figure back into the confines of the desk, maintaining an outward calm. Artificial intelligence, indeed. He swiftly shifted the topic. Turning to Wolverine, what exactly did Shadowcat reveal to you? The time and place of Mystique's imminent danger? Although Russell possessed the ability to foresee the future, his foresight was rather limited in duration. In contrast, Shadowcat's powers allowed her glimpses into the future, yet only under conditions of heightened emotional turmoil and continuous use of her abilities. Her visions were often fragmented, lacking clarity regarding the timing, location, or reasons for the events she witnessed. This ability could be formidable at times, offering insights into distant futures, yet it could also prove to be a double-edged sword. The inability to foresee desired outcomes often resulted in chaotic images that bore no beneficial insights, instead leading to unnecessary complications. Perhaps today she might have met a new boyfriend, only to glimpse 30 years hence, discovering her beloved entangled with another woman. The sting of betrayal would be palpable, a slap in the face. A mere 30 years of infidelity? Preposterous. What proof do I possess? I foresaw it. Nevertheless, Russell found himself a tad intrigued. Do girls prefer their partners to be erratic and unpredictable? Or do they favor a steadfast and robust presence? Ahem. Let us not stray from the point. The inquiry pertains to genuine mutant abilities. In response to Russell's question, Wolverine Logan appeared equally bewildered, for Shadowcat's prophetic glimpses were perpetually fragmented, rendering her description sporadic and convoluted, leaving him with little clarity. In recent days, Raven has been donning a mutant combat power detector, diligently searching for potential mutants to join the Brotherhood. She has indeed discovered many promising individuals, including several former subordinates of Magneto, all retrieved by Mystique. Notably, she even managed to bring back a formidable giant known as Red Hulk, capable of confronting the Incredible Hulk. Logan furrowed his brow and continued, however, in Shadowcat's premonition, Mystique will soon encounter a group of mutants, which perplexes me. His face bore a look of confusion. This group, which I have never seen before, possesses extraordinary powers. Logan, being the antiquity Magneto referred to, had survived for nearly 2 to 3 centuries, traversing the world. If there were particularly powerful mutants, he would have encountered or heard of them by now. After all, the mutant community is rather small. Yet, the emergence of this formidable new group, of which he has no prior knowledge, genuinely astonished Logan. Among them were some with immense strength, others with telepathic abilities, and one who possessed incredible speed. Additionally, there was another mutant whose demeanor was peculiar, reminiscent of a superhero from comic books, capable of emitting laser beams from his eyes, flying and possessing an exceptionally durable physique. In Shadowcat's vision, it was he who had vanquished Raven. At this revelation, the room fell into silence. Both the professor and Magneto furrowed their brows. It is essential to acknowledge that the current Mystique is not the same weakling she once was. With a combat power of merely 5, she has benefited from 2 substantial upgrades. First, her genetic abilities evolved, enabling her to mimic the powers of other mutants, though not perfectly. Her combat prowess has significantly increased, rendering her a quasi-level 4 mutant. Subsequently, she donned the golden armor of the five elements, endowing her with formidable magnetic powers and control over metals, allowing her to rival Magneto himself. She is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of level 4 mutants. But how is it possible for someone of such strength to be defeated? Who could it be? Russell furrowed his brow, initially suspecting that it might be the neighboring universe's superhero, known for wearing his red pants on the outside. However, he quickly recalled the identity of the opponent, his eyes gleaming with surprise and a hint of greed. The Eternals, concealed within Earth, possess a legacy spanning thousands of years, alongside the Celestials, hidden within the planet. Endowed with boundless potential and divine genes. How I wish to live another 10,000 years. Is this modest aspiration too much to ask? Chapter 96. My name is the Security Emperor. Time is the most potent force in existence. It has the power to erase all traces of existence, including any individual, any nation, any civilization, and even any planet or galaxy. Yet, within the Marvel Universe exists a race capable of transcending time, truly standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos. That is the Celestials. They have existed since the dawn of the universe, immensely powerful, grand as deities. Odin, the All-Father and ruler of the 9 realms, once exceedingly arrogant. He forged his own Annihilator armor, crafted the Infinity Gauntlet, and gathered the Infinity Stones. With the Odin Spear, created by the mightiest of the Dwarven kings, he embarked on the path of conquest. Although the identity of the celestial deity that the All-Father Odin challenged remained shrouded in mystery, the outcome is glaringly evident. The spirited Odin, over the ensuing millennia, has retreated into the shadows of Asgard, forsaking his former ambition. Even the 9 realms have lost their subservience, breaking free from Asgard's dominion. This is a testament to the lingering specter of past glories. He resembled a novice pirate, like Moria, daring to venture into the new world to carve out a monumental legacy, only to encounter the world's most formidable mentor, Kaido, the furious Azure Dragon, a benefactor of the future pirate king, Luffy. The lesson commenced with a barrage of blows, swiftly extinguishing a young man's dreams. Alas, he lacked a rubber fruit. The celestial beings are immensely powerful, their genesis unfathomable. A mighty member of their kind traverses the vast cosmic expanse in search of a suitable planet, eventually hurling a seed that takes 1 billion years to gestate. Once that seed has absorbed sufficient life energy from the planet, it bursts forth, akin to a chick breaking free from its shell. No one contemplates the fate of life on Earth, just as no one ponders the fate of the bacteria on an eggshell. Russell himself had never considered it either. Yet, upon realizing he was akin to that bacteria, his demeanor darkened. If the Earth were to perish, what significance would his existence hold? Would he merely be relocating his grave from one Earth to another? He sensed it, a formidable and despair-inducing adversary. With a grave expression, Russell spoke, distinguishing between the eternal and the celestial beings. The mere thought of the future, of a colossal visage overshadowing the heavens like the Buddha from the epic tale of Journey to the West, sent a shiver through him. This entity, surely, must possess extraordinary powers. Russell pondered. His life had indeed been a series of extraordinary feats, transforming from a wretched mutant into the leader of the Brotherhood in merely a few months. An absurdity, indeed, but not to this extent. Upon hearing Russell's words, Magneto was taken aback. He had witnessed Russell's prowess firsthand, particularly when he single-handedly dispatched a Sentinel days prior. He had assumed Russell was among the rarest of warriors. Yet now he learned there existed someone even more formidable. Who was this being's subordinate, surpassing even the Sentinel in might? Russell nodded. Should the Sentinel, empowered by Hydra's enhancements, reach its full potential, wielding the strength of 1,000,000 stars, it might stand a chance against the celestial beings. However, the current Sentinel, alas, had already met its end. Even the illustrious Emperor Yi, who is reputed to suppress all adversaries and traverse the bounds of time, had to dutifully salute me. A mere security guard, while still on Earth, paying for parking and dispersing smoke. Alas, this young man's Mercedes has been stationed here for several millennia without a parking fee paid. Yi, the reluctant debtor, pay your dues. I am but a humble parking lot attendant. In my quest for survival, I have ascended to the rank of an emperor. Call me the Emperor of Security. Furthermore, Russell added that he could match several Sentinels. Upon hearing this, Magneto's expression grew grave. If one Sentinel proved to be such a formidable challenge, what of several? The concept of multiple Sentinels is staggering. A single Captain America can contend with Thanos evenly. If 3 were to emerge, would they not overwhelm him? Thus, another method of saving the world has surfaced, complicating matters significantly. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Russell, faced with this impending dilemma, resolved to reveal his true trump card. Hello? Is this Ancient One? Greetings, my disciple. I find myself in dire straits. Oh dear, a disciple is akin to a half-son. You cannot abandon me. Indeed. Russell's ace is the Ancient One, whose master is Eternity, one of the 5 supreme beings of Marvel. By extension, Russell S. Master is also eternity. He too can claim a powerful ally. The celestial race? You dare to challenge eternity, then? Come forth if you possess the courage. Faced with Russell S.'s newly minted predicament, the Ancient One appeared somewhat surprised, yet her demeanor remained composed, as if she had anticipated such an occurrence. After a brief pause, she extended her finger, causing the surrounding sky to darken. A silver river of light materialized before them, with countless small points of light twinkling within. The Celestials are the strongest race born at the universe's inception. Their propagation involves casting their successful seeds onto suitable life-bearing planets. Once the life energy concentration reaches a certain threshold, the celestial seeds nurtured on the planet will emerge as powerful beings. The galaxy quivered before them. A colossal hand erupted from the planet, and the immense orb was instantaneously rent asunder, disintegrating into cosmic dust. The swirling debris enveloped Russell S.'s face, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with a Planet-S explosion, a profoundly psychological shock beyond mere words. He reflected on the grandeur of emerging from a planet, realizing this must be the strongest second-generation celestial. Yet, Russell felt no envy, for each celestial must gestate for at least 1 billion years. 1 billion years. Even with a modest salary of 3,000, one could manage to repay Evergrande's debts. Russell was not in the mood to lament the formidable power of the celestial race, for it bore no relevance to him. Instead, the emergence of the Celestials posed a potential catastrophe for his existence. Their Earth was a wandering one, swiftly departing with a mere flick of the wrist. Conversely, his Earth, snap, was gone. Do you comprehend what it means to be gone? Thus, he directly inquired of Ancient One whether there existed a means to prevent the birth of the celestial race. Ancient One fell into silence, grappling with her own frustrations. As an eternal follower, she was privy to all knowledge, yet found herself powerless to intervene, for the Celestials were exceedingly powerful within the cosmos. She provided an answer that left Russell both bewildered and enlightened. Do not hinder Thanos. Do not hinder Thanos. Do not hinder Thanos. Thanos, the Mad Titan. Chapter 97, The Multiverse Supreme Sorcerer's Chat Group. If one day, would you be willing to sacrifice your life to prevent a billionaire from earning a single dollar less? Does that not seem utterly absurd? Now, Russell was experiencing this very sentiment, feeling quite strange. To thwart an unborn celestial race, one would have to annihilate half the universe's populace. Had he consumed something quite peculiar? Perhaps he should enhance his intellect. Yet, upon further reflection, Russell realized he might be overestimating his own cleverness. He was not the sole intellectual in the universe. Thanos was not merely a fool. After all, Thanos was a learned warrior, deemed cursed by knowledge, with an intellectual prowess far surpassing his own. Were it not for his extraordinary comprehension, Russell would still be grappling with advanced calculus in university. If you consider yourself a genius who effortlessly mastered college-level calculus, congratulations, you have merely completed the foundational curriculum of the mathematical realm, barely dipping your toes into its depths. Onward to slay monsters and level up, young one. Russell pondered deeply, suspecting there might be elements unknown to him. Could it truly be, as some internet conjectures suggest, that Thanos' intention in snapping his fingers was not to eradicate half of the universe's life, but rather to eliminate the Celestials? Despite their might, the majority of Celestials lack the strength to rival that of the universe, rendering them powerless against the Infinity Stones. Randomly erasing half of the Celestials could delay the birth of all celestial progeny, allowing for a cyclical collection of the Infinity Stones and periodic snaps, thereby keeping the celestial race perpetually constrained in number or even facing total annihilation. After all, the power of the Infinity Stones to eliminate half is as enigmatic as the revenue of a fictional tomato. In this scheme, none could be more unfortunate than Hawkeye. What was promised to be half resulted in the loss of his entire family. As Russell mused, a sudden thought struck him, narrowing his eyes. He stared intently at Ancient One, his gaze filled with skepticism. Are you not attempting to deceive me again? The Celestials are indeed powerful, but as an eternal follower, is a sorcerer capable of contending with the multiversal titan Dormammu truly so inadequate? Ancient One's expression remained unperturbed, as if she were merely brushing aside a trivial matter, and instead posed a perplexing question to Russell. Have you completed your homework? What? Russell was taken aback. I've become the king of mutants, and you inquire about my homework? That triviality had long ceased to exist after my high school graduation, or rather, it disappeared during the second semester of my freshman year. With a chuckle, the Ancient One replied, Do you think you are an adult? You are merely an elementary school student. You still have homework to do. Russell? Unconvinced. Then tell me, how old are you? Russell, 88. Ignoring Russell's incredulous expression, the Ancient One continued, Practicing magic requires perseverance. I lacked the time previously, but now you shall commence your training. She had been contemplating and observing, as she needed to select the most suitable supreme sorcerer. After all, the role of a supreme sorcerer is of utmost importance. It is essential to safeguard billions of lives on a planet, necessitating formidable strength and, most critically, a powerful heart. The temptation of Dormammu is immense, eternity. Not to mention, how many would willingly abandon their families and forsake everything to become Dormammu's minions for the chance of living an extra 100 years? After all, isn't working under someone merely work? Russell nodded. Despite his extraordinary aptitude, making the practice of magic almost effortless, even describable as a rapid ascent. It pertained only to basic and intermediate spells, those that could be articulated and documented. However, the true essence of understanding the rules, the glimpses into the mysteries of the universe, and the insights into higher dimensions were the foundations of creation. The deeper one comprehends, the further one travels on the path to divinity. It is indeed fortunate to have a master willing to guide. Suddenly, Russell was struck by a realization. Wait a minute. This isn't right. Were we not discussing how to address the godsend hidden within the earth? Your steering skills seem awry. You've gone off course. I cannot help it, the Ancient One said. Producing a cup of tea from seemingly nowhere and taking a sip, her expression radiating such contentment and languor that it nearly drove Russell to the brink of frustration. She leisurely remarked, as for the god race, I have already determined the timing. When it emerges, I shall retire. Would you have an old retiree wielding their frail bones to engage in battle? Russell was left in utter disbelief. Whoa, Ancient One, you sly fox. Perhaps sensing she had gone too far, the Ancient One cleared her throat gently. Though I may retire as the supreme sorcerer, there will still be numerous unfortunate souls in the group who have yet to find a suitable successor. You may seek them out. Group? Unfortunate souls? Successor? Russell felt a twitch in his eyelids. Before he could voice his queries, he observed the Ancient One extend her hand, summoning a pendant that hung upon the wall of the magical hall. It soared towards her, shimmering with enigmatic light and intricate patterns. At first glance, it appeared to be an exceptional magical artifact. As Russell made contact, he immediately recognized a familiar voice and sight, his expression transforming into one of perplexity. Ding. Administrator Ancient 1616 has invited Russell to join the Supreme Sorcerer's Multiverse chat group. Congratulations on joining the chat group. Please set your account name and password. A wave of familiarity washed over him, particularly with that border and the initial chime. Russell chuckled. Ancient One, I never anticipated you to be so trendy. Even mastering the art of chat groups. He had thought the Ancient One was invincible merely by installing a single application. Little did he know. There was something even more audacious, having pirated an instant messaging chat software that was not only fashionable but also not widely adopted. Moreover, it was a perfect replica. With merely a slight alteration in background color, Russell could confidently bet on his considerably larger thigh that the Ancient One had not paid a single cent in copyright fees. Mahua Ting likely never dreamed that a counterfeit like the Ancient One would exist, leaving them unsure of where to send the cease and desist letter. Mahua Ting, 6. Mahua Ting, may the counterfeit perish. Please set your name. The most dashing apprentice of Kamartosh. Please set your password. Without hesitation, Russell set his password. Ding. The system detected that the password had an exceedingly high duplication rate. Out of 136 members, 135 shared the same password. Would you like to reconsider changing it? Russell, 6. In that fleeting moment, he felt that this chat group should not be named the Supreme Sorcerer's Multiverse chat group, but rather the Multiverse's Misguided Souls group, deceived by the Ancient One. Ancient One, you possess the greatest magical talent I have ever encountered.